Perished World. It was an early access strategy simulation game that our protagonist, Choi Sun-woon, enjoyed very much. Not only did he enjoy it for his entertainment and free time, but he also became a master at it. In each match in Perished World, 32 players acted as gods, whose task was to develop the various races such as humans, elves, orcs, and the others into a modern civilization and fight each other. And now the match was coming to its culmination, and the armies of the two remaining players clashed in one last desperate battle for first place. On a battlefield engulfed in flames and smoke, the two armies prepared for battle, awaiting the command of their deities. Their banners unfurled in the wind, and their spears glistened in the glow of the flames. The decisive battle was about to begin. As soon as the command to advance sounded from above, the human armies came in motion and rushed to attack. The opposing army also rushed to attack, wanting to defeat Nebula's continued hegemony in the name of their deity. Choi Sun-woon had been undefeated for 11 months now, and if he could win today, he would become the champion for 12 consecutive months. This battle was nothing more than a small skirmish, and the victory in this entire war depended on the strategy chosen and realized by the player controlling the entire race. Each of the armies was controlled by a real player, and each of them chose a different development path for their civilizations. The orc race developed their physical strength, magic, and rapidly increased their population, while the human race under Nebula's control chose the path of technology and already had firearms, even cannons that seemingly should not have left a chance to their primitive opponents. But thanks to magic, things were not so hopeless for the orcs, and their battle mages managed to stop the cannonballs flying at them. However, this was just the beginning, and Nebula was already preparing to release their next secret weapon. It was an air force that would wipe out the enemy army from the face of this planet. This was certainly a problem for his opponent with a nickname Hegemony, but he had something to answer for, and with a few taps on his virtual keyboard, he summoned an equally devastating weapon. Thanks to his specialization in magic, he was able to summon a multitude of lightning bolts from the heavens, which simply vaporized the enemy army. As battle after battle went on, it was like a chess game, where only a well-thought-out strategy and knowledge of his opponent and his strategy could guarantee victory. Gradually, Nebula reached a level of technology comparable to the period of the end of World War II, which allowed him to use massive airstrikes, wiping out all enemy armies on the ground. And looking at it all from his monitor, he decided that everything he needed was ready, and he could finish the game. Not for nothing, after all, he had spent so much resources and time on research. For this, he was going to use one of his strongest weapons, the nuclear strike. All he had to do was confirm the nuclear strike in the name of the god Nebula. At his command, the nuclear missiles were immediately launched, and a multitude of intercontinental ballistic missiles with dozens of nuclear warheads rose into the air from his base at once. All of his nuclear missiles were launched simultaneously and flew toward the enemy base. The terrified and unaware orcs could only point their fingers at the sky and stare at the death flying at them. But the hegemony was ready even for such a move, and only chuckling asked Nebula in the voice chat if he hoped that he was not prepared for this. Right? Gathering his divine power into a fist and clutching his scepter tighter, he activated a defense spell. Immediately after, rockets from missile defense systems were launched from his civilization's territory, which should have successfully intercepted Sun-woon's nuclear missiles. But even that was within Nebula's calculations. The enemy's missile defenses could not keep up with him and his brilliant plan for victory. However, he had to admit that his opponent was well prepared and wasn't a loser at all. While the enemy's missile defense was shooting down nuclear missiles one after another and the perished world sky was illuminated by powerful explosions, Nebula moved on to the next point of his plan, and launched another missile, which was bigger than the others. It did not fly straight to the enemy base like the others, but flew straight into open space. There, all the stages of the rocket, which had already fulfilled the role of the gas booster, separated and only the warhead remained. Under the watchful eye of Sun-woon, it flew straight vertically down on the capital of the enemy empire, or rather on the main temple, where the emperor was hiding and praying to his deity. When the orc emperor heard the news of nuclear missiles being launched towards his country, he went to pray in the temple. In real life, in a non-hierarchical society, a ruler praying to a god in the face of danger to his country might seem ridiculous or even pathetic. But in the perished world, it was different. His opponent was hoarding as much faith as possible instead of putting resources into research while Nebula developed his nuclear weapons. In perished world, the players acted as gods. They could intervene to some degree in the affairs of the race or nation under their rule, and through this they sought to spread their influence among the rest of the perished world's creatures and gain followers. These followers then produced a resource called faith, which allowed the players to perform miracles to protect their followers and keep them safe. This was why his opponent originally chose orcs as his primary race, because they multiplied quickly and could produce a lot of faith. However, even such an unexpected and ingenious attack did not surprise Hegemony, who looked at his followers only marveled at their persistence in prayer. The energy and power gained from their faith he transformed into another spell, and clouds of blue smoke began to surround the approaching missile. In an instant, it all turned into a huge fist that grabbed and stopped the missile. It was the fist of a huge orc-like creature hundreds of meters tall. Watching all of this, Hegemony started laughing at Nebula, and reminded him that here in the perished world, faith always brings results. He was sure that victory was in his pocket, and with such an unlimited resource of loyal followers, he was in no danger. Sun Woon just chuckled at this. Even so, he was still bored even though his opponent was not bad, and used a good strategy known among players as Holy Orc Strategy. His opponent continued to laugh, confident in his victory, asking if he could see it. His avatar was now right next to his summoned orc. He proudly announced that it was his own freshly optimized Holy Orc strategy. Hegemony was the second-ranked player on their server, and he was now confident of his victory, so he suggested that Sun Woon just give up. Looking at his relaxed and laughing opponent on the monitor, Sun Woon realized why he was only the second-ranked player on their server and had never gone higher. The reason was because he was overconfident. However, his strategy wasn't perfect, and Sun Woon was very familiar with it. Orcs were chosen as the main race, to rapidly increase the population, and as the believers increased, the resources of the faith were also rapidly accumulated. The missing science, technology, and culture were conquered by invasion. It wasn't a bad strategy, constantly receiving good reviews, as the large amount of accumulated faith and the large number of orcs gave an advantage in warfare. However, he knew how to counter such a strategy. Although orcs are an easy race to recruit, it's quite a feat to have gathered so much faith already. And against his own strategy, orcs were difficult to counter, as he had chosen the skies as his battlefield so that he could freely prepare kinetic attacks. Sun Woon respected his opponent and thought that his attempt at preparing a spirit apostle was quite good. But still, his opponent was too obvious. And thanks to the fact that Sun Woon ruled the heavens and was constantly developing his technology, he was able to create and launch into space an artificial intelligence-controlled military satellite made from ancient relics. Utilizing the endless space above his enemies' heads, he was able to place a satellite there with a secret weapon, giant metal tungsten rods, which, although they contained no explosives, weighed 10 tons each. And as they began to fall, they moved very slowly at first. But soon, gravity accelerated them to the point where they began to glow red-hot through the atmosphere. His opponent, looking at all this, was not on a joke surprised. To such a thing he was certainly not ready. He could only swear and curse his ingenious opponent, who first threw nuclear missiles at him and now was going to finish him off with a kinetic bombardment from space. He gave a desperate command to his holy orc to block at least the rod that was flying straight at the temple with the Emperor inside. But Sun Woon looked at his pathetic attempts and knew that none of this would work, even if it was just a few tungsten rods. Once they entered the atmosphere, the rods would accelerate so much that the force of their impact would be comparable to a nuclear weapon, and cumulative acceleration of gravity will add up. Despite the Saint Orc's best efforts, there was nothing he could do about it, and the rods simply passed through him like a knife through butter, feeling no resistance. And it was too late for his opponent to do anything about it, because once they reached the ground, the entire capital of his empire was destroyed and the entire population wiped out. One of tungsten rods directly hit the imperial palace. An impact from this strike seemed stronger than others, because most importantly, this rod hit the Orc Emperor, and nothing could protect him. Even the countless protective spells cast on him were not enough, and he was simply crushed and dropped his staff of power. Along with the imperial palace, the underground temple has collapsed too, and now, all the faith that his opponent had been building was shattered and gone. He was immediately surrounded by many notices that his spells were losing power and disappearing for lack of faith, and when faith fades, apostle perishes with it. Now his adversary was confused and unable to control and defend his civilization. The Holy Orc Apostle scattered, and the enemy capital, major cities and infrastructure began to explode like fireworks from nuclear missiles. Eventually, the enemy simply surrendered and Nebula was once again declared the winner. After the match was over, Sun Woon even thanked his opponent for a good game. But he didn't want to admit defeat and desperately asked for one more game together for a rematch. He was confident that he could win this time. Sun Woon tiredly looked at the monitor as the requests for another game appeared one after another. But he wasn't interested and just left the match for good. Now he wondered why his opponent did not surrender immediately, but wasted so much of his time. It even seemed to him at first that his opponent had an ace up his sleeve. But in the end, he didn't have much to show for it at the end. In the end, he didn't see anything new in this match. But it didn't matter. After all, by winning this match, he was able to complete an achievement that required a player to stay in the top 1 rankings for 12 months. And just when he was about to go rest, a notification suddenly came. which caught his attention. At first he thought it was someone texting him at such a late hour, and he was already wondering who it was. But when he clicked on the notification, an astonishing achievement greeting appeared in front of him. It turned out that he was the only player who had completed all the achievements so far. But then he wondered if this might mean that they would cut off his access to beta testing, because that would be unfair. The next message dispelled all his doubts. The beta testing period was really over and the game was about to be open to everyone. But thanks to his achievements, he had a chance to try out the game before it was released to everyone. He was a bit surprised by this offer, but still he liked the game a lot and wanted to see what the real game would be like. So when a notification popped up asking him to enter the game, Sunwoon decided to try it without a doubt and clicked the yes button. Suddenly, everything around him went dark, and he began to fall into the void surrounded by streams of binary code. Sunwoon thought he had lost consciousness, but that was not the case. When his vision cleared, the night sky, which he had thought was pitch black, was not quite empty, but filled with many stars. He looked around and realized he was in the middle of some kind of space temple. But then, after some thought, he realized that it looked more like a ruin. Looking around, he wondered if he was dreaming. After all, he looked exactly like his in-game avatar. Suddenly, as if reading his mind, a voice sounded from behind him, assuring him that it wasn't a dream. It turned out to be a woman wearing a hooded robe and her face was barely visible. She announced that our protagonist had also been chosen and called his nickname Nebula. To begin with, she decided to introduce herself. Her name was Alden. Sunwoon first asked her the logical question, how did she know his name? But more than that, he was interested in something else that caught his attention, a set of blurry shadows that stood nearby. He wondered who they were. The hooded woman replied that she was wondering if any of the players would know each other, so for there to be fair game, everyone received a mask. She went on to say that she knew everyone here was wondering what was ahead of them, so she suggested getting straight to the point. She raised her hands high in the air, pointing to a planet that looked suspiciously like Earth. Although it looked that way at first glance, Sunwoon realized it wasn't. He had simply seen this planet too many times, and now he couldn't confuse it with anything else. This was the perished world. The mysterious woman solemnly announced that here and now in the boundlessness of perished world, all the players present would become true gods. After all, the game they had all played before, Perished World, was based on the real world, and all these countless matches were practice games before the one that was about to begin. This was where they would become true gods. On the platform were dozens of humanoid creatures who stood in groups without dropping a word. They were all surrounded by an impenetrable darkness that created the right atmosphere. Sunwoon couldn't hear any sound, but he could feel the vibrations with his microfibers. There were even people that stood alone. Perhaps they were just embarrassed to socialize. Perished World isn't just a world that exists in games, reasoned our hero, analyzing the situation he got into. This planet was just like the regular Earth, the same blue ball flying through space. Except that unlike the original, it had been abandoned by the gods because of the sad events of the past. On this planet, a once brilliant civilization flourished. The various races of creatures lived in harmony. The race of armed foxes saddled the white weasels that acted as horses here. Orcs worked alongside elves and platypuses in laboratories for the benefit of their civilizations. All was at peace. However, not everything was so smooth. For reasons unknown, the gods had abandoned this place. Having the bodies of the dragons on this land, they felt threatened for their lives, and flew off in an unknown direction, erasing their traces behind them. The time for new gods had come. All the players gathered around the heavy granite table where Alden stood and narrated the rules of participation. The Perished World game was created to find suitable new candidates for god roles for this planet. Only once tried out this game of boredom, now any player could become a god. It is essentially similar to the original Perished World game. At first, only inferior beings that have lost everything in their lives will trust the player. But if you are lucky enough to increase the number of believers, there is a huge chance to become the one and only god of this planet. The world will be only yours, and no one will dare to argue with the Supreme Being. God dares to do whatever his heart desires. All desires that you have ever dreamed of can be realized. This is a possibility only for the god of that world. It was a wonderful offer that beckoned with its possibilities, enticing greedy people. Sunwoon nodded, but it was noticeable that Alden wasn't saying something. What happens if I surrender here? He asked, wanting to hear as many details as possible. However, if one surrenders now, one will simply go back to one's daily life. As a payment for the game, the person will lose all memories of this place. But what happens if one surrenders in the middle of a challenge? There is no such clause. It was simply impossible to give up. What happens if I'm defeated by another god? He kept on fixing the skull of the ungulate on his head. In that case, the loser would meet a divine end. The watchers will welcome such a spectacle. It will be great entertainment for them. This was the answer that Sunwoon had expected. If it was a game where the winner takes all, it made sense that the participants would have to risk their lives. And if it was a competition in the real world, like the Perished World game, then it might be necessary to risk more than just lives. Divine Ending, no matter how you look at it, only meant one thing: death. They aren't squeamish about killing people for risking their lives. Extinction threatens everyone, there's only one winner. There was simply no reason for protagonist here to give up. Sunwoon wanted to ask a few more questions, but Alden reached out her hand and stopped him. Well, now it was time to choose. Shifting the cardboard of cards in her hands, she asked everyone who wanted to surrender to inform the organizers right now. But for those who wished to accept the challenge, she laid the cards face up. The remaining contestants begin their journey by choosing a small area of land. This is really an event that is so similar to the game of the same name, meaning that the beginning consists of choosing a small area of favorable land to rule. Looking around, it seemed that some players started whispering. It was abundantly clear that they wanted to give up. 3. No 5 persons immediately decided to leave the competition. They cared about their own skin. Apparently, the starting number of players was equal to the maximum number of participants in the game, which was 30 all individuals. This meant that the final number of people was already 27, an elementary calculation, but it would be much better if half of them were eliminated as soon as possible. Okay, you can choose first. Alden turned to the protagonist. It was an unexpected decision for him. He hadn't expected such honors. Sunwoon only shrugged his shoulders. The order of selection didn't matter, because the cards were good and they had randomness in their existence, just like in the game. However, since Sunwoon had been offered the first chance to test his fate, it seemed like they had taken the ranking order into consideration. Choosing the first card he came across, he flipped its blue surface to the bottom. Though he knew the details of each territory presented by the game, however, he expected to have better luck. As soon as the map was turned over, a circle of runes lit up under the guy's feet, which instantly teleported him to the designated location. Once the territory and land were determined, the players had to decide on the first species and tribe that they want to rule. The planet was truly beautiful. So was each of its continents, together or apart. Although the third continent was the largest, it didn't have as many resources as the first, nor did it have as good a climate as the second. Instead, it was home to various races and monsters, as well as many ruins that housed special in-game abilities. Depending on how one used them, they could become an advantage or a disadvantage. The protagonist promptly scanned the territory given to him and identified all the species and tribes. The land was a peninsula located in the eastern part of the third continent. A beautiful river flowed calmly past the trees that grew in the mountainous area. Green frogs sat undisturbed in the water, and one of them watched the beautiful blue butterflies that resembled Morpho. It did not take its eyes off the seemingly potential food, but as turned out, the frog was not interested in it. The fish that swam beneath its feet were much more appealing. Diving for a perch, Frog turns out to be a frogman that successfully caught the prey with its hands, splashing water around the neighborhood. The prey was very large, another frogman shouted. It was clear from their voices that they were pleased, for tonight's dinner was fish. Turning to the blue butterflies flying by, they concluded that such a species had not been seen in their neighborhood before. But are they important now? They weren't going to eat the nasty bugs. This butterflies wasn't simple at all. Sitting on a huge chair, Sunwoon looked around at his blue-winged friends and kept pondering about the frogmen's. They lived on a small area of insects with the lowest win rate, but that only depended on how to use them. Now Sunwoon received insects under his control. Although it was backwards compatible with birds, it was very even useful in the beginning, despite it was looking. The starting point was on the eastern continent. This meant that battles were not frequent in the beginning. The small advantages gained through early engagement in fights only meant that it would be extremely difficult to implement an aggressive strategy. In this sense, a peaceful race that eats insects was more than suitable for the beginning of the game, like those frogmen, for example. But what made our protagonist laugh was the number of tribes. About 500 individuals of different species was a large group that was hard to define as a first tribe. The perished world can have an effect on creatures equal to the level of faith they possess. Faith depends on the degree of individual beliefs, on how much they believe in God and entrust their hearts to Him, on whether they truly rely on Him. They don't have to walk down a difficult path from the beginning. However, a measly 10 points of faith and 10 believers will do nothing to help. That number is too small to leave any impact on this group of frogmen. And anyway, what can be done where are no water? Until a high level of technological development is achieved, no action can be taken. And what about the other groups of creatures? Sunwoon asked himself, looking at another screen. A group of lizard-like creatures of different ages were walking across the hot desert. They were lizardmans. They eat insects too. Their skin was blue and covered with spots of different diameters. There were about 30 of them in total. Too few to be called a small tribe, and a lot of them were probably all blood relatives. They were characterized by a high survival rate. These creatures could survive here without water. Even though the number of individuals had decreased, it was even for the best. In this tribe were many sick and ill, a few weak elderly lizards, and one badly injured object that was almost crawling in the end of the pack while dying. It's understandable he once was an important part of this group, but perhaps he had been pushed lower in rank in the power struggle, and received a punishment for this, or this was just an accident. However, there was only advantage for Sun Woon. The more this lizard feels abandoned by whole world, the harder and more tired he feels. If he wants revenge, life, and other benefits, he will believe not only in God, but also in devil. Just a small miracle, small silver lining now could help him find a new god. True new god of this piece of land. Nebula. Even though this lizard seemed too fragile creature, and such newborn faith would possibly not last long, it was much better than frogs. So the Sun Woon's choice settled on lizardmen's, especially on this last wounded one. The sun is merciless in the desert. With every kilometer they traveled, it drained the last of the lizardmen's strength. All the weaker individuals weaved to the back of their small pack, especially the injured lizardmen lagged behind. The wound healed poorly due to bad nutrition and became inflamed with every step, which was slow due to weakness. The pack was barely surviving on their wanderings. They were weakened. The already thin for their build, the creature's cheeks sunken in and ribs began to show. Not everyone could hunt, and there were only small birds and stray animals in such deserts. "Hey look, there's a gazelle," shouted one of the pack in surprise. They did not believe in the reality of what was happening. In front of them lay a wounded gazelle that was waiting for its death. Its leg was broken, so it could not run away. The crowd all rushed at the poor animal trying to grab a tidbit. One prey, and about 30 hungry lizards. How long it had been since they'd eaten meat. Without tools, they tore the poor gazelle apart, spilling fresh blood onto the heated sand. This event was clearly not for the old and wounded, where they could not compete with the strength of healthy tribesmen. They just sat aside, trying at least rest a bit. The lizardmen ate the fresh meat with great gusto, slurping loudly all around. Gazelle corpse was gone in an instant, but there were still bones to nibble. The marrow in the tubular bones was also usable. One of the lizardmen wanted to try the delicacy, but it was not to be. One of the female lizardmen took away the leftovers. They had had enough, and they should leave something for those who unable to hunt. She gathered all the bones into a pile, and so kindly took them to the other hungry lizards. It isn't a good thing to be weak and hungry in desert. Especially considering they'd been starving for days, it was a gift from heaven. Saliva was dripping in every direction. They gnawed on the bones and drank the liquid from them. They grabbed at them as if this bones were the last chance to live. Only the deeply wounded lizard sat by itself behind a rock, grudgingly gnawing on a bone. The gnats flying around the wound made him a little uneasy, but it was bearable compared to the pain he endured. His name was Rakarak, and he took it for granted. Clearly those who hunted had to eat more meat. Those who could not hunt should have been grateful for even being given leftovers. After all, the group could have simply left the weak and wounded to reduce the number of hungry mouths. But they didn't do that. At least not yet. While the weak and old tended to the marrow, the healthy pack members spoke of the wounded, asking Jaol what she just did. But whether pretending or not, she really didn't know what they were talking about. She questioned what they meant. The most unceremonious lizardman gave his opinion. He didn't care if they were old or young, but that wounded lizard Rakrak was going to die soon. Everyone knew that very well, for his wound was festering. In fact, he should have been dead by now. No one knew what contributed to it, but he held up and kept up with everyone. Most of the lizardmen survived only because Rakrak blocked the saber-toothed tiger and defeated it. He was the only one to face the predator when everyone else turned and ran. Thanks to him, other than his wounds, the remaining group was unharmed. If it hadn't been for him, many would have been killed or injured, and at worst, the entire group could have collapsed. They were already a pack that had been kicked out of the larger tribe for their weakness and illnesses, so without Rakrak, it would have been hard for them to keep themselves alive. He even managed to live longer than everyone expected. Everyone knows this and appreciates it. However, still most of lizards would die from thirst and hunger. There really wasn't enough food. That's why other lizards wanted to get rid of the dead weight as soon as possible. They had to be honest with themselves. With this kind of life, natural selection played an important role. There was no point in giving all the most nutritious food to the sick. It would just prolong their lives for another day. Night came and the full moon illuminated all the surroundings like a lamp in a child's room. Taking a break near a small rocks, the lizardmen settled down to sleep in groups. Rakrak alone slept by himself, holding on to a throbbing wound. His already restless sleep was disturbed by the quiet flapping of wings above his ear. A familiar morpho butterfly began circling near him, shining even brighter in the moonlight. It came closer and closer to his face, forcing him to pay attention to it. Rising a little, Rockrak was annoyed by its strange behavior. But despite his attempts swatted away, Butterfly did not fly away, but only fluttered over his head. It seemed to be beckoning to him, calling him to follow it to the mountain near where they had stopped. And he agreed, standing up as quietly as possible. The other lizardmen heard the shuffling of Rockrak's feet and woke the others. Their comrade was going somewhere. They watched him. Some even thought he had finally decided to leave the group, taking such a heavy burden off their shoulders. The whole tribe agreed to watch him for now. What was he going to do climbing higher and higher up the cliff? Pondered Jael. Meanwhile, he climbed further and further up, as if mesmerized by a butterfly. It was hard for him, but he didn't give up. Was this his crazy fantasy and death agony? He was the only one who responded to the call of this strange butterfly. So maybe it was true. But what if what he was seeing right in front of him was true? What if it was real? Following the butterfly farther and farther up, his surprise was unparalleled. His eyes rounded to the size of a huge plate and his jaw hung open. Insects. A huge swarm of blue bugs that crawled all over each other created an extension of the mountain. This swarm resembled a tentacle and didn't fly away. They didn't dodge. As if mesmerized, they climbed around, determined to become easy food themselves. This amount of food made his thoughts clouded and his breathing hitched. He was hungry. This amount would be enough for the entire Lizardmen pack. A notification appeared on front of Sunwoon. The pack of Lizardmen 11021 experienced a revelation and miracle. Seeing the system messages in front of him, Sunwoon felt relieved. Just as Aldine had said, the interface was the same as in the Perished World game. In the insect's small area, he could create or control insects using the faith points. Naturally, creating and controlling them was different from the game. The Lizardmen finally recognized it as a miracle. Now Sunwoon could breathe out a sigh of relief. It was success. Thank God whispered through his mask. The first step had been taken. The amount of bugs sent by the protagonist was enough to feed the entire pack for days to come. Then Nebula's next step was to ensure that different swarms of beetles would steadily appear day by day near this pack. Now Rockrak themselves announced the miracle by addressing the butterfly, as if they knew it was the one behind everything. Indeed, individuals with high willpower could take care of everything on their own. However, why would they do so at this point? Intelligent beings knew that miracles were amazing, and after they were repeated, the Lizardmen would attribute these miracles to some creature. They realized that such occurrences were not random, but inevitable. A beetle on the arm of one of the tribes sat quietly crossing its legs. Finally, Rockrak's tribe recognized the god, Nameless Beetle God. But why a beetle and not a butterfly? Beetle God? A ridiculous name for a god, thought Sunwoon. Well, he have never started with a good name. No one god seemed to have a great name at first. Just as an intelligent creature develops civilization and technology, a god's name changes too. They might have noticed his divinity after the miracle, but it wasn't enough. Still, this tribe will become very important to the Nebula. If everything went according to his plan, he would be able to achieve what he wanted with the next miracle. Of course, this applied especially to the wounded tribe protector named Rockrak. A strange blue butterfly accompanied them day after day, wherever they went. Looking into the distance where it flew, Rockrak began to see illusions again. Still, this time he should have followed it. Unlike the rest of the group, he was suspicious of the strange swarm of bugs that appeared out of nowhere. The whole tribe rejoiced at finding food. It was like a celebration for them every time. Rockrak, are you going to go after your illusion right away? Asked the Lizardman to his leader. However, winter was coming soon. But the bugs kept appearing from colder directions. Not a good thing. If they traveled in that direction, it wouldn't be long before they would freeze to death. Lizardmen had learned how to survive the winter, but the blood of their cold-blooded ancestors still remained with them. In winter, their bodies became sluggish. Food was in short supply, and they could only travel during the day when the sun rose. As a result, many of them starved to death. And so, at the very least, they needed to make their way through the wilderness to find a forest with plenty of firewood to keep warm. Under such circumstances, it would be wise to ignore the fantasy now. Since that was unsafe not only for the sick, but also for the healthy, the best option would be to reach in another direction. However, Rockrak didn't think they should do that. There was nothing in this empty, wild, sandy field. Was there some purpose to the fantasies he saw? No one knew about that. But right now, he had no choice but to follow the butterfly. Sunwoon calmly watched the actions of his favorite. There were few believers. Since this was just the beginning, there was nothing he could do. Specifically, he had heard too much about faith. Aside from Rockrak, he was skeptical of all miracles. Nothing could be done about him yet. He had to be above level 2 to bless him. Meanwhile, Rakrak walked bravely with the child on the sign, leading the entire tribe behind him. If only they had more faith in their god. Following the butterfly, they climbed higher and higher up the mountain. They could have a future they could never imagine just because of their faith. As they climbed to the maximum height, they saw an indescribable landscape. The child in Rakrak's arms was bursting out, wanting to run forward and see everything. "Listen up, everyone," shouted the lizard man to his group. "The nameless bug god had led us to a sacred place. This was truly the promised land." Here and there, green bushes could be seen, for few plants grew in the dry desert. But as they climbed the hill, a wide spring of water came into view. Dense bushes and trees surrounded the spring, from which small waterfalls and streams flowed. A crowd of gawkers opened their mouths to gaze at such beauty. This was the respite they had been dreaming of all these days. Now they wouldn't have to think about food and lodging. They had everything. The pack rejoiced inexorably at this miracle. Now they would survive. Sun Woon had been right after all. There were more believers. Sun Woon grinned as he watched the subjects. The notifications flashed before his eyes, informing him that the divinity level had been raised to 2nd. The level of the small beetle realm had increased to 2nd. At first, the level of divinity only played a role in increasing the accumulation limit of faith, and thus there was no need to pay attention to it right away. What was important was that the small beetle realm had increased. Even though it had only reached the 2nd level, it could now bestow blessings. Blessing beetles was now a possibility. But did anyone know what he wanted? The protagonist spoke to himself, but as if addressing Rakrak, offering to be his priest. Let him deliver his will to his people and blessings to help him do so. A bright light shone upon the lizardman leader, bestowing powers upon him. However, no one saw it, but someone felt it. Evening quickly covered the continent, so they split into groups. Some hunted well and brought plenty of food, some set up camp, and the rest did the cooking. Cooked food was much tastier than cold and raw food, so after they had eaten enough, they went to bed, for the first time in a long time, not worrying about anything. Only the fireflies did not sleep. One brave beetle was not afraid to fly up to the lizard and sat on his shoulder. A quiet voice called out to Rakrak, waking him from his sleep. When he opened his eyes, he didn't realize where he was. He was sitting on his knees in a snow-white void. It seemed more like a dream than reality. Butterflies of different sizes were circling around him, attracting his attention every time they tried to land on his nose. A certain voice kept calling him over and over again. In front of him stood a lizardman in a robe whose appearance was hard to see. He was pulling his clawed paw towards Rakrak. Would he be able to withstand his hand? The unknown man asked, looking up from beneath his hood. But could he be trusted? What did he want from a mere outcast from the settlement? The hand changed its position in space. Now it was pointing at him. The weight in his hands brought the boy to his senses, leaving him bewildered. Before he knew it, he was holding the skull of a water buffalo. It had giant horns sticking out of its head. Its eye sockets and nasal openings were empty, and its upper jaw teeth were still firmly in place. Rakrak handed the water buffalo skull to the lizard man, and the latter placed the skull on his head. Before him stood the very real nameless bug god. At this, the dream became dim, and then disappeared altogether. The new assigned from the god chief woke up all the people from the morning and said that he had a dream. After the story, everyone realized what the deity wanted from them, namely, to sacrifice a buffalo. To hunt the buffalo, they would have to go deep into the forest, which was too much of a risk, Jaol said. Her objections made sense, but whoever had brought them to this sanctuary wanted an offering. No one wanted to put their tribesmen in danger. Hunting water buffalo is so dangerous that you have to risk your life. Perhaps all the hunters of the pack would have to come forward. However, who would then protect the remaining weak members of the group? Jaol kept hitting the mark with her remarks. It wasn't for nothing that she used to be the chief. They couldn't put the whole pack in danger, Rakrak said, gripping the stone spear in his hands. He had originally intended to go alone. To most of the pack, that would only mean suicide. Many began to discourage him. You couldn't catch a water buffalo by yourself. It was impossible. However, he wasn't head over heels either. God blessed him. If he wanted, he would get him even a bull or a lion. No one understood what he was saying. Some even thought he was mad. It was really incredible. When Rakrak woke up, his wound was completely healed, and all of his shoulders were covered in black scales like bug shells. Even Joel recognized that these were strange events, but that was no reason to go buffalo hunting on his own. Of course, that wasn't all. The real reason was different. After the blessing, not only had he healed and gained mass, he had also become many times stronger. In front of the oasis was an old palm tree that leaned sideways. Standing on one leg, he threw a spear with a perfectly straight trajectory. The weapon thundered into the dry old tree, which cracked into pieces. At the sight of such phenomenal power, the entire group erupted in cheers, while Jaol remained silent. All that remained of the tree was a trunk with many thorns sticking out of the top, which could cause a lot of burrs if touched. Picking up his spear, Rakrak walked back to the tribe with a nonchalant expression, as if nothing had happened. They ran to meet him, shouting joyfully and asking how he managed to hide such abilities. Even if that tree was dead, it was amazing how it was destroyed in one blow. Until recently, everyone had been dying. It was Rakrak who had saved them from such a life. Not far from the pandemonium, a herd ran by, causing the ground to shake. Everyone felt this vibration. Coming to the edge of the oasis, he beckoned everyone to look at the miracle. This herd of buffalo was running, raising a pile of dust behind them. It was not large, so hunting would not be a problem. It was an incredible coincidence in time. The herd seemed to be slowly approaching, having smelled the scent of water on the hill. However, considering that they had never seen a herd of buffalo approach this hill, there was no doubt that the buffalo had gotten lost as well. It was strange that a buffalo herd that always traveled around the same place was lost. There was no point in waiting any further and traveling all that way later. This could not have happened without God's providence. Grabbing his spear, Rakrak jumped forward without thinking, ignoring any attempts to stop him. Today they would not be dependent on hunger. Throwing the weapon that some time ago destroyed the tree, he hit directly into the forehead of the animal, killing it instantly, lying breathless on the ground. The terrified herd roared, jumping over the body, saving their lives. The joyous tribe of lizardmen caught up with the leader and raced to the buffalo's body. The Almighty had sent them not only bugs, but meat as well. Rakrak's mind raced. Taking the body back to the village, they lit a fire and sat down together to prepare for dinner. A pillar of smoke rose above the mountain, making it clear that something was going on there. In the center of the settlement, on a mountain of bones, hung the skulls of water buffalo with red blood dripping from the bull's head. It was an altar of sacrifice. Rakrak, as a priest sent by the god, sat on his knees, addressing the god with respect. To them, it was the only act of showing respect to a being higher than themselves, and it was enough. He asked to accept their offering no matter how small it was. The entire group around him voluntarily bowed their heads, repeating the chief's request. Although it was an unusual and sloppy ritual in execution, it didn't matter to Sunwoon. What mattered was sincerity. Thanks to it, he was able to gain so much faith that it exceeded all expectations. It was a worthy ritual for Rakrak as an aspiring priest. When the protagonist thought about the time he had put into it, it no longer seemed wasted. It was worth it. Sunwoon believed in principles of wilderness, not in the god of some wild grass that was water buffalo's food. To provide enough meat, he had to get them to leave their stable. He couldn't create a grass that didn't exist, but he could destroy one that already was. This was where the help of other insects, locusts, came in handy. They narrowed the circle of direction, leading buffaloes to their desired goal. For the smaller half of the evening, they managed to eat. At this stage, it was hard to expect knowledge and skills equivalent to herding, though that would be too much to expect. They knew how to dig up the roots of plants, but didn't know that it was better to leave some and bury good seeds in a pile to crossbreed them. The population of this oasis was not numerous. The maximum limit would only be reached in a few years. In their present state, they know nothing of farming and animal husbandry. This time will be hard to survive. Knowledge and skills play an important role. It is necessary to realize certain knowledge on your own. You can't say it outright because it violates the law of causality. Not that there is no way, but it takes some time. In the first place, it would be wise to start with a blessing. Each time the group hunted buffalo more and more. Each evening, new animal parts were added to the altar, and for the present hour, it took on a majestic appearance under several meters in height. This morning was no different from the others, except that Jaol, who was walking in the center of the settlement, noticed Rakrak anxiously examining the altar. It had been a long time since the first altar had been created. Not only had it changed, but so had the lizardmen. There was nothing left of their blue scales, all of them replaced by the black scales blessed by the bug god. Last night he had a disturbing dream that kept him awake. Was it a dream or even an oracle? Not even the chieftain knew. It was ambivalent. Looking at the altar, the tapping of bones could be heard. It was shaking unbelievably. In the pond of blessings that had protected the tribe for many years, not even a small fish came anymore. The ground was so dry that not a single plant root could be found. Both knew that they had not gotten to that point yet. This dream was about the future. In the Howl's opinion, there was nothing to worry about because the god was taking care of them. Rakrak had always listened to the former chief, but this time he still went to the top of the bones. However, everything is God's will. Believers always seemed to find it difficult. If one did not understand its meaning, the priests would convey the will of God. The chief was only afraid of one thing. Sitting on the altar, it was hard for him to even remember the first shabby altar they had made years ago. Only the landscape had not changed over the years, but today, gazing into the horizon, the chief saw something he did not wish for anyone. The situation was not favorable, and he asked Jaol to come to him and express her opinion. That explained why the altar was shaking so much. The group of lizards that had driven them away some time before was approaching. On a huge yellow creature, what looked like an overgrown gecko, sat the large head of the group. It was an appearance that was familiar for Rakrak. Boar wasn't easy to forget, for he hadn't changed much since Rakrak's group had been banished from this tribe. He was over 2 meters tall and large enough that the other lizardmen looked like children in comparison. But his great stature was not his only strength. The blue scales that the entire Rakrak village used to have before now had this big guy. And above all, what wasn't normal? He had managed to ride such a monster. Looking at the number of people arriving, it seemed like the entire tribe had arrived, which meant only one thing. Their hometown swamp was completely devastated and destroyed. The Manon must have devoured all the swampy areas. However, no one knew this. But did the desert guests know about the sanctuary? This oasis was surrounded by high mountains and was located so that you couldn't see anything until you went up to the top. There was a chance they might pass by without knowing the area, Jaol suggested to the chief, but their whispers were interrupted by a yell from a neighboring mountain. Someone was addressing the visitors. The brave lizardmen from the settlement announced that this was the sanctuary of a nameless beetle god, and the blue-skinned tribe could not make a move here. Poor Jaol was ready to burn with shame. Today's patrol had been led by Ur, who was under her command. But the stupid lizards, instead of protecting the settlement, had only attracted unnecessary attention. Patting the girl on the shoulder, Rakrak asked her not to worry. Perhaps it was the god's will, Rakrak said as he headed down the cliff. Picking up his spear, which lay nearby, he examined its integrity. Jaol followed him down, assuming that the god had deliberately created this situation. Perhaps he intended to give them a test. However, the chief had other thoughts. It might not be a test, but a mission. He believed it was a mission to accept and save those who were originally with them. But even so, that big guy was a powerful individual that possessed a giant beast. If he was a reasonable person who understood something like this, he didn't continue to banish the weak tribe members into the wilderness. By such dialogue, the Morpho butterfly flew in. It seemed like it was always there for him during difficult times. Is this really God's will too? It's hard to dare to think about it further. For now, the chieftain would do what he could. Rakrak understood exactly what Sunwoon meant. Rakrak's tribe and the Blueskin tribe had to unite for population growth and technological development. Looking at how the tribe was moving, it seemed that the same fate had befallen them. The land had abandoned them for a reason. They were in need of rescue. Thus, there was a need for more people to learn about the glory of the nameless bug god. However, it was a bit strange for the protagonist that Rakrak made this decision on his own, without listening to the wishes of the population. Perhaps it was due to the high willpower that the chief had a value of 14. It meant that individuals could take their own actions, and unexpected actions could lead to trouble for Sunwoon. Did this lizardman coming out of the swamps really think it was my will? God asked himself. In a way, he wasn't wrong. A leader with a high will performed his duties perfectly. If channeled, this power would be a more powerful and successful tool than simply controlling everything. If Sunwoon could only instill a strong faith in the test group, progress would come sooner. Instead of letting the player control all the individuals individually, our hero would be able to express his intentions more effectively. Getting as close as possible to the mountain on which the armed guard stood, the brash leader asked the noisy little guys if they lived here. Apparently, he did not know that these lizard men with black scales had once belonged to one of the groups he had banished. The patrol clearly didn't like this. It seemed that due to annoyance, they were ready to pounce right now. Someone so brazen had dared to insult them and take an interest in their land. The leader of the enemy tribe did not calm down and continued to pester them with questions about what they were doing in such a wasteland. The bushes, the trees, the loot, everything on this land belonged only to the Avatar, Rakrak said, walking ahead of the help he had brought from the settlement. What kind of avatar is this? The stranger asked, looking down. Rakrak, however, did not lose his confidence and replied that this was the domain of an unnamed bug avatar. For such a person that stood at the head of the blue skin, it was unclear what was being explained to him. However, it didn't matter whether he understood or not. The arrogant lizard ordered the settlement to leave the place, threatening that if they did his will right now, he would not attack them. He didn't know how many of them were still hidden, but he was sure they wouldn't be able to defeat his group of lizardmen. Since ancient times, if there was a leader, he should use his brain and know how to calculate the outcome of a battle. Boar teased. Contrary to such beliefs, Rakrak still didn't want to fight anyone. He wasn't stupid, just confident in his power given by the blessing. Such an answer did not satisfy the leader of the enemy group. Most likely, he originally wanted blood. Putting the spear forward, Rakrak addressed the strangers. The poor blue-scale lizards who had lost their homes could now go to the abode of the god. The god could then take care of the new believers as he saw fit. Such an answer made the enemy laugh. What a funny opponent he had. You don't know how to calculate your moves, the stranger said, pulling the monster's reins on himself. He thought so, but he didn't know about the god and his abilities. He seemed to be talking nonsense, blood boiling in both of them. Slamming the reins on the animal's back, the enemy leader ordered kill them all in the same spot. Manun's eyes glittered brightly and he lunged at Rakrak. Pointing his spear at his enemies, Rakrak stood confidently ahead of his pack, ready to sacrifice his life for them. Kill them, Bor shouted, slapping the reins on Manun's back. It was an honor for the responsible chieftain to stand before his enemy speaking face to face. He only asked himself for courage and strength in this fight. The huge reptile broke Rakrak's spear with one paw striking with its strength. For an enemy chieftain to be so irresponsible was foolish. The palace Manun's paw was so huge that when he wanted to crush Rakrak, a shadow fell over his entire body, blocking the view of the sun. There was a clash of civilizations. Two different tribes came into contact. Experience. Points for both tribes increased greatly. It was a difficult challenge, but it had its benefits. Sun Woon had been paying too much attention to one tribe. These tribes were now his first-level area of Lizardman. Even new skills became available that could be used, and of course, the protagonist chose them. Meanwhile, the battle continued. A quick strike swept across the place where the boy stood, causing Bor to smile satisfactorily. However, when the beast raised a paw beneath it stood the unharmed head of the tribe, which bounced aside in a moment. Something was wrong with him. Now Sun Woon was controlling him. The boy looked down at his body. Black scales, sharp claws longer than the joints of a foot, and an equally long muzzle came into his field of vision. Bor had no idea how he had escaped death, but he threatened not to miss a second time, so he commanded the Manun to kill him. To his own tribe he was no longer the same Rakrak. His mind was ruled by his own god that looked so contemptuously at his enemy. Opening the status window, he surveyed the state of affairs. Bor was a member of the blue-skinned lizard tribe and had the starting stats. Level 1 tribe warrior, Level 2 tribe leader. Had strength 24, intelligence 15, sociality 16. The special skill was breeding. Even one Rakrak was enough to handle this guy. The only problem was to subdue his strong little monster Drake. At the moment the biggest threat was just him. A level 1 Manun Drake with strength 87, intelligence 6, and sociality 9. At the same time, Rakrak was the leader of the tribe of the same name. A level 2 warrior and leader. A level 1 priest with strength 30, intelligence 24, socialization 26, and will 14. The abnormal status is the origin of a third-level saint. With such parameters, winning was not a difficult achievement. Rushing from his seat, he was at the very nose of the Manun in a few seconds. Applying the strong avatar skill, Sun Woon was confident of victory. This ability gives the user an additional characteristic called Divinity Class D. 1D is 100 times the maximum amount of energy that can only exist in nature. Simply put, Rakrak now has a power of 630 units. If the opponent did not possess the same amount of divinity, then fighting God would become impossible. With one hand alone, he grabbed the jaw of the beast and flipped it in midair, toppling it over onto its own master. It was a huge difference in strength. Anyone lucky enough to witness the scene would be shocked. The impact seemed to shake the very core of the planet, and some blue-skinned lizardmen fell to the ground. With such force, Sun Woon could turn Manun into a bloody mess, but that would be too much. The guests would be more likely to be frightened than enthralled. Even the tribesmen that had seen him smash the tree with a single blow were impressed. The Manun was no longer able to fight and pressed his owner with his weight. Rakrak surprised every time, even Jaol recognized that. But watching the battle, she blocked the way for the impressed brethren that wanted to approach the lad. Bor was still alive. To him this situation was ridiculous to the point of absurdity. He didn't understand how he had managed it, and was sure he had pulled some kind of trick. When the beast was turned over, the knife that had so fortunately fallen near him fell from his belt. Shaking off the weight that was weighing on him, he grabbed the weapon and ran awkwardly toward Rakrak, shouting that no one should dare to relax early. His calculations were never wrong. Not this time, however. One movement of his hand, and Bor stopped with his face red from the slap. His neck snapped back, and soon his knees went under. Silence reigned in the ranks of the blue-skinned group members. This was an absolute power. There were definitely those among the lizards who believed that there was no way for them to escape now. "Who is next?" asked the victor, looking at the frightened tribe. All of them unanimously threw their weapons on the dry ground, not wanting the same fate. Kneeling on their knees, they bowed their heads and swore allegiance to the new leader. It was over now, but Rakrak could not believe it. He looked down at his hands for a few moments. The avatar had just passed through his body, leaving a wild feeling that he had dreamed it. A satisfied Sun Woon sat on his throne watching the lives of his test subjects. The tribe had taken in all who wished to be enlightened into their faith. Everyone was fed and warmed. No one even mentioned the recent skirmish. One of the beginners wondered if they were the members of the tribe who had gone into the wilderness. It was a natural question, since the color of their scales was so different from the original. Following the bug's nameless avatar, they had not only changed in appearance, but had also become much stronger. Such a statement surprised them, and it made sense, otherwise they would have died wandering the desert. The blue bug god was a salvation for them, and his power was surprising. Not far from the others sat Jaol and Rakrak. They were discussing very important matters. Jaol was worried over the addition of about 6 times their settlement. The oasis would dry up very soon at this rate. This place, it was deteriorating fast. Soon they would have to leave. No one would want to go back to the desert from this beautiful place. They can't just wander the wasteland without answers. The answer must definitely lie there. Rakrak turned his head to the side. He couldn't seem to give a clear answer, but he did have one thought. God would not abandon them, and at any rate had given the answer. Maybe even through their brothers who just joined to them. He seemed to want the tribe to reunite with Blue Scale Tribe completely. They had been isolated for a long time, and they had larger numbers. Perhaps there would be someone among them who would come up with a wise idea. The morning began quickly in the quiet settlement. Manun, who was the first to wake up, was tied to a tree with vines. He was not happy with this arrangement. Whenever lizardmen with spears approached him, he waved his paws violently to the sides. They tried to tell him that his master had disappeared. There was no need to continue the battle. It was better to just surrender. But he didn't listen to them, each time trying to throw the guests away from him. Once he even succeeded. When someone approached too quickly, the beast waved its tail, throwing the tog on his back. He hadn't expected this and swore loudly, getting up off his back. This method of taming wasn't working. The Manun's eyes glittered as his prey came closer and pounced on it. However, if he continued to flounder like this, it would definitely either tear the vines or broke the tree and run away. Ur yelled at the animal, asking if he really wanted to be scolded for this. However, the hand of the unknown lizardman stopped that yelling. Rakrak came to visit the Manon, who was shaking at the sight of him, remembering how this guy had disarmed him in one move. As the chief approached, the animal backed away until he was against a tree. The chief stuck his hand out in front of him and ordered him to eat. It didn't look appetizing, but after sniffing it, he decided to try a bite. The settlement was clearly surprised at the capabilities of their leader, who was hand-feeding the brutal beast, who now became more affectionate and asked for more food, which they did not refuse to give him. It must make sense that a god would keep him alive. He had little food that was given, but if he wants to stay with the tribe in the future, he must be patient. It's cute when the intelligent beast settles down looking with big eyes at his new master. If the Manun causes trouble again, let me know, ordered the chief, leaving to Jaol, who was sitting near a large log. She handed the chief the weapon with which Boar was going to attack him. Turning it in his hands, he marveled at the skill that made it possible to do such a thing. If it weren't for that guy's persistence, I would have made better blades, said the lizard, awarded with a huge number of scars. He's a blade artisan. But why did he say that? Asked the head of the tribe. It was simple, because of the trees. In the making process, they use a lot of wood. But is the weapon made by lighting a fire? Suggested Rakrak, looking at the blade. But no. To make a special fuel, you have to burn wood. Most likely Boar had forbidden them to burn trees. He felt that preserving the environment was better for the tribe than harder metal, and since they had to leave in a hurry, they didn't have enough time to test that. After a bit, the guy said he'd think about it and report back a decision on it tomorrow. It wasn't an urgent matter, so there was no rush for now. The scarred lizard left for the settlement, but he was replaced by an older lizard with no left arm. He came to them as they were looking for a guide. He was an avid traveler. As befits an old lizard man, he had scales of a different color than the blue-skinned tribe, and certainly different from the Rakrak clan whose scales were black. The wanderer, with his old body, wandered around looking for a place where he would be accepted. During this long and fascinating time, a lot of things happened, and the most important thing was that he managed to learn to see the way. However, how was that possible in a place where he had never been to find his way home? He had plenty of places in mind that wouldn't let him starve, but he couldn't guarantee it would be the same. Other wanderers and tribes. Does that mean they are not far away? Asked the chief of the guide, who nodded affirmatively. If they are, then everything is fine. In case they are against the Rakrak tribe, all you have to do is defeat them and take them away. Indeed, if you have that kind of will, you can pull it off. But what about the traveler? How can he prove his faith? The question was a strange one, but the elderly lizard pointed to the sky. His answer was there. It wasn't just any sky. He asked to meet at night, to explain everything then. The night sky glittered, decorated with many stars. Looking up, the chief realized it was about them. The stars moved to point the same way every night, although they changed their position in the sky, but it did not prevent the wanderer to think of ways to use them. If you know which paths the stars follow, you can move along the path of a person and not get confused. The old man was willing to tell Rakrak about the movement of the stars if he would lead a few days with him, and then not question his loyalty. They spent half the night together discussing the rules of using the night sky. It was amazing new knowledge. There was more than enough information for one night, so they agreed again. Yor, who had joined them not long ago, was scratching his head at the end, trying to say something. The chief asked what had brought him here, if Manun had caused a problem, but Yor said he just looked a little disgruntled. Ever since they started giving him his food on time, he had become more affectionate, which couldn't have been a good thing. Jaol had scared them, though. She said that everyone needed a way to get around without starving to death. That was exactly what happened. Watching Rakrak tame a Manun with good taste in food, Yor suddenly thought of something. If beasts like Manun could be tamed, it's surely possible to tame something completely different, like the water buffalo that often appeared near the settlement. At some point in human history, mankind was divided into two parts, one to farming and the other to herding livestock. Although for our hero the source of this information were games, he was sure that farming would be a stable option for civilization. Creating an environment that could block outside attacks and stockpiling food allowed the population to grow steadily and rapidly. In fact, almost all large civilizations in the world also started with large rivers, reasoned Sun Woon. However, despite all this, the tribe he chose was the Lizardmen. Their strong physical fitness and high level of adaptation to the environment gave them the ability to bring living beasts into the settlement without any problems. They were more suitable for herding rather than farming. Yor and the other warriors caught and brought in a herd of water buffalo. Most of the warriors were exhausted even with the insect blessing, but the herd of water buffalo even refused to resist and stood in formation. In addition to farming, to Sun Woon's surprise, there was lizards that was also familiar with a technology that would ensure everyone's success. Ironwork was one of the crafts that interested Sun Woon. In the afternoon, Rakrak helped the iron craftsmen build a fire. They built a brazier and put a lot of wood on it. Then they covered the outside with mud to keep the fire from going out. When the fire was lit, the holes left for air to help the fire burn were plugged and they waited for the wood to burn down completely. The chief could not understand why things were done this way, but decided to just trust the iron craftsman. When it came to God's will, he knew he was right, but he recognized his ignorance in other matters. But the iron craftsman's skills didn't end there. He took 2 split wooden planks and placed them in front of the fire pit, stacking them together. The artisan then tied a wooden stick to the center of the structure and pressed it down with the palm of his hand, allowing the wind to flow easily through the fire hole. Taking the heated blades out of the mold, the blacksmith began to hammer the blanks into shape, leaving them to cool in the wind. They would finally be able to produce basic iron items. For now, they could cost less than well-worked bronze. For the Rakrak tribe, who had no choice but to use stone weapons, this would be quite useful. Having a traveling old lizard in the tribe was also an unexpected gain. Astronomy would be a revolutionary discovery. Of course, it was still too primitive to be called such a famous science. However, it could become much more in the distant future. Astronomers could later help with architecture or math. Sun Woon hoped that Rakrak could make proper use of the old stargazer. When night fell, the chief met up with the stargazer again. The night sky had changed, just as the stargazer had said it would. However, Rakrak thought that one night could have been just a coincidence. After a few more nights in a row, Stargazer told him how the stars would move again, and Rakrak memorized it carefully. It was just as the Stargazer said. The stars played the role of a guide across the sky. Now the head of the tribe had no choice but to do what he had already planned. One evening, Jaol, at the leader's command, threw more wood on the fire and gathered the whole village around the altar. "It has been a long time since the god brought them to this land," said the chief, addressing the tribe. During this time, they had even met their brothers. They could have been killed, but they chose to live independently. All of them could live on this land in peace and harmony for a long time, not letting outsiders in. However, those who were kicked out could have died in the desert. But that would not have been right. God desired salvation, not judgment, because it would benefit a large number of lizardmens. Unfortunately, heaven on this earth couldn't last forever. Resources of Oasis already run out, so they need moving further. At dawn, they will leave the Oasis, Rakrak said, and invited the Stargazer to join him. All the tribe members began to talk quietly among themselves as the curious one-armed guide with turquoise skin approached the head. Stargazer had been telling him about the movements of the stars for days. Digging into the words, Rakrak confirmed that everything he had said was pure truth. The stars will be their guide. From now on, everyone will trust the Stargazer to show them the way, so that everyone will know. Then explain to everyone where you will lead us, the guide asked respectfully. After dawn, when the morning sun rises illuminating the altar, they will head to the right side of it. The chief is going to keep going forward for 10 days. Then 15 more to the right, again across the rotten lake, and 3 days on empty mountain trails with valley roads. After this walk, the end of their long agony awaits them. An endless forest. There are many beasts there that will provide many years of hearty food. This area is also surrounded by tribes of other races. Such an area was a great place to live. The lizardmen listened to Rakrak's speech in complete silence. His statement had meaning for the entire tribe. He declared that the purpose of life was not just to survive, but to live in the name of the great god. Rakrak let Stargazer go, to which he took his place in the crowd. Chief next beckoned Ur over to him. He stood the very first in the row of assembled warriors and raised his head sharply when he was suddenly called out. The chief asked one question, why he had not eaten a single buffalo caught yesterday. But the mute question read in his eyes that he himself did not understand what was happening. What? Ur asked the chief, looking at him standing majestically on the huge bones of the altar. He didn't eat anything simply because he wasn't hungry all the time, Ur justified. The whole tribe tried to catch the water buffalo, but he wouldn't eat anything. Well, it's true that everyone worked hard, but Ur stood his ground and said he wasn't particularly hungry. If he was patient now, he could have some meat later when he was really hungry. That's what he was really thinking. Rakrak noted the tribesman's excellent work. Of course Ur wanted to eat the buffalo now, but refrained leaving it for the future. If it continued like this, it would be a wonderful food saver. As long as he wasn't starving, he was willing to do it again and again. Since Ur had managed to hold on, he should be compensated. Rakrak beckoned the artisan over to him. A new spear forged from metal shone against the fire. This was a planned event. After all, it was obvious that the best warriors should have the best equipment. However, it seemed to the other lizardmen warriors that there was something grandiose about what was happening. Ur accepted the weapons from the blacksmith's hands, not believing his good fortune. In addition, those who followed Ur's words, those who resisted their own desires to eat what they wanted, should also be rewarded. Since they were patient in proving their dignity, they were also rewarded with quality weapons. Many of the tribe that didn't follow their example in the past were already regretting their actions. It was amazing. Jal had been wondering since yesterday what the chief was up to. Perhaps what was happening now was what he had in mind. In one go, that one had lifted the spirits of the entire tribe. Sunwoon thought that the unexpected event had already come to an end. But it wasn't. Now come forward one by one, the chief said, holding the water buffalo skull in his hands. To all true warriors, may God's protection be with you, he exclaimed and put the skull on himself. Their onward journey would only be successful with the spirit of patience and expectation that they displayed to the head of the tribe. As Ur approached, Rakrak took the skull of the water buffalo, which was at the very top of the altar, and placed it on his head. He is now a noble bone warrior. This is the will of the god. At these words, Ur seemed to choke up. Tears came to his eyes. This was how about 24 bone warriors were born. They believed that they had received a much greater reward than just being able to satisfy their hunger, and this was indeed true. They become part of the bone warrior army. Sunwoon had seen something like this before in the Perished World game, but such events were not foreseen. Now they must leave this holy place. The Lizardmen tribe cheerfully welcomed the warmth of the morning dawn. The bone warriors weren't the only ones evolving. Bright rays of sunlight illuminated the huge altar they would soon have to leave. It was the god's will, so they were no longer bound to this place. Let everyone create an image of the nameless bug god in their head, the chief ordered his clan. He couldn't say that the upcoming journey would be easy, but he hoped to move forward without fear. Just as they had shown patience in wanting to eat the buffalo, so they should be patient moving forward. It will only do them good. Go forward, be patient, and move forward. The nameless beetle god will always guide them. Ignoring the cheers, Rakrak stood on the remains of the bone altar and looked up at the sky. Sunwoon thought he was simply identifying the constellations disappearing in the dawn's rays, but that turned out not to be the case. He was muttering something. The chief lied for his tribe that it was God's will, so he apologized to the god. Of course, Sunwoon had nothing to be upset about. Perhaps the players who wanted to move and control all of their characters would not be very happy for his actions, but after all, it was God himself who had chosen Rakrak, who had a high willpower, to be the high priest. Thus, these results could only be welcomed. Most likely even achieving the growth of the tribe went even better. Ur had grown in stats now, his reliability was 7 and the warriors 3. Even Rakrak's special abilities saw the light of day. His leadership rose to 14, priest to level 2 and warrior to level 9. The job was excellently done, and in no way disappointed the expectations of the Sunwoon. From this point on, the chief would be given a full start. The afternoon sun was heating the desert to the point of glowing lava. It was difficult to move at this hour. The entire tribe had left their oasis and had been traveling for some time. Rockrak was disturbed by a herd of buffalo. The warriors dragging them forward and the buffaloes being dragged behind them were tired. Though the animals were now obediently following the clan, they were also exhausted. They simply did not have the strength to run away. Even Manun, who had great stamina and strength, was irritated by the sun and the accumulated fatigue. He refused to continue the path and laid down where he had stood a second ago. All the while he was being addressed affectionately. It used to be that if it happened in the Blue Skin clan he would be forcibly lifted up with spears, but with Rockrak he had the opportunity to indulge. Even when he could not, he must be tired, the Stargazer suggested as he approached the chieftain. Rockrak asked the guide if there was time to get some rest. However, given everyone's fatigue, there was nothing more to be done. So he gave permission to take a break. "Break!" shouted the chief to the whole tribe. Even though it would be a short break, everyone was glad for it. It was unimaginably difficult to walk in this blazing sun. Within the group of lizardmen, loud conversations began to be heard. If they followed this mountain path that was visible in the near distance, they would reach the place that Chief had spoken of. Someone was asking himself if he would gain strength if he rested. No one knew what would happen, so they assumed that they should take advantage of the opportunity. Almost no one had eaten anything. 3 days had already passed. They seemed like an eternity, but still it was easier than it had been when they were thrown out from swamps few months ago. 3 days, and the whole group is already very tired and running out of food. "We can't just hope for another God-created miracle to happen," Rockrak was saying to the Stargazer. The earnest conversation was interrupted by the clamor of the clan members clustered on the hillside, and then one of the warriors ran up to Rockrak. "A group of orcs has appeared ahead of us," he said with a worried expression. "They're fearless bastards." The joyous orcs didn't number a dozen in the team, but with smiles on their faces they approached Rockrak shouting excellent. Nothing connected them to this place in the desert now. They, with only a few kids, were running away from the horrible place. What else could there be in the canyon more horrible than the beast that reigned there? Their escape was interrupted by a tribe of lizardmen who were taking a break after a hard journey. Naturally, they did not expect to meet anyone on their way. Raising his spear on his shoulder, Rockrak grinned and told the guests that they were indeed scaleless. Should they be called a fire moth that flies voluntarily to its death? The orcs lost the ability to speak, and the tribe of lizardmen from such madness only made a hand-face expression. The tribe was armed to the teeth. The guests, on the other hand, had primitive clubs in their hands, which they immediately dropped to the ground. The orcs bowed in fear to their strong opponents, constantly apologizing. There had been a misunderstanding, they explained. They just wanted to get out of this canyon quickly. While the lizards listened calmly to their story, orcs graciously offered them a supply of sweet root vegetables. The orcs were in a hurry. They left home and ran away thinking of the tribe members who had gone into the wilderness. But why were they in such a hurry to leave so quickly? What they feared? Standing up slightly, one of the orcs pointed to the hill they were running away from. Rockrak looked around the hillside. It was deserted, but there didn't seem to be any problems. According to the guide's words, the canyon they were now in was supposed to be traversed in 3 days, and since they had survived everything so far, they could probably survive for a few more days. In addition, as the environment changed, edible plants began to appear here and there. Orcs explained that they lived there. Though not rich, they could still make a living. Until one moment. Until a terrible monster appeared. Orcs themselves were large in size, so what could have frightened them? It was not only Rockrak who was interested in this question, but Sun Woon as well. What kind of monster was this land that even the god didn't think of it? A huge concrete fortress and many of the same oblong parts covered the body of the giant Scolopendra monster. This abomination is deadly even alone. The plot of the Perished World game was that the old avatars had left the planet. However, only the gods had disappeared, and the numerous creatures that served them remained. Among them was the abomination. Simply put, it was like a giant boss monster that would appear in the field, and whoever took the risk and hunted it would be rewarded accordingly. Rockrak assigned a small group of warriors to guard the rest of the tribe and told them to get a good night's rest, while he asked the orcs to point out the place from where they had fled in such a hurry. It turned out that there was a monster sleeping there, which amazed not only the chief, but also Jaal. This abomination was sleeping in a ball at the bottom of the canyon. Around it lay the remains of living creatures, which only a glance at which one could realize the nightmarish size of the Scolopendra. One head alone was the size of 4 large water bowls. Such creatures still had special abilities as well. Venomous crustacean fangs with the blessings of forgotten avatars. Even if the lizardmen teamed up with the orcs, this enemy would still be invincible to them. Sun Woon reasoned as he watched the test subjects. Rockrak watched the creature's crumpled movements. However, As time went on, they intensified. The scolopendra began to move vigorously, as if searching for prey. The ground shook, putting the tribe into panic. But it was just movement and sleep-talking, said the orc who had survived with it for days in the neighborhood. Should they just run away? And how long would it even take to get around such a thing? The chief asked Stargazer. The old lizardman thought for a moment and replied that if they went back into the desert again following the mountain range, it would most likely take 8 days. Rakrak hesitated. He didn't know what to do. Looking at his tribe, he realized they were all afraid. Taking a detour was also a great solution, but it also had its nuances. Looking down from above, Sunwoon patiently watched the lizards, wanting to hear their decision. The tribe was extremely fortunate. Not only did they have a wise chief, but also an equally intelligent Jaol. She scrutinized the condition of the many-legged creature, which seemed to have no flaws. It was so well positioned that if a victim fell into it, he would never get out. However, this place had its faults. At the top of the canyon were huge piles of rocks that had once rolled down from a larger mountain. Jaol wasn't stupid and quickly turned to the tribal chief. She was ready to fight. Jaol had excellent stats. A level 3 warrior and a level 1 mediator with strength 26, intelligence 35, social skills 28, and intuition 11. Now they had an advantage that no one had realized until now. Even the orcs who had been in this area for days didn't know about it. The Iron Master used the fastest method of raising the temperature of the metal. Would the chieftain remember that? Jel asked. Rakrak answered that he used a special tool, and he was right. This tool had its own name, bellows. In essence, they had the principle of a blacksmith's bellows. Thanks to this tool, more air and less force is required than before. Perhaps if they used this tool, they could produce enormous power with little effort. But where was Jael going with this? He asked. This device was created after the blacksmith had given it a lot of thought. To make it now would take quite a bit of time. However, they don't need such complicated tools in this case, replied Jael. Simple tools would be more than enough. The stones would bury the scolopendra in its own sleeping place. The hillside was high and uneven. At the foot of the slope, where the ancient scolopendra wriggled and slept, there was a steep slope at an angle that almost came to a perfect straight line. If Rakrak and his warriors fought him there, they would not be able to move easily because of the steep slope and would most likely come into direct contact with the ancient monster. On the other hand, the giant creature had very many legs, so it would be able to climb up the even steeper slope. According to the plan, the chieftain was only supposed to approach the abomination when they were about to kill it. There were warriors standing near the boulders that Jael pointed out. They were not with bare hands. They had found and uprooted several tall trees in the area, and each held one. The warriors shoved the logs under the boulders on the mountainside and then tilted them hard upward, but the boulders did not immediately budge. The rock at the edge of the mountain wobbled from side to side, chipping away pieces of rock little by little with its enormous weight. Jaol, who was also struggling with everyone, ordered them not to give up and to work together. Her knowledge could be attributed to physics, the concepts of which they had not even heard of. Every time they finished, turn the whole tribe piled on a log together. Though the lizards had never encountered such a principle as leverage, they had managed to figure it out. Each time the stone swayed more and more, but for now it stayed in place. Watching the scolopendra quietly unaware of what was happening overhead, Sunwoon waited for the next steps. Rolling out rocks to kill the enemy. This one was a simple and effective idea. However, in order to catch monster of this level, one would need to roll all the stones at once. But was that possible in reality? Jael commanded to use all their strength and roll all the stones even faster. It worked. The stones surged forward, rolling forward at a tremendous speed. Such a rumble woke the ancient creature, causing it to raise its head up. If the beast had been smart, it would have avoided the pile of rocks. However, the ancient monster saw the boulders rolling towards him as a challenge rather than a danger. He lunged at the first boulder, and it rolled down with great speed, then struck, hitting it precisely on its armored head. They did it, the lizardmen tribe screamed. Except they couldn't kill it. The ravaged centipede howled loudly as it straightened up to the enemy. With a multitude of legs, it scrambled up the steep slope to kill attackers. They had to hurry and throw the rest of the rocks off the cliff at the frantic creature as quickly as possible. However, it was too late. Sunwoon got up from his seat and descended to the ground. He descended into Rakrak's body to control the situation. It was too early to lose in this game. Everyone's eyes rounded when the chief pushed everyone away and pressed his full weight on the lever. The stone flew upward with all its might. 3 warriors couldn't do it at once, but he managed. Without listening to Yael's commands, the chief, even without using the lever, pushed the boulder beyond his own height. Every muscle in Rakrak's body tensed, even the veins were visible. It seemed impossible at first, but with the power of a god, it was nothing. All they had to do was keep up with him and throw the stones together. Monster continued to shriek all the while, deafeningly shrieking. Before anyone knew it, the chief was rushing forward with his spear after the boulders. He threw it at the evil creature with lightning speed, hitting the concrete structure that protected its back. In terms of size, it wasn't that big of a wound, but it was enough to hold it back for a moment. A cry of pain covered the canyon when the spear pierced its vulnerable spot. However, it intensified a few seconds later when huge rocks piled on top as well. Its whiskers, jaws, and paws were broken off from the heavy blows. Thick green liquid splashed from the damaged areas, staining the sand. The last boulder fell on its head, crushing it to dust. A spectacular sight. Rakrak landed successfully on ground, and Sun Woon returned to his throne, satisfied with result. The hunt was a successful. The tribe had killed an ancient abomination. The whole tribe shouted about their victory over the monster. Faith in their god only grew, but in addition to that, something else important appeared. As a reward to Sun Woon, the game gave him a new item that he wanted to get from the beginning. A red orb engulfed in flames floated in Sun Woon's hand. It was the essence of the abomination, its core. When it came to a god, its greatest power was its ability to create something. Just as Sun Woon was able to create enough food to feed the tribe, every god could create resources according to its realm using the faith points. However, to create something that didn't exist in the world, God had to use equally rare resources. A creature created by a god could also evolve to a higher level, which would earn the title of an apostle or avatar, so it could also be used as a useful strategic weapon according to God's will. Apostles could even be used as generators of faith that spread the word of God through their existence. But is the creation method itself the same as in the original game? Sun Woon wondered. What would it be like to create? He thought while twirling the sphere in his hands. The lizards looked at the dead body of the monster with curiosity. Jael ripped off one of the monster's paws and thought that if it was monster meat, then maybe it could be used for food, though it had a peculiar smell, but it was worth a try. Spitting out after trying the raw meat, she said, although the flavor was not good, it could be eaten. It seemed to be hard to eat like this. Jael picked the fibers of the meat, analyzing its appearance. It might be difficult to eat raw food. It might be worth it to use other ingredients. The lizards could have picked an edible fragrant herb and cooked it over a fire, as an attempt to mask or dispel strong, nasty smell. Opening the paw of an ancient monster, Jael left the meat there and sprinkled some plants to give the food a pleasant flavor. She offered the first taste to the chief, who was impressed. The food was edible, but a little tasteless, which was logical because Jael was just learning to cook. As they had no such concept of cooking, simply roasting meat was already an accomplishment. However, Jael went further. Not only did she cook on fire, but she also added seasonings. The smell from the raw meat was so nasty that Rakrak even thought of throwing it all away, but cooking solved everything. Now the head of the settlement wanted to learn this skill as well. He didn't hesitate to take new food that he liked. Jael, who was sitting next to him, said that she had seen that the leader of the orc tribe had already had an heir, so she advised Rakrak to find a companion. Food fell from the poor lizard's hands as his jaw dropped to the ground at such a statement. But she continued to speak. The chief was getting old, so it was necessary to stabilize the tribe. He should find a mate, but since becoming chief he had no time to even think about it. Brave Jael offered herself in that role, unless of course he had someone else in mind. It was a very serious and responsible conversation. Rakrak was ready to somehow change the subject, but the sun that was setting did it for him. Its direct rays shone directly on the beautiful Jael, behind whose back reflected the light that interested everyone. In the ruins of the concrete that once stood on the back of the Scolopendra lay a golden plate. On it were carved like Egyptian hieroglyphics with a heading from a drawing of herding and farming. It seemed to be some kind of rules. It didn't take long for Yor to start gnawing on this soft material. To this, the stargazer said that this kind of metal was called gold. Jael had seen such a thing once. A metal master had once shown her the different kinds of metal. If it is cleaned well, it will reflect light and shine beautifully. It said it doesn't change or rot even after a long time. However, gold belonged to the soft metals and was no better than iron now. Of course, the precious metal could be used as jewelry, but this type of art was unfamiliar to lizardmen's unlike other species. Naive Yor asked what was the point then if it didn't rot. It was too soft and heavy for metal. You couldn't even eat it. At this statement, Stargazer sent the young lizard away with the excuse of catching a deer. That animal with branching horns had sweet and juicy meat. The orcs showed him the stag's tracks, so he gave him the plate with the remnants of teeth marks and left to hunt. Rakrak preferred to stay behind to study the plate. It was strange that this metal did not even rot. The chief brought one of the deer carcasses and placed it on a huge stone, which turned red in a few minutes. Everything in this world waxes and wanes. There was nothing that didn't change, but this golden plate was different. Whoever created it was definitely trying to preserve important information. What could it be? Jael disturbed the chief's peace and reported that everything was ready for bed. Rockrak hadn't told anyone where he was going. It was amazing that Jael always found him, though that was even a good thing. The only lizard man that wore a fur coat was the chieftain. He was different. Rockrak looked over his shoulders nonchalantly, saying that it was just as Jael had said to put it on. It was true. She wanted to give him, as head of the tribe, something different. That everyone who saw him would know he was the head of the tribe. A chief is like a symbol, Jael said, pointing out its value. After sending Jael to bed, Rockrak began to think about the plate. All night he stayed near the corpse of a deer, over which flies buzzed. Life ends in death. Everything fades away in time. That was the only phrase that kept running through Rockrak's mind. He needed a clue. Just the slightest clue. And there it was. The fireflies gathered together and drew symbols in the air with their light. Their unusual behavior caught his attention. It seemed like an illusion, or even a fantasy. The insects' movements resembled the marks on the golden plate. Like an obsessive, he began to decipher the symbols by drawing all night with a branch on the ground. Lizardmen were primitive creatures. They found it easier to use symbols than letters. For example, they used symbols such as weaving two tree trunks together to indicate direction, or stacking stones to mark their territories. In hunter-gatherer culture in particular, knowledge of which directions animals move or which plants are edible developed over many generations. At dawn, Rockrak snuck over to Jael, peeking into her tent. She jumped at this unexpected visit, thinking there was a problem. However, nothing happened, but Rockrak had something surprising to show her. Bringing her to the very spot, he drew a triangle with sticks on the ground. It was the sign of the Lizardmen. Male. Jael asked to show her everything he had been given to learn. Not far from one symbol, he drew another triangle. But this time, it was upside down with sticks. It looked like a tequila glass. It meant a female, but more specifically, a lizardman woman. Drawing an equal sign between the meanings, the girl asked what it meant. With a smile on his face, the chief explained its meaning. To become each other's companions. Getting as close to Jael as possible, he whispered that this was also his answer to what Jael had suggested earlier. Taking the stick from Rockrak's hands, she began to draw another meaning, asking if he knew the other signs as well. The answer followed in the affirmative. In the warm pink dawn, the two lizardmen studied the writing with their tails intertwined. Excellent. In order to develop properly, the lizardmen's tribe should have gone through several generations, reasoned Sun Woon. However, it was good that it happened early in the game. For now, the lizardman tribe was enjoying their carefree time. Rockrak was hunting deer with the tribe in the forest. With only one spear and immense strength, he could easily catch his prey. The warriors who went with him praised their skillful leader. At first glance, it seemed a simple hunt, but capturing the biggest prey to present to your bride was one of the traditions of the wedding ceremonies. It was a beautiful hunt, except for one thing. Instead of brute strength, Jael used her brain to its fullest. While Rockrak spent a lot of energy, she used traps to easily catch prey, wiping her spouse's nose. Sun Woon was content to watch from the sidelines. She had him beat. Back in the canyon, to where only chitin remained after the monster's death, the orc spoke to Rockrak. He asked if the lizardmen would be okay, but the chieftain replied that it was fine. In the end, the monster was the only obstacle they managed to encounter. This area in the desert was originally the dwelling place of the orc tribe, so they have the right to continue living there as they deserve to. At such words of Rockrak, orc was ready to cry, but holding back and showing courage, he bowed in thanks to the lizard chief. Calling his son to him, the orc offered to accept their help. They know this place better than anyone, so he was willing to send his son to lead the lizardmen. They would never forget the help given by Rockrak's tribe. After leading the tribe out of the desert, the last orc said goodbye to the lizards, who continued their journey along the green path. There was something unusual about this place. Even the tribe noticed a different feeling. Footprints with long toes were visible on the fresh grass. Turning to the stargazer, Rockrak asked if he had seen such things before and if he knew to whom they belonged. The answer was positive. The marks were probably left by frogs that walk on two legs, Stargazer suggested. They are also known as frogmens. All creatures are divided into good and bad, and can also speak and think like the others. They were out scouting, and must have had a lot of experience in warfare. The number of footprints indicated that it was clearly not just one individual. There must have been a large tribe. A more numerous tribe than Rockrak's group. It was time to head back to base, said the chief, who was worried about the safety of the tribe. Toward the end of the evening, dozens of tents had been created from huge leaves. Between them stood huge torches that illuminated their sleeping place. Passing by the tribesmen, Rockrak together with Jael looked around the camp. The tents were to be pitched as wide and as large as possible. That way, they had to fool the frogmens into thinking their tribe was big when viewed from the outside. There are plenty of trees here, so making a fire wouldn't be a problem. At night, there would be a group of guards watching the fires, and if enough of them were made, frogmen would think that the group of lizardmen was twice as big as it really was. Also at night, it wouldn't hurt to keep watch, assuming the warriors would be out scouting. The other tribe would surely notice them, Jowl said, looking into the distance. And she was not wrong. There were dozens of eyes watching them the whole time. After a few days, after the lizardmen changed their base, luckily they didn't encounter any frogmen. During this time, they had prepared many things to ensure the safety of the tribe. At this moment, there were hardly many players that were more successful than Sun Woon. Even he realized that. The herding was going smoothly, and their way of life had evolved so quickly that it was no problem to adapt to the changed conditions. Even their homes had begun to be built using wood, forgetting the leaf tents. What was most interesting was how quickly they mastered the concept of writing. Rakrak actively began to utilize the writing he had recently discovered. When the warriors returned from scouting, he always listened about what they had seen near the large and expansive rock in the center of the village. Taking the tip of a spear, the chief, after each story, drew on a large rock the outline of the river. The village was marked in the center of the rock, and distances were plotted on a certain scale reflecting the terrain. To be precise, it was a map created from hunting marks, but it incorporated the idea of creating a permanent record resembling writing. This record proved very useful. It helped the warriors organized into groups to navigate the terrain while Rakrak was away. The chief also wrote down the amounts of crops each person had harvested in one day. They could look at who had harvested the most and could rest, while some would compare and realize they had not brought enough and needed to work harder. This was effective in increasing productivity. Such rapid development could not have been more gratifying to Sun Woon. The swarms of locusts in the center of the continent were steadily increasing. Likewise, in the south, the insects were thriving in their nests. The insect territory had also reached the 4th level. This is a method the protagonist wouldn't dream of because of the other players. However, since it started from the distant lands in the east, isn't it worth trying to capitalize on this situation? Rakrak's capabilities and the tribe's status is currently above average, but this is only the beginning. What comes next will be bigger and more dangerous than anything experienced in the past. Rakrak was chatting together with Jowl and Ur as suddenly the duty lizard man came running towards them yelling loudly. They were in huge trouble. The frogmen were already halfway to their village. Rakrak certainly went to meet the one at the border. The chief of the frogmen's tribe was with the brightest coloring himself adorned with red feathers on his neck. These frogs did not come alone, they had a lizard man with them. Rakrak did not understand why he had allied himself with them. Had they come to make peace? The two tribes met in a small clearing in the forest. The lizardmen warriors were still watching the frogmen and delivering information about them, so their first sight of the guests was not accompanied by surprise. Their skin was slippery, and they themselves were somewhat smaller than the lizardmen. They were distinguished by their large eyes and transparent eyelids, short necks, and hard bodies. "My name is Shunan. I am the son of the great chief of the Alroy tribe," the frogman introduced himself. He was one of the largest men in his tribe, and he had a fancy rope around his neck, decorated with bird feathers. They had not come with intentions of fighting, so their motive was justified by curiosity. At least they said so. To Rakrak, he was in his own way polite, so he too greeted him in response. At his words, Rakrak also introduced himself as the head of his tribe and gave his name. He too had no intention of using weapons against the frogmen. However, why had those come to meet them? Rakrak squinted his eyes. Frogmen looked at each other and nodded. They only came to meet them to inform the guests that they had trespassed into their territory. Rakrak's response to that was that he didn't know that. He didn't even think that absolutely all of that area belonged to them. When they came to that place, they didn't see any border markings. However, they would do their best to clear up the misunderstanding. He apologized for disturbing the frogmen tribe. Seeing his calmness, frogs even quieted down for a while. Rakrak explained that the lizardmen had come from a very distant land and were very tired, so he asked permission to spend the night here since they didn't have a home yet. He was sure that Shunan, the son of the great chief of the Alroy tribe, is qualified enough to grant permission to their request. Rakrak pleased him as best he could, not letting the young frog fall foul of his subordinates. It was truly possible with his authority as the next leader of the tribe. Watching the frogmen warriors that came with Shunan, Rakrak realized that they were sent to keep an eye on the lizardmen. With questions piling up, particularly about their lizard friend, Rakrak needed to carefully gather all the information from them. This clearing was not the best place to negotiate, so Rakrak invited Shunan to go to his village and continue in a more hospitable setting. Their tribes had come to a good agreement without any animosity, so a feast was in order, he suggested. However, it didn't seem like the best idea to the frogmans, so they declined. They were grateful for the offer, but it was difficult to implement since there was no mutual trust between them. But Rakrak couldn't just let go of those who had done them a great favor. Instead of meeting them in the village, the lizards offered to eat in the same clearing. Though frogmans had a bit of a debate amongst themselves, they still agreed. After making a fire and catching game, they put the deer carcass on a stick and hung it from the fire. In a short time, the odor of fragrant roasted meat formed around the clearing. The two tribes were having a friendly time in their small groups. One thing Rockrak needed to find out now was what kind of relationship that lizard man had with those frogs. But it would also be good to find out his purpose for staying with them. He couldn't ask directly, however. There was no way to show that he was interested in the subject. If his thoughts were revealed to another tribe, they would surely use it against them. Keeping the conversation going, Rockrak asked the other chief what the jewelry around his neck was. It turned out those feathers belonged to cockatrice. As expected, the lizards had not heard of it. These were the dangerous animals that lived around this forest. Huge birds that walked on two legs, similar to ostrich. Not only were they large in size, but they also had poisonous spurs. The frogmen had great difficulty catching them. In addition to their speed, they also had a wide range of motion. They were the reason why the Alroy continued to watch this area. And since they are hard to catch, they must be using another weapon that would be different from a spear. Rockrak asked out of curiosity. Spears? Shunin questioned, squinting his eyes. In an instant, he put out his hand and ordered the servants to bring his bow and arrows. He was determined to prove himself. The lizards were not yet aware of such a device, and Rockrak had no idea what he was about to see. However, no one responded, and then he called Owen to him, the lizard who lived with them. Since he had nothing to do, he ordered him to bring a bow and arrows, and the lizard man went to fulfill the request without any hesitation. As soon as he fulfilled the first order, the frogman asked him to perform another favor. By that, he meant to hang a piece of bark on the tree so that Shunin could practice archery. Without further ado, Owen went to fulfill the order. It looked like mockery from the outside. After pulling the bowstring tight enough, Shunin released it. The arrow flew into the target with great speed. It was quite accurate considering the distance from which the attack had been launched. Frogmen learned to shoot as children, Frogman explained. Ostensibly not bragging, but he hinted that he had always been one of the best archers in his tribe. That impressed the chief of lizards. But since Rockrak had already seen how it worked, he asked him to try his hand at using the unfamiliar thing called a bow. Shunin didn't mind, so he handed the weapon to the lizard. It proved to be a difficult endeavor the first time around. At first, Rockrak couldn't even keep the arrow straight. It kept trying to move to the right side of the bow. Although the branch and string were definitely strong, the attempt was clearly clumsy. The strength of this weapon was weak compared to a spear, but with it he could carry a few arrows in reserve. It was also much more accurate and had a faster attack speed. After pulling what seemed to be a fairly tight bowstring, he fired the first shot. Naturally, the arrow didn't even reach the target. However, Rockrak did not give up. He definitely wanted to learn this device. But no matter how many times he tried, he failed. Each time the arrows hit the ground. It's a very difficult thing to do. Nothing is easy in the beginning, Shunin encouraged him. But at the same moment, he switched to Owen, who just stood there and ordered him to collect the arrows. Owen just as obediently ran to pick up the arrows. However, Rockrak told Shunin that since he was shooting, he should collect the arrows. But they waved him off and said it was just help. Still, there was something the lizard man wanted to know more than arrows. Walking over to Owen, the chief crouched beside him and began to collect arrows. A light conversation ensued between the two. Rockrak nonchalantly asked his name so as not to frighten him, but he was still in a slight panic, which was strange. How did the lizardmen end up among the frogmen? Rockrak asked him. He stammered with fear in his voice, twirling the arrows in his hand. Swallowing some of the letters, he tried to answer his question. He's only with them because they live together with other races in the same village, lizardmen and frogmen. But is there really any reason for them to live together? Rockrak asked. It's because the two races can help each other, he answered with some confidence. It was hard for Rockrak to imagine that. The smile on Owen's face brightened. He seemed young and naive. Rockrak was confused, for he had never imagined that such a thing was possible. If different species lived together, their different lifestyles would inevitably lead to conflict. Even if friendships were maintained, the division of society was normal. If the two tribes could help each other, what would that look like? Rockrak asked. Owen, however, answered as if he had been rehearsing this for a long time. In exchange for receiving protection from the frogmen, they help in uncomfortable situations. The frogmen can't leave water for long periods of time, but the lizards are able to do so, such as picking fruit and climbing trees. Sharing food with them was a good idea, Owen praised the chief. But the lizardmen do well without them, so why protect them? Rockrak asked, looking at the arrows. Because this forest is dangerous. The tribe of Alroy are the largest tribe in this forest, Owen emphasized. Without them, they would not have survived. An awkward smile filled with sadness floated across his face. Rockrak squinted his eyes warily at Owen and said, "Forget everything he said. Whoever asked what, they were now talking about archery, the chieftain ordered. Back in their place, the lizards cut up the carcass into nice, juicy ribs. Shunin took a bite of the meat and was overjoyed. The deer meat was even more delicious when combined with the fragrant herbs. Rockrak was glad that the food suited his taste. But had they ever eaten water buffalo? Rockrak asked. Shunin's eyes glistened. He had caught one once long ago, and it was delicious. The lizard, on the other hand, said he had a few more in store and was willing to trade it for a few arrows. Shunin was not sorry for a couple of arrows for such an exchange, but the guards behind him gave him a hard stare and he still refused. Rockrak continued to eat the meat and said with simulated disappointment that it was a pity. However, in any case, they would delve deeper into these discussions when their friendship improved. Fortunately, Frogmen tribe members did not show hostility towards the Lizardmen. Indeed, they were not only friendly to Owen, but also to the rest of the Lizardmen warriors. Since the two races lived together in their village, Shunin beckoned his Lizardman friend over to him. Owen quickly left the company and found himself next to the chieftains. Shunin ordered him to explain to Rockrak how they had spent several months helping each other. He gladly agreed. As long as it proved their friendship, he would continue to do so. As the Lizardman leader had expected, they had prepared answers in advance, preparing for the meeting from the beginning. If he hadn't examined it carefully from the beginning, he himself would have believed their comedy. The meeting was coming to an end. Frogmen had enjoyed meeting their guests, but it was time to leave. Rockrak suggested that next time they should come to the Frogmen themselves. The hosts of the swamp had a long distance to cover, so he wanted to make things easier for them, but they said it was fine. The place was big enough and they needed to check it out anyway. After saying goodbye to each other, Rockrak waved goodbye to his friends. The lizards followed suit and repeated the gesture. When Frogmen had their backs to the lizards, Shunin put his arm sharply around Owen's shoulders and pulled him toward him. He seemed to be asking Jael and her husband for help. The gesture was clearly suspicious. It didn't look like a relationship of people on equal footing, told Rockrak. By the time Frogmen reached the settlement, the sun was already setting over the horizon, illuminating everything with yellow light. As soon as they reached the water, Shunin slapped the lizard with a loud slap. "Did you think we didn't know what you said to the leader of the Lizardmen tribe?" he asked, pointing a finger at Lizard. Owen slumped on a small sandy beach near a body of water and held his cheek. In a trembling voice, he said he hadn't told anything. He had just been asked how to become a good archer. "What a pathetic excuse," Frogman Warrior asked and punched the lizard in the stomach, confirming his actions by saying that he couldn't even shoot properly and was already giving out advice. But he continued to argue that it was true. If he would said he couldn't do it, it would look suspicious. After a little thought, Shunin agreed with that statement. That's why he acted like he couldn't answer Rockrak, and also emphasized that if he wanted to learn, he needed to pay for the training. Raykrak, as Owen had said, couldn't give him anything right away, so he stopped begging. Looking among themselves, Frogmans found his words convincing and believed him. "As expected from the skillful trickster Owen," said Shunin. Pointing his finger at the floating island, Shunin asked if he remembered who was on that piece of land. Looking in the distance, he saw only tents with guards, and replied that he remembered perfectly well. "You was very lucky to be free," Shunin said sarcastically. He was gathering dozens of Lizardmen children from a guarded tent that was no different from a prison and was going to sacrifice them. However, they were saved by the fact that the new victims came to them themselves. Gritting his teeth, Owen tolerated such open blackmail. Looking at the unfortunate children, he lowered his head to the chief and said that they were incredibly lucky, but he didn't said that he would do his best to deceive Frogmen. Night came quickly. The sentries that had been near the children were replaced by others, and Owen continued to watch them. If he had only known this was going to happen, he would not have diligently broken into this settlement. They should have known when they welcomed them with open arms despite their different races, or at least when they brought them to the Brotherhood ceremony and told them they could stay together on this land. The remaining 200 Lizardmen can't stand up to a tribe of 1,500. Besides, they have a god, a huge green creature that put fear in everyone. He would never forget the sight of the two-headed monster that pushed them up against the Frogman Gate. That day, blood spilled in all directions, staining the ground and walls red. This monster ruled the Frogmen settlement, just like the Toads ruled Owen and the children. Nothing was changing. The Rockrak tribe is unable to change the impossible. The leader of the Blackscale tribe looks like a strong warrior, but even so, they are savages who don't even know what a bow and arrow is. If only they were moved to sacrifice first, the children could survive for a while. Owen had no choice but to ask the children to live a little longer. He would definitely make lizards come to the frogs. The sun was illuminating the land with its warmth. The Lizardmen brought the Frogmen a water buffalo as a gift. Frogmens did not hide their delight and were very much overjoyed. Rackrak had said earlier that he would bring a live buffalo, and he kept his word. To him, it seemed like a great trade for a bow, but Shunin was not convinced. Then Owen suggested that his chief do things a little differently. In order for there to be a trade in weapons, they could start getting to know each other through sincere conversations. It was a great idea. Besides, they didn't know anything about the Black-Scale tribe yet and invited them to visit the Frogs' village. Just then, they would be able to give them the bow. Doesn't this seem like a good opportunity to get to know each other? Rakrak's arrow fell to the ground after flying some distance. Jael asked him how he was doing this time, to which he replied that his arrows only flied half the distance that the frogs shot. Looking at the bows they had managed to make by following example, he added that he didn't know what kind of creature's tendons they used in their bows. Jael reminded Rakrak that their 5th meeting was coming up, and that they were probably going to find out as much information about them as they could. Continuing to stare at the arrow stuck in the ground, he replied that it was obvious that they were up to something. But the biggest problem was that they didn't know when and what frogmen were going to do, so they had to be on high alert, which was exhausting both mentally and physically. But in spite of all this, it was not in their plans to give up, so after saying that they had made some progress today, he asked Jael about the medicinal herbs that were supposed to be effective against the itching disease, to which he replied that the herbalist knew a place where there was enough of them. This was great news, but at the moment Rakrak was most concerned about Owen, who he thought would be the key to their plan. Jael was clearly more determined than him, so the very next moment she offered to give him a chance, which could be a great opportunity for them. At the same time, the delegation of frogmen, along with Owen, were on their way to their 5th meeting with Rakrak. Owen was in the tight embrace of one of the frogmen, making it hard for him to breathe, and he shouted desperately, saying that he had done everything they had asked, and that it was not his fault that they had failed. To which Shunan, who was walking behind him, replied that it would take too long to lure the lizards. Owen replied that those lizards with black scales and water buffalo skulls on their heads were more cautious than he thought. To which Boy, who was holding him, said with a sneer that it seemed those were different and were not as naive as his tribe, who had trusted them immediately. Owen had no choice but to smile and agree with his words, for it was the truth. The very next moment, frogmen threw him to the ground. Boy turned to Shunan and said he would go, because he had some business. Left alone with Owen, Shunan told him that his father had ordered him to speed up the sacrifice ceremony, which took Owen by surprise. Shunan went on to say that he should hurry up and get as much information from them as possible, and try to invite Rakrak and his warriors to their village as quickly as possible without arousing suspicion. When Owen heard this, he asked in bewilderment what was the reason for the rush, thinking to himself that he should listen carefully since this information was being spread exclusively among the frogmen. He replied that his father's illness and that of the others was getting worse, and that he could not afford to delay it any longer. Owen was surprised at this answer, and wondered if he was talking about the itching disease, and if she wasn't just making everything itchy. Shunan replied in a slow and serious voice that originally the lizardmen were not supposed to know, but he could tell him. Then he began the story, explaining that the itching disease was much more frightening and insidious than it might seem at first glance, and if you got it, not only would your skin start to itch, but it would also start to have a sticky white slime on it that wouldn't go away no matter how much you tried to wipe it off, and it would get bigger and bigger over time. If you were covered with it to a certain level, it became difficult to breathe, and then death would soon follow. That's how a priest in their tribe died yesterday. Owen was surprised to hear this, as he had not heard that the itching disease was fatal, but he realized that it was probably a test, so he could not show his true emotions. It also explained why some of the frogmen hadn't shown up lately, which could even mean that some of them might already be dead. But right now, it was important for him to play his part convincingly. So the very next moment, he said with sadness in his voice that this story should not reach the lizards. He added that if it did, they would laugh at them, and also look down on them. Shunan replied that it was true, but they wouldn't be able to hide it forever. After a few seconds of thinking, Owen replied that even so, they had a way to keep the lizards under control, and to do so, they only needed to say that this disease could spread to the lizardmen as well. Hearing that, Shunan replied that it was a good idea, but the problem was that the disease couldn't actually spread to the lizards, to which Owen immediately replied that there were herbs that produced white slime and also caused itching, and if they used them, they could easily fool lizardmen. Their task was to pretend to be weak, and as soon as they took a bite, to trap them. After hearing Owen's plan, Shunan was delighted. He patted Owen on the shoulder, praised him, and called him an excellent deceiver, to which he only smiled awkwardly in response. Shunan liked the plan so much that he even promised that if he succeeded in luring out the black-scale lizards, he would unconditionally exclude Owen's children from the sacrifice. When Owen heard this, he happily thanked Shunan and promised to do his best. However, Shunan thought that it would not be enough for the lizard man to do his best, and told him that he was afraid that they would need many sacrifices this time, so Owen should try his best to convince them. Owen tensed up, but still decided to ask one more thing. When he heard that, Shunan looked at him incredulously and asked him what he wanted. Owen didn't say right away, and started by saying that he realizes it's a complicated request, but he thinks it would be a good idea to bring at least a few bows to the next negotiation to exchange. Hearing this made Shunin grimace with anger. Giving his opponent weapons was definitely not in his plans. The next day, a delegation of frogmen arrived at the Lizardmen village with many supplies and gifts. The tribal leaders and their warriors chatted peacefully among themselves. One of the Lizardmen marveled at the incredibly strong piece of leather. To his eyes, it was incredible, and he could not believe that it was a simple gift. Could the frogmen really produce them so easily? At the same time, sitting on the packaged healing herbs, Rakrak declared that these herbs were effective against itching. He was offering all this considerable quantity in exchange for just one bow. Owen looked at their quantity and realized that they must have gathered all the medicinal plants in the area. Pretending to think about the offer, Shunin replied that no, rather than saying there isn't enough. He said that trading weapons is difficult. After all, it's difficult with a certain level of faith. Rakrak sighed and thought, that's it again. And after a moment's thought, he came up with something. Rakrak formally addressed the frogman leader saying, Shunin, a son of the great Alroy, for the sake of the faith of both tribes, I have a request to make. His request was a little strange and unexpected. Rakrak wanted to speak to Owen separately and personally. Shunin looked at his captive with a smile and simply replied, do whatever you want. They seemed to be playing their roles well, and nothing wrong could be seen behind their smiles, but that was not the case. Rakrak wanted to find out what was wrong with them and what the lizard man was hiding, so he led him away from earshot. Their conversation began with Owen telling them that their tribe had joined the tribe of the frogmen through a ritual of brotherhood. Rakrak wondered what that ritual was, but Owen replied that it was a long way off and that they still had plenty of time to get to know each other well. So he asked to tell him all about their tribe, and then he would provide them with as much information about the frogmen as possible. Owen tried to be as friendly as possible and suggested to Rakrak to put aside all doubts and come closer. However, Rakrak noticed a blue butterfly that he already knew, which immediately gave him certain thoughts, but still he didn't understand why it was here. When it landed on Owen's head, it was clear that Rakrak had to lure him to his side and use him. Owen himself did not understand anything and only asked what this strange butterfly was. After looking at the flying butterfly, Rakrak finally decided to play a dangerous game. He told Owen that indeed there were many doubts and suspicions between them now, so it should be put to an end. And now he would tell him everything about them and their story. The conversation between the two lizardmen went well. Back at the Frogmen settlement, Shunin praised Owen and his excellent work, patting him on the shoulder all the time. The results they had achieved with his idea were great. Shunin shrieked with joy as he told them they would come to their settlement. When they said they would show them their village, Oboy thought they were trying to trap them, but that was just silly. Thanks to the lizards themselves, the frogmen were able to find out the location and size of the village. They even learned some information about their history. Even contrary to what the scout had said, that the tribe consisted of 600 men. In reality, there were at most 300, of which only 30 were warriors, the Shunin's guard summarized. The heir to the chieftain himself had not thought they would trust them, but it was only thanks to Owen that all this had been realized. For such excellent results, Shunin was ready to fulfill any wish of Owen. However, there was a single request for Shunin that Owen had asked for more than once. Shunin asked him what he was talking about, to which Owen shortly reminded him about the promise to let the children go if Owen did the right thing. Shunin promised to let them live together. Oboy, having heard such a promise, questioned the chief. Did he really say such a thing? To this, Shunin advised him not to be so cruel. His father also understood. They shouldn't be so cruel to the lizardmen, he reminded the guard. They needed to show the lizardmen that good things would happen if they were served faithfully. Don't be afraid, Owen. I remember the promise, said Shunin, sending him away. Owen was indeed grateful to him for this. The evening came very slowly. With anticipation in his chest, Owen looked at the cage with children from the small slope. Now, more than ever before, he wanted to live with his child. However, with the feeling of joy, the cats were scratching at his soul. He didn't understand what the problem was. After all, it was natural selection. Drawing symbols in the sand, he whispered quietly that it was only the fault of the foolish tribe leader of lizardmen, the one called Rakrak. He should have been more suspicious and careful in his movements. Owen frowned. The last time they had met, the leader had shown something amazing that he hadn't seen before. Different signs that complemented each other. It's called writing, Rakrak explained. He and his tribe had figured out how to use them. Different symbols represented different meanings, whether it was home or food. 2 crossed-out sticks meant no, the chief said, and a sign that looked like a square root they called a lie or a fake. Owen seemed to dive headfirst into science. He began to ask if 2 letters could be written so close together. He explained his thoughts by saying that if you put them together, they would be, "Don't lie." The delighted Rockrak said with a smile on his face that he had never thought about it and praised Owen, calling him a clever lizard. To this, he brushed it off, saying that it was a huge praise for him. For some reason, at this moment of praise, he was reminded of Shunen's words when he had called him a smart charlatan. It even became a little hurtful. When he came back to reality, however, he realized that the lizard chief had never told Shunen about the writings. He didn't seem to want to show that knowledge to frogmen, but why had he revealed it to Owen? As if reading his mind, Rockrak said it was all just because of faith. The faith that they had used so far, between the members of the Lizardmen tribe and the Allroy tribe of frogmen, was different. But contrary to that, the only thing he was really interested in was the trust between him and Owen. Owen was visibly crumpling his eyebrows and speaking incoherently. He tried to convey that there was peace between the toads and the lizards, but the leader of the Lizardmen interrupted him. He told Owen in a calm voice that he did not believe the information he had told him about the frogmen. There seemed to him to be more hidden in that story than was told. Rockrak and his lizard tribe had known pain as well. They had seen well the creatures that had fallen by the wayside of life and been cast out. They were just like Owen. They had seen more than once the face of a suffering. A stinging tear rolled down Owen's cheek that he himself didn't notice how moved he was by the words. "Am I wrong?" Rockrak asked calmly, confident in his words, to which Owen replied that it was nothing and asked if he had anything else to say. However, Rockrak didn't need anything else. He had already seen the signs of faith. That's what Owen was thinking about as he looked off into the distance at the river. The leader of the Lizardmen tribe seemed very confident at that moment, but still it was simply impossible to defeat so many frogmen and evil spirit. Rockrak even bragged to Owen about defeating a huge ancient scolopendra, but that seemed useless against those who had beheld and survived against really horrible monsters. The lizards didn't even know how to use a bow, let alone the secret weapons that frogmen warriors have. So carefree that they even talked about their problems without thinking about the consequences. It was a foolish decision. They shouldn't have trusted such a despicable man, Owen summarized, getting up from the ground. Even though he'd said he shouldn't be trusted, they kept doing it, driving him the wall. Owen thought he himself was just a charlatan. After one last look at the inscriptions he had been drawing in the sand, he turned around and went back to his tent. By morning, almost all the symbols had disappeared, hiding the fact that someone had been there. A huge commotion went up in the village. A multitude of feet ran from the side, raising a huge amount of dust. Lizardmen arrived in their settlement, shouting out things here and there. Shunen came out to greet them with open arms. To this, Rockrak thanked them for such friendly hospitality. He hoped that this exchange would only strengthen the friendship between the two tribes. Shunen also supported his guest's wish. All the lizards came in full gear, spears in hand. Rockrak was ahead of all questions and asked them to ignore the fact that they had come with weapons, explaining that he was afraid they would meet cockatrice halfway. Shunen only mentally gloated at the foolish Lizardmen leader. He thought the idiot wouldn't even believe him if he told him that cockatrice could not be fought with a spear. Shunen was cunning enough to even think of a plan ahead of time. When the banquet began, he was going to get his guest drunk and fire a poison arrow. Rockrak was distracted at this time and asked where Owen was, to which the son of the frogmen chieftain shouted at the top of his voice for Owen to appear immediately. He was standing not far from where the banquet was being held and seemed to be drawing something on the ground. There were only lined paths on which the dishes were placed. Crates and bags of food were visible in the background. They seemed to have decided where Rockrak would sit. "Sit there?" Shunen pointed ahead and asked him to say hello to Owen, and he went to make sure the food was cooked properly. "So be it," the lizard replied, pulling a smile onto his face. Getting close enough to him, Rockrak called out to Owen, who was waiting for him to come. In his place, Owen wrote some text that needed to be read. "When Rockrak and the warriors are seated, the banquet will begin," Owen said with a smile. To the lizard chief, it sounded like a warning of danger. Owen, however, with his feigned smile, went on to say that it was a fun banquet that would promote peace and friendship between the two tribes. While he was saying all this, he was pointing his stick at his text, which consisted of only one symbol that Rockrak had taught him: lie. They were written all along the length of the seats on which the chief and warriors were to be seated. Taking the hint, Rockrak began to pull the water buffalo skull over his head while calling out to Ur. The lizard's pupils became as narrow as a cat's, and with anger in his voice, he ordered the warriors to begin. Ur waited for nothing more. Gathering all the strength in his hand, he took masterful aim with his spear. The weapon flew straight into the frog warrior's head. The spear pierced through the skull, causing the body to fall to the ground, terrifying the others. "Kill all the frogmen," Rockrak ordered his tribe in a cold and low tone. The warriors moved forward without hesitation. One by one, the frogs fell to the ground, pinned with spears. They didn't even have time to do anything with their bows. Some of the defeated green creatures turned to Owen before they died. blaming him, for he knew everything, branding him a traitor and blaming him for their deaths. Rakrak's casual face expressed no emotion, only drops of blood dripping from his mask, leaving a trail. In a short time, the entire clearing was strewn with the bodies of frogmen holding arrows on their belts that had not saved their lives. Rakrak walked around the area listening to the report on the progress of the attack. During the attack on the warriors, many of the frogmen had fled following Shunan's example, which meant that they would soon be hit by a hail of arrows. "We don't need worry about the arrows, because we have a backup plan," one of the warriors said to the leader. "But that was unnecessary, for they had Owen," Rakrak said with a smile on his face. There was something in his plans that he had to do. The tip of the arrow the frogmen held was coated with some kind of poison. Shunan and the warriors he'd gathered in the meantime, armed with bows, were heading toward the banquet site where the black-scale lizards would be. He was mad as hell, and blamed Owen, who in his opinion was to blame for what was happening. Turning to his warriors, he asked irritably if they had passed on his orders, to which one of his subordinates replied that they had. He reported that he had summoned all the warriors of the village and put them under the command of the Oboy warrior and ordered them to attack the black-scaled lizards, while the lizards in the village were ordered to hold back those until reinforcements arrived. Hearing this, Shunan angrily shouted that they should avenge such meanness from those. Pointing his finger at the black-scale lizards, he shouted furiously and ordered his men to fire and destroy the enemy at all costs. In the very next instant, a rain of poisonous arrows flew straight towards the Rakrak tribe. Even if the arrow could not kill the lizard, it would still die from the poison. However, they also had a trump card in the form of the shields each warrior was armed with. The next moment, the arrows hit the shields and fell to the ground with a clang. Shunan and the rest of his warriors were amazed at what they had seen, for they could not have imagined that the black-scale tribe would have anything to counter them, and even more so that they could neutralize one of their strongest weapons and one of the weapons of which they were so proud, namely, their bows. Rakrak and his warriors rejoiced that they had won a small victory. Shunan was angry at his failure, but not about to give up. He ordered his warriors to keep firing if they saw them trying to advance. The next moment, however, his attention was drawn to the smoke that appeared out of nowhere. Puzzled, he wondered what was happening. He looked again at where the black-scale lizards were and found that he could no longer see them properly because of the smoke, which would greatly reduce the effectiveness of their bows. However, there was still one more question, and that was where was the smoke coming from? At the same time, in the lower village of frogmen, someone had set buildings on fire with a torch. It was none other than Owen, who, with torch in hand, stood watching the fire spread throughout the house. His kin ran up to him and began to panic, asking why he was burning down the village. Seeing that he did not answer, one of them asked if it was also Shunan's order. Owen replied that it was not, but that he had been asked to do so by the leader of the black-scale lizards. Hearing this, his kin were perplexed and shocked, as they could not understand why he had decided to listen to their enemy. Seeing their confusion and panic, Owen told them to calm down and trust him, then informed them that the black-scale lizards intended to crush the frogs. The gray-scale lizards were silent. Owen was the smartest among them, and they realized that even if this trickster risked everything, they should do the same. The tips of the lizards' wooden clubs caught fire, and in the next instant, the village of frogmen was engulfed in flames. Shunan watched with shock and despair as his village burned. He still could not believe that Owen could betray him. Seeing that the grayscale lizards had betrayed them, and that their situation was getting worse and worse, Shunan gave his warriors the command to retreat, to which they asked how they could retreat when they had killed their warriors. However, Shunan's priority was his safety, for if heir like him got into trouble, it would most likely be all over for the village. However, since it was the heir's order, they could not disobey, so grudgingly, they began to prepare to withdraw. Turning to Shunan, one of them asked if they would join the Oboy warrior. However, he himself did not know the exact answer to this question. Although he had no doubts about his abilities, his intuition told him that in order to get rid of the black-scale lizards, he needed a more reliable way. At the same time, Oboy was confused as the village burned while there was no word from the warriors preparing for the feast. By his assumptions, Shunan must have been continuing to fight. However, the problem was that the 10 warriors who were in the banquet hall, as well as the 5 others who went to check, were most likely dead. This left Shunan with about 15 more warriors, while there should have been 4 or 5 more on the island. Adding them together and adding his 10 warriors as well as the warriors from the upper-class village, the total should have been somewhere around 45, which meant that they still had the advantage. Instead of panicking, he began to encourage his warriors by telling them to put more poison on their arrows. After all they had to do was wait for Shunan to arrive, with whom they would retreat. But despite his confident words, his warrior intuition warned him of the approaching danger. And as it turned out, his intuition was not lying. The very next moment, a noise was heard in the bushes nearby. Quickly reacting, he immediately pointed his bow in the direction of the noise, shouting for those who was sitting there to come out, threatening to shoot him. But behind his determination and threats was fear. He had the same feeling he had when he met cockatrice, and his instincts told him to run. But he could not do so, for the next instant 2 large eyes flashed through the bushes. On seeing them, Oboy immediately ordered his warriors to shoot at them. The warriors released the bowstrings of their bows, and the arrows flew at the enemy. But in the next instant, the faces of all frogmans who saw what appeared before them were filled with fear and horror. Before them was a huge reptile, on the back of which sat several black-scale lizards. The creature, with an arrow between its teeth, seemed to be smiling at them. The lizard behind Joel asked her if the arrow had wounded Manun, to which she smiled and said that it was probably just stuck between his teeth. Manun was still small, and still had a habit of chewing everything in his mouth. But this was not the case with the arrow, and he immediately spat it out with a disgruntled look. Whether because the arrow was not tasty enough, or for some other reason, he let out a furious growl the next moment. Jael pointed to the frightened and desperate frogmen and asked that hadn't they been a good meal for him? Frogmen not wanting to die turned to their commander Oboy in a panic, asking what they should do, since arrows did not damage the creature. However, he himself did not know what to do. They had no time to think of a better plan, for the next moment Manun jumped on Oboy, who was closest to him. He was an experienced warrior, and a second before he died, he managed to dodge, which put the head of his inexperienced kin right in the reptile's mouth. Realizing that this monster was no match for cockatrice, and that it was almost impossible to make eye contact with such a fast creature, he decided to throw poisonous toads into its jaws. Manun, like a dog seeing a bone thrown to him, instantly caught it and swallowed it. Thinking that maybe the reptile was vulnerable to poison, Oboy shouted to his warriors to throw all the poisonous toads they had, which they immediately did. Not about to give up the free tasty snacks, Manun began to catch the toads flying at him. Watching this performance with disdain, Jael asked the lizard behind her what they were doing, to which he replied that they were throwing poisonous toads from their pouches. But she said that she had seen it herself, but what she was more interested in was why they were throwing their snacks around, which she thought was very strange. After a moment's thought, he replied that perhaps it was an act of goodwill. Jael grinned wickedly at this, then turned to Manun and told him to explain that it was too late for that. One of the blessings they had received from the god was the blessing of resistance to poisons, which was crucial at the moment. Seeing the evil smirk on Manun's face, who was looking at him like he was lunch, Oboy realized that his foolproof plan had failed, but there was no time to do anything about it. For in the next instant, the huge reptile leapt at him again, and this time without missing a beat. In the Frogman village, traces of blood could be seen everywhere on the ground, while their houses burned with fire. A frogman sitting in the bushes with a bow was aiming at someone. In the next instant, the arrow was speeding through the air towards its target, which was Rakrak, who was walking somewhere. However, even though he could not see the arrow coming at him, thanks to his excellent instincts, he was able to sense the approaching danger and reflected it with his massive tail, while Ur, who had arrived in time, neutralized the archer with a single blow. When he approached Rakrak, he informed him that it looked like this frogman had been the last, adding that Shunin had indeed abandoned the village and fled when he sensed danger. To which Rakrak replied that one of the reasons for this was the betrayal of the grayscale lizards who were currently fighting against the frogmen with them, then adding that even so they had no right to criticize them, as it was their choice. However, what he was really interested in, and what he thought was really strange, it was why, despite the criticality of their situation, the great Alroy they had only heard about did not show up. Sun Woon, who was watching them from above, smiled, pleased with himself, then quietly muttered to himself that it was all because of him. Among the countless tactics and strategies used by him, there was one that was probably one of the strongest in the game, and it was called disease. It worked and was effective in any era. It was a tactic he decided to use this time. Even though he had some trouble finding the right virus, since it was only supposed to work on the mucous membranes of amphibians, he still managed to do it. The time when Rakrak followed Stargazer to the southeast, where the tribe of frogmen was located, coincided with the time when Sun Woon discovered the virus. And even though the virus and the frogman tribe were hundreds of kilometers apart, he successfully managed to transport it to them thanks to his insect army, who, despite many casualties along the way, eventually made it to their village, where he first infected their leader, the Great Alroy, who has since disappeared. At the same time, the sounds of drums could be heard around the island, banged by several frogmen. On the ground near the water, several bound grayscale lizard cubs were kneeling. Realizing they were here for sacrifice, they tearfully awaited their fate. Not far away on the ground sat the Great Alroy, whose body was covered with a layer of white slime, and who had initiated the sacrifice that he believed would heal them. Together with a crowd of his tribesmen, who knelt before the lizard cubs, bowed and begged the two-headed god to accept their sacrifice and to kill all those lizards, thus showing them his greatness. Soon, someone's huge shadow appeared under the water, with 2 pairs of eyes glowing in it. At the same time, Shunin reached the island by boat and saw that his father had already started the ritual of the sacrifice, which he believed was the key to their victory. At the same time, in the nearly destroyed lower village of the Frogmen, Rakrak was called loudly by someone's excited and panting voice. Turning around, he saw Owen, who was breathing heavily from running. Praising Owen for a job well done, Rakrak asked him why he was in such a hurry and what he wanted from him. He said with desperation in his voice that they needed to get to the island right away. Rakrak was puzzled as to why they had to get to the island now, and he said that the frogmen had lizard cubs there to sacrifice. Then he added that they had a god, and that if they sacrificed to him, he would come and do them a small favor. And though he might not be able to cure their disease, he would probably attack Rakrak and his warriors. Rakrak sighed and said that he should have told him about it earlier, for now they had no way to get to the island, for Shunin had taken all the boats in his escape. Owen did not want to give up, and started to say that if they swam, they would be able to get to the island. But he was immediately interrupted by the harsh voice of Rakrak, who looked at him coldly and said that it was too dangerous, because they had bows, and they didn't swim as well as they did. Owen's eyes filled with despair at these words, and in the next instant, his fatherly instinct kicked in, making him beg him to help his son and the other kids. However, this only made Rakrak angrier, who immediately punched him in the jaw. He shouted at him furiously, saying that he should have confided in him earlier and told him everything from the beginning. Then he told Owen, who looked at him with horror and despair on his face, that he believed that they could defeat the god the stupid frogs believed in by their own strength, and that if their god appeared and attacked them, he would show him how they could destroy him. When he calmed down and stopped shouting, he looked pityingly at the still sobbing Owen. Though he couldn't imagine his pain, he knew it was incredibly hard for him, so he just asked if he thought he should have told him earlier so they could have saved his son. At the same time, Jowl stopped behind them, and after dealing with Oboy, she got back on Manan. She immediately turned her worried gaze to the island in the middle of the lake. Owen didn't think Rakrak had said anything wrong, for he realized that things would have changed if he had only been able to learn of Shunin's intentions earlier, and perhaps if he hadn't acted so late, none of this would have happened. In the next instant, the water near the island was churning. Allroy, shouting incomprehensible words, joyfully reached out to the creature that appeared from under the water. This creature turned out to be a 2-headed devil, which was their god. Without wasting time, Allroy immediately pointed to the gray lizard cubs, who, seeing the monster, clung to each other in fear, and then he said in a reverent voice that it was his offering. Raising his hands in the air, he began to shout in a fanatical voice to punish the black-scale lizards who dared to disturb the god's lake. Looking at the huge 2-headed monster that looked invincible to him, Owen finally lost hope. However, while he resigned himself to his fate, Rakrak, along with Jayol, looked at the 2-headed devil with calm gazes. Despite its enormous size, Rakrak thought that fighting this huge 2-headed serpent might be worth a try. After all, even though they didn't have a location advantage and couldn't use any tricks, they had a chance to win, even if it cost some sacrifices. However, the very next instant, he noticed something that made his eyes widen wide and glow. A butterfly flew towards him, glowing with a blue light. This could only mean one thing: they had hope. Walking over to the desperate Owen, Rakrak called out to him and told him to look at him. He raised his head in bewilderment and looked at him with his tear-wet eyes, which widened the next moment at what he saw. Standing in front of the huge mantis that appeared before them in the moonlight, Rakrak turned to Owen and asked him if he believed in miracles. Kneeling before his god, Allroy shouted loudly to his tribe to worship the 2-headed devil. He again began fanatically shouting to the monster to accept their offerings and destroy the lizards. Shunin bowed his head and watched as monster approached the victims, but at one point the monster stopped in indecision and looked forward. With Allroy's experience, this god had always been hungry for sacrifices, and always as if he had been starving for days, had rushed at them, but to his surprise, this time no such thing had happened. Wishing to know what monster was looking at, he followed his gaze and turned around cautiously. His eyes widened at what he saw, and he instinctively froze with fear. There was a large shadow above the tall trees, belonging to a huge creature with large eyes, which at the mere sight of it inspired awe and terror. The sounds of this creature's movements were accompanied by the cracking sound of trees bursting out of the ground, which immediately made the frogmen bowing to the 2-headed devil turn around. Like their leader, they also froze with fear when they saw the creature approaching them. Shivering in fear, someone from the crowd loudly exclaimed, "It's new god." Their fear was understandable, for looking at this creature, it was clear that compared to him, the 2-headed devil was just a pathetic water snake, while he really looked like a true god. When creating his creature that would follow his will, which was made possible by the fact that he had the essence of the abomination that was left after killing the ancient Scolopendra, Sun Woon decided to focus on practicality. adding strong legs as well as wings, sharp jaws, and large eyes that allowed him to see in all directions. Although the resulting creature resembled a mantis, it was a completely different organism. He guessed that at that point there probably weren't many players who had been able to create their own creature before him. Let's go back to the two-headed demon, who was confused and furious when he saw the creature approaching him, because if he let the creature that had invaded his territory stay, he would have to give up frogmen and sacrifices. And so even though his opponent seemed large and strong, he was not about to back down, for he himself was a divine being. Already in the next instant, it opened its jaws and rushed at him. Stretching out one of his arms, the mantis easily squeezed one of the heads of the snake that was trying to attack him. Crawling out onto the ground and colliding with the mantis, the snake crushed several frogmen with its body. Seeing this, the rest of them started to run away screaming in panic. Shunin barely managed to drag his father away. Despite the fact that he was almost killed, he continued to watch the monster fight with horror. Not wanting to give up so easily, the serpent opened its second mouth and tried to attack the mantis again. But like last time, it was not successful. The mantis neutralized the attacking head with one strong blow. Then turning to the snake in a quiet voice, which despite this was heard by all the lizards near the lake, he said that if he dared to call himself a god, he should realize that he was in fact nothing. Olroy and Shunin, who were watching, had a look of horror on their faces. Then grabbing the serpent's remaining head, which was still showing signs of life, the mantis said he would offer it to his creator, so that he could atone for his stupidity. For his stupidity was not a sin. In the next moment, illuminated by the bright light of the moon, he pompously tore off its head. Then, under the gaze of all present, turning to the dead serpent, he said that his sins were forgiven by his blood and flesh. Even Sun Woon, who was watching, was surprised, as he didn't expect that he would win so easily, because even though there was a big difference in skill and level, he still had high hopes for the two-headed devil. However, he decided to think about it later, because his main goal was to help the tribe of lizards, who saw the victory of their god and began to shout with joy while Owen cried again, but this time, with joy. Seeing the joy and happiness on the faces of the lizardmen, Sun Woon thought to himself that the emotions he was experiencing were quite entertaining. Turning back to the corpse of the two-headed demon, he noted that his abilities weren't too bad, considering that he had a small area, not a large one, unlike the others. But he hadn't used it, which suggested that the reason was this creature wasn't created by player. Another reason to rejoice was the system window that appeared in the next moment, informing him that for killing the two-headed devil, he had received its essence, as well as the small area it possessed. In the next instant, another system window appeared in front of him, asking him if he wanted to check out the new territory. The fact that he was able to obtain another essence and a new territory so quickly could be attributed to nothing but luck. So without thinking long, Sun Woon confidently pressed yes. The next message that appeared after his choice made him unconsciously smile. After all, it said that he had obtained a small patch of water. However, the only problem was that he didn't need it now, because the lake had no access to the sea, which made him decide to put it aside for now. A boat pulled away from the shore. The lake was water red with blood. In it sat Olroy, still trying to believe the truth of what was happening. Shunin looked at his father, who seemed to have lost his mind after the death of the serpent. He thought to himself that it was not the disease that had made his father weak. It was the fact that they were completely enchanted by the power of the two-headed devil, who at that moment seemed invincible to them. And at the last moment, they did nothing but hide behind him, and when he lost, there was nothing left for them to do. At the same time, Sun Woon approached the mantis, who, seeing him and addressing him as the creator, said that he had done his will, to which he continued to look at the island and replied that he had indeed done an excellent job. Then he added that he could rest until the next time he called him. Disappearing, Mantis said in a respectful voice that he would do his creator's will again when the time was right. He looked once more at the lake, which was silent. Sun Woon turned his gaze to Rakrak and said that he was not the kind of lizard who did nothing at times like this. Seeing the surviving frogmen fleeing in boats to the upper village, Rakrak cheered his warriors and shouted that they would win a complete victory today, then asked if there were any volunteers to take them to the upper village of the frogmen. He was immediately approached by Owen, who said that he wasn't that tired yet and that he needed to meet his son on the island anyway, and said he would do so. But he was not the only one. The next moment, several more gray lizards asked Rakrak to let him help them as a thank you. He looked at them and replied that their bodies were not fit for battle and they would not be able to fight, to which one of them replied that he too had once been a warrior, adding that warriors were not the only ones capable of killing frogmen. Then pointing to his kin, who despite their wounds were willing to fight even with sticks in their hands, he said that he might think it was cowardice of them to do so only now, but the sight of them fighting made their hearts burn, the first time they had felt that way since becoming slaves. Looking at them, Rakrak replied that it was like a grudge. To which the gray lizard tearfully replied that it was for the hatred and resentment of losing their life companions, children, and grandchildren, made them wish the frogmen dead. As he looked around at the gray lizards once more, he realized that few of them had ever held a real weapon, let alone been wounded, but understanding their pain and bitterness, he could not stop them. So in the next instant he raised his fist and shouted loudly, telling all those who wanted revenge to follow him, followed by the screams of the lizards who were intent on finishing off their abusers once and for all. Rakrak, along with Jael and Ur and the rest of the lizards, began to swim across the lake, and soon all 80 lizards that followed their leader had reached the island. Owen was one of the first to get out of the water. He rushed straight to his cub and gave him a big hug. Watching the happy and somewhat tearful reunion of father and son, Rakrak turned to Ur and told him to send those who were tired on the journey with their children back to the boats, and afterwards to take those who could not swim well and take them to the end of the village to attract the attention of the enemy, who must now be watching closely and waiting for their attack. When he heard this, he asked admiringly if their plan was to use one of the squads as a distraction while the main group swam around the water and stabbed them in the back, to which he replied that it was. Realizing that Rakrak was taking the hardest part, Ur asked a little worriedly if they would be able to get to the island by water without being seen, to which he replied that they would, as the number of those who were able to fight had dwindled considerably, and there were no more than 10 of them left. After a moment's silence, he added that while they were sailing to the island, he had discovered another blessing from the god. Then turning his gaze to the lake, which reflected the bright light of the moon, he said that their scales would shimmer in the moonlight as the water shimmered, making them much more invisible. Now that they had everything ready, all they had to do was get it over with once and for all. After a while, all hell really broke loose in the frogmen village. Rakrak's successful plan had worked, and the frogs were taken by surprise, and realizing that they could not win, began to flee in panic. However, not everyone managed to escape, because those who suffered from itching disease and had problems with breathing could not do it. The great leader Alroy was no exception, as he looked in despair and incomprehension at the lizards in front of him, who appeared as if from nowhere. The realization of what was about to happen to him brought a look of horror to his face. Soon the lizardmen warriors arrived and reached his guards, who were left to protect him. But as it turned out, they didn't stand a chance against the strong and sharp spear-wielding lizardmen, who dispatched them in the blink of an eye, so fast that the frogmen didn't even have time to fire their bows at them. After killing all the guards, Rakrak looked at the lone Alroy with a cold stare. But even in such a situation, and having long since lost his dignity, he began to scream in despair, accusing the two-headed devil of not saving him, despite the sacrifices he had made. But his cries did not last long, for in the next instant the spear of the reluctant Rakrak was thrust into him, thus ending once and for all the great leader Alroy, who despite his big name was nothing more than an empty man blaming others for his failures. At the same time, Shunin sat in his tent listening to the war cries of the lizards, as well as the panicked cries of his kin, with terror on his face. Shivering with fear, he pondered how it could have happened like this, and how their numerical and weapon advantage had vanished in the blink of an eye. Even the poison that should have been their trump card did not work on the lizards, who were somehow immune to it, but it was too late to think about it, because they had already lost. After a while, the shouting and noise outside subsided. Deciding that this might be a good chance to escape, he cautiously peeked out of the hut to make sure that there was really no one outside. However, he didn't even realize that the danger was closer than he had imagined. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind him, causing Shunin to freeze in place with fear. In the next instant, he turned around in panic, at the same time reaching for his quiver, which unfortunately for him, was empty of arrows. Staring with his eyes wide with fear, he shouted the name of the lizard in front of him in desperation. It was Rakrak. Looking at him with a cold stare, he told Shunin if he was a warrior, he should stand up and bear his sword, as it would at least allow him to keep his honor. However, the man had no honor now, and all he could do was just beg to be spared. He immediately panicked and started reminiscing about how they had strengthened their friendship over the last few times they had met, adding that he had no animosity towards the lizards. Rakrak asked thoughtfully if that was true, and he replied that it was, because it was the two-headed devil that had threatened them. Seeing that the lizard still seemed unconvinced by his words, Shunin pointed to his bow in a panic, saying he would reveal its secret, to which Rakrak indifferently and coldly asked what the secret was. He immediately replied that it was the bowstring. And when the lizard asked him what the bowstring was made of, he replied with a playful smile that it was made of veins from the backs of frogmen. Rakrak, like Owen, was really shocked at what he had heard, and his face immediately darkened. Even though he had assumed that the bowstrings were made from some animals, he had never imagined that they were made from their kin. The next moment he asked Shunin, who was sitting in front of him with a smile on his face, what the bow itself was made of. The man, realizing what he was about to say, mumbled that it was from lizards. Shunan lowered his head and prepared to die, for he knew that after his words he would not be released. Rakrak heard the answer and replied in a cold and grim voice that he understood. Then opening the curtain at the entrance to the hut and looking out, he said that there were really no hard feelings between them, and he had already won a brilliant victory, so he accepted the deal he had offered. He then looked at Shunan and added that he was free to go. Shunan looked around warily and rose to his feet, still not fully believing that he was being let go. Not waiting for Rakrak to change his mind, he started to run away. Owen, who was standing next to Rakrak, asked him if he was really going to let him go. Rakrak took his bow and arrow and said yes. Then taking aim at the fleeing Shunan, he coldly added that all he needed was a moving target. Not long after the frogmen were finished, Rakrak's arrow whistled through the air. It hit the head of a bound, rotting, and long-dead frogman. Judging by the number of marks, it had long been used as a target for training. Now Rakrak was pleased with the result. His archery skills had improved greatly, and their tribe had found a way to make bows as good as the frogmen. However, he just wondered if this was the best they could do. Even Owen, who had been watching the training, had noticed that the quality of this bow was just as good as the frogmen's and its arrows flew just as fast and far. Rakrak explained to him that they had achieved all this by replacing the material of the bowstring with frogmen tendons. But still, the lizards were physically stronger than the frogmen and could pull the bowstring tighter and risk breaking such a bow, so they should have found stronger materials. Owen understood his desire for a better weapon, but he still reminded him that the bows made by the frogmen were the best that could be made in this forest. There just weren't any better materials here. That's true, Rakrak said, nodding. Then I guess we can't just stay in this forest then. Owen was smart, so he assumed that the reason for this decision wasn't just to make a better bow, and that was indeed the case. Rakrak explained to Owen that he had learned from the Stargazer that this forest area would become very cold as winter came. The lizards would become physically weaker, but would still be able to survive the winter by making fires and wearing the skin of other animals. The problem, however, was their pet water buffaloes. Rakrak knew that in nature, water buffalo go to warmer places to avoid winter and find places with enough grass. And to solve this problem, some of them will have to go to warmer places to breed water buffalo further. You may have noticed by now that Owen had a skull on his head that was different from those worn by Rakrak warriors. There were no warriors among the grayscale lizards, but there were definitely those that had the right qualities and abilities to become warriors. Rakrak had tested and selected them himself, and Owen was one of the gray lizards who had become warriors after passing several tests. These new warriors insisted on using frogmen skulls rather than buffalo skulls, and Rakrak allowed them to do so. Rakrak continued practicing and shooting at the target, hitting one arrow after another. Finally, he asked Owen about the results of today's hunt. He replied contentedly that he and his squad had wiped out the remnants of the frogmen hiding in the forest nearby, and now, thanks to their carcasses, there would be no shortage of materials for making bows. Rakrak was pleased to hear that. However, Owen still couldn't forget what had happened in the village. How he and the other lizardmen, blinded by hatred and rage, had pursued and killed the unarmed and begging for mercy frogmen. Nothing seemed to quench their thirst for vengeance. And their last victim that night was Shunan, who had betrayed his tribe and revealed its secrets, and then tried to escape. It was not a pleasant memory, and he was brought out of it by Rakrak's question. He asked Owen what was bothering him. Owen replied that he would like to have Shunan or Alroy's skull as a reward for helping him someday, and asked that the skull not be damaged in training. Rakrak was fine with that, and promised him that he would be sure to get his. Owen was grateful for that, and decided to tell him about an interesting place they had discovered in the forest while hunting. Jaol, meanwhile, came over and quietly leaned over the gray lizard cub who was watching the leader with an unusual figure in his hands. Jaol asked quietly, interested in listening to the adults. She frightened the cub. He immediately burst into tears and let go of the figure. Then Jaol asked him what he was doing here, and what he wanted to ask the chief. Suddenly she noticed a figure lying on the grass. She picked it up and asked what it was. It looked suspiciously like the giant praying mantis that their god had sent to help them. Jael showed the figure to Rakrak, and he also thought the figure looked like their divine protector. They all liked the way the figure was made, and the chief even asked the cub if he had made it himself. Rakrak praised him, saying that the figure was nice and cute. Hearing this, the cub just glowed with happiness, and then he offered to keep the figure as a gift. But Rakrak was not sure whether it was worth taking the toy away from the child, and looked questioningly at Owen. He replied that it was fine, and he could accept the gift without any regrets, for the children of his village had been making a lot of them lately. It is even popular among them to exchange such figures. Hearing this, Jaol asked the child if there were many children in their village who knew how to make such figures, and he answered her that yes. He explained that it all started because the protector had then saved them all on the island from imminent doom. Now all the children of their village thought of him as a good and powerful being who could protect them from any misfortune. Hearing this, Rockrock and Jaol looked at each other. Rakrak realized that these figures could be very useful, and decided to see how many had been made so far and buy them all. Owen offered to go to their village and see. Rockrak agreed. He was willing to use all his resources to get more of these figurines. He saw this as an opportunity to spread the belief in their unnamed bug god. But that would come later. For now, Rakrak wanted to know what Owen's squad had found during the hunt. It turned out that while hunting the frogmen, they had found a strange structure inside one of the caves where some of the frogmen were hiding. It takes about half a day to get there from the lake, and their squad killed all the enemies without much trouble. But the cave was a bit strange. Rockrak was immediately interested and asked what he meant. Strange in what sense? Owen explained that when they entered the cave, they noticed that there was another entrance that seemed to be carved into the stone. And he himself still doesn't understand how they were able to carve something into solid rock. So, he thought then that all should be told to the tribal chief first. It was the right decision, and Rockrak decided to equip an expedition and explore everything with his own eyes. He returned to the village with Owen and Jaol to take a group of warriors with him, and together with them he set off. On the way, Owen advised them to be careful and cautious, for the frogmen were hiding there for a reason, and some of them might still be lurking nearby, preparing an ambush. Finally, they came to the very same cave. As soon as they entered the cave, a blue butterfly appeared out of nowhere and immediately caught Rockrak's attention. While Owen assured everyone that they had cleared up all the frogmen here and they could not worry about anything, they all froze in surprise as they stared at this slab of stone. Though Owen still didn't seem to understand what was so special about it. It was like a circular passage somewhere further into the cave, closed off by a man-made door made of carved stone. Looking at it, Rakrak marveled at how breathtaking it looked, and he didn't understand how such hard stone had been carved so precisely. Jael noticed something else interesting. The pattern on this stone was very similar to the one on the back of the giant scolopendra they had defeated in the desert. Now Rockrak himself realized it as well. Sunwoon already knew that these were ancient ruins. He knew that there were many types of ancient ruins, and in them one could gain ancient knowledge or discover relics and wonders. Among the ruins, there were some that had useful functionality. Some were unique, but there were also demonic ruins that carried a lot of danger. Now, while the level of development of his civilization was still low, even if they found ancient knowledge in the ruins, it would be of little use, since his civilization simply wouldn't understand anything and wouldn't be able to use them. The situation was slightly different with miracles and relics. They allowed to create or change resources, and could also grant mystical blessings for civilization, but they had one disadvantage. They were fixed in one particular place and could not be transported in any way, which made them also not so valuable to the nomadic tribe. Still, in Sunwoon's opinion, getting into the ruins wouldn't be so bad if they weren't demonic ruins. Apart from ancient knowledge, rank knowledge, secrets, demonic ruins, and unique ruins, players usually obtained other things that were categorized as miscellaneous relics. There could be piles of insignificant treasures, such as the golden tablet already obtained by Rockrak. This would have been of great value in the Middle Ages or a later era, but they weren't at that stage of development yet. So Sunwoon decided to wait and see what would happen, as it seemed that Rakrak's curiosity and boldness would not lead to a bad scenario. He, watching Rockrak try to push back the stone door, thought that the likelihood of these ruins being unique was very slim. At the same time, probability that ruins might be demonic and full of trouble was very high. Finally, the stone slab yielded under Rockrak's efforts. Immediately, a multitude of lightning bolts appeared, which formed a portal. It turned out that behind the stone slab was a portal to another world. Notifications appeared in front of Sunwoon congratulating him that his civilization had successfully discovered the ancient ruins. Finally, the system announced to him, "Welcome to the demon world." Once inside, Rakrak and the rest of the group began to move through long arched bridges that zigzagged and led somewhere downward. When they found one of what she thought was the safest of the stone bridges, Jael told Rockrak that they would most likely have to walk across it. He sighed heavily and replied that it would be good if they could jump down and not waste so much time looking for the right path. Jael looked worriedly at Rakrak and asked if he was going to pray to their god, to which he continued to look down and said no, as he didn't want to bother him with such trivial matters. He also added that he would not be able to go down alone. Jael looked at Rockrak's face and wanted to ask if it was because it wouldn't be fun, but in the end decided not to say anything. After some time of discussing their next steps, Rockrak, Jael, and Owen came to the conclusion that the best thing for them to do for now was to keep moving on the bridge. After a while, however, the first difficulties appeared on their way, in the form of a huge army of not-so-friendly rodents that blocked their path. When Rockrak saw the rodents, he asked what they were, to which Jael, who was walking behind him, replied that they were gutters, adding that he had probably tasted them several times before. He replied that he knew what they were, adding that it was their size that surprised him, for they looked much larger than the ones they had eaten before. In addition, the surprising fact was that these rodents, unlike ordinary nutria, moved in groups and also behaved aggressively. Owen, who had also seen a lot of things in his life, said that it was the first time he had ever seen such a thing. Rakrak said they would just call them rat monsters. Assuming that they might just be defending this place and that a battle would be inevitable, he shouted for everyone to get ready and take up arms. Just a moment later, the rat monsters rushed towards the lizardmen, but even though the enemy had a numerical advantage, they managed to kill all the rats without much difficulty thanks to their experience and spears. Looking at one of the dead rats, Rakrak asked if they could eat them, to which Jowl replied that they had no reason not to, and nothing bad was going to happen if they gutted them and took them with them. However, she had another idea, so she immediately asked Rakrak what he thought about trying to raise them like the buffalo. He didn't have time to answer, however, because Owen, who had overheard their conversation, suggested that they try raising fish. His words surprised Rakrak, for in the swamps and ponds where he used to live, the number of fish gradually decreased as they were eaten and eventually disappeared. However, Owen, who used to live with aquatic frogmen, knew that this was not the case in large ponds. So he explained that the fish also lay eggs and give birth to baby fish, which caused the frogmen to warn them against fishing during the breeding season. To do so, they simply needed to build a dam so that the young fish could not escape. Rakrak realized that it would be very difficult for them to do this in a large and deep lake, but he did not say so out loud, as he thought their efforts would be worth it in the future. Suddenly, however, his thoughts were interrupted by a bright light and a scream behind him. Quickly turning around, he saw the lizard holding his arm in pain, as well as screaming that the rat monster was still alive. Hearing this, Rakrak approached him and asked if he had been bitten, to which he replied, still in pain, that he had not. He added that he had just touched him to disembowel him, but suddenly felt pain. Looking at the rat monster who was staring at him with rage in his eyes, Rakrak decided to check it out for himself. So despite the others' warnings that it could be dangerous, he reached out to the monster. In the next instant, a bright spark formed at the spot where he touched it, followed by many small bolts of lightning that caused him great pain. Rakrak knew the concept of static electricity from touching furry skin in the winter, but it was too painful to compare to this, so he yanked his hand away sharply. Then holding his hand, he replied to the concerned Jowl that he was fine. However, out of everyone present, only Sunwoon, who was watching what was happening, realized what it was. The system window that appeared in front of him reported that it was a nutria in a demonic state, with the attribute of lightning that could deliver an electric shock to the opponent it touched. His worst assumptions had indeed come true, and it did indeed turn out to be the ruins of a demonic castle. However, this was not necessarily bad news. After all, if Rakrak along with his group managed to break through these demonic ruins to the end, there was a good chance that they would be able to obtain demonic power. Speaking of magic, acquiring it didn't make the owner a wizard right away. Acquiring it opened up the possibility of studying it. To use magic, one had to learn spells, and spells of this type required the study of ancient ruins, all kinds of ancient knowledge and magic. However, those who possessed demonic magic were powerful already because they possessed it. Moreover, it became stronger from generation to generation, which gave them the ability to create strong wizards in future generations. However, demonic magic had disadvantages, and all because in the perished world, divinity and magic were in conflict. After all, magic originally came from ancient evil, not from the gods. And so if demonic magic was obtained, there would be penalties in obtaining faith points, obtaining which at the beginning of the game would result in a lot of variables that could make it very difficult to progress further. At the same time, Rakrak, who was sitting near the corpse of a rat, heard a voice asking him if he needed such power, and the next moment he looked up and saw a bright light, which appeared to be coming from a transparent creature like a stingray, which was floating in the air. The creature turned to him again and tantalizingly asked him if it was not an interesting power, and then added that if he wanted it, he could always get it. The creature's words were interrupted by Jowl, who turned to Rakrak and said that if things were bad, they could always go back, to which he agreed. Turning to the rest of the lizards, he ordered them to match the other rats, as well as check their weapons and prepare themselves. He turned back to the unknown creature and wondered if he was the only one who had seen it. The creature said that he could hear him if he spoke to him mentally. Rakrak immediately asked what it was. The creature replied that it was a spirit that protected the ruins, and that it was only seen by those with great power. Rakrak immediately thought that this was probably a lie, but this thought was not conveyed to the spirit, for deeper thoughts and feelings were not conveyed to it. Sunwoon, who was observing all of this, wondered if he should have warned Rakrak. After all, there was a magical combat spirit in front of him who would definitely try to seduce him. However, upon opening his stats, he discovered a new deception ability that had not existed until not too long ago. Seeing it, Sunwoon was a little surprised, assuming that Rakrak had been able to develop it by dealing with Shunan's tricks. After a moment's thought, he decided not to interfere, as their leader's new ability gave the lizards a chance to handle it on their own. At the same time, the magical spirit, when asked by Rakrak what this ability was, replied that he was referring to electricity, which was the power to burn other creatures and create light and fiery heat. He then added that he could give him that power if he wanted it. Rakrak replied that if he could give it to him, he would be grateful. However, the spirit said that it was not that simple, for he also had a condition. Rakrak frowned at this, saying that he had not heard of any conditions. The stingray replied that it was not such a difficult condition and that his strength should have been enough to fulfill it. Rakrak turned around and said that if he wanted to make a deal, he should have said so from the beginning. He looked at the spirit with a frown. He advised the spirit to first state the terms if he wanted to make a deal, and to have an appropriate attitude. Hearing this, the protective spirit immediately apologized. Rakrak got to his feet and looked coldly at the spirit and told him to be specific about what the terms were and what he wanted from him, for if he withheld anything, there would be no further conversation. Rakrak asked the stingray what his terms were, what did he want in return, and once again reminded him that if he hid anything from him now, there would be no further conversation. The electric stingray flew closer to Rakrak, but now his fluttering seemed less violent than before. Still, he did not answer immediately and began from afar, explaining that he had been sealed in these ruins for many millennia. Jaol, who hadn't heard this mental conversation, came up behind Rakrak and said that all preparations were complete, and they had collected all the spoils. Now they could leave. But now their leader didn't want to rush anywhere and told them to wait a little longer. Rakrak asked and thought what he meant by sealed. Then the stingray patiently explained to him like a child that it meant he was trapped or imprisoned here. And even though he could fly freely in this space, he could not go out of here. Finally, he named his condition. He wanted to free himself from this restriction, and then he could give the power of electricity to whoever freed him. Rakrak immediately asked, "What would it take to free you?" He replied that it was simple, and if Rakrak went down and killed the guardian who was guarding the seal and broke it, he would be free and could give him his power. Rakrak wondered if he could then do the same thing the rat monster did, with the day's power the stingray would give him. The one laughed a little at the way he named his power and assured him that of course he could, and even more impressive things would be within his grasp. Now seeing Rakrak's interest, the electric stingray excitedly explained that this power is called electricity. Using this power, Rakrak would be able to perfect it and amplify its effects to the point of being able to summon a destructive thunderstorm on the heads of his enemies. This power could become so powerful that it would be comparable to that of the gods. But Rakrak didn't seem to understand what the stingray was telling him and only asked what else he had to offer. Then the stingray proudly announced that the power he possessed was so powerful and boundless that not only Rakrak himself but also the members of his tribe could use it. But that was not all. This power could be passed on to their descendants. The progress in strength they had made would not be passed on directly, but if their descendants continued to train their strength, some of them could become even stronger than he was. When Rakrak heard all this, he couldn't help but think how amazing it all was. But still he had a logical question. Why was a stingray with such a marvelous and useful power trapped here? He answered without hesitation that it was because its power was too strong. And humans and other intelligent beings stay away from dangerous things like poison or monsters and anything else they don't understand. In case they can't stay away from them, they trap them and lock them there. And that's what happened to him. Suddenly Rakrak stopped him and warily pointed out to him that he himself had just said he was dangerous to others. Rakrak looked at him suspiciously and confidently stated that he was hiding something, and perhaps it was because there was more harm from the stingray's power than good. The stingray tried to argue that no, that's not true, and that if you have that power, then... Rakrak immediately stopped him and advised him not to lie anymore, and warned him that he could go back right now and block the entrance to this cave, which seems to have been blocked for no apparent reason. Then he could also order his warriors not to let anyone into that cave and warn all the descendants of my tribe to never enter there. Because of such threats, the electric stingray was clearly in a panic. The prospect of spending a few more centuries in prison did not please him at all, and there was no way he was going to give up. Rakrak turned around and pretended to head for the exit of the cave. The spirit of the stingray immediately followed him, begging him to listen to his story, for now he would tell him everything. As far as Sun Woon knew, the intelligence level of spirits was not that high. However, it was not easy for those who entered the demonic ruins to resist the temptation of the spirits. Still, as expected, Rakrak behaved very cunningly because of his new ability he had obtained. This new unique ability of Rakrak was cunning. Sun Woon decided that this ability was most likely due to Rakrak figuring out Shunan's tricks and being the first to successfully attack the frogmen. Rakrak still wanted to possess this power, so he suggested, "Why don't they start the deal again, Pez?" Scat didn't understand who he was addressing, but Rakrak said that, from now on, That would be his new name. But he still resented it, saying he wasn't Paz. Rakrek insisted that their deal starts with him choosing his new name, and those are fair terms since the scat was trying to trick him. He had no choice but to agree. The next thing Rakrek asked for was an explanation as to why the stingray was dangerous. After all, he thought, if Paz really had a power worth making a deal for, there was no reason to hide why he was dangerous. If there was a reason to hide, however, then it wasn't worth making a deal for. PZ hovered in the air and agreed to take the risk of telling him that he was descended from ancient evil, or rather from creatures that had ruled this world many millennia ago. Rakrek wondered which ancient evil he meant. Paz answered that it was those who ruled this world many, many years ago. But it was so long ago that everyone had forgotten about their existence, and even the gods did not remember them. Even he himself could not remember his origins, for he had simply opened his eyes one day and found himself trapped here, imprisoned for an unknown amount of time. However, to the stingray's surprise, Rakrek was not frightened by his origins, and even more so said he felt sorry for him. He told him himself that he grew up an orphan, and it's not that important to know what you were born as. It's much more important to decide what you're going to do with your future. Pizai was a little discouraged at being comforted by Rakrak's words, but soon went on to explain his danger. A power of unknown origin intoxicates sentient beings. Since the source of the power is unknown, it allows the creature to believe that the power belongs to him alone, when in fact he obtained it by accident. Once he begins to use such power, he begins to believe that he deserves it, and if he begins to think so, he looks down on those who do not possess the power. Rakrak found this a little hard to understand at first, but he nodded, remembering the examples of Bor and Shunin, who were intoxicated by their power. Now he asked, demonic magic also causes creatures to become like that, right? PZ confirmed his hunch. Indeed, its power spread indiscriminately and unchecked. This meant that the wielders of his power were chosen randomly and that carried certain risks. Rakrak tried to predict what would happen to his tribe if he obtained this power. This electric demonic power seems to be different from the one given to their bug god. The god's power is only given to those he chooses, and at his discretion. On the other hand, if someone gets this kind of power without having earned it, others will be jealous and envious. And if there are more and more of them, there will definitely be lizards who will despise God and turn away from him. Moreover, this power would only grow more powerful as time went on. Now Rakrak understood why Piz and his power were so dangerous, so he asked why he had to risk so much to gain that power. PZ insisted that his power was useful, attractive, and would be able to give him an advantage in battle, but it was still destructive. Then another electric shock ran through Paz. Rakrak thought he had seen a light like that somewhere before, and finally realized what it was. It was like thunder and lightning in the sky. He assumed that the strength of the energy determined the intensity of the light it emitted. At first it might just be a small spark, but when the force grew and became stronger, it could turn into thunder and lightning. He also realized that it would be advantageous in battle if he could generate electricity from his body like the monster rats did. It was indeed an attractive power. He was snapped out of his musings by Piz, who once again asked if he would free him. Rakrak replied that he would, but he had a condition. He wanted to avoid accidentally spreading the power among the tribe. PZ flew up to Rakrak and asked if he wanted the power himself, didn't he? He understood such a desire, and suggested that it would probably be difficult, but still possible. However, there were a few things that would then be needed. In order for a single lizard to have this power, a ritual of the same level as magic would have to be prepared. But Rakrak shook his finger negatively. He didn't want to keep the power to himself alone. Rakrak recalled that he had said that the power of electric demonic magic spread indiscriminately, but if necessary, one person could take possession of it with a ritual. If both of those statements were true, then couldn't the power also not be distributed indiscriminately, but distributed to certain select people? Paz looked puzzled. He replied that he hadn't tried it, but he thought it was possible. Such a small ritual should work, but why did Rakrak need it? If he wasn't going to take all the power for himself, the result would be about the same as if he left it to chance. Then Rakrak explained, "No, it's different. If the power is only given to certain members of the tribe, it will look as if they were chosen by God himself. In other words, it will not be a power of ancient evil that has no source, but a power with a clear source of origin. This one will look like a God-given power, but even that is not the most important thing. If the lizards think it's a gift from God, then it will be. What difference does it make? The chosen ones will think that God has given them strength, and their faith and devotion will reach God, even though they are gifts, not from Him. From this, their faith will be strengthened, and they will be afraid to disobey their deity." PZ tried to contradict Rakrak, but couldn't think of what to say. What Rakrak was saying directly applied to the perished world system. If demonic magic holders believed that they had gotten it by chance, then accruing faith points would incur penalties. On the contrary, If demonic magic holders mistook it as a power given to them by a god, it would result in increased faith points. Rakrak decided to move on to the next condition. PZ was surprised at how many conditions he had and tried to resent it. But Rakrak reminded him that if he persisted, the conditions would only get more. Stingray had no choice but to agree, and he only asked him not to delay and just say the condition at last. However, Rakrak looked at him carefully and announced that he must also believe in their bug god. PZ was shocked at the suggestion. How could he, a demonic spirit, believe in their god? PZ flashed a look of denial. How could he believe in any god when he himself was descended from beings more ancient and powerful than the modern gods of this world? The rest of the terms were good, but it would be difficult. He reminded himself once again that he was a spirit of demonic magic that had been created from a being that had been around longer than the gods. Rakrak gave him a displeased look and reminded him that it doesn't matter who gave birth to you, how or why. What matters is what you are going to do next. And then asked if he wanted to be free or not. PZ still resisted, saying it was a ridiculous idea because gods don't like demonic spirits. After all, they're just made that way. That's their nature. Demonic spirits compete with the gods and want to spread their demonic magic to as many creatures as possible. That's the purpose of their existence. Rakrak was starting to get angry and advised him not to compare his god to the others, and don't judge their god through the prism of your view of the world. He explained to the Stingray that he thought he was useful enough, and their bug god happens to be very generous and gracious to useful creatures. Their god might even listen to his wishes and fulfill them. That is why the reason why the Stingray was created is not important at all. The reason for its existence is determined by any intelligent creature itself, not the one who created it. Sunwoon watched all of this closely. PZ steadily slowed his fluttering and hesitated in doubt. He knew very well that gods didn't like spirits of demonic magic and tried to destroy them. So he asked again, would their god really accept him? Rakrak was sure of it and assured him that if he accepted all the conditions he offered him, he would be accepted. Rakrak was sure that he did not know all the desires of his god, but he was the one who understood his desires better than any other being in this world. PZ was silent, but he had already made his decision. He looked at Rakrak and finally told him the whole truth. He had indeed lied to him about some things. In fact, he's not just stuck in these ancient ruins, he rules them. The truth is that the challenger in these ruins must defeat the guardian of the ruins, but that guardian is under his rule. He controls everything in these ruins, and he is the one who sent the enchanted nutria with demonic magic to them. Rakrak wasn't surprised at all, and Paz went on to say, the reason I told you is that you must defeat the guardian. But Rakrak didn't let him finish his sentence and finished it instead, saying that he knew why he said that. It was because the power shouldn't go to the weak because they wouldn't be able to spread it widely. He was right. Recently, even a tribe of frogmen had come to take up the challenge in search of power for revenge, but they had failed. But now Pease was wondering how Rakrak would react to all this. After all, he had revealed his lies. Wasn't he upset? Rakrak shook his head calmly as if nothing had happened. He had already expected this. And he wasn't the kind of lizard man who would get upset just because he had been deceived. After all, he hadn't even lost anything from this lie. PZ didn't understand what was going on. Then Rakrak said, I can always forgive if I want to. Forgiveness is not a warrior's virtue, but I am also a tribal leader. And forgiveness and reconciliation is indeed a necessary virtue for a tribal chief. All the more reason for such behavior, since he lives in a place as damp and dark as this, and only has eyes for monster rats all the time. Rakrak thought that he could use some fresh air and looking at the beautiful things outside. Hearing this, Pease glowed with gratitude. Then Paz said, I still don't know your name. What is your name? The leader of the Lizardmen fairly introduced himself. Hearing his name, Pease soared and announced that Rakrak had successfully passed the test, and he accepts all the terms he offered. Finally, he asked if Rakrak agreed to the deal. Of course he agreed, but there was still one last question. Would their bug god accept the demonic spirit as his subordinate? A system window appeared in front of Sun Woon that said that the demonic magic spirit wished to be subordinate to him. If he agreed, he would gain control over the domain of demonic magic. Electricity. After a short time of thinking, Sun Woon clicked yes. Now the deed was done. This was the only possible way to overcome the penalties of demonic magic due to the transfer of demonic magic to the realm of divinity. Otherwise, every creature possessing demonic magic would be labeled as enchanted with demonic magic and would be unable to produce the right amount of faith and control their power. However, demonic magic in the realm of divinity was under the control of a deity. Sun Woon praised Rakrak for his good work. Thanks to him, once Pease accepted the terms of the deal, Sun Woon was able to grant demonic magic to certain of his servants without penalty. Transferring it to the divinity realm doesn't make it divine. It can't even be developed like other abilities in the divinity realm. There are many restrictions, but not receiving penalties is already a victory, isn't it? If obtaining demonic power only required breaking through the ancient ruins, it would be too easy. Rockrak's group would win even if they were attacked by hundreds of monster rats, and Sunwoon could always support them using points of faith. However, subduing a demonic magic spirit was much more difficult. Sunwoon didn't even know if he would be able to do it. The only way to find out how successful they were was to wait and see what would happen depending on each character's abilities, and it seemed that Sunwoon had gotten lucky again and succeeded by unlocking an area of demonic magic. Electricity. However, Sunwoon didn't consider it a mere coincidence, and it seems the fact that he met an injured Rokrak in the desert was luck for both of them. 9 years later, near one of the altars to the nameless blue bug god, two figures stood on top of the hill. In front of them stood a tower of tombstones and water buffalo bones, stacked and assembled from plaster to build a structure tall enough to be seen from afar in the desert. This bone tower was built on top and was created by Rokrak. It served not only to demonstrate belief in the blue god of insects, but also as a landmark in the present day. After finishing telling the long story of how the blue bug god had given the legendary leader Rokrak the power of thunder and lightning, the black-scale lizardmen carefully wiped the dust off one of the stone monuments. This lizardman wore expensive layers of cloth called silk, indicating that he belonged to a high social class. The traveler only said enthusiastically, "Wow, that was an interesting story." The stranger asked what the bug god had to do with thunderstorms and lightning, and how could he control these powers. The lizard man tilted his head. However, he did not seem discouraged by the question. Rather, he simply asked why this man was asking about such obvious things. He answered him very simply by pointing out what color lightning was. Since it was usually blue, it meant that it obeyed their blue bug god. The man didn't quite understand what the lizardman meant, and thought that lizards were always convincing the strangest things, and they themselves were so strange. However, this human didn't think that being weird was necessarily a bad thing, and hoped that he could take advantage of the fact that they were weird. Hiding his innermost thoughts, he asked the lizard, "Come to think of it, I didn't even recognize your name while I was listening to this long story. My name is Hui, and what is your name?" But the lizard was cunning and was in no hurry to answer. He interrupted their conversation by saying, "Wait, there seems to be some uninvited guests coming from over there." Where the lizard was pointing, a group of armed gnolls were coming up the hill. This hyena-like species had protruding muzzles and black spots on their brown bodies. They had a violent temper and were obsessed with power, so they often fought amongst themselves, but the general consensus amongst the perished world players was that despite these flaws, they were noteworthy. Their physical abilities and intelligence were on average high, so they were considered a good race to get at the beginning of the game, no matter how small the player's zone was. But these facts about the game had nothing to do with the lizard, which turned out to be Owen and the unknown man beside him. The man turned to Owen. "What are you going to do? As far as I know, the gnolls and lizardmen are not on the best of terms right now." Owen replied that there was still time before the top of the hill and they could think about what to do. They didn't even seem to have noticed they were being watched yet. The lizard asked the man if he thought they were Salkate's gnolls. Salkate was the leader of a tribe of gnolls, the tribe of severed ears, who were feuding with the black-scale lizardmen. These two tribes were the two largest tribes in the desert, so all the other smaller tribes showed great interest and respect for them. Salkate and Rokrak believed in different gods, and so the leaders of the two tribes inevitably feuded with each other. The man next to Owen was very interested in whether the two tribes were going to war, and if they were, who would win. No human tribe, at least in this wilderness, could compare to these two powerful tribes. But judging by the number of these gnolls and their armament, they didn't belong to the Salkate tribe. They looked more like mere wanderers in search of sustenance. Owen noted that the man's arguments were well chosen and most likely true. He thought the same, but unfortunately he couldn't rely on guesses. He needed to know for sure, so he drew an arrow charged with electricity to find out after he had neutralized all the gnolls. Marching along the sandy road and not looking up, the group of gnolls never noticed Owen. Watching them from above, he told the man that unlike the scouting parties of other races or tribes, those were just ordinary hungry marauders. Had there been a group of humans or lizards in front of him, he might have trusted them, but he had no trust in the gnolls. Watching Owen, the man saw the man reach for the bow hanging from his shoulder. Upon seeing it, the man immediately recognized it, for it was the famous compound bow of the black-scale lizards. It was made from large water buffalo, and was considered one of the best and longest-range bows on the continent. However, what surprised the man the most was why Owen had pulled out his bow even though the gnolls were still quite far away. Verbally refuting the man's thoughts, Owen pulled an arrow from the quiver hanging from his belt and fired. Owen walked down the hill a bit, but the distance between him and the gnolls was still well over 100 paces. At some point, one of the gnolls managed to sense the danger approaching them, causing it to raise its head in bewilderment. But even though the gnolls didn't react in time, the arrow never hit any of them. With a flash of blue lightning, the arrow slammed into the ground next to them with a distinctive sound. Hearing the noise, some gnolls looked at the arrow in bewilderment. Unlike them, however, their leader realized something when he saw the arrow, and in the next moment, horror began to appear on his face. Suddenly, electricity discharges and a bright blue light began to emanate from the arrow stuck in the ground. Realizing what was about to happen in the next moment, the gnoll leader screamed with horror on his face that it was an enemy attack and ordered everyone to run away immediately. However, it was already too late. The gnolls, who were feeling rather carefree, could not even think that an arrow stuck in the ground could hurt them. Therefore, not having time to react in time, all they had to do was watch with horror and confusion on their faces as a bright lightning bolt struck from the sky straight into the arrow. Already in the next moment, their painful screams were heard. Having struck the arrow, the lightning struck with an electric shock all the gnolls that stood nearby. This caused the fur of all these vagabonds to stand up and the screeching of wounded dogs among the desert rocks. From the mouth of one gnoll, whose body was still filled with lightning bolts of electricity and who looked at Owen with horror in his eyes, only one word escaped his lips: the Chosen One. Despite his ignorance, even someone like him had heard the legend of the black-scale lizard. He remembered its contents. Therefore, realizing what they were facing and even experiencing the power of this legend in person, he immediately made the decision to retreat immediately. In the next moment, he got to his feet and shouted to his kin to run away immediately. They didn't need to be told twice, as they realized that they had encountered something inexplicable, something that was beyond them. At the same time, Owen watched the panicked gnolls fleeing with a satisfied smile on his face, while the man behind him could not hide his surprise. As the man came to his senses, Owen turned to him with a smile and said that his name was Owen and he was glad to meet him, but hearing such a famous name, the man could not even believe who was standing in front of him. He asked him if he was really the legendary storyteller Owen. Howie could not believe his luck. He was lucky to meet such a famous member of the lizard tribe, even one of its leaders. Owen sighed heavily. Looking into the distance, he muttered in a tired voice that it had been a long time since he had last used his power. Then turning to the man, he motioned for him to take a short break and talk some more. Owen pulled a long stick out of his silk coat. The end of the stick was round and empty. The contraption was strangely reminiscent of a smoking pipe. Then he lightly flicked his finger and formed a spark. As the dry grass caught fire, Owen took a deep breath. As he exhaled, white smoke billowed from his mouth. Watching the lizard, the man remembered that the stick in his hands was a smoking pipe. According to the stories, it was used by a select few black-scale lizards as a ritual tool with which they smoked tobacco after using their powers. Taking a drag, Owen once again exhaled white smoke from his mouth. Noticing the man's silence, he told the man that if he had a desire, he could ask him about things that interested him. Not wanting to miss such an opportunity, the man directly asked why he was submitting to someone else when he had such a strong skill himself. Seeing that Owen didn't react to his words, he explained that he wasn't talking about betrayal and trying to oust the current tribal leader, adding that there would surely be others in the black-scale lizard tribe who would follow him. And even if there weren't, with that kind of power he could easily find another tribe of lizards somewhere and live a comfortable life. For, as far as he knew, Owen's storyteller had been known as a lonely and dangerous vagabond before. And now, instead of living a life of comfort, he was somehow forced to wander the wilderness alone. The man wondered what he was missing out on and what he didn't realize. After listening to the man, Owen exhaled another cloud of white smoke. Then smiling as if he had heard a funny story, he replied that he had his reasons. Turning his gaze to the man looking at him with puzzlement, he said that he had too many sins to live such a carefree life. The man could not believe his words, for he had heard that many lizards respected him on par with High Chief Rak. Looking at the man with his unchanging expression on his face, Owen said that many members of his tribe had indeed forgiven him and no longer held a grudge against him. However, for him personally, it was a matter of personal atonement, redemption for having once betrayed many of his people, but there was a way for him to redeem himself. Now his raison d'etre was to go around telling stories about the blue bug god and Rak, the leader of his tribe, and sometimes using his power to prove to unbelieving fools the power of their god by instilling awe in them. This was the path of redemption he had chosen for himself. Now his life's purpose was to be a prophet of the nameless god of the blue bugs. In honor of their god, their tribe had erected many altars made of water buffalo bones, along with memorial stones that recorded the stories of their tribe's life and the miracles their god had blessed them with. Watching Owen dusting the sacred stone, the man asked him why he had worked so hard for all this, for there was no one in this desert who did not know the black lizard tribe and their deity. Owen's work seemed pointless to him, and in his opinion, there was no need to try to improve the reputation of Rakrak, leader and priest, for he was already legendary. Owen, still wiping the stone, replied that a reminder never hurt anyone, and using his power he constantly reminded everyone of the power of their god and tribe. In his opinion, it was a worthwhile endeavor. Finally turning to the man, he asked him where he was going. And was he a wanderer, like himself? Howie scratched his beard thoughtfully and replied that he was. He would have liked to stop there, but seeing the attentive and distrustful look of the lizard, he realized that he would not leave him until he got a proper answer. He said that he came from Automation. Automation was an isolated valley located in the southwest of the wilderness. A human tribe settled where the springs flowed, and at the entrance to the valley stood a fortress made of earth, stones, and clay. It was called a fortress, but it was not actually built by humans. It was called Automation because, thanks to the ancient mystery, there were ancient mud soldiers that reached human height who constantly rebuilt the fortress when it collapsed. Because of this, the human tribe that managed to occupy the place was able to defend themselves from other large tribes. Automation was also a place that was watched over by gnolls with cropped ears and black-scale lizards. I see. So you're the errand boy of Automation? Owen asked. Howie wasn't going to hide anything anymore and replied, Exactly. I'm on my way to the black-scale lizards to deliver the words of the Lord of Automation. Owen now realized that it was his fault for not recognizing the messenger in the guest right away. But everything went well, and they immediately found common ground and no unpleasant mishaps occurred. Howie asked him what he meant by good. Owen explained that he was really lucky and he was going to visit Chief Rakrak himself and could take him with him and show him the way. But it was quite late today, so Owen suggested that they set off early the next day at dawn. Hui wondered why at dawn, and the lizard man explained to him that he was going to navigate by the stars. He also added that since Hui was his guest, it would be his duty to treat him with all generosity. Suddenly, Owen whistled loudly. A stomping sound was heard, and an unknown creature began to approach them, kicking up dust. It turned out to be an overgrown rooster with a lizard tail and more than 2 meters tall. When Howie saw it, he was frightened and asked, "What is Cockatrice doing here?" He was ready to run away, but Owen stopped him by telling him to calm down, and taking the creature by the reins, he added that he hadn't guessed. It was a quorka, not a cockatrice. This particular specimen was called cockadoo, and like all quorkas, was the result of crossbreeding a cockatrice with a common chicken. I don't know how the lizardmen ever came up with such a thing. Quorka was a creature that only a small portion of the lizardmen warriors could ride. It resembled a cockatrice in general, but was smaller, more gentle, and less wild and willful. The black-scale lizardmen were unable to tame the cockatrice, but they were able to crossbreed them and obtain quorkas. Along with the chosen ones, these warrior riders on quorkas were one of the main reasons why the black-scale lizardmen had both fame and prestige as well as a bad reputation. Black-scale lizardmen ride quorkas that can run several times faster than humans and shoot their composite bows hundreds of paces away, hitting a target. At dawn the next day, Owen saddled the quorka and motioned for his guest to sit beside him and set off. Hui did not know what the price for the honor of riding the quorka would be and was nervous. Owen advised him to relax, for in return he would only be required to listen to stories. When they were on their way, Hui asked what the stories would be about. Was it about the blue bug god or about the legendary leader Rakrak? The lizard only replied that it was about both. To the surprise, not only of Hui, but of Owen as well, the tribe of black-scale lizards was not far away at all. Owen had expected them to go farther away. A herd of water buffalo could be seen in the distance, and as they headed toward the huts they had built, they heard crying. Hui inquired cautiously, "Is there a funeral there?" Owen nodded. Apparently, Owen guessed what kind of funeral it was. The black-scale lizards held different funerals for people of different status, but today it seemed one of the chosen ones had died. A little while before, under the dark clouds, many developing tribe standards with buffalo skulls could be seen developing in the wind. The tribe was just leading water buffalo and moving leisurely through the desert. In front, Rakrak sat on a quorza. A messenger approached him from behind, bringing sad news. Rakrak immediately inquired if Stargazer had asked about him. The messenger replied that he had, and he said that his life was now at stake and he would not be able to speak to Rakrak unless he came to him immediately. Rakrak immediately ordered the procession to stop and make a halt as he was going to stay here for the day. The faithful Ur immediately repeated the chieftain's order loudly and commanded the procession to stop. While Ur stopped the tribe, Rakrak hurried to the sick Stargazer. He was met by Jaol, who was alarmed by the halt of their procession and wondered what the problem was. Rakrak replied that apparently Stargazer wanted to see him. He also says that his life is at stake. Since this old sage had correctly predicted the days ahead of us, as well as his own, he would probably be right this time. Then looking at the confused Jaiol, he explained that the stargazer was always good at predicting the future, and she should already prepare a funeral for him. The old stargazer had been ill for a long time, and life was slipping from his body every day. The tribe's healers believed that he was now living his last hours, and was on high alert for a meeting with their deity. Jaiol lowered her head and told the departing Rakrak not to worry, and to leave everything to her. Even Korkus, as if sensing the oppressive and heavy atmosphere, lowered their heads. Zhao looked up at the starry sky, which was soon to be joined by another star, and muttered to herself that it was going to be a sad night. Heading towards the tent where Stargazer was for the moment, Rakrak reflected on who he thought he was. The old lizard had done a lot for him and the rest of the black-scale lizards. He had many names: Old Tramp, Elder, One-Armed Lizard, Conductor, and Stargazer, but now the tribe members most often called him Elder. It was because of his leadership that their tribe could be where they were now. He also taught him and the rest of his tribesmen how to read the stars, which had saved them many times and kept them from getting lost. And often at the end of another busy day, Rakrak would sit with Stargazer, tired but with a languid expression on his face. Stargazer would sit with his back hunched but his eyes shining, and they would exchange questions and answers. Rakrak usually gave gifts to thank Stargazer for constantly teaching the young lizards his wisdom, even though he was old and tired. But Stargazer always declined the gifts with a wave of his hand. Despite the age difference, they got along very well, and even bantered with each other often. Thinking back on their time together, Rakrak suddenly realized that it would all be over soon. A part of his heart began to tear, as if from that realization. When Rakrak entered Stargazer's tent, the herbalist standing next to his bed looked at him tiredly. Rakrak immediately wondered if he was all right. Somewhere in the back of his mind, however, he already knew the answer to his own question. Herbalist rose to his feet and replied sadly that the elder had lived too long and was now very tired. He had studied and taught many creatures, traveled to places where no one had ever set foot. As if to confirm his words, Stargazer said that he was very tired. As if flipping through his life's memories, he concluded that he had indeed done a lot of things in his life. He remembered how he had traveled and visited many places and countries, learned many new things. Like everyone, sometimes suffered setbacks, in one of which he even managed to lose an arm. One of his most precious and pleasant memories was the one in which he met him, Rakrak. However, all good things always come to an end. Lying on his bed with his eyes closed, he told Rakrak in a peaceful voice that there was only one cure for his illness, in which he felt tired and exhausted. Sleep forever. As soon as the herbalist quietly left the tent, only Rakrak and Stargazer remained in it. The next moment, sadness was reflected on the face of even a brave and strong warrior like Rakrak. He had conquered tribes, challenged the leaders of other tribes as well as powerful monsters, but at this moment he was completely powerless. Powerless over something that no one could influence in any way. Sitting before the elder in the lotus posture and bowing his head, Rakrak said that he had heard that he wanted to see him. Smiling, Stargazer replied that he wanted to indulge in some extravagance before he left, and steal some time away from the busiest man in the tribe. Hearing his words, Rakrak asked what he meant by extravagance. Laughing, he replied that he thought time was a very valuable resource. As a man who had lived his life without greed and without taking what belonged to others, he wanted to at least indulge himself at the last moment. Rakrak smirked and said he didn't think he had called him to his room just for one last joke. Continuing to stare up at the ceiling of the tent, Stargazer replied that he was right, and he did want to see him to ask a question that no one but he would be worthy of answering. He also told the man to think of it not as a question for the tribal leader Rakrak, but as the high priest who had been chosen and was closest to the god. He sat down facing Rakrak and looked at him with his cloudy eyes, whereupon this Stargazer asked, "What will happen when I die?" Such a question was asked by every living intelligent being, and Stargazer was no exception. But what could Rakrak promise him? Addressing Rakrak not as a tribal leader, but as the high priest who was closest to God, Stargazer asked, what would happen when he died? Rakrak was silent. He wasn't sure either. The creatures told different stories. For the past few years, the black-scale lizardmen had been fighting great battles and warriors were dying. However, Rakrak could not understand where the souls of the dead went. At the funerals, he prayed for them to go to a good place, but there was no way to know if they had actually gone to a good place, at least not until he himself died. Where were they going? Were they dreaming because they were asleep? Maybe eternal sleep? Maybe they're having an eternal dream where they don't know who they are or why they're there and can't figure anything out? Or, Stargazer looked worried, and so did Rakrak. Turning to Rakrak, he asked if he also thought that after death, eternal nightmares awaited them. A little hesitant, he replied that he wasn't sure. He was also not sure why he thought he was worthy of answering that question. Stargazer, on the other hand, had his own thoughts on the matter. The blue insect god had saved them when they were lost, and so he believed that he would guide them even after death. After expressing his speculation, he asked Rakrak if his thoughts were different from the actual god's will. The latter thought for a while. Although he did not know the exact answer to this question, he felt that he was completely right. Therefore, he answered that he was not wrong. After all, the blue insect god who had guided them all the time before, guided and helped them when they faced difficulties, would surely continue to guide them after death. Hearing this, Stargazer asked Rakrak with a somewhat satisfied expression what he thought the place he would go to after death would look like. He also asked dreamily if it would start with them standing before their god and awkwardly greeting him. After hearing this, a smirk appeared on Rakrak's face. He then replied that it probably wouldn't be that boring. Rakrak crossed his arms and added dreamily that in his opinion, there was going to be a huge space there, so you could run around in the green grass as much as you wanted. A space where every time you took a step, there would be a slight crunch and the tip of your tail would swish pleasantly through the meadow. In addition, there should also be a large boulder to rest on when you feel tired, and also a blue sky. Lots of sky. That one could stare at without stopping. Stargazer tried to visualize the picture Rakrak was describing. The image would bring a smile to his face. As he continued to put the picture together, he asked Rakrak what the weather would be like there. He replied that it would always have to be nice and sunny. After a second of thought, however, he added that it probably wouldn't, because it wouldn't be fun if it was all the same. He also added that it would be nice if there was a river. Stargazer stared upwards and said that he would like to have a house where he could rest. However, it should not be the tent he usually lived in before. After all, a tent conjured up associations of moving. He wanted a sturdy and cozy home where he could settle in and enjoy the views of all that beauty. Stargazer was also a guide, so Rakrak regretted not knowing sooner how the man felt. However, Stargazer had nothing against his former way of life. After all, he had found the place where his heart had settled, and so as long as he lived, he had no other grievances. However, what was to happen after death was a problem. Stargazer also inquired about the one's thoughts on food. Looking at the starry sky that was visible through the hole in the tent, Rakrak replied that he could probably eat as much as he wanted. Smiling at his words, Stargazer said that a place like that should probably really have everything. However, even with everything there, he thought that he would probably be lonely in such a large place. Rakrak shrugged his shoulders. In his opinion, there should have already been those who had gotten there before him. Because of that, he shouldn't be lonely there. Hearing that, Stargazer cheered up a bit. Another thing he was interested in was the stars. After all, they were something he had studied and been fascinated with throughout his life. Rakrak, who wasn't sure if there was an afterlife, answered affirmatively that there was. His certainty sounded so convincing, as if everything was obvious to him. After all, hadn't the stars been showing them the way all along? And most likely there would be those wandering there too, so God would surely have placed the stars in the sky so that they could easily find their way back. Suddenly, Rakrak's gaze was caught by a blue light coming from somewhere above. It was a blue butterfly that was glowing brightly. It slowly descended straight towards him. It was a sign. A reply from the blue insect god. A sign that he had heard them. Rakrak smiled, for it meant that the blue insect god was listening to their conversation. Rakrak slowly brought the butterfly's hand up to Stargazer's eyes so that he could see it more closely. Even so, he did not react. When he asked him if he could see it, he only replied that there was darkness before his eyes. Rakrak realized that Stargazer had already lost his sight and that death was coming closer and closer to him. He felt a pang of pity. The blue butterfly was known in the black-scale lizard tribe as a sign of positivity and wonder. Even if it wasn't the butterfly that glowed with a mysterious blue light, the lizardmen always rejoiced when they saw a blue butterfly, considering it a good sign. Stargazer would surely recognize it. Rakrak was tormented when he suddenly remembered his time spent with Stargazer studying stars. Turning to him, he asked if he had been here. When Rakrak received a quiet affirmative answer, he whispered quietly in Stargazer's ear that he had brought him a gift. When he heard that, he smiled. He asked if he was thinking of fooling around again, to which Rakrak replied that he was not planning. Let him refuse his gift again. "I'll find him right away this time," muttered Stargazer and smiled. When his last breath reached the blue butterfly, it flapped its wings and began to rise. Rakrak somehow knew it was his last breath. He gently shook Stargazer's body, calling his name. When he was sure he was no longer breathing, he called for the herbalist. The blue butterfly flew out of the tent and continued flying through the sky. It soared over a tribe of black-scale lizards who were busily preparing for the gathering of the camp and the funeral. Then over the desert where dusk had fallen. Finally, a blue butterfly landed on the back of his hand. It was Sunwoon's hand. What happens when you die in the perished world? Sunwoon knew the answer to this question well. The very next moment, a system window appeared in front of him, informing him that the conditions for creating an afterlife had been met and also asking if he wanted to do so. After reading the information, Sun Woon did not hesitate to click yes. Sun Woon knew that one day he would create an afterlife. After the player chose his first tribe and defeated the NPCs in the surrounding area, his divinity level would reach 11. This was one of the prerequisites for creating the afterlife, and the player could reach this level if he played correctly from the beginning. Then his subordinates could become demigods. Up to this point, he had managed to fulfill all the conditions for level, resources, and faith points. However, he still had a condition for the number of deaths. There were 4 conditions to create an afterlife. Reaching the required levels, killing NPCs such as abominations and fiends to obtain special resources, and obtaining enough faith points were the easiest of the 4. But the last condition, death, was unclear. It appeared that one had to achieve enough deaths of creatures that believed in the player, and then the condition was considered met. However, there was no specific formula that could be used to determine how many creatures had to die in Perished World, so players had to do the calculations and guess on their own. However, since the conditions had already been met, it didn't matter. Sun Woon opened the World Creation Helper program. He knew that the day would come when he would create an afterlife, so he would occasionally simulate the different kinds of afterlife he wanted using the World Creation Helper provided by the Perished World system. Like the Creature Creation Helper that Sun Woon had used to create his giant mantis, the World Creation Helper saved worlds that Sun Woon had created before and worlds created by other players. But just like last time, Sun Woon decided to create a new one. Even though he decided to create a new world, the basic settings remained the same, making it much easier. Sun Woon already knew what kind of afterlife each species preferred from his previous experience with the game. Although lizards generally preferred the same type of afterlife, there was a certain type of world that the lizards of the young civilization particularly liked, namely green fields with moist air and warm sunny plains. Sun Woon felt somewhat relieved to hear Rockrak and Stargazer talk about the afterlife. For the afterlife he had created was not too different from their expectations. The afterlife was a very important element in the Perished World, as the view of life after death for those who believed in a god depended on it. For example, if hell was created in the afterlife, the god could show the priests an image of hell through dreams. From the dreams, the priests would learn that the wicked would receive eternal punishment and would pass this fact on to other believers. The concept of heaven was also often used in conjunction with hell. But was there any point in believing in a god if hell was the only destination after death? Punishment should always be accompanied by reward. So a world had to be created in which believers believed they would go to heaven if they attacked a particular species or offended a particular god. And this was more than a matter of faith, since it actually took place in the afterworld. But for now, Sun Woon could not create an afterlife with heaven and hell. As a result, Sun Woon could only create one type of afterlife, which was called different worlds. Different worlds were useful afterlife worlds common throughout history. Valhalla, the Waters of Oblivion, Styx, Limbo. They are all different, but they all denote worlds that one can go to after death. These worlds were not necessarily separate worlds, but were most often used as spaces leading to other afterlives. However, this was not the only purpose of these worlds. Even in Valhalla, the afterlife was like a training ground for warriors preparing for Ragnarok. Afterlife worlds can really be different, depending on how players want to use them. If I recall, Sun Woon even won by using the afterworld well. But at that time, he was just lucky. Souls were immortal as long as the afterlife existed. Using the knowledge or powers that souls possessed was difficult as it took a lot of faith points, but as the game progressed in the later stages, immortal souls became very useful to players. Nevertheless, he decided that there was no need to rush things from the beginning. Many things were still in the planning stages. Sun Woon called his afterlife First Prairie. It was a working title, giving room for future expansion. The First Prairie then appeared beneath Sun Woon's feet and could be seen in the World Creation Assistant. He opened the window of his domain and scattered all the souls into the First Prairie. Hundreds of souls turned into blue wandering butterflies and landed on the endless sunny meadow. One of the butterflies was a stargazer who was now awake. Even though his eyes were still closed, he could still feel the breeze blowing gently against his skin. The freshness of the air he inhaled seemed painfully familiar. Stargazer blinked. He thought death would be eternally sleepy, but when he opened his eyes, he felt rested for the first time in a long time. He lay there, his arms, legs, and tail moving the way he wanted them to. He never thought the pain in his joints would ever subside, not even in his sleep. Stargazer sat up. Immediately an amazing view opened up before him. It was a green meadow. A light wind blew past, and Stargazer felt the moist but cool air on his nose. At first he thought his nose was cold, but soon he felt the warmth of the sun on his face. Stargazer had no trouble remembering his last conversation with Rakrak. The conversation seemed like a dream to him, but at the same time so real and vivid. Rakrak, you were right, this is the prairie we envisioned. But there are no stars or houses of stone here. You can't always get what you wish for. There was a chance the houses in this place wouldn't be needed. Besides, this little thing didn't compare to what he'd already gotten. Stargazer couldn't help but smile. After all, it was truly a wonderful gift for him. Enjoying the pleasant sunlight, Stargazer hummed a tune. The afterlife was much more pleasant and better than he had imagined. In addition, thanks to it, his longtime dream had come true, and he could finally relax in the sun. At some point, however, something caught his eye and made him turn around. As it turned out, he was not the only one who was on this green field. Here and there on the grass lay other lizardmen. They were sleeping facing the sky, with their eyes closed. Stargazer was surprised, but he was more interested in why they were not awake yet. He wandered around, wondering if he should wake up the other lizardmen or not. The lizardmen looked like they were sound asleep, so it was rude to wake them up. Among the other lizardmen, Stargazer saw a few familiar faces. Looking at one of the familiar lizardmen, he recognized him as one of his students and warriors. He remembered that he had been one of his arithmetic students, and had died a few years ago in one of the many wars. One day, the black-scale lizards had been attacked by an alliance of goblin tribes, 4 times the size of Rakrak's clan. 2 groups of goblins split the Rakrak clan's formation into 2. Rakrak, who was in front, and Ur, who was behind, brought their warriors back into formation and began to fight back. However, the children and old men who were in the center of the lizard formation could not do the same. All they had to do was hope for reinforcements and run away since they couldn't fight. But the goblins took that chance and ambushed them. Stargazer, who had seen many battles, realized that they had no way out. And the fact that the goblins were aiming at a place in the formation where there were mostly old men, women, and children was a common military trick. Their only option was to retreat and hold out until Rakrak's reinforcements arrived. The enemy had a numerical advantage, and their tribe's warriors were slowly continuing to be pushed back. The result of such a battle had to be one thing: a loss. In such a situation, Stargazer realized that they were powerless, and this was their end. The goblins were already approaching them, about to massacre them. However, some of the warriors went against the leader's order, because they thought it was necessary and abandoned the battlefield and came to the defense of the old men and children. They were few in number, and did so after making sure that without them, the formations would not be broken. They apologized to their comrades and rushed to their aid, despite the fact that the goblins were dozens of times more numerous than they were. Each knew their lives were on the line, but they couldn't risk the future of their tribe just like that. Thanks to the lessons of Stargazer, they knew how to count, and now it seemed to them a reasonable price to pay to save many others at the cost of one life. It was then that one of the warriors turned to Stargazer and said that he was glad that he had learned to count, and he was grateful to him for these lessons. Stargazer could not stop him. He was firm in his resolve, as were several other lizard warriors. They had disobeyed the chief's orders to come here to help because they thought it was the right thing to do. And thanks to their heroic sacrifices, which no one wanted, the weak lizardmen were able to escape and wait for the reinforcements, which by then had already managed to defeat the main forces of the Goblin Tribal Alliance. But that precious time was bought at a high price. Some of those brave warriors survived their heroic act, but most did not. The lizard warrior standing in front of Stargazer was one of those who did not survive. At the funeral of the warriors who had fallen in that battle, Rakrak went into a rage and began yelling at those who survived, and even those who died at their own funerals. He even yelled at Stargazer. He was sure it was all because of that damn arithmetic he had taught them. Stargazer himself realized some of his guilt, but still asked why he thought it was because of arithmetic. Rakrak thought so, for it was those warriors who were smart and good at arithmetic who had gone against his orders and rushed at the goblins. From the outside, they seemed so stupid, especially when they said that by sacrificing one life, they were saving 2. They decided that it was a good exchange. However, none of them paid attention to the fact that old men and children can't protect others, but warriors can, and by dying themselves they leave the tribe defenseless. Then Stargazer looked at him incredulously and asked, "So you think the warriors were wrong to face the goblins who tried to attack the old men and children?" Rakrak hesitated for a moment and answered, "No." Then Stargazer asked why he was angry. Rakrak gritted his teeth and replied that he was angry for one simple reason: because they were not wrong. And now he could do nothing else but be angry that they had died for their right decision, and he had been wrong then, but realized it too late. What irritated Rakrak the most, however, was what happened after that. Someone had apparently overheard the conversation between Rakrak and Stargazer, and all the other warriors who didn't care about arithmetic at first went to Stargazer to learn it. From then on, the warriors who were good at arithmetic always died in the front ranks when a battle arose and always made all sorts of sorties uncoordinated with the chief. and then others went to Stargazer to learn arithmetic and so on in a circle. So later, Stargazer taught them secretly, trying not to annoy Rakrak even more. The warrior sleeping soundly in front of Stargazer was the one who first led many other warriors of the clan to learn arithmetic. After him, even those who were not at first at all interested in arithmetic began to come to Stargazer in secret and learn it. He inspired many by his example. Glad to meet the warrior, Stargazer put his hand on his shoulder, but withdrew it for fear of waking up the warrior. Still, how glad he was to see him here. He decided to wake him later, when he had gotten a good night's sleep. After all, it didn't seem like there was much else to do in this place besides sleep anyway. Looking around, Stargazer assumed that he had woken up faster than the others because he had recently died, and the others were still reeling from the lingering effects of death. Still, he was surprised that there was only an endless sea of grass, and that was all. He wondered, wasn't there anyone divine in this place? Anybody at all? He said it loudly, but his voice just dissolved into the endless green field. Stargazer hesitated. He wasn't as bold as Rakrak and the other warriors, and was a little shy, thinking that the god might overhear. Even when Rakrak pointed out that Stargazer was one of the chosen, he didn't know what to make of it. He couldn't understand why him and what was so special about him that God had chosen him among the others. There were many questions in his mind. Why did the blue insect god save them, protect them, and help them with miracles? Yor said it was because lizard people were better than other species. But is that really the case? The other species seemed to lose either because they didn't have a god, or their gods weren't as powerful as their own. Owen said it was because the god was good. But how are lizardmen better than other species? Are other species not as good-hearted as us? Jael said that God chose the lizardmen because they were helpful. Then was it right for them to rely on God? What if one day they stopped being useful? Stargazer thought Rakrak's answer was the best among all the others. Even if he wasn't right, Rakrak always offered answers that Stargazer liked. Rakrak said that the fact that God had chosen them could have been a coincidence. That maybe they had no choice but to be the best species in the best land. Maybe God did the best he could, and they were simply the best option among those available. It sounded disrespectful in a way, but Stargazer thought it was okay. It was getting hot after being out in the sun for so long, but there was shade in the forest that had discreetly appeared not too far from the field. This place really had everything. He started humming because he was in a good mood. It was the tune everyone sang after the black-scale lizards defeated the frogmen and the villages were rebuilt. It had a good rhythm, so everyone liked it, but Stargazer didn't always hum it because he wasn't very good at singing. He was even embarrassed to hum it, so he only did it when no one was around. And then he heard a rustle. Suddenly some movement caught his eye. Someone nearby was moving among the trees. Stargazer began to wonder who it was. He saw the tail of a lizard sticking out between the trees, but he never got an answer from it. The tail swayed back and forth and then disappeared. He immediately called out to it again, but there was no answer. Then he began to rise hastily, intending to get close to the stranger and catch him if necessary. He began to ask the stranger to stop and listen to him, for he only wanted to ask him one question. Movement meant that someone was still awake. Who was it then? Could you be someone he knew? Not getting an answer, Stargazer hastily got up and went into the forest, and soon he saw the tail again between the trees in the distance. But the tail disappeared when Stargazer called out to him. He began to walk faster, thinking he might lose the lizard man. Walking fast was awkward, for he hadn't been able to do it until now and had gotten used to it. But then Stargazer decided to remember his youth and started to run, and soon he was running after the lizardman, whose tail appeared and disappeared among the trees. Stargazer remembered that when he was young he liked to run like that. As a child he had run with a friend whose face and name he no longer remembered. He shouted after the stranger, "Stop! Where are you going?" When he passed a few bushes, a small clearing showed up. What he saw there made him excited. There stood a stone building. Stargazer had never seen such a building before. The building was cylindrical, made of rectangular stones, with a domed ceiling. The tail swayed back and forth at the entrance to the building and suddenly disappeared, as if disappearing inside. Stargazer thought that if there was any deity here, he had one question he'd really like to ask. Besides, the lizard man who was always running away from him and brought him here must have been inside the building as there were no other exits. As he approached the entrance to the building, he was thinking for the 100th time, why had God chosen them? Stargazer, whose body was hot from running, quickly climbed the steps and entered the building. A blue light burned at the end of the dark corridor. This light was familiar to Stargazer. As he entered, he kept wondering why they were chosen. Was it because the lizardman race was better than the others? Or was it simply because of the divine benevolent? Or just because they were useful? He didn't know the right answer, but he really wanted to find out. Stargazer walked down the corridor where the blue butterfly led him. As always in his pondering of this question, he decided that Rakrak's answer was the most appropriate. He thought that perhaps it was just a coincidence and not a spur-of-the-moment choice, and perhaps it was simply the result of the best possible choice under the circumstances. It wasn't a bad thing after all. Finally, he found himself face to face with the night sky. The very night sky of the world he knew was projected on the ceiling. The stars were not drawn, but real, shining on their own. And the depth of the dark sky was no different from the real one. The sight took his breath away. He thought, well, you were right, Rakrak. A big stone house. And now, the stars. Stargazer looked around for the master of the tale he was chasing, but the building was empty. However, Stargazer's attention was already on the night sky, not the tale. He scanned it from one end to the other and realized that the sky was moving exactly as he remembered. He believed that God was moving the night sky exactly as it moved. But this was not the end of it. In the center of the room stood a strange mechanical device that looked as if it could be found in the ancient ruins. It was a long cylinder of brass with a round crystal beaker inserted at either end. It was mounted on a platform with a chair to sit on, its whole appearance silently inviting one to look into the strange device. For a moment, Stargazer froze, wondering if he could touch the device. He decided that he could, since no one was around. After touching various parts of the device, he turned his gaze to the bottom crystal glass. He looked at it and couldn't contain his delight. Oh my God, how can this be? Stargazer stepped away from the crystal glass several times to look at the night sky with his naked eye and looked into the glass again. He loosened and tightened the handle of the cylindrical-shaped device. He couldn't believe that this was what the stars really looked like. Gradually, though, he came to that conclusion. This is exactly what they looked like. This star would go this way and this one would go that way. His calculations were very rudimentary, but he checked it over and over again, and recalculated it over and over again to be absolutely sure. Now he was sure that everything he knew before was so superficial. How much more he had to learn. Stargazer stared uninterruptedly through this mechanical device, never tiring of it, as a thought suddenly occurred to him. It would be wonderful if he could pass this knowledge on to those still alive. That would be truly amazing. He didn't even notice that Sunwoon himself was standing behind him, watching him closely. According to Stargazer, knowledge of the stars was a way of calculating, and if a person could calculate, he could determine the size and location of everything in the world, which would allow him to predict what would happen in the future. But as far as Stargazer could remember, there had never yet been a case of anyone from the dead coming back. Then, if one cannot return after death, why did God create this place? Just to see the old lizard man be happy? Stargazer knew it couldn't be. God always does everything to his best advantage. He does nothing for nothing. This knowledge would surely come in handy in the future. The God that Stargazer wanted to meet all along was standing right behind him, and he was quite pleased with the way Stargazer followed him. Stargazer's assumptions proved to be correct. After all, the afterlife would affect the views on life itself, life after death, and the values of those who believed in their God. If warriors went to the afterlife, their kind would dream of Valhalla, and if immortals with special powers went to the afterlife, their kind would dream of a beautiful, peaceful, and flourishing place. What if a scientist went to the afterlife? Then it would definitely lay the groundwork for thorough research and discoveries that would lead to technological breakthroughs. The afterlife would sometimes change and lead to unforeseen results due to attacks from other players. But for now, the afterlife created by Sunwoon was starting out perfect and functioning as it should. Sunwoon cast one last glance at Stargazer's back before descending from the platform and exiting the first observatory he had built himself. At the same time, in the real world, the clipped ear tribe that possesses superior ironworking technology over what the lizardmen had at their disposal. In addition, they had managed to tame the fearsome saber-toothed tigers and were now preparing for a major war. The development and behavior of this tribe of gnolls was unusual, and it unmistakably indicated that there was also a player behind their actions. He had his own plans and his own strategy, and for sure many trump cards up his sleeve. So Sunwoon had a lot to prepare before going to war with the other players, and this one specifically. It was going to be an exciting battle of wits and strategies on the chessboard, with the price of error being the highest. Now that Sunwoon had an afterlife, he should have tackled the next point of his plan, and prepare an appropriate reception for those pesky gnolls, to crush them once and for all and make them just another stepping stone on his lizard tribe's path to complete dominance in this world. Sunwoon was determined to prepare a proper welcome for his opponents, one that would leave them no chance. But for such a fitting welcome, there was still a lot of preparation to be done. Gathering all the necessary information, utilizing all his resources, all his insects. In this perished world, players are slowly expanding their controlled territory. But that doesn't stop players from using their controlled creatures outside of their territories. And Sun Woon took full advantage of this opportunity by investing a lot of his resources to mess with his neighbors. He even developed 3 main levers of influence over neighboring areas and players based on his specialization in insects. The first leverage is a group of locusts called a swarm. With the help of a swarm of locusts, Sun Woon could control the development of civilizations that relied on farming, but he was careful not to draw attention to his actions. His next tool was to spread disease and viruses using his beetles. Having used them against the frogmen, Sun Woon did not stop there and continued to develop new pathogens. In this way, he systematically expanded the list of diseases he could use against other civilizations. And finally, the last tool was the nest, which he built in the controlled area and where he grew his beetles in such quantity that they ravaged the entire area, leaving only desert behind. That was the end of the tools he could directly control, but that was not all. Due to the power, fame, and influence of the Rakrak tribe, the weaker lizard tribes around them decided that it would be more profitable and safer for them to submit to the black-scale lizards and form an alliance with them. These tribes joined them one by one. Now looking at the map, he realized that it was only a matter of time before the southern peninsula was taken. But the only remaining question was what to do with those players who behave inadequately and try to interfere with him. And the solution was obvious. They had to be taken out of the equation. But all in good time. Meanwhile, in the lands of the perished world, 2 travelers arrived at a camp of black-scale lizards. Owen asked one of the passing lizardmen why the camp was so quiet and sad. Had someone died? And soon he received the answer, "The Stargazer has died." Owen was saddened. It was a significant loss to their tribe. Then Hui said he had heard of him before, and since that was the case, today was probably not the right day for his visit, so he'd better just go for a little walk and come back in a few days. Owen shook his head and replied, "That's fine. We don't think it's a bad thing if a traveler comes to a funeral. We generally consider it to be good luck." Hui had a logical question. Why do they think that? Then Owen explained that he thought it was good to have another person to share the grief with. Tonight they would talk about the Stargazer all night, and when the sun came up tomorrow, Hui would realize their sadness and grieve for the Stargazer as his friend. Hui thought for a moment and nodded, which made a little sense. Owen and Hui walked through the tents and headed towards where the funeral was being held. All the black-scale lizards recognized Owen, so the 2 of them made it to the funeral site without any problems. There, a lizard with a sturdy build and buffalo horns on his head stood near the burning altar. He wasn't wearing anything too ornate or unusual, but from the way the other lizardmen were treating him, they could tell that this was a high-ranking member of their society. Hui immediately took notice of him as his figure stood out from the crowd. The lizardman stood closest to the altar, and Hui guessed correctly. It was Rakrak himself, the leader of the tribe and their high priest, and tears were pouring from under his bone mask. Hui noticed this and immediately asked Owen if it was normal for a tribal leader to shed tears. At these words, Owen's eyes became big and round, as if he couldn't understand what Hui meant. Then he asked, "Aren't humans like that? Don't you cry when you're sad?" Of course they cry, and their chiefs cried too. But human chiefs tried not to cry in front of their tribe in public to preserve their reputation. Reputation? Owen didn't know that word. He knew what respect was, but not reputation. Hui sighed slightly. Different species had different values that were hard to understand and explain to others. That was the way it was, even though they all spoke the same language. Fortunately, Hui didn't have to explain completely, and from the beginning, what reputation meant. Owen had met a lot of people when he was a vagabond, and he understood almost immediately what reputation meant. For him, thanks to examples, it wasn't that hard to understand. If a tribal leader showed a weak side, the warriors would think the leader was a weak man. Still, Owen advised Hui not to try to explain it to the other lizards. They just wouldn't understand it. Hui wondered why he thought that. Didn't he figure it out quickly himself? Owen then explained to him that there was something they considered more important than reputation. Owen and Hui watched tears roll down Rakrak's face and drip to the floor. When Hui had already asked what was more important than reputation, and Owen replied that there were many things more important than reputation, Rakrak suddenly turned to face them, gently wiped his tears, and greeted his old friend. He was glad to see Owen, while behind them Hui was lost in speculation as to what could be more important than reputation. Glancing at the burial pyre burning out, Owen declared that he was too late. But Rakrak reassured him that he was late, but not too late, and he still had a chance to see the Stargazer off. Owen and Hui moved closer to Rakrak. Owen said, "Your words make me feel a little better, Chief." Then Rakrak asked, "Who is that human friend next to you?" Owen explained, "I met him on my way here. His name is Hui. He's a messenger from Automation. He said he came to deliver the words of the Lord of Automation." Hui bowed courteously to Rakrak and personally introduced himself. "I am Hui of Automation. Rakrak looked at Hui and called Owen over to him. Rakrak and Owen exchanged a few whispers with each other, and Hui, who had good eyesight and hearing, tried to overhear what they were talking about, but heard nothing. While Owen whispered in Rakrak's ear that he had a bad feeling about this messenger and the chief should be careful. Rakrak looked at the messenger carefully, keeping a friendly expression on his face. One look was enough for him to assess him and realize what to expect from him. Howie was a little prepared for what might happen. He wouldn't be surprised if Lizardmen warriors jumped out of the tents and attacked him, or if Rakrak drew his sword and killed him himself. However, nothing of the sort happened. So Hui entered the largest tent with Rakrak to negotiate. Rakrak calmly said to Hui, "You must have come a long way, but I am sorry. We will have to stay up all night tonight, so I want to get right down to business and resolve things quickly." Hui was only too happy to resolve things quickly. Rakrak began by asking what brought the messenger here. Hui began by respectfully taking a pouch out of his pocket and holding it out to Rakrak, saying, "To begin with, please accept this gift from Lord Chaddenson, especially for the leader of the lizard tribe." He still hoped to placate Rakrak with gifts. Rakrak opened the pouch. Inside was a piece of stone of a murky white color. As soon as Rakrak held it in his hands, he knew immediately what it was. It was rock salt. Rakrak already knew it was not an easy gift to give. Salt was a valuable thing in itself, and to give a piece of rock salt the size of a fist as a gift was more of an insult. But Rakrak knew that the Lord of Automation had no intention of insulting him with it. There was a lot of interesting things about the gift. Automation had a veritable fortress. There was no other like it to be found at this time on the entire planet. Some farming species put up wooden fences to protect their villages, but they weren't very strong. And earthen ramparts required too much labor to maintain, so they weren't a good option either. Until proper construction techniques and fortress architecture were developed, these types of ramparts were used to protect farming species, but they came with many drawbacks. Automation, on the other hand, was an ancient fortress ruin, and was more than a dozen meters high with many secrets inside. On the earthen wall of the Automation, there were mysterious mud soldiers with a self-repair function that allowed them to automatically rebuild the fortress if it was destroyed. Mud soldiers were slow and dull-witted, so they weren't very useful in battle, but in emergencies they could be used as troops to defend the castle. Automation had geographical advantages as well. There were two ways to get from the north to the northwest of the peninsula. One was through the wilderness, and the other passed through a rugged mountain valley below Automation's castle. It would be difficult for an ordinary wanderer to choose one of them, but those who knew both paths well usually preferred the mountain valley. Firstly, even though the path was uneven, it was easier and less dangerous to follow than the wilderness where one could easily get lost. Secondly, the mountain valley was shorter. And last but not least, because that's where Automation was located. In the wilderness, if a wanderer ran out of water and food, one had to pray for a spring to appear as a miracle. But Automation, on the other hand, at least gave the wanderers water. This meant that Automation could cut off the path to the interior of the continent. Their castle didn't completely cover the middle of the mountain valley, but if Automation had enough troops, they could crush those who passed the castle. Rakrak believed that despite the neutral relationship between the black-scale lizards and Automation, if Automation's men felt they could capitalize on a single betrayal, they would do so without question. Rakrak couldn't say for sure if they would eventually come out to the Greater Land. But the blue insect god is wary of the continent and the northern region. So, it should be safe to pass through this mountain valley. Beyond the mountain valley was a path leading to the north and northwest of the continent. And there was another important thing, just as important as the path. Automation was not just an ancient ruin built in a remote location. Inside Automation was a salt mine. The people inside Automation weren't very strong, so the amount of salt they could mine was small, but it was still salt. Salt was an important resource, especially in animal husbandry. Carnivores and omnivores could maintain sodium levels in their bodies by eating other animals, but this was not the case for herbivores. Herbivores could not maintain their sodium levels by eating only plants. Therefore, they consumed minerals by licking rocks that had salt on them, as well as ingesting soil. However, when herbivores were artificially fed by humans and continued to travel long distances, they rarely, if ever, had the opportunity to consume the minerals they needed. Herbivores whose bodies lacked sodium experienced vomiting or stomach upset due to hyponatremia and eventually died of kidney failure. Salt was especially important for pregnant animals. As a result, it was a critical resource for lizards. Once black-scale lizards became involved in animal husbandry, they constantly required excessive amounts of salt. Salt was also used for more than just animal husbandry. Salt was used not only to season food for cooking, but also for preservation. As livestock numbers increased, it became increasingly difficult for black-scale lizards to rely on smoking alone. Salt was also used for chemical treatments, such as making paint or tanning leather, as well as for washing things and for funerals. Other uses included fertilizer or even currency, but the black-scale lizardmen did not use salt for these purposes. Rakrak was well aware that most of the supply came from automation. Salt from the far coast was unavailable because it was too expensive to bring inland, and supplies from the salt lakes were scarce because there weren't many of them. Therefore, automation became the largest producer of salt in the area. The fact that a piece of rock salt was brought from such a place meant only one thing. Huawei confirmed his hunch and repeated that it was a gift from Lord Automation, and their colony was famous for salt production. Rakrak immediately realized that the first time means there will be a second and a third. Huawei smiled and promised there would be more after that. His face was partially hidden by the beard and hood he wore, and you couldn't see all of his emotions. Rakrak smiled too, but not as friendly, nodded and took the rock salt in his hand. Then he made a fist with the rock salt in it. It crumbled and spilled out of Rakrak's fingers. Huawei was shocked at this behavior with the gift. He had expected a warm welcome knowing how important the salt was to the lizards, but all his plans fell apart, just like the salt. Rakrak then said, wiping the salt residue from his hands, "Tell your master that I have accepted this gift well." Huawei was shocked and didn't understand what was going on and asked him, "What did you do?" Rakrak pretended to think about it, then answered him, "Oh, you don't know because you don't have a god. It's just one of our rituals. If you sprinkle a small lump of rock salt on the ground, our god will be pleased. That's all you need to know." The men of automation had no god, but Huawei knew that the presentation before him was a brazen lie. He stated that it was a gift from the Lord of Automation, Lord Chadinson, and the way Rakrak had treated him was disrespectful. Seeing the look in his eyes, the lizardmen leader explained, "It's just a small piece of rock salt, and I have used it well for the glory of my god. Is that a bad thing?" Huawei became indignant. "You know that's not what the gift is about. Didn't I tell you that the Lord of Automation said there would be a second and a third and even more times? Their size of those gifts will be larger, so what are you trying to say by your actions?" Rakrak thought for a moment and answered, "I've heard that the Lord of Automation is rich, but sending a man to give such a tiny amount of rock salt as a gift is somewhat extravagant. But you are right. I hope you bring much more for trade next time. It is good that it is not the rainy season, and your journey will be quick." Huawei realized that he was facing a very cunning and experienced lizard man and had to hide his anger. However, it wasn't that they didn't understand each other, it was that they belonged to different races and didn't trust each other. Huawei could barely contain his irritation. Rakrak completely crumbled the piece of rock salt that Huawei had given him. Although Rakrak's actions were rude, it wasn't rudeness per se. It was a way to complete the diplomatic procedure of refusing to negotiate further. In the end, Rakrak got the salt and used it. The Lord of Automation could say nothing against it. Huawei suggested, "Let's talk seriously. Why did you refuse the gift? Don't you need the salt?" Rakrak stared blankly at the tent without even turning in his direction. He seemed to be looking up at the stars. He motioned for the man to go home. But the man couldn't just go back with nothing. Then Rakrak turned to Huawei and said, "All right, Huawei, the man who came from automation. Let's have a talk. Honestly, I don't really like what it's called, saving face and finding hidden meanings in words." Only then did Huawei realize what he was getting at and asked, "Are you talking about diplomacy?" Rakrak assured him, "Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about. I don't really understand all this nonsense. And I don't like it. I like straight talk better." Now Huawei had nowhere to go, and he agreed, saying, "Okay, Rakrak, let's talk directly. Why did you refuse?" Rakrak raised a finger and proceeded to explain. "First of all, I don't like to accept offers that others have turned down." Huawei looked at him, not understanding what he was getting at, and asked, "What does that mean?" Rakrak answered him patiently, "If someone else turned it down, it means the offer wasn't worth it. It may be a better offer for me than the previous person, but it's still worth reconsidering and offering something better." Huawei snickered, but assured Rakrak that this was incorrect and he was wrong. The Lord had made this offer solely for him, but Rakrak knew enough to see through his lies and asked, "Do you really think Owen met you by chance and brought you here because you were lucky?" Huawei gritted his teeth. He didn't think the lizards had it so together. Rakrak continued to speak. "Owen told me you came from the north, not the west. That means you came from the desert, not from automation, and across the desert is the Knoll tribe of severed ears. I bet you made the same offer to Salkate, their chief, but were refused. Perhaps you refused for another reason, which I will tell you now." Huawei listened to him in silence. Rakrak went on to say, "There are no gifts for nothing. I don't believe in that. I think even the greedy gnolls can understand that, and that is why they rejected your gifts." Huawei tried to object, saying, "That's not the point. The Lord of Automation is trying to give you salt, without asking for anything in return, and just as a token of our friendship." Rakrak shook his head and continued to speak. If we accept your salt, we will have to protect you. Am I not right? Pointing at him with his hand, he explained. When you humans are locked and surrounded in the castle of automation, we will have to worry about the safety of our salt. If we play along with your diplomacy and you get in trouble, we will have no choice but to turn our attention to fights that have nothing to do with us. Hui said cautiously. Rakrak, that is what diplomacy is. Of course, Rakrak knew this, but was masterful at playing his part. Then Hui decided to come at it from the other side and said, It's not necessarily a gift with nothing in return and we can make a decent deal. But that wasn't an option for the Lizardmen either. Hui didn't know what to do anymore and asked, Then why do you reject our offer? Rakrak laughed and asked, You really don't know? I'm sure the Null Chieftain Salkate has already told you. Hui silently listened to the same answer he had heard from the Null Chieftain. Why don't we just take over automation? If we kick the humans out, the salt mine and castle of automation will be ours and we can mine more salt than the humans could sell us. Isn't that right? Now Hui, why don't you tell me the truth? Or should I address you as Lord of Automation, Hui Co? To this he could answer nothing. It seemed the fate of their settlement was sealed and diplomacy could no longer help them. Their weakness was too obvious. The ancient ruins of automation towered above the landscape, an ancient relic and many meters of evidence of a bygone era. Its fortress walls, unlike those encountered at the time, held secrets yet to be unraveled. Compared to these high walls, the savages prowling around seemed insignificant. They could not dream of getting inside undetected. In addition to this, guarding all the secrets of this fortress were mysterious mud soldiers, automatons endowed with the ability to self-repair and rebuild the fortress in the event of its destruction. Though slow and dull-witted, they served as a silent, constant defense that kept watch day and night. The strategic value of automation went beyond its imposing presence. This valley held a strange attraction for vagabonds. While the treacherous terrain made the wilderness a risky path, the valley offered a shorter and safer route. Unlike the unforgiving wilderness, automation offered a glimmer of hope in the form of water, a lifeline for weary travelers. Its strategic position allowed automation to control the passage, potentially cutting off access to the interior of the continent and always attracting members of other human and non-human tribes who sought to live peacefully under the protection of the high walls. Although the black-scale lizards maintained a neutral relationship with the automation, the human inhabitants, ever opportunistic, would not fail to exploit any perceived weakness they might have for their own selfish purposes. Automation also owned a salt mine, a valuable resource in the region. But more importantly, it controlled two vital passages leading from the peninsula to the north and northwest. One route, a treacherous trek through the wilderness, was easily avoided by more knowledgeable travelers who chose the rugged mountain valley that lay under automation's watchful eye. Nebula, always wary of the continent and the north, understood how important it was to keep automation safe. Rakrak, with a sly smile on his lips, revealed the third reason. There are no free gifts. Even the avaricious Salkate understood this fundamental truth. Hui tried to convince him otherwise, insisting that salt was given unconditionally, but Rakrak was adamant. Accepting the salt meant responsibility, the burden of protecting it within automation. Any conflict around the castle would draw the lizardmen into another's fight, a price too high to pay for mere diplomacy and a measly handful of salt. And he bluntly told his guest that he knows who he really is. Lord Automation, and he doesn't believe in free gifts from a lord who has personally traveled such a long and dangerous journey, especially if that gift is offered to you by someone who hides his true identity. That was something Rakrak could not accept. But the supposed lord of this mysterious domain, Hui, remained silent and ignored Rakrak's words. This mysterious silence fueled Rakrak's suspicions, and he concluded that since the automation lord did not deny his words, he was trying to test the lizardman's knowledge by saying his name, Hui. According to the lizardman's leader, Hui's purpose was to gauge their reaction and find out how much they knew, and whether Hui's name had any significance in their understanding of automation. Since even in the automation fortress itself, there were only a few people who knew their lord's real name and appearance. It could even be said that only the 4 noble families who were close to the lord and supported him knew him personally. Moreover, all those who were related to the lord all had a part of Hui in their name, and it was rumored that Hui himself had 4 sons and 3 daughters. The deep knowledge of the lizardman chief surprised Hui. Rakrak discerned his disguise and deciphered his true nature by the distinctive Hui in his name, a common nickname in the lord's lineage. The wrinkles on his hands gave away his age, further confirming Rakrak's suspicions. Gathering all these facts together, Rakrak and found out Hui's real name and position. Sighing and recognizing that Rakrak was indeed clever, Hui removed his hood. His weathered face reflected a mixture of weariness and defiance. He no longer played the role of a mere messenger, but stood at the head of automation, carrying the weight of his people's future on his shoulders. Rakrak studied Hui's facial features. Fierce eyes beneath frowning brows, a disheveled beard, and scars from past battles. Hui wondered curiously how Rakrak had such detailed knowledge of his family, for none of the lizardmen were his close confidants. Finally, he himself admitted that Rakrak was right and that he was indeed Lord Automation and his name was Hui. However, he quickly moved on without insisting on the sources of the information, wanting to understand the other reasons why Rakrak had rejected his offer. He felt that being a lord made absolutely no difference, and he was indeed giving him salt for free. With each revelation, the dynamics of the negotiations changed. Hui's carefully constructed facade was crumbling, leaving him exposed and vulnerable. Rakrak, on the other hand, remained mysteriously calm, his motives and true loyalties still in the shadows. Tense negotiations were unfolding on the stage, the fate of automation and its people hanging in the balance. Diplomacy, Rakrak scoffed, is a fancy word for dancing around truths better spoken openly. That is why I despise her. Hui agreed, recognizing that while gift might not be an accurate word, he thought they were offering a fair exchange. Your price is too high, and even the greedy Sulcate who rejected your offer earlier knows it, Rakrak stated. If Rakrak accepted the salt from Hui, the lizards would be obligated to protect automation. If an external or even internal enemy attacked automation, the lizardmen would worry about the safety of their salt and salt mines. Even if this war was started by the fault of automation itself, the lizardmen would be forced to always be on its side. In Rakrak's opinion, that was exactly what Hui's intention was. It's called a deal or transaction, and it will be beneficial to all, Hui stated. So why are you rejecting a deal beneficial to yourself? A grin appeared on Rakrak's face. Sulcate should have told you, he remarked, eyes twinkling with pleasure, presenting a frightening picture in front of Hui. Or why don't we just conquer automation, expel the humans, take over the salt mine and castle as our own? It'll be easier that way, and we'll have everything in our hands. Hui recoiled, stunned for a moment. To hear such an answer twice in a row from the leaders of powerful tribes was dangerous. He suppressed his rising anger, however, and met Rakrak's eyes and asked, Are you threatening to attack us? No, Rakrak objected, and a sly smile played on his lips. Simply offering an alternative more favorable to the lizardmen, far simpler than your diplomatic charades. It is an effective choice, wouldn't you agree? This useless diplomacy will do us no good, which means conquering automation would be a better choice for us. Rakrak was confident in the strength of his warriors and his god, and doubted that the walls of automation could resist their might. Hui flinched, but then seriously looked directly into Rakrak's eyes and said, Don't take automation too lightly. Humans are not defenseless. And I never claimed they were defenseless, Rakrak replied evenly. My calculations predict victory, albeit with some losses. But you hold secrets unknown even to me. Secrets that allow you to continue to exist here. These unknowns worry me. The possible losses they could inflict on my warriors. He leaned closer, voice lowered to a murmur. Taking automation is not a problem. We serve the blue insect god, whose blessings can crush your tall ramparts and turn your mud soldiers to dust. Hui was silent, and an epiphany came over him. He had heard rumors of Guardian Sratis, a mantis titan who was rumored to have aided the lizardmen in times of war and was considered an avatar of the blue god of insects. Even statues of the creature adorn the markets in automation itself. And Sratis is not your only concern, Rakrak continued, a predatory calmness in his voice. We have our own cockatrice warriors and chosen ones with powers you cannot fathom. Imagine how your soldiers would fear thunder and lightning conjured of their own volition. Hui felt the weight of Rakrak's words pressing down on him. He knew of the existence of the Srathis. The lore was too widespread to dismiss. The cockatrice warriors were still unknown, and though he was dubious about the power of the chosen, the image of lightning flashing among his troops sent shivers down his spine. Rakrak's words were a vivid reminder of their castle's vulnerabilities. A heaviness of unspoken possibilities hung in the air. The game of diplomacy had changed dramatically, exposing the dynamics of power. Hui knew that a simple rebuttal would not be enough. He needed a new strategy that would recognize the danger posed by Rakrak, while at the same time offering a solution no leader could refuse. The fate of automation and its people depended on his next move. Rakrak's words pressed down on Hui like a crumbling rampart. Hundreds of lizardmen warriors, maybe more, against a human population with few true fighters. Automation's strength lay in its numbers, but fear was a stronger weapon than a peasant's hoe. Rumors of conflict would turn them to flight, leaving behind hollow ramparts and shattered morale. The tribe of severed ears would sow fear, but the reputation of the lizardmen outpaced them. Despair gnawed at Hui. He had lost this war before it even began. Rakrak sensed his opponent's despair and broke the silence. You're not afraid to come here alone? So you're making things very easy for us. With your death, automation will be decapitated and will only fall faster. Hui met his gaze, and though he had some misgivings, still replied, that just as you are confident of defeating automation, I know you will not kill me despite the loss of my disguise. After all, black-scale lizards honor their guests. Rakrak looked at him carefully. True, he agreed. But as I said, my tribe stands to gain much from conquering automation. 4 families will crumble into chaos if their lord dies. An easy victory without a leader. But you won't know who will be the next lord, Hui objected, his voice firm despite the panic growing inside. Rakrak was intrigued, though the lizardman didn't care for the automation heir. Such a surrender and acknowledgement of his possible death so easily was not something he had expected. So he tilted his head, and the tip of his tail vibrated in anticipation of the details. Explain, he ordered Hui. Hui took a deep breath, and a spark of hope lit up in his eyes. Automation has a secret, he began, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. A secret weapon that not even my closest advisors know about. A guardian so powerful that even the blessing of the blue insect god may not be enough to overcome it. Rakrak's amusement vanished, replaced by anxiety. Secrets were powerful weapons, especially if wielded by a desperate opponent. Oh, what's the secret? He asked, and his voice lost its former arrogance. Hui leaned closer, a sly smile playing on his lips. That, he said, is a story for another day, a story worth bargaining for. There was a tense silence in the room. Rakrak, whose confidence was shaken, weighed the unknown and the promise of conquest. Could this be a bluff? A desperate ploy to save automation? Or is there really power hidden within those ancient walls? He had underestimated Hui, and it was quite obvious. And underestimating, he knew, could be a costly mistake. Sighing, Rakrak relented. And why? Rakrak snorted. Should my tribe care who your successor is? What does automation's heir have to do with us? Hui thought for a moment, searching for an explanation that Rakrak could understand. Imagine, he began, the game of Go, a favorite here in automation. Lines intersect to form a grid. We place black and white stones, each vying for control. Surround an opponent's stone with 4 of your own, and it disappears. Play until no squares remain, then count the captured stones and the surrounded spaces. The one with the most points wins. He paused, gauging Rakrak's reaction. The reptilian leader's pupils dilated, a flicker of intrigue in his gaze. Hui continued, but rules are just tools. What matters is this. I am a stone on this board. So are you. Rakrak leaned forward, mesmerized. And the game has begun? Yes, Hui confirmed. 2 gods play, using the tribes as stones. The wilderness is the field. One has brought the gnolls, the other the lizards. They want to pit them against each other on this board, creating their own game. And that game could be called automation, for the winner will have it to himself. Rakrak's silence spoke volumes. He knew, just as Hui knew that he knew. Lizardmen had played a role in the inheritance of automation. Recently, some lizardmen and their followers had approached Hui's children and whispered to them about teeth full of wrath and the blue butterfly, inclining them to believe in their deity. And some of his children began to believe in the gods. Rakrak's eyes gleamed in the shadows. You, he admitted, read as well as I do. You have a fine analysis. Finally, Rakrak recognized that Hui was right. Negotiating and preaching his faith was better than bloodshed. Conquering automation would not be easy. Its ramparts, built of earth, towered, presenting a formidable obstacle. The assault would have to be fended off by arrows, wooden barriers, rocks, and the blows of spears. The salt mine could be taken with less bloodshed. Unlike previous conquests, they were no longer just a small tribe. Growth required the acquisition of resources, skills, and land. However, Rakrak had his own reasons. He had not forgotten the struggle for survival in their past. He admired the tenacity of the people, their ability to find shelter in this harsh land. Perhaps peaceful coexistence would benefit both tribes. Perhaps this game of Go could have an unexpected peaceful outcome. Sunwoon had his own reasons for avoiding religious coercion. Finding a second chosen species critical to his strategy, and it could not be accomplished by spending faith points on forced conversions. He needed true believers. They are far more effective. The level of Nebula's divinity he had recently reached had given him many points of faith, allowing him to choose 2 kinds. Unlike the first kind, which focused on a single tribe in his domain, the second kind determined his entire future development. Some viewed the first kind as a stepping stone, passing on skills and discarding them later. But not Nebula. His first choice, the Lizardmen, had surpassed all expectations, and he needed an additional species for the next step. Since his goal was to conquer the southern peninsula, which would require crossing enemy lines and the cold northern coast, he needed a cold-tolerant species to support and potentially expand the Lizardmen tribe. It wasn't just about conquest, it was about strategic synergy and adaptation. It was time to organize a clash of civilizations, ruled by him and his rival, another god already known to us as Hegemony. The winner would receive the prize of the human race, while the loser would bid farewell to his life. Still, a face-to-face meeting with the Hegemony seemed inevitable. Perhaps she could provide valuable insights beyond mere reports. Hegemony arrived fashionably late and attempted a friendly bow and greeted him as an old friend, saying, "It's been a while, Nebula." But Nebula wasn't about to play along with him on this, and curtly reminded him of their long-standing feud, effectively quashing Hegemony's attempt at camaraderie. Hegemony objected, citing their past encounters and how much he enjoyed their last game together, which he thought was great. Nebula, constantly analyzing everything, turned to reminiscing. It was a boring memory for him, a simple victory when he was up against the Hegemony's Holy Orc strategy. Another trivial story. Hearing this, Hegemony became indignant. Trivial? Was that game trivial to you? Nebula explained that at first, the first few times he played against players using the Holy Orc strategy, he was worried about whether he could find a counter to the meta strategy. But when he found an effective way to counter it, every next game was already boring and without challenges. Hegemony, visibly embarrassed, hid his face under his helmet. Could there be a humble man hiding behind this avatar? Nebula wondered. Hegemony came to his senses and, without giving up hope, declared his intention to finally defeat Nebula. Predictable, thought Nebula, always throwing around empty threats. He questioned the logic of such a conflict, reminding the Hegemony of the finality of this reality. The perished world was a battlefield, not a game. To start a war of annihilation between their best forces was strategic suicide. Sun Woon decided to remind his opponent of this and ask why he wanted to fight right now. For the sake of what advantages? There would be no next round and no next time here. For the loser, this round would be the last round of his life. Hegemony knew this well, and knew it himself. The fate of their chosen species and countless lives hung in the balance. Only time would tell what would prevail in this battle of the gods, reason or rivalry. The perished world was a cruel mistress. Early decisions carried weight, and small miscalculations later had dire consequences. Every victory, every defeat echoed in the game, determining its future. While future games were possible, the beginning of the game provided a wider field of possibilities. In this unforgiving landscape, Nebula and Hegemony, locked in a fierce rivalry, were about to put everything at stake. Hegemony, ever impulsive, craved immediate confrontation. He was known for his distinctive playstyle. At first glance, he seemed simple and predictable, but in conflicts, he displayed animal instincts and made unexpected decisions. He was also good at multitasking. In fact, there were many known cases when Hegemony won thanks to battles in the beginning. And in Nebula's opinion, he himself shouldn't have adapted to what the other persona was good at and get involved in that early conflict. So being a skilled strategist, he understood the risks of early conflict in this game. A war between their leading forces would not just destroy one of them, the winner would be crippled, easy prey for the other players. To avoid that, he proposed another method for the Hegemony to decide which of them would win and take back the automation. Nebula was not one to follow his opponent's script. Although he too could succeed in the early skirmishes, there was no point in gambling on Hegemony's strength. This wasn't just a battle, it was a conversation, a subtle manipulation. It was obvious that each of them wanted to get one thing: automation. And though Hegemony didn't know it yet, Nebula had already won this round by convincing him to go the wrong way in the battle. Deftly redirecting Hegemony's suggestion, he steered the duel in the direction he wanted it to go. Contradictory prophecy. This game was now a dance of deception, with players laying contradictory beliefs. The struggle for supremacy had changed. No longer was it a clash of armies, but a battle of wits. A war waged through the very fabric of faith. The perished world held its breath as it watched the two gods play their dangerous game. Would Nebula's calculated approach win out, or would the unpredictable instincts of the Hegemony tip the scales? The game had begun, and the stakes couldn't be higher. Prophecy is a skill obtained when the player's divinity reaches level 6. It's like a quest that the player gives himself, and if he fulfills the prophecy, he will receive additional experience points. However, the penalty for failure is also significant. By failing, the amount of experience the player could have gained during this period is reduced due to the absorption of the religious resources invested in creating and spreading the prophecy. If the player is unlucky, he may also receive a penalty, or a negative incident may occur among the creatures loyal to him. A short example of such a prophecy and its impact. A king received a divine message from a blind prophet saying that the king's son would kill the king and sleep with his wife and destroy the kingdom. The king was frightened by this prophecy but could not bear to kill his own son with his own hands, so he ordered one of his subordinates to kill his son instead. However, the subordinate did not have the courage to kill the infant, so he left him in the field and the infant was found by a shepherd. When the infant grew up and became a young man, rumors reached him that the parents he now had were not his biological parents. He went to the prophet to find out the truth. The prophet said that for telling him the truth, he would sleep with his mother and kill his father. Although the young man still loved his current parents, they were not his biological parents, and he left his hometown and set out for adventure. While he was riding in a wagon on the road, he happened to meet a king quarreled with him, fought and defeated him. Then he even fought a kingdom-threatening monster who had the head of a man and the body of a lion. As a reward for killing the monster, he married the queen, who had lost her husband, and became king. A few years later, he learned that the prophecy he was trying to avoid had already been fulfilled. The king he met and killed on the road was his biological father, and the king's wife he married was his biological mother. Upon learning this, the queen, who was his wife and biological mother, hanged herself, and the king gouged out his eyes and threw himself out of the palace. In the end, the kingdom fell. Unlike the confusing example, the skill was fairly simple. The player tasked himself and his subordinates with predicting what would happen in the future, and if the prophecy was fulfilled, he received points of faith spent on relaying the divine message to his tribe, as well as a reward depending on the difficulty of fulfilling the prophecy. For example, I predict that Raikrak will kill a terrible monster, and if I help Raikrak fulfill that prophecy, I get a good amount of XP. However, Perished World players didn't use this skill that often. This was because there was a penalty for failing to fulfill the prophecy. If a lot of faith points were spent on creating a big prophecy, the penalty for not fulfilling it would be even more severe. Points of faith would definitely be lost, experience might decrease, causing the player's level to drop, and if the player was unlucky, their characters involved in the prophecy might be cursed or face an unexpected negative event. If the creator of the prophecy, a god, cannot even control his own destiny, then he is not fit to be a god. Therefore, no matter how simple the prophecy was, the players were obliged to fulfill it. Prophecies that were too simple were not used too often because the number of faith points returned was less than the original number of points used, but they would still be used if necessary, if the player is confident. In Sun Woon's opinion, the best time to use prophecy was now. Conflicting prophecy is when two players make prophecies that contradict each other. For example, player A and player B made a prophecy about person C. Player A would predict that C would die within 3 days, and player B would predict that C would be alive in 3 days. Player A would try everything possible to kill C within the next 3 days, and player B would use every means to protect C from death. Thus, only one of player A or B will fulfill his prophecy, and the other will fail. Thus, one will receive a reward and the other will receive a punishment. This kind of betting is possible without prophecies, but conflicting prophecy is directly supported by the game system, so there is no loophole, and the loser will surely receive a penalty. Unlike verbal betting, in the case of conflicting prophecy, the loser would still be penalized even if they wanted to cheat and didn't want to fulfill the penalty. Therefore, it would be much more favorable to win. Regardless of the fact that the opponent might disagree with the outcome of the bet, Sun Woon just wanted to see his clear benefit if he won. Finally, Hegemony inquired, "So what kind of prophecy should we go with? You should know that the Lord of Automation chooses his successor, right?" Sun Woon replied. Hegemony immediately became indignant for no reason. "Are you playing a trick on me? To find out how much I know about automation?" Sun Woon only laughed off his irascible nature and calmly replied that, of course, not without it. But the main reason why he decided to choose this topic for the prophecy was because it would be convenient to create a conflicting prophecy based on it. Hegemony nodded and said, "Automation regularly chooses its ruler, and that person becomes the ruler of automation. Apparently, the length of time the Lord can stay in power is different every time, and only the Automation Lord himself at that time knows how long his term will last." Sun Woon decided to share a bit of information and said that this is why Hui, the Lord of Automation, hides his identity. Because if people knew his identity, then when the next successor had to be chosen, many would seek to take Automation Lord's place and his life would be in danger. Finally, they decided to create a controversial prophecy based on who would be the next Automation Lord. Hegemony opened the system window with his records and asked if he meant that they should choose one of the 5 children of the current Automation Lord. Sun Woon replied that, yes, and the important thing is that the time to choose the next successor is almost here. And the current Lord wants to give his seat to one of his children, and that means there will be 5 potential successors. and they must choose one of the 5 children and predict which son or daughter will be the next heir. Since there will only be one, the prophecies will inevitably contradict each other, and if they both foolishly guess wrong, then they'll just have to accept it as it is. Hegemony immediately agreed, and seeing Hegemony accept the challenge so readily, Sunwoon realized something. Had he also prepared in advance? However, our hero still believed that Hegemony had not prepared as thoroughly as he had, since he himself had long known that something like this would happen and had been preparing for a long time. Hui has 5 potential successors. Would you like me to present you with a list of them and give you a brief introduction if you don't know? Hegemony asked. Sunwoon gladly agreed to this, for it was a great opportunity to listen to his opponent without revealing his knowledge. He himself was well aware of the Automation Lord's children, but he was curious about Hegemony's opinion of them. Then he began in order. The first child, Dan, is a man in his early 30s. He has a strong build and is trusted by Hui himself. I think he's also quite intelligent. 2 of the 4 royal families support him, and he has the best chance of becoming a lord. Hegemony cleared his throat and continued speaking. The second child, Jun, is a man in his 20s. He is the half-brother of the first son and is considered weak. He is not particularly social and does not show himself to others, preferring quiet solitude. Rumor has it that he has no interest in becoming an heir at all, although there is a family that supports him, his mother's family. The third child, Jin, is a woman in her 20s. She has the same mother as the first son, and she often goes out to the outside world and travels. She hides her identity, but gets along well with hunters and bullies. She is supported by one remaining family of 4. The fourth child, Kyung, is a woman in her early 20s. She has a different mother than the first and second children. Rumor has it that her mother is already dead, and Kyung herself was kind of strange in her appearance and behavior, so those around her thought she was cursed. There's something unusual about her, so she's rejected not only by the Automation Lord but also by other members of her own family. Finally, the fifth child, Min, is a girl about 10 years old. People say that she has extraordinary intelligence and is talented in many ways. She was born when the Lord was already in his old age, so he seems to love her very much, more than the other children. Now that everyone was briefly introduced and their avatars were in front of them, Hegemony asked, "So what do you think? Should we choose right away? Or do you need time to comprehend all the information?" But Sunwoon had already made up his mind long ago and wanted to decide everything here and now, since if he needed time himself, it would mean giving time to Hegemony, and that was unnecessary. Therefore, he suggested, "Why don't we write and test our predictions in the conflicting prophecy window? If we predict the same thing, the conflicting prophecy will still fail and we can just click no. And if we choose different successors, we can press yes and get started. What do you say?" Hegemony agreed. Sunwoon then opened the system window, Contradictory Prophecy. The system immediately asked, "Do you want to set up Contradictory Prophecy with player Hegemony?" But before he made a choice, he received a warning that if he didn't fulfill the prophecy, he would suffer heavy damage and heavy losses. One should have thought things through well before making such a decision. But each of them was willing to take the risk and confirmed their decision. Now each of them chose who they thought would be the heir. Hegemony chose Huiseo's second child. He was sure that Hui Jun would be Automation's next successor. The Nebula player's prophecy, however, stated, Huiseo's fourth child, Hui Kyung, will be Automation's next successor. When the choice had already been made and they heard what the opponent had chosen, Sunwoon checked Hegemony's face. As expected, he was surprised by Nebula's choice, and that was to his advantage. Sure, the Lord's fourth daughter wasn't an obvious or even strange choice at first glance, but as always, it wasn't that simple. Now that each of them had made different choices, the creation of the conflicting prophecy had to be confirmed. Hegemony regained his confidence and swung with force to hit the system window and confirm the beginning of their confrontation. He was sure as always that he would win. The contradictory prophecy was confirmed, and 2 contradictory prophecies began to spread amongst the automation from an unknown source. Now let's go back 3 weeks later to the conversation between Rockrak and Hui. Automation Lord Huiseo at first tried to ignore the prophecies, thinking it must be the families doing something wrong again. He hoped that they were just rumors that would eventually subside. However, the prophecies did not subside, and it became obvious that they were happening from behind the walls of automation. So he went to the rulers of the 2 powerful tribes to find the source of all these rumors that had been circulating for the past 3 weeks. He didn't understand why Jun and Kyung were the ones featured in the rumors. Contrary to what other family members thought, Huiseo had no intention of choosing his first son Dan as his successor. However, there was talk that the successor would be either the firstborn Dan or the third child Jin, so the prophecies themselves were a bit suspicious because they were at odds with conventional theories. He assumed that someone must have started the rumors on purpose. Eventually, Huiseo hired a man to find the source of the prophecies. It took a long time, and Huisio even had to go looking for it himself several times, but the source was never found. He kept wondering how could this be. It seemed impossible to Huisio. Both the children and the family members were confused, for they knew that soon it would be time to choose a successor. Huisio had managed to get rid of the rumors in Automation Castle, but this time something came from outside. Word had reached all 4 families that the tribe of severed ears and black-scale lizards were approaching the castle, and the gnolls and lizards who seemed to be traitors or vagabonds were taking longer to pass by the ramparts and looking closely. Howie knew they would come someday, but he hoped not at such an unfortunate time. Both of these large tribes were hard to understand, but it seemed to him that they were somehow connected to these rumors. His encounters, however, proved to him that things were very complicated. At worst, the 2 tribes could have formed an alliance and attacked Automation, but that didn't seem to be the case. Huisio had people gather information about both tribes and found out that both tribes believed in different gods. Both tribes had no hatred for each other, but still treated the other tribe with hostility and considered them rivals that they would one day have to fight. Both tribes are huge and could not be trifled with. They probably believe that the wilderness is too small for both tribes and that it should only go to one tribe. While the humans were barely surviving in this Automation Castle, Huisio knew that he had to do his best to fulfill his final duty as the Lord of Automation and decided to risk his life to do so. He felt that there was definitely a connection between the movement of the 2 tribes and the successor and the rumors, but there was no proof. Even the fact that he still hadn't died after meeting the leaders of the 2 tribes was strange and already meant a lot. It meant that Hui himself was nothing more than a small pebble on the playing field, and that gave him a hopeless confidence. He had already decided to remember that he was just a stone on the board. And just like that, Huisio confirmed his hopelessness. Huisio was the first to feel the warmth in the tent fade, but Huisio just endured the cold air of the desert night while the fire died down. Rakrak looked at the dying fire. He broke a few dry twigs beside him and then began to throw them into the fire, thus revitalizing it. After hearing part of Hui's story, Rakrak noticed how much easier things were when diplomacy was left aside and could be spoken directly. Hui was still silent and disagreed with him, but Rakrak continued saying, "You just have to choose one or the other. Salkate or me, the gnolls or the lizardmen, the god of evil teeth or the god of blue insects." He held out his hand hinting for Automation to submit to the lizardmen. However, it wasn't that simple for Hui. It wasn't just a matter of choosing one of the 2. Others would think that Rakrak was asking him to choose between 2 precious gifts. In his mind, however, it was more a matter of which would hurt less if he put his head in the jaws of a saber-toothed tiger or a cockatrice. Even in this situation, the choice was obvious to Rakrak, and he said, "I'm sorry you think so, but wouldn't it be better to put the head in the mouth of a cockatrice?" But Hui said that Salkite also said that a saber-toothed tiger would have been better. Rakrak decided to think from Huisio's point of view. Huisio wouldn't believe any of the sweet words Salkate or he himself had said anyway, and his doubts were likely the reason Automation still existed. "So what are you going to do?" Rakrak asked. "Well, for now, I'm going to take a step back," replied Hui, "and let the saber-toothed tiger and the cockatrice fight amongst themselves. There will be a winner in the end, but the winner will likely be exhausted, worn out, and wounded. I'd prefer it to be half dead, but in the end, it will give me more options. The true face of the victor will be shown." Rakrak easily understood Huiseo's analogy and said that it was like Hui was trying to tell him that he wasn't going to make his choice now, while thinking that what he means to say is that he will decide what to do when the successor is chosen. After all, the distance between him and the successor is greater than the distance between the successor and Automation, so he thinks he can use the hostage to do what he wants. However, the successor must be chosen no matter what, and the time to choose is almost here. "What do you think?" Huisio asked. "It doesn't seem so bad. If you don't care who wins between me and Salkate, the gnolls and the lizardmen, the evil tooth god and the blue insect god, then that's fine. However, it sounds to me as if you have simply accepted your fate as a will-less pebble on a board," Rakrak replied. "I think you are the same," parried Hui. "You can think whatever you want, but you're the same. Sounds like there's nothing I can do to me. And the fact that you're just resigned to your fate is like a stone on a chalkboard. You think it's too late now, but you could have done things differently. Wouldn't it have been better to learn more about both tribes and see which one was better? If only you had realized sooner that you couldn't escape both of us." Rakrak's words cut painfully at Huisio's heart, but then Rakrak shook his head and continued speaking. "No, you're right. Doing nothing depending on the situation is also a good choice. You are wise, as you are for a human." Hui stood up and a breeze blew into the tent, and the fire flickered. The shadows of the 2 chiefs facing each other also swayed violently along with the fire. This signaled the end of the conversation. This was where Hui was going to end their conversation. But before he left, he wanted to ask one last question. Looking tiredly at Rakrak, he said, "After all, I'm not the only one who is a stone. You are as well. Only the plank you're standing on is bigger. Doesn't that frighten you? Don't you feel angry, hurt, or helpless because of that fact?" Huisio meant that Rakrak was also just a toy of the gods. The corners of Rakrak's lips lifted slightly in a meaningful smile, and Huisio realized that Rakrak didn't think so. However, he couldn't guess Rakrak's answer to his question. Finally, after a slightly prolonged silence, Rakrak promised, "I will answer that question when this is over." Such an answer pleased Hui, and he said, "Good. Though personally, I hope this is the last time I see you or Salkayat." Before Hui left, Rakrak asked if he needed to be escorted to the exit of the camp, but Hui assured him it was fine. He came as an errand boy, so he will leave as a regular messenger. Huiseo rose from his seat, threw his leather hood over his head, and walked out of the tent. No one stopped or looked at Huiseo in any strange way, as if Rakrak had already told them something. Huiseo had a sudden thought that this was his chance to spy on the lizardmen, but he quickly dismissed it. After all, it didn't matter anymore. His heart was overwhelmed by heavy thoughts. Huiseo had faced similar situations in the past, and he knew he had to set things straight, rather than doing what his heart told him to do. Huiseo walked through the lizardmen's camp and out into the desert. He looked up at the stars. At least he knew how to determine direction by the stars. After 2 hours of walking in the direction he had chosen, a small low hill appeared. He realized he had come to the right place when he smelled horse manure. Waiting for him was Hui Wu's nephew, who was his adjutant. With him were several other people. He cheerfully greeted the successful return of his lord and carried in his hands new clothes befitting a lord. Hui, however, assured him that, "It is no relief that I have returned safely." Huiseo took off his leather hood and began to remove the old clothes in which he had made this journey, and began to put on normal clothes for a lord. He also shaved the beard he had grown during this time. The beard greatly affected the impression a person made, and it was useful to have when disguising oneself, but now it was not needed. Huawei walked over to his horse, and to all the questions of his subordinates about how everything went, briefly replied, "Nothing has changed. We will proceed as planned." The plan was to do nothing and wait until the fight between the two tribes was over, so as not to be drawn into the war. When Huiseo himself asked how his subordinates were doing, the adjutant said, "I am sorry. I have no excuses. The black-scale lizards are too wary, as is the tribe of severed ears." Huiseo ordered his subordinates to scout the black-scale tribe while he talked to Rakrak. His orders were not just to find out how many there were, how many warriors there were among them, or how many livestock they had. Among the lizardmen in automation were longshoremen, traders, and vagabonds. There had to be an insider from the Rakrak tribe among them. Finding that connection and interrupting it was the only way automation could get out of the game between Salkate and Rakrak. We can't just execute all the gnolls and lizardmen in automation. That would cause resentment in the castle. However, I cannot leave things as they are. We need to find the connection and break it. Huiseo stated in the end. The adjutant assured him, "For the past few days, we've been looking for familiar automation lizardmen, but we haven't seen anyone other than the local lizardmen warriors." Huiseo then said, "All right, there's no way the lizardmen didn't notice them. There must be lizardmen who have been ordered to come to automation and gather information about us. We need to expand our range of reconnaissance." In that case, the adjutant was sure that if they added more soldiers to the scouts, there would then not be enough of them to defend the castle walls. But none of that mattered to the lord. Automation's walls were safe for now. As long as the two large tribes held on either side of the castle, there was no need to worry about physical defense. Even if automation and the high ramparts collapsed, they would rebuild themselves, preventing outside invasion. The real problem was the invisible wall, which was constantly being attacked by various religions, prophecies, rumors, and ideas. Even Huiseo couldn't fully understand the modern concepts of information and psychological warfare, but he vaguely guessed at it. Pondering all of this, they hurriedly returned to their castle. 3 weeks ago, when the two prophecies of the gods had just begun to spread, somewhere among the high mountains, a woman was climbing a cliff, clinging to the rocks with her bare hands. She was swearing, repeating a phrase she was sure she had been teased with, "Damn child." But this time, the damn child was not her, but the one who had set her up. Her palms were already shredded and blood was running down her arms. Judging by how well she was climbing, it looked like she had talent, but at the moment, she seemed to be in a predicament for more than just her injured hands. Her left ankle was badly swollen. The woman wiped the blood on her hands with her face and reached for the ledge. However, this was a mistake. The ledge was a cleverly hidden rock that tilted as the woman hung onto it and put her weight on it. Fortunately, the woman had a good sense of balance. The woman was Hui Kyung. Hui Xiu's fourth child. At first, Hui Kyung thought everything was going well. She was used to the alienation of those around her, for she had grown up hearing words like cursed child and she ate her own mother. Hui Kyung grew up without the support of 4 families and her own father. She couldn't live proudly as a child of a lord, but none of that mattered to her. She knew there were many more people living in worse conditions. There was wilderness all around, and countless tribes fought for their own interests. On the other hand, there was order in automation. The order was maintained by 4 families. Although the interior of automation could not be called a paradise, being able to freely go in and out of the castle walls as a resident was beautiful in itself. To remain a resident of the castle, people had to do a great favor or dedicate a large amount of wealth to automation, and that was more difficult for species other than humans. So Hui Kyung decided to live using the last advantage she had, and that was business. Going in and out of the castle walls meant that one could sell goods inside that sold for next to nothing outside automation, but sold for high prices inside the castle walls, and vice versa. In order to do business, a certain amount of wealth had to be given to the lord, but Hui Kyung didn't mind. However, things did not go well again. Looking at her scattered silk goods, she wailed, "I can't believe the wheelbarrow wheel was broken. You bloody rascal, you dare to lend me such a thing. Maybe I won't repay you with salt." Hui Kyung, who continued to climb the rock, looked down for a moment. A few meters below lay a wrecked unicycle wheelbarrow. It was a miracle that after falling from the wheelbarrow, Hui Kyung had only suffered a sprained ankle and bruises all over her body. It wouldn't have been strange if she had lost her life, but Hui Kyung's thoughts were focused on something else. But it was a long way to climb back up the trail, and she had to work hard to get out. Hui Kyung reassuringly said to herself, "It's okay. Being patient is what I'm best at." And that injured ankle was just a minor inconvenience compared to what she was going through. The main thing was to figure out how to get upstairs, and the rest she could endure and bear any pain. Ever since she was a little girl, she had heard people say that she was cursed, all because of a pair of horns that grew on her forehead. They whispered amongst themselves loud enough for her to clearly hear her spoken of as the monster who killed her mother at birth. And even after she was born, accidents continued to happen around her ever since she was a little girl. Mishaps followed her one after another, some of them directly threatening her life. Once when she was 13, she fell down the steps of a store and nearly broke her neck. When she was 14, she was suddenly and unfairly accused of being a salt thief and jailed for 4 days. When she was 15, the boards underneath her broke and she fell into the city toilet. It was not a joke, but a really life-threatening situation. To drown in such a place is really a horrible death. Once, even a can of water just fell on her head out of nowhere. There was also a case where a pack of dogs chased her through the streets of the city all night. That was why something like this was nothing to her. She had been through much worse trouble. Shaking with anger, she screamed at herself. How could she have been so stupid? How could she have hoped to cross this mountainous narrow road with cart? Now because of her foolishness, she had lost all her silk. The mountains seemed impregnable, and there was nowhere to step. She had only to curse at these lifeless rocks. Finally calming herself down, she said, "It's all right. Being patient is what I'm best at." Hui Kyung took a deep breath and prepared herself for the pain. Aside from remembering her bleak past, Hui Kyung kept thinking about how she would collect the silk that was in the wheelbarrow as she climbed up the cliff. Because of this, she didn't notice that there was someone standing on top of the cliff she was climbing. Hui Kyung continued to climb, straining her injured body, and rested her hand on the last ledge of the cliff. She suddenly felt tired at the thought that this ledge would be the last one she would have to climb. Even if her body was in better condition, the climb would still be life-threatening. It would have been better if there had been a foothold here that she could have leaned on with her intact right leg to help herself up. But there wasn't. To get higher, she had to push off the ledge with both feet at the same time. But suddenly, as she was about to shift her weight onto her swollen left ankle, a voice came from above. "Take my hand." She was shocked. Not only did a stranger show up in these desolate mountains, but this was the first time in her life she was being offered help. She immediately suspected a trick. Making up her mind, Hui Kyung looked up. From the shadow cast by the rock, a hand was reaching down. It was a lizard man wearing several layers of silk clothing. Hui Kyung knew that these layers were used to maintain an ideal body temperature, as lizardmen are cold-blooded and sensitive to temperature fluctuations. But among all the lizardmen, there is only one tribe rich enough to wear silk clothes. In fact, she already knew what tribe this lizard man was from, even if it wasn't for the clothes. The lizard man had black scales, which was the trademark of the Rak tribe. The lizard from the black scale lizard tribe waved his hand and jokingly said, "Will you take my hand or not? My hand is getting lonely." Hui Kyung couldn't just reach out and grab a helping hand. She believed that it was because of her vigilance that she was still alive. Therefore, she first of all asked, who was she? And what was the lizard man doing here? But before answering her questions, the lizard man advised her to take his hand, as she was in no condition to have a long conversation right now. She didn't calm down and asked then, "Have you been following me all this time?" The lizard man answered her, "I think you'd rather take my hand and go upstairs to have a proper conversation than hang like this clinging to the rocks with your last strength." In answer to her last question of whether he was constantly following her, yes he was. Hui-kyung hesitated, even though she didn't think the lizard man would be a roving bandit. However, she had to consider the possibility that he might turn out to be a nasty stalker with unknown goals. Finally she said, "Even if you helped me up, I have nothing to give you in return. I'm broke." As if finding her concern funny, the lizard man asked, "Is that really what you think about when you're hanging over the abyss?" She replied, "Yes, because I can climb up on my own too. And I'm not going to ask for anything." "It's okay, because I won't ask anything," the lizardman said and leaned towards her. Hui-kyung smelled the unique scent of the lizardman's scales. Some people thought that lizard scales had a fishy smell, so they covered their nose, while others just thought of water and bushes. Hui-kyung belonged to the latter. When she hesitated, the lizard grabbed her wrist and pulled her up, and while she was still reeling from the surprise, she was lowered to the ground. She was surprised. Did he just pull me up with one arm? Now I understand why the lizards of the black-scale lizard tribe are called strong. The lizardman looked back and forth at the road by the cliff and asked, "This road is wide enough for a man to walk along. On one side of the road there could be a landslide at any moment, and on the other side is a valley with many meters of precipice. What were you thinking pushing a wheelbarrow full of stuff down a road like that? It's a good thing you only got away with that injury." But Hui-kyung was that it wouldn't have been a problem if it wasn't for the broken tire. The lizardman then reminded her that wheels could always break and cause problems, and she should always consider possible trouble and think ahead. Considering the current technological level of humans, the lizardman was completely right, and there was nothing she could object to. So she changed the subject and asked the lizardman what his name was. He politely apologized for not introducing himself yet, and said his name was Siren Mule of the black-scale lizard tribe. You may disregard the name Mule. It is a name that has been passed down, but neither I nor my father know what it means. It's not the most common name among lizardmen, but my father wanted me to keep it, so I always introduce myself as Siren Mule. You can just call me Siren." Hui-kyung nodded and said, "Okay, well I thought I should at least thank you since you helped me out." "Thank you, Siren." After thanking Siren, Hui-kyung tried to limp past him and continue on her way, but Siren blocked her way with his hand, saying, "We're not done here yet, Hui-kyung." She immediately froze in place, thinking, "Damn it, I knew this would happen. I told you, I have nothing. And how the hell does he know my name?" When Siren said her name, she reached for the obsidian knife hidden in her clothes. Hui-kyung knew that her identity must not be revealed. Hui-seo, who had led automation after his mother, had decided to lead automation differently after her murder. He decided to hide his identity. He revealed his true identity only to the members of the 4 trusted families in the castle. They served as his hands and feet, and at the same time had to keep a vigilant eye on each other. Such a life came with a certain amount of risk, but Hui-seo managed to settle things within his means. Hui-seo also wanted his children's identities hidden, and the children had to follow his orders. If they didn't make enough effort to hide their identities, they wouldn't be able to become successors, wouldn't get their father's attention, and might die prematurely. Hui-kyung knew that black-scale lizards were strong, but her obsidian knife was sharp and long enough to pierce its heart. Instinctively, she almost snatched the knife, but she refrained from doing so at the moment. Hui-kyung thought, "Even if I do use the knife, I need to find out how he knows my name first. No matter what, I'll use my knife after I get information from him. And definitely not because he helped me." So she first asked how he knew her name. Siren showed both palms, making it clear that he had no intention of getting into trouble and wasn't going to fight. He simply replied that Rakrak told him her name, and then ordered him to find her. "Rakrak, chief of the Black-Scale tribe?" she interjected. Hearing that name, her jaw dropped with a mixture of fear, reverence, and surprise. Hui-kyung recognized the familiar name. It didn't take her long to realize who he was talking about, but she continued to clarify. "Are you talking about the hunter Rakrak? The thunder lizard? The first chosen one? The leader of the black-scale lizard tribe?" To all this, Siren replied that, "We just call him Chief." Rumors reached Hui-kyung that the tribe of severed ears and the tribe of black-scale lizards were preparing for a battle in the desert. This rumor was spread among the people of automation, as they were the center of this entire fight, and their fate depended on the outcome of their eventual battle. If Siren wasn't lying, finding out how Rakrak had gotten her name for Hui-kyung wasn't that important. Black-scale lizards would do anything to find out. The next question was far more important. Why would someone so famous and powerful ask to find her? She immediately asked the lizardman this question. To be honest, I don't know exactly myself, but I think I can try to explain part of the reason to you. Saren gathered his thoughts and asked, Are you aware of 2 recent rumors that have spread throughout automation and the entire peninsula? About what? That the second son of the family excelled at horseback riding, or that the Su family's second daughter gave birth to twins, or that the fishmonger finally brought live fish to the market. Hearing the last of the rumors, Saren asked if it was even real. Hui-kyung immediately reassured, No, over. I checked it out. It's all lies. All fish are salted. The lizardman then said, Well, anyway, I wasn't talking about some petty rumors like that. You should have guessed it. Even I, an outsider, heard about it. Haven't you been to automation lately? She had been, and she replied, I haven't been there. I needed to buy silk, and I went as far as I could to get it at a cheap price. I was lucky enough to find a man from whom I could buy silk. So what is this rumor you speak of? Saren replied, More precisely, there are 2 rumors. One says that the Lord's second child will become the next Lord of Automation, and the other says that the 4th child will become the next Lord of Automation. Hearing this, Hui-kyung frowned for a moment, and exhaling a sigh of relief, she skeptically said that these were all false rumors. But Saren didn't share her skepticism and stated, I know you're Huiseo's 4th child. Hui-kyung shook her head. I guess you don't understand because you're not human and you don't live in automation. But fighting doesn't necessarily mean knife fighting. These rumors are part of a fight between my siblings who are trying to become the next Lord of Automation. I'm not sure exactly why, but my second brother and I seem to be caught up in these rumors, and I'm sure there will be someone who will benefit from it. I'm just an outcast with no chance of being my father's heir. There's nothing you can get out of me. It would have been better for you to look into another sibling. My first brother and older sister aren't the type to spread false rumors. I don't think they did it. Then it was probably my second brother or my younger sister. But my younger sister is too young for something like that, so she couldn't have done it. My other brother is probably behind it. He always likes to make things up behind other people's backs. He probably wanted to make himself the victim of false rumors, but he thought he'd draw too much attention to himself, so he dragged me into it. How childish. Finally, Hui-kyung said, Anyway, these rumors have nothing to do with me or you. Why don't you just say that the black-scale lizard tribe sent you to get information about automation? It seems you somehow found out that I'm one of the Lord's children, but I'm an outcast. You can't get anything out of me. It would be better for you to look for another sibling of mine. Hui-kyung finished her speech and watched Saren's reaction, and since she had learned everything she wanted from the lizard man, he had to die. Hui-kyung gripped the hilt of her knife tightly. Even though Saren was just standing still, there seemed to be no place where Hui-kyung could strike. And because of the height difference, Hui-kyung thought she couldn't reach him. Being strong didn't mean being fast, and maybe she had a chance. But Hui-kyung already knew that the probability of failure was higher than the probability of success if she attacked the lizard man. What if she succeeded in killing him? He knows exactly who she is, and he was sent specifically to her. So if she kills him, then she will incur the wrath of the black-scale lizard tribe, which had the most incredible rumors about it. However, she also couldn't just let Saren go. If word spread that she had let the stranger go, even when she had the chance to stop him, and especially if her father found out, she would disappoint him greatly and possibly be awarded the death penalty for it. So she decided it was better to try and kill this lizard man and die than to live with her father's disappointment. Seeing her intentions, Saren lowered his gaze and turned to Hui-kyung. I think you misunderstood something. Seeking you was Rockrak's first order, but I also have to fulfill the second command as well. The second command I received was to protect you and your life at all costs. Hui-kyung was surprised and felt an unpleasant feeling somewhere in the back of her mind. It was a feeling she had ignored for a long time because others ignored her. It was strange, and since she hadn't experienced it in a long time, she couldn't give it a name. Hui-kyung decided that she didn't want to know what the feeling was, but somewhere in the back of her mind, she heard a voice. One that asked, Do you want me to tell you what it is? It's called warmth. The warmth of someone caring about you. Did my heart become tender to this lizard man I met just a moment ago just because he said those words? But it was inevitable. As far back as Hui-kyung could remember, no one had ever offered her protection. She had already loosened her grip on the hilt of her knife. Hui-kyung wasn't about to stab someone who said he would protect her. She had always thought of herself as strict, but those who remembered her thought of her as someone who became weak when it came to affection. Finally coming to her senses a little, Hui-kyung stuttered and asked, What? What are you talking about? Saren didn't know much about human emotions, so he calmly told her what he knew. You said it was a false rumor, but your siblings don't think so, nor do the other families. Chief Rakrak said that the automation succession ceremony is coming up, Everyone is paying attention to the big changes coming. Therefore, people will be sensitive to even the smallest rumors and will want to cut down on unnecessary variables. Given the circumstances, the weakest ones will be eliminated first, and you will definitely be the target of an assassination attempt and more than one on your life. While Saren was talking, Hui Kyung pulled herself together and said, "Even if I agree with everything you just said, I can defend myself on my own, so go back to where you came from. I have no reason to get help from the black-scale lizard tribe, and like I said, I have nothing to offer you in return. Look for another brother or sister." But Saren answered her calmly, "I cannot do that. The tribal chief has ordered me to protect you specifically, and neither I nor the tribal leader wants anything from you, except to keep you alive." Hui Kyung sighed. She realized that logic would not make the lizard go away, so she would have to resort to emotion. She didn't want to tell him so much, but what could she do? Hui Kyung let go of the knife and walked closer to Siren. He was surprised when Hui Kyung came up to him empty-handed and said, "Look at this." Hui Kyung lifted her bangs with her hand. There were a pair of cylindrical bumps on her forehead. The cross-section was so uneven that any keen eye could see that they had been cut off by her hands. As you have already realized, these are horns. More precisely, the parts where the horns used to be. Horn stumps, you might say. "Do they grow back?" Saren asked. Hui Kyung nodded and said, "Yes, that's why I trim them when they grow long. Everyone who knows me says I'm cursed because of these horns. There are some who say that simply because they find it distasteful that a person has horns, but those who know me well avoid and hate me even more, because I am truly cursed." Saren, glancing at Hui Kyung every now and then, said, "You look a bit scruffy, but it's not like you're cursed. Do people really hate you just because of those cute horns?" But she sadly replied, "I'm not kidding." Hui Kyung pointed at her horns and continued to say, "I was born by tearing my mother's belly with these horns, and because of that, she died. One of my half-brothers also eventually died because of my horns. In addition, misfortunes are constantly happening to those around me. That's the real reason why I'm a loner." Saren lowered his sad gaze to Hui Kyung for a moment and said, "I'm sorry to hear that, Hui Kyung. Please accept my condolences. But my mission does not depend on whether you are cursed or not. The mission has been entrusted to me by the tribe chief, and I am here to fulfill the will of the black-scale lizard tribe. And even if you refuse, I will still protect you. I have the desire and the ability to do so." After the failed attempt to make Saren afraid, Hui Kyung had run out of ideas on how to make him leave, and she began to ponder. Would the only way to get rid of him be to make him experience my curse? If that was the case, Hui Kyung realized that she would have no choice but to go along with Siran. So she would have to go with this big, strong, powerful warrior from the Lizardmen tribe who says he will protect her life. Hui Kyung was not unfamiliar with Lizardmen. There were few of them in automation. However, even in her eyes, Saren was different from other Lizardmen. Not only because of the precious clothes he was wearing, but also because of the muscles visible under Saren's scales and the dignity evident in his demeanor. Even though Hui Kyung had to hide her identity from others and didn't even like the fact that she was the daughter of a lord, she still belonged to high society. But even she felt uncomfortable looking at Saren. After thinking for a bit, she came to a conclusion. Well, it's not really that bad, is it? Hui Kyung quickly thought in her mind. She couldn't just send Saren away like that, because then she would have to kill him. But there was a very small chance that she would be able to do so. And even if Saren spared Hui Kyung's life, she would have to risk letting go of someone who knew her true identity. On the other hand, if Saren stayed by her side, she wouldn't have to kill him, and she herself would be able to prevent the risk of her identity being revealed to others. There was nothing wrong with Saren being with her, rather it was even a good thing. After all, he had even said that he would protect her. That meant that he would take action and help her if she got into a dangerous situation. While Hui Kyung was pondering without saying a word, Saren, unable to stand the silence, asked, "Hui Kyung, what are you thinking about?" And she replied that she was thinking about silk. And now that she was thinking about it, she realized that she couldn't just leave all that silk down there. She needed to go back downstairs, which she was going to do. Saren sighed as Hui Kyung staggered to the edge of the cliff and stood there. He snickered. "People will praise you for being able to climb up the cliff with an injured leg, but they'll say you're crazy to climb back down. I know that, and you know it too. I'd stop you, and you'd object that you really need that silk. However, there's a better way to get people to do things for you. So you just have to ask for help." Hui Kyung's face turned red at Saren's suggestion. She was used to relying only on herself. Seeing her indecision, Saren said, "I don't blame you. After all, you became like this because of the curse. I am just trying to convey to you that there is a better way of doing things. I have come to protect you, and there are many things I could help you with." One of those things is to help you not starve to death, and to do that, you need to bring back the silk. Hui Kyung looked away embarrassed and finally asked quietly, "Please help me. Help me get that silk." Saren started climbing up the rock and slid down the rest of the steep slope. He then tied the bundle of silk around his torso and climbed back up. It took less than a minute for Saren to climb back up. He quickly gathered up all the bundles of silk, as if it was no big deal and they were light as feathers, and they headed off to automation together. Hui Kyung decided she should know more and asked, "So you're not a warrior? I've heard that warriors of the black-scale lizard tribe wear water buffalo skulls on their heads." But Saren assured her, "I am a warrior too, but nowadays we don't wear buffalo skulls often, only if there is some ritual, though Chief Rakrak still usually wears them. But it is also true that I am one of Mrs. Jail's errand boys. I learned from Lady Jail how to identify medicinal herbs and treat the wounded, and when I grew older, I took the warrior's exam and learned to use spears and shoot arrows from Mr. Ure. He is the best warrior of our tribe." Hui Kyung nodded as if it didn't matter much, but she understood that Saren wasn't just a lizard warrior that Rakrak had decided to send. He used to be an errand boy for someone who handled the inner workings of the tribe, and then he learned weapons from the best warrior. There was more to learn. So she asked how did he even know she was here? Saren replied, "I just went to automation and asked around there, using your fake name Mang-ji. It fits you better than Hui Kyung, doesn't it?" She replied, "I think so too. But I don't think information about me would have been given out so easily. I have bad relationships with people, but I'm sure my business partners wouldn't sell me so easily and cheaply." Saren laughed. "If that were the case, how would I have found you? Everyone I asked told me everything as soon as I gave them a pocketful of salt. They told me that you've been going into the silk business for a long time, that they didn't know where you'd find silk since the rainy season was coming soon, and that they wondered how you'd bring in enough silk yourself to make a profit. They also told me that you borrowed a wheelbarrow from them to start your silk business, but did not return, and they thought you had cheated them. They also told me that you left automation through the back gate of the castle, and so on. Don't you think you've lost too much of your business partner's trust, aside from other human relationships?" Hui Kyung couldn't lift her head from how screwed up she was. Her face was red all the way to her ears. The journey back to automation took a whole day when they finally saw automation's rampart. The rampart was shorter than the one Hui Kyung had fallen from, but the artificially created fortress was different from the natural one. The fortress was long and disappeared into the cliffs on both sides. Automation was obstructed by a rampart in front, while the castle was further away and surrounded by sheer cliffs on both sides. At the front of the rampart was the main gate through which people entered and exited, and at the back of the rampart was a smaller gate. The path that Hui Kyung and Saren followed led to the back gate and was a secret path. Only a few merchants knew about it. Now that they were almost there, Saren asked, "What are you going to do now?" "I think it is too late for selling silk." Hui Kyung said that the market should still be open, but first she should meet the Geo family and talk to them, since it was one of them who had lent her the faulty car, which she'll have to pay for now. While they were talking so calmly, the menace was approaching them from behind. It was only because of Saran's excellent reaction that Hui Kyung survived. The dagger was fired accurately at her back, but hit the hand of the lizardman who had sacrificed it to protect the girl. The dagger pierced through the palm of his hand and blood nearly covered the terrified Hui Kyung. Saren, writhing the dagger in his hand, said, "Just as Mr. Rakrak said, you are being hunted. One of your business associates has probably uncovered everything you've been up to, and the gatekeeper or someone else has reported how you left the castle and how you're likely to return." The battle for the air had begun, and then the attackers revealed themselves. They were a band of goblin mercenaries who specialized in assassinations for hire, a kind of prehistoric assassins. They had no chance against the Lizardman one-on-one, but they had the advantage in numbers that gave them hope of victory. However, despite their numerical advantage, it was not surprising that in a few moments the entire goblin squad was defeated and bound with a piece of silk cloth that Saren had borrowed from Hui Kyung. Interrogating them, they learned that the masked man had ordered them to kill Hui Kyung and told them where to wait for her and how she looked, but they didn't know any more. Instead of killing the goblins, which at first glance seemed like a logical step, Saren decided that the goblins could be useful in another way. At the same time, Hui Kyung couldn't stop marveling at how good a lizardman was at fighting. She said that she had heard that the most famous warrior among the lizardmen was their battlemaster Ure. Saren, while bandaging the wounds of the goblins, confirmed her words. Indeed, Ure was the best warrior of their tribe, and Saren had personally learned battle techniques from him. Hearing this, Hui Kyung looked at how he treated the goblins with interest, and asked if he had learned these healing techniques from Ure too? But Saren replied that of course not. He learned how to heal others from Jaeol when he worked as her errand boy. The more he told about himself, the more it became clear to Hui Kyung that he was no ordinary lizardman. Jaol is the one in charge of the Black-Scale tribe's internal affairs and is Rakrak's wife. Being her errand boy means that he was under Jaol's supervision, and the fact that he learned to fight from Yor meant that he holds an important position in the Black-Scale tribe. In the end, the fact that someone as high-ranking as him had come to protect her meant that she was indeed very important to their tribe. All she had to do was find out why. But even without knowing their true motives, she could extract a lot of benefits for herself and make it her advantage. But all her thoughts of using the lizard were blown away when she saw Saren give her precious silk to the goblins who had nearly killed her. She immediately screamed in outrage. It was her silk, which she had obtained with her own sweat and blood, and he was giving it to assassins. But Saren assured her it was to placate them. Once they were paid, they would calm down and there would be no more attacks from these particular goblins. Giving up a small piece of silk for that, a small price to pay. Hui Kyung suspected that the one who ordered the goblins to attack her was her first brother Hui Dan, who was supported by the Geo family, but the goblins denied it and it wasn't really true. And here's why. As they approached the gates of automation, they saw a whole group of merchants who couldn't get in and were piled up laden with their wares at the entrance. Looking closely, Hui Kyung noted that the gates of the castle are closed, and the guards would not let anyone inside, regardless of race or merchandise. This meant that something unusual was going on in the castle. When they got closer, they asked one merchant what had happened and why the gates of Automation Castle were closed. Seeing their load of silk, Foxman assured her that she, as a silk merchant, would not be able to enter either. Neither would everyone else. The doors were closed right in front of their noses for a while, and guards didn't say why or when they would be reopened. And even if someone who was an Automation citizen was let in, they were still not let out again. Trading was the main activity in Automation, and if they closed the gates to all traders, then something really serious had happened in the castle. Hui Kyung, as one of the heiresses, was of course allowed in, and Saren with her. But they were warned that they would not be able to leave Automation until they were ordered to do so. Everything came to a head during the visit to the Zhou family, where Hui Kyung went first. The head of the Zhou family was in a bad mood and reluctantly agreed to talk to her. It was obvious that he had much more important things to worry about than meeting her. Seeing that, Hui Kyung asked what was wrong with his expression. She should be the one being angry here, not him. Sipping her tea, she said, "Gyo-jung, I almost died because the cart you lent me broke." He only replied tiredly, "It seems you haven't heard anything yet." "Well, whatever. Did nothing particular happen on the way here?" This question surprised her a little, but she decided to answer honestly that it was a failed assassination attempt. Luckily, she had a warrior from the Black-Scale Lizard tribe with her, who had saved her and defeated her attackers. She pointed directly at Siren, who introduced himself to the head of the Geo house as Siren Muel from the Black-Scale tribe. Gyo-jung had not yet met the members of this tribe in person and was glad to meet them. He in turn introduced himself as Gyo-jung, the leader of the Geo family, one of the 4 families of the Automation Castle. Saren said that after they had defeated the goblins whose attempt to kill Hui Kyung had failed, they had interrogated them, and learned from them that the Gyo family was not involved in the assassination attempt. At least that's what they said. Gyo-jung confirmed their words, saying that of course their family was not involved. After all, they never did any dirty tricks like other families. Hui Kyung didn't believe him yet and asked with a strained smile, "Really? So what happened in the Automation Castle? I don't think it's because the cursed 4th daughter was ambushed. All the castle residents were locked inside." Gyo-jung replied with a stone face, "An assassination attempt occurred here inside the castle too." Hui Kyung was shocked by what she heard. An assassination attempt occurred here inside the castle, where everything seemed to be safe. Gyo-jung continued, "Now that the castle lord has left, a leading heir of the Automation Castle, your brother, Hui Dan, went missing." It turned out that the Geo and Wu Sun families, who supported Hui Dan, suspected the other 2 families of being involved in Hui Dan's disappearance. But there was no proof, and no corpse either, so all the families supported the decision to close the castle gates until proof was found. Gyo-jung even allowed Hui Kyung to visit the room where Hui Dan disappeared from, so she could see for herself with her own eyes. She and Saren looked around the room carefully, hoping to find anything that would indicate what had happened to her brother. Looking around the room, Hui Kyung noticed how things had changed since the last time she had been here. As a child, she had been quite close to him, closer than any of her other siblings, as he treated her better than anyone else despite her curse. But as she grew older, she herself began to avoid direct contact with her older brother and became more and more withdrawn. While she was reminiscing, Saren, thanks to his good sense of smell and attention, noticed something near the table leg. He recognized it unmistakably. He immediately called Hui Kyung to him, saying that there was a strong odor of blood coming from that spot. Indeed, there was a faint spot of blood on the table leg below, and the table was on the carpet. As soon as they picked it up, there were distinct streaks of blood underneath. A lot of blood. The marks were distinct despite the fact that someone had tried to cover them up and wipe them away. The puddle of blood was still too big and hiding it was not possible. When they went back to Gyo-jung and told him about their find, he wasn't surprised at all and calmly replied that Hui-dan was probably dead. They found that evidence too. The only problem that remained was that they couldn't find his corpse. As they say, no body, no crime. That's why after they found those traces of blood, they decided to lock the castle gates, so the culprit wouldn't be able to take the corpse out of the castle. They hoped that the corpse would begin to decompose and its odor would spread through the castle. Following the trail of the corpse odor, it would only be a matter of time before they caught the culprit. Looking at Hui-kyung, Gyo-jung finally summarized that this is why she shouldn't take any action. They will handle everything themselves. She'd better think about her own safety and lay low. But Hui-kyung was not the kind of person who would sit idly by. She couldn't sit on the sidelines even if she wanted to. She immediately started thinking, would the culprit really not have considered that much before committing the murder? No, let's not think about this too deeply. As Gyo-jung said, there's no need for me to take action. Suddenly she heard a voice inside, a terrible and familiar voice, one that made every cell in her body shake in terror. It was the voice of her horned curse, which expressed itself not only in the horns on her head, but also in the insidious spirit within, which, of course, no one but herself knew about. He asked, should I tell you? Are you really just going to sit there and do nothing again? Hui-kyung tried to shut that voice out, but she was having no success. Her inner struggle was visible even from the outside, and Saren even started to worry about her, asking if she was okay. But she was silent in response, and her eyes glowed with an otherworldly light. She seemed resigned and strained to listen to advice from somewhere deep inside. She finally came to her senses and immediately asked the head of the Gyo house a strange question. Gyo-jung, what kind of person possesses a pot big enough for a corpse to be stored in without being suspected? He was surprised by the question and asked her which pot she meant. Then she clarified that she meant a pot where meat could be stored without rotting. But it wasn't Gyo-jung who answered her, but Sairan. He suggested that a butcher or a hunter might have such pots, but he wondered why she was asking. He finally realized what she meant. Someone who had such a pot could store meat, any meat, including human meat, and keep it from rotting for a long time. Hui-kyung confirmed his hunch. In such a pot with meat, it was only necessary to add enough lily and it could be preserved for a very long time, long enough to get rid of the corpse without a trace. Someone who can easily take a hunter around with them in the castle. Someone who has a lot of meat preserved in salt within the pots at their home. Now Gyo-jung realized what she was getting at, and he finished her logical chain of reasoning by adding that it was someone who could naturally visit this office. Someone very familiar to everyone. Someone who could just walk into Hui-dan's office. It could only be one person, who was just now completing the disguise of the evidence of his crime. Securely closing the pot lid and smiling smugly, confident that he would never be caught, thanks to his ingenious plan. The killer was a hunter and possible successor of the Automation Castle, the second child of the Lord, Hui-jin. All that's left is to catch her, along with all the evidence. Hui-kyung's reasoning was very convincing and logical. Therefore, even though only a few people inside the castle were informed about the name of the likely culprit who committed the murder according to Hui-kyung's reasoning, the rumors spread very quickly. And when Hui-dan's death was officially announced and the sad news became known to everyone in the castle, everyone already knew that the main suspect was Hui-jin. Her cunning plan was revealed, and she had no choice but to flee. Escape from the castle at night and under the cover of darkness. On the way, she couldn't stop cursing. Damn it, how the hell did this happen? Hui-jin thought it was a brilliant and perfect plan that guaranteed her success without consequences. But in fact, it turned out to be wrong, and her perfect plan crashed into the harsh reality, and the heavy body bag on her back was solid proof of that. She wasn't alone. She had her faithful assistant with her, who was carrying the other part of the corpse. They had already traveled far enough away from automation and up into the mountains that towered above the castle. They thought they could relax a little and no longer fear the chase. But Hui-jin did not calm down and continued to wonder how that damned girl Hui-kyung managed to reveal her plans. She'd never thought she'd be capable of such a thing. Suddenly, someone answered her wails, and it wasn't her assistant, who had remained silent the whole way. A young voice came from above and asked Hui-jin, "Isn't there someone else you neglected?" This voice was very familiar to her, for it was her younger sister, Hui-min. She was standing on a ledge and smiling strangely. Looking at her and realizing what was about to happen, Hui-jin asked in despair, "How did we get here?" At the same time, the archers behind Hui-min's back were already preparing to fire their bows. Instead of answering, Hui-jin's companion received a very graphic demonstration of what was in store for her in the near future. She looked at her sister with anger and could only growl through gritted teeth. Hui-min seemed to like what was happening. She asked Hui-jin with her frightening smile, "Why are you so angry? Didn't you kill Brother Dan first?" So even if I do something to you, you have no right to be so angry, unless it's at herself, because you are the one who started the bloodshed. The smartest among the brothers gets to be the lord of the castle. It's all for the throne, isn't it? In Huimin's opinion, she was the smartest and deserved to be the next lord, and she was willing to do anything for that. She especially wanted to put an end to this cursed brotherhood right now, and the two warriors behind her back were ready to do her bidding. Huijin only had time to shout the name of her despicable sister, who was just like her. That scream was the last one she would ever make, because in the next instant, 2 arrows struck her in the head and chest, leaving her no chance of survival. She fell to the ground as dead weight as her brother in the sack. Huimin stopped playing her part and sadly watched as her warriors went to check what was in the sacks and make sure everyone there was dead. She pondered how one bloodshed leads to another, and what a small price to pay for the life of a potential heir to the throne. She didn't want to kill her siblings, but she realized she had no other choice. If she did it first, she would probably end up in Huijin's place. Suddenly, all her thoughts were interrupted by a sudden pain, and the horrible realization that she herself had been tricked. The huntress herself had been victimized, and while she was ambushing her sister, someone had ambushed her. The sword that pierced Huimin's chest was sharp and merciless. She didn't even hear the stranger coming up behind her. She didn't even feel the slightest danger. Coughing up blood as the sword was pulled out of her, she heard the familiar voice of her brother. He was someone she hadn't expected to be here at all. So with surprise on her face, she died. Standing over her falling corpse, Hui Jun repeated her words. "It's time to put an end to this cursed brotherhood." He pushed his sister's corpse off the cliff and looked at the 3 corpses lying below, and declared that now, from all his siblings, only one left. The blood of the Hui family flowed like a river that night. And the controversial prophecy began to be fulfilled, if only in that the next Lord of Automation would be Hui Jun or Hui Kyung. There were simply no other options left. Hui Jun was not going to stop there and promised, "I won't make you wait long, Hui Kyung." It seemed that by gambling on him, Hegemony had chosen the most dangerous and cunning of the heirs. Soon, the news that the corpses of 3 of the Lord's children had been found outside the walls of Automation shook the entire castle. Hui Kyung was also shocked that Hui Jin and Hui Min were found dead near the body of their older brother, Hui Dan. The head of the Jiao family said that all this means that the culprit has no intention of hiding his identity. Otherwise, he would have hidden the corpses better, or at least left them in different places. It was all too obvious. So much so that even a fool would have realized who was behind all this and who would benefit from it. Everyone present agreed that it was Hui Jun, and Hui Kyung went even further, suggesting that he had waited until the last minute for the right moment. When Hui Jin made her move first, it in turn forced Hui Min to act. He watched everything from afar and with superior knowledge of both situations. Finally, he waited for the right moment to get rid of the 2 of them at once and for all. Then if the attack of the hired goblins was the work of Hui Jun, then everything was clear and fell into place. If Saren hadn't shown up then, no doubt Hui Kyung would have been dead long ago. Moreover, everyone would have thought it was a robbery, not a contract killing, and Hui Jun would have been beyond suspicion. Gyo Jung, realizing all this, warned her that it was now that the real threat would begin. She realized it herself. She had already made up her mind to do her best. But the head of the family, Gyo, did not hurry to voice his thoughts and intentions about who his family will support in this struggle for the title of Lord. However, he revealed, "Actually, there was just a meeting inside the Gyo family, and we came to a common decision." At that moment, Hui Kyung froze and tensed up, listening intently to his every word, and staring at his every move. What she saw calmed her down, and she calmly finished her tea. Then she asked, "So, what is the decision of the Gyo family?" Gyo Jung pretended to hesitate and asked, "Isn't it obvious that Hui Jun is dominating the scene right now?" "So?" Hui Kyung looked at him carefully again. She was well aware that her fate was being decided right now. If none of the family supported her, things would go badly, and her days inside the castle would be numbered. Fortunately, the Gyo family decided to take a gamble on Hui Kyung. Now she at least had a chance. She bowed to him and thanked him for recognizing her as the likely future heiress to the Lord's title. But Gyo Jung assured her that it's a decision made based on calculation, not recognition. Though such details didn't matter much to Hui Kyung, at least that's what she pretended. In parting, Gyo Jung told her, "So by all means survive. Don't let me and my family down." Hui Kyung assured him that she would try and went to her home, accompanied by Seiran. Gyo Jung stayed at his place and quietly drank tea as if nothing had happened. Walking through the plaza, Hui Kyung told Saren that she had to survive. Survive even despite her cursed body. After all, for the first time in her life, it felt like she had a few people she trusted and who trusted her. A few weeks passed and her horns grew back very quickly, and today the noise around her was already giving her a headache. She had been doing well with her main task of surviving for the past few weeks, and had even managed to hire additional guards. the same goblins who had tried to kill her. But they remembered the mercy shown to them and for a decent fee became no less worthy bodyguards. Hui Kyung was at the regular Geo family council, and now a member of the family was speaking, who still couldn't calm down and claimed that simply avoiding assassination isn't the answer. Instead, they should make an effort to catch Hui Jun and bring him to justice. Another family member countered him on that and said that the Sang and Tu families are together on Hui Jun's side, so it will be much harder to do than say. As long as he is under their protection, it will be hard to bring him to justice without starting a war between the families, and the two families would have a significant numerical advantage in a war against them. At that time, another man offered to enlist the support of the Su family to even out the balance of power. After all, this family had yet to openly declare their support for anyone else. They continued to argue until Hui Kyung, along with her headache, had a strange feeling as if she was in danger and another trouble was coming her way. And in addition to all these damn horns constantly interfered with her and they constantly wanted to pull out or cut. The discussion went on and someone suggested that they didn't really need the Su family's support. He was immediately told that there were two families and they were alone. So why is he saying that they don't need the support of another family? At the same time, Saren told her, "Don't even think about cutting your horns." She assured him that she wasn't going to do that and it wasn't about them right now. Saren, remembering how she had cut her horns, was still shocked at how much blood there had been then. If he had known then, he wouldn't have even let her try. But what surprised him the most was that she had trimmed them herself all the time before. Just how much she hated them was hard to imagine. Hui Kyung assured her once again that everything was fine. And stopped talking about her horns. There were more important things to do right now. She could feel it. Though if they talk about horns, comparing her situation 15 days ago and now, she can say that she still can't get used to those horns. But now she has come to accept them and sees her horns as a reward for overcoming many hardships over the past few weeks. Suddenly, a messenger came running to them with news from outside the castle. The messenger was in a great hurry and worried. He started talking, barely catching his breath. The news was simple. The Lord was finally returning to the castle. Everyone immediately began to discuss Lord Huiseo's return, for it solved a lot of their problems. All they had to do was wait for his arrival. Hui Kyung asked when he would arrive. The messenger replied that the Lord was traveling slowly and not too fast. Therefore, he will arrive at the castle not earlier than tomorrow morning. Then the messenger came a little closer to Hui Kyung and said that there was also news that the scouting party told him to deliver personally only for Hui Kyung. He moved even closer to her and leaned over her ear when she asked what it was. Then suddenly, blood splattered on her face. The blood of the messenger. He was pierced by two blades at once on both sides from Seirin and the goblin. The messenger immediately let go of the knife he was about to kill Hui Kyung with, if given literally a moment more time. Hui Kyung looked at that knife and couldn't believe her eyes. How and why? What made the messenger take such a suicidal step? After all, he was a respected and trusted member of the Geo family himself. Saren explained to everyone present who were puzzled that the messenger was trying to pull the knife out of his pocket. The simplest explanation voiced by Gyo Jung was that that guy had simply been bribed. Greed had always been a human weakness, and now they probably couldn't even trust Gyo's family members. Suddenly, all of this lost importance when the goblin who had looked out to see the commotion outside flew back into the room. He shouted for everyone to hurry up and run out of here now. Gyo Jung repeated the same thing, only more specifically. "Run away, Hui Kyung." Everything was clear now. Apparently Hui Jun had already made the decision to attack before the Lord arrived. He knew that when he returned, things would be much more complicated, and Hui Kyung would have all the trump cards in her hands. So he, along with the families supporting him, planned to end things here and now. And now, the war between the families had begun. So, Hui Kyung was forced to flee, and to be honest, she'd hoped she'd never have to use this escape route. But looking at this stinky hole, she realized there was just no other way. There is just no escape route as safe as this one. And even though it's gross and unpleasant, there's nothing else they can do. The sewer. How many times has it served as the last escape route for the heroes in a desperate situation, and this time was no exception. Saren reminds Hui Kyung once again that under the circumstances, they simply have no other options. So Hui Kyung, without thinking long, started to go down into the hole, intending to go first. She disappeared down the hole, but Saren didn't follow her. She had to come back to wave to him and ask him what he was doing. There was no time to delay. They had to hurry. Finally, Saren came down after her and closed the hatch behind him. When he smelled the disgusting stench that almost made him vomit, he noticed how well Hui Kyung was holding up. It seemed her stomach was much stronger than he thought. Hui Kyung didn't want to go into details about her troubled past at first, and just said that she was used to stink bugs. But Saren wanted to hear her whole story, and she couldn't get out of it. She had to tell him that when she was little, once she went to the bathroom and ended up falling into it. It wasn't a very long story, but it was disgusting. Just like this sewer they were walking through. Saren still didn't calm down and kept bothering her with questions, asking, "Isn't that a lot more dangerous than you made it sound like?" She replied that it was. She had almost died there. She must have fallen in there because of the rickety and flimsy loose floorboards, and got stuck up to her neck in a pile of shit. Luckily, somehow she managed to roll all the way to the sewer without getting hurt. There wasn't a single ray of light, and she thought she was going to die. When there was no hope and she was ready to give up, she saw light balls floating around. Then she followed the light and saw the dim outline of the sewer. She followed the light and even caught one. It turned out to be a bug with light coming from its tail. Perhaps that would have been a firefly. But not everything in the story was possible, which Saren noticed. He pointed out to her that fireflies were not the kind of bugs that normally lived in places like this. However, Hui-kyung continued to stand her ground. After all, they were really there, and she remembered everything clearly. Why wouldn't he believe her when she even said that she had caught one and got a good look at it? Saren thought about it. It was an interesting fact of her biography. The fact that the fireflies were in a place they usually weren't meant that there was interference from higher powers, perhaps even their blue beetle god. But he wasn't going to argue with Hui-kyung and agreed that it could have been anything. Perhaps even some other kind of firefly that was unfamiliar to him. Finally, they came to the exit of the sewer. A lone wooden door with rickety steps leading up to it. Saren pointed to this particular door and said that he had found it while exploring the sewer. It leads directly to the basement of the hunter's hut of the Su family. Siren was going to go first, but at the same time he asked Hui-kyung to wait here, just in case, and if he himself didn't return after a while. She would have to run immediately and in the opposite direction of the door. She must not even think of paying attention to whatever she hears outside. Her mission would be to flee and save the most precious thing at the moment. Her life. Hui-kyung pretended to agree and remained alone at the foot of the steps. The stench around her was getting annoying, but she had to wait. She waited for Saren to signal for her to come out, thinking she was still alive because of him and his caution. He'd saved her life more than once in the few fights she'd had in the last 3 weeks, which had been full of events. Right now, all she had to do was wait quietly here. Suddenly, a sound from above took away all her calm. There was no doubt that a fight had broken out upstairs. Hui-kyung knew that sound very well, and despite her promises to run back to the sewers if anything happened, she did the opposite and ran upstairs. She once again remembered what Saren had told her, but she wasn't going to stop. She was determined to help him in any way she could. She pulled out the hidden dagger and opened the doors. As she continued to run forward, she wondered, "Damn it, why am I doing this? Why am I not listening to what I was told?" Unexpectedly, the answer came on its own. She just didn't want to just watch anymore. Watching someone else die for her? And now the exit from the hunter's house was right in front of her, and the bright sunlight was blinding her. Once her eyes got used to the sunlight a bit, she froze in horror and screamed, "Saren!" seeing his stiffened figure in front of her. He turned around and asked in a trembling voice, "Hui-kyung? Why? Why did you come up? Why didn't you listen to what I told you?" His stomach was pierced by the spear and the puddle of blood underneath him was getting bigger by the second. Hui-jun, who had been waiting for them here and had set up this ambush, stood behind the backs of his warriors and smiled smugly. He was sure that Hui-kyung had shown up too late to make a difference, and had only made it easier for them all to find her. And this lizard man is no different than dead already. Hearing his taunts, the wounded Saren shouted for him to shut up. Hui-jun was even surprised that the lizardman still had the strength to speak. But it didn't change anything, absolutely. Therefore, he snorted contemptuously and gave his next order. "Ignore the lizard man, just kill Hui-kyung." His warriors immediately rushed to the attack, hoping that the mortally wounded lizard man was no longer a threat. How wrong they were. A moment later, Saren's eyes lit up with lightning, and his movements were equally lightning fast. He knocked out 2 warriors with his tail and stopped the spear of a third with his hand, and all this while in another hand he was already holding a sword. Hui-kyung didn't even have time to take a step and froze when Saren reminded her that she was supposed to run away. After all, she herself knows it was the right thing to do, right? Then he grabbed the shaft of the spear with his tail and broke it in one motion. At the same time, he was still trying to get an answer from Hui-kyung, asking, "So why did you make the wrong choice?" But she didn't know the answer to that question either, and she only said that sometimes people make choices, wrong choices even when they know they are wrong, even if it ultimately leads to their own destruction. Saren looked at her and realized that it was not just a trait of humans, but of all intelligent beings. The warriors standing opposite them had their weapons ready, but did not rush to attack, hoping that the lizard man would lose more blood and become less dangerous. So when Hui-kyung asked why Saren felt that way, he could calmly tell her that the leader of his tribe had told him to protect her, but had not asked him to risk his life for her. Perhaps that was where they were both similar. It seemed that there was nowhere to retreat, and they would have to accept death together. Meanwhile, one of the subordinates approached Hui Jun and whispered a message in his ear, which was just as well. It turns out they had found something, and now he was going to use it. To his hesitant warriors, he announced that whoever killed the lizard man and Hui Kyung would be rewarded with a full cart of silk. To his surprise, even that didn't work on his usually greedy subordinates, and they still stood still. Then he lost his patience and shouted, "How long are you going to suffer from a single wounded warrior? Put your human pride on the line and kill them." To this, the warriors objected to him, saying that that guy's spirit is too ferocious to simply be called a warrior. There's also a rumor that he's a chosen one. Even though he's not at his best condition right now, Hui Jun just called them idiots and said it was impossible. If he was the chosen one, there'd be no reason for him to hide his powers until he gets a spear piercing his back. While Hui Jun argued with his warriors and tried to get them to attack, Saren looked around carefully for a possible way out. All he could see was a flimsy-looking wall with salt crystals in it. Surely somewhere behind this wall was one of the passages of the salt mine. So he quickly came up with an escape plan. He had to explain it to Hui Kyung quickly, so he told her as soon as he gave the signal, she would have to run straight to the right. When Hui Kyung looked over there, she saw a solid wall and asked why she should run there. Saren explained that unfortunately Hui Jun is right, and he really isn't the chosen one. But that also doesn't mean he's a low-level warrior at all. In fact, he's the second best warrior in the entire Lizardman tribe. But no one remembers the second best warrior. When finally the Hui Jun warriors decided to attack, Saren reminded Hui Kyung that she should run to the right. She yelled one last time in panic that it was just a wall. Saren was already running towards the wall and assured her that the wall wouldn't be there for much longer. Hui Kyung trusted him and just ran after him. Saren smashed through the wall like a battering ram, which could not withstand the power of the lizard man and crumbled into pieces. Hui Kyung could hardly believe he had succeeded, so she just kept running after him. But her surprise was hard to compare to that of their opponents. They didn't understand how this could happen at all. The first to regain consciousness was Hui Jun, who shouted furiously, "Damn it! Go after them! Catch them!" With a battle cry, the warriors ran after the fugitives into the breach. But finding the fugitives in the dark and confusing tunnels was no easy task at all. Soon Hui Kyung and Saren broke away from their pursuers and could afford not to run. Of course Saren's blood trail was visible, but so far they were lucky that the pursuers hadn't thought to follow it. However, Saren's loss of blood was the real problem. He was getting weaker by the minute and was already having to lean on Hui Kyung to keep moving. For now, she kept asking him to hold on just a little longer and then everything would be fine. They would surely get out of this damn mine together. With each step, Saren found it harder to move and breathe. But Hui Kyung continued to lead him onward, hoping to get out as quickly as possible. Soon, the walls of the mine in front of them began to narrow, which could mean that they were not far from an exit or a dead end. Unfortunately, it wasn't long before Hui Kyung froze in despair. It was a dead end. They had no luck finding a way out, and they had been going in the wrong direction the whole time until they hit a dead end. To make matters worse, Saren's bleeding hadn't stopped and the spear tip was still in his stomach. Looking at this, Hui Kyung asked, "Wouldn't it be better to pull out that spearhead and get some rest?" But Saren assured her that was a very bad idea. If they pulled out the tip thoughtlessly, he would lose even more blood at once and the bleeding would only get worse. But they would both have to rest, because in their current condition, they would definitely not get anywhere else. While saying this, he accidentally touched the spearhead and groaned slightly at the sudden pain. But he was used to the pain. What surprised him was the crying and sobbing on Hui Kyung's part. Saren asked her in surprise if she was crying, but she didn't even want to talk about it and asked him not to even ask her. But Saren insisted because he wanted to check and find out why she was crying. Was it because of him? Surprisingly, she admitted that yes. All because he's dying, and anyway, what does he want to check? That she can't even cry? She was already hoping that things would change and she wouldn't be alone all the time. After all her life before it was like this and bad things happened to everyone around her. Saren, seeing her despair, assumed she thought it was all because of the curse. But she was wrong, and he was determined to prove it to her. To do so, he asked her to think back to how many dangers they'd encountered together in the last 3 weeks. There had been many, but all of them she had overcome and survived. Most people would call it not a curse at all, but another word for it. Luck. Yes. Luck. She's not cursed at all. And there's plenty of proof of that. Saren asked if she remembered the day they had first met. Then he noticed something interesting when he climbed down from the cliff to pick up the silk. It was then that he noticed something was wrong with the wagon. Such a breakdown was quite strange. It looked like someone had deliberately broken the part that held the axle, even though she had borrowed the wagon from Gyeojung before the Battle of the Airs broke out. Just like this case, Saren assumed that something similar had happened in the past. For example, he found it suspicious and strange that in the past, the bathroom floor had broken so easily under the weight of an ordinary child. So it seemed logical on Saren's part to assume that none of this was an accident, and that someone had been deliberately trying to kill Hui Kyung since she was a child and make it look like an accident. She should have realized it herself. Someone had been purposefully trying to take her life for a long time. Suddenly, as if resonating with what Saren had said, a chilling voice sounded inside Hui Kyung. One that told her that she knew it herself too. More than that, she even knows deep down inside who tried to kill her. Soon the pursuers found them after all, by the trail of Saren's blood. It was no surprise, and it was bound to happen sooner or later. Their hiding place was revealed and illuminated by the light of torches. Shouts of warriors were heard, and they surrounded the only exit. Soon, the footsteps of Hui Jun were heard, who gloatingly stated the fact that the lizard man had already lost a lot of blood judging from the trail of blood drops. But the most important thing is that this place is deep in the salt mine. A dead end. And here the runaways can't break down the wall and escape like before. Just what he needed. A perfect trap with no way out. A trap they've driven themselves into. He was not going to wait any longer and immediately sent all his warriors to attack, ordering them to kill the runaways immediately. Saren and Hui Kyung prepared to take their final battle and meet their fate. Hui Kyung thought that at least now she would not blame the curse for anything. And if she died, it would be entirely her own fault. Saren wasn't going to die yet. He told her he was still waiting for her luck. Maybe this time she'd get lucky in the face of death. But the Huijin soldiers weren't waiting. They were already charging towards them with a battle cry. Suddenly, a bright blue flash blinded the attackers. A shining ball of lightning appeared right in front of them. No one realized what was happening. Not the soldiers. Not Saren and Hui Kyung. Not Hui Jun. Everyone froze in place. The light formed into a flashing sphere that cast shadows behind the people in the cave. Those who had good vision were able to make out a strange, square-shaped creature fluttering in the air. And as the mine began to dim, all the other people were also able to see the creature. An electric stingray, a demonic spirit called Buzz, Pez, or Pazd. But his name said nothing to everyone in the cave, and they all stared at him questioningly. Just as the bright light disappeared, everyone heard a voice coming from within their hearts. Buzz didn't hesitate and turned directly to Saren. In a voice shrouded in mystery, he announced, "Saren Mule, you have been chosen." When Huijun's soldiers heard the word chosen, they hesitated and did not dare to move forward, much to the annoyance of their commander. Huijun was shivering with anger. He was so annoyed that when they were about to deal with that pesky Hui Kyung, everything went wrong again. Moreover, he didn't understand why his soldiers were so stupid and hesitant at a time like this. He wasn't going to stand for it, so he shouted at his soldiers to move and not even think about regretting that they didn't make an alliance with the Gnolls. And why were they so scared of that flying thing anyway? If they're so scared to go over there, they should take a bow and arrow and shoot it. Where are the archers? Buzz turned around at this noise and saw Huijun and his soldiers. To him, they were only minor hindrances. Finally, Saren came to his senses and realized who was in front of him. However, he did not seem happy at the news that he was the chosen one. There were 5 chosen ones in the black-scale lizardman tribe: Rokrak, Jaol, Ur, Owen, and the Stargazer. No one knew why, but until now, they had been the only ones receiving God's special grace. So the fact that Saren was chosen meant that the chosen ones would become 6 or someone had died. So Saren asked which of the chosen had died. Buzz was in no hurry to answer, and his light only dimmed instead of flashing. The Stargazer died a few days ago, but Saren had left the tribe before that, and it was news to him. While he was recovering, Buzz looked back at Huijun and the soldiers and said, "There are annoying things here. Unfortunately, I can't do anything about them because I am only here to carry out God's will." Saren was not upset and assured him that he would deal with them later, but before that he had just one question. "Why him?" Buzz replied, "God chose you himself, so I don't really know the reason. But you probably think you deserve it. Aren't you the second best warrior of your tribe?" At those words, Saren slowly nodded. Then Buzz shone brightly and assured that now he could no longer worry about these enemies, because he will now act on behalf of God, and when he does so, he can borrow God's power, and he will have that power starting now. Buzz glowed as he disappeared just like when he had appeared. The salt mine then returned to darkness save for a few lit torches. For a moment, everyone was still standing in place, not believing what was happening. But Huijun's shout quickly brought his soldiers to their senses. He demanded them to attack at once since the monster had disappeared. And they should even dare to delay, but they had already missed their chance. With the power of the Chosen One, Saren could easily deal with them. He started with the spearhead that was still sticking out of his stomach. With a cry of pain, he gripped it tighter and his eyes glowed with lightning. Hui Kyung heard cries of pain behind her and asked Saren what was going on. But he assured her that everything was fine. In one firm motion, he pulled the rest of the spear out of himself, and quickly burned the wound with a lightning bolt to stop the bleeding. The soldiers continued to run, not even realizing that their opponent had already managed to heal the mortal wound, and the pain he still had left only made him stronger. Looking at the soldiers running straight to their deaths, Saren assumed that they didn't even realize what had happened. And in that case, he'd just have to make them understand. Saren spread his right palm open. Electric lights began to flash between his fingers, and in a moment, the lightning bolts came straight at the soldiers attacking them, filling the mine and leaving them no chance of survival. Now the hunters were the victims. A blinding flash erupted from Saren's hand, striking the corner of the salt mine. All the soldiers running at them were struck by the deadly lightning, and their screams of pain filled the cave along with the smell of burning flesh. Huijun saw this and was scared to death. He had never expected that this wounded and cornered lizard would be capable of such a thing. In an instant, an entire squad of soldiers was defeated, and the survivors fled in panic to save their skins. Huijun shouted in panic to the soldiers already fleeing even faster than him to retreat, for this lizard man was truly the chosen one. Together, they hurried to the exit as fast as possible. Saren was trying to catch his breath. Using the power of the chosen one was not an easy task, especially for a wounded lizardman. Huikyung was amazed by this incredible strength, but she was also concerned about Saran's condition. Despite his assurances that he was fine, it was hard to believe him. But what was easy to believe was the destructive power of the chosen ones of their black-scaled lizardman tribe. Huikyung didn't understand why, with such impressive power, their tribe still didn't dare to openly fight the tribe of cut ears. Siren himself didn't exactly know the answer, but he guessed the reason. Now that he had used this power himself, he could definitely say that this power could not be used indefinitely. Because when he used it, it felt like some type of mental power was being consumed. Now he understood why Owen always smoked cigarettes after using this power. Huikyung was still worried about his health, but he persisted in assuring her that he was fine and just a little tired. But that was okay, because now that he had cauterized his wound and stopped the bleeding, he felt much better, and he was ready to go. Then Huikyung was not going to stay longer in that cramped mine and was determined to see the sunlight again. They had a good chance of getting out of the mine because today she was luckier than ever before. However, as they made their way to the exit, the obstacles did not become less, and they were blocked every time by a Huijun soldier who jumped out from around the corner, and they had to deal with him. Of course, with Saran's new strength they had no chance, but they kept trying. When their attempts failed, even fleeing didn't save them. So they pushed onward and onward, leaving nothing but roasted corpses in their wake. All this was watched by Hegemony, who could barely contain his rage at seeing their success. He just couldn't afford to let it go on any longer and was determined to stop them. Yes, it wasn't exactly part of their arrangement with Nebula, but he himself didn't want things to go that far. Now he had no choice but to act. To stop them, he decided to summon an animal under his control, a saber-toothed tiger, to deal with them and bring him victory since Huijun couldn't do it himself. Soon, Saren and Huikyung froze with surprise and fear. It was hard to believe, to encounter such a creature so deep in the mine. At the sight of a giant muscular saber-toothed tiger, they were confused and did not even immediately realize what it was. But the tiger did not hesitate and with a growl continued to approach them. Saren was the first to come to his senses and quickly jumped forward, covering Huikyung. He had only one question. What was the saber-toothed tiger doing here? But there was no time to look for an answer to that question. The tiger suddenly leaped at him and Saren only had time to activate his Chosen One power a second before it would be too late. A flash of lightning illuminated the mine, and the saber-toothed tiger fell dead at the feet of our heroes. Looking at his corpse, Saren could not stop wondering how the saber-toothed tiger had crossed the walls of Automation Castle and managed to enter the salt mine. And the most important question was why. In search of what he came here? That was something he had no way of knowing. However, Huikyung was no longer surprised at anything. She was already dizzy from everything that had happened this day. With her already happened so many incredible things that now she already thought that absolutely everything can be, and this tiger is just another proof of it. Finally, they approached the exit of the mine. They were in no hurry to get out of the mine, but they would be vulnerable to another ambush, and Saren was almost certain there would be one. But they had no other choice. All they had to do was be ready. Saren went first so that he could meet the danger if anything happened. As expected, the ambush was here, and two of Huijun's soldiers were ready to attack from a very unexpected direction. In order for them to succeed, Huijun himself decided to play the role of a cornered victim. He played it skillfully, saying, "Damn it, so in the end, you're cornering me like this." Huikyung completely fell for his tricks, and without suspecting the ruse began to ask him who he thought started it all. Huijun knew what to say to her. He reminded her that she was the one who had brought the wicked lizard into the castle. The fight for inheritance should have only been between siblings. He was just furious at what she had done, for he was sure that Automation Castle would not be okay if his heir got his place, thanks to the power borrowed from outside. Humans would then be pushed aside, and certain species and races that helped the heir get the throne would simply swallow up the humans of automation, making them their servants. Hui Kyung was shocked at such accusations. Did he really think that she was the one to blame for everything? In his opinion, this was the perfect moment to attack. He had absolutely no interest in who was right, so he shouted for her to shut up and die. At the same time, it was a signal for the soldiers who were sitting above the mine entrance to attack. But their attempt was a failure. Saren didn't fall for Hui Jun's tricks and remained vigilant the whole time. His sword movements were lightning fast, and he slashed his opponents before they even reached the ground. Seeing his soldiers die, Hui Jun was furious at how resilient and tough this lizardman was. According to his calculations, it should have collapsed from exhaustion long ago. Now it was time for Hui Kyung to make her stand. She pointed directly at her sneaky brother and said that he was the one who was an idiot who didn't know the problem and didn't understand anything. She believed that Automation Castle was a castle that lives off trade, but not to get involved with nearby forces means that he's voluntarily isolating them. It would damage their castle and limit their options. Besides, a lot of nearby forces want to take control of their castle, and if he was smart, he'd probably think of using those guys. Finally, Hui Kyung was sure that she wasn't a wuss like him or father, and she would be able to put the Automation Castle on the scale and obtain something even greater. Hui Jun wasn't surprised by such loud words and only pretended to be surprised. He knew where to push to make it hurt more and told her that she not only looked like a monster but also thought like a damn monster. He'd never thought of her as his sibling. The way he smugly sat himself down proved that he hadn't used all his tricks yet and had at least one more trump card up his sleeve. And so he did. At the same moment, an arrow flew at Hui Kyung's back, but somehow, miraculously, it was stopped by a swirl of air and flew well above Hui Kyung. She was really lucky today, perhaps. Everyone was shocked. Hui Jun, Saren, and Hui Kyung herself. No one could figure out what could have saved her from the stealthily fired arrow. Looking at the arrow picked up by the wind, Hui Kyung wondered what it was. Or who is it? A curse or luck? Suddenly her mental questions were heard by someone, and a chilling voice answered her that it was neither one nor the other. He is more complex than that. He is a spirit of demonic magic, and he is not the only one of his kind. They have survived long enough to lose memory of the Creator and their time of birth, and they live beside old temples of fallen gods, or in old blood like hers. He isn't the curse that she thought he was until now, and he's not a misfortune that haunts her either. He sees infinite probabilities for the future and can make the choice that will be most suitable for the situation and bring the most benefits. Moreover, he can manipulate those probabilities. Having familiarized herself with the image of her curse, Hui Kyung discovered a demonic property called probability. It was also recognized by Nebula and Hegemony, who were watching the scene through the system window that appeared in front of them. Hegemony was just shocked that what had haunted Hui Kyung all her life wasn't a curse. This turn of events was definitely not something he had expected. In contrast, Sunwoo knew this very well, and seeing his reaction started laughing at him, asking, "Why would I choose a cursed entity?" Hegemony was simply in a panic and couldn't believe what had happened. He frantically opened system windows with information about Hui Kyung to check. He didn't understand how it could be that the character's explanation clearly said that she was a cursed entity. In fact, it turned out that it wasn't information about Hui Kyung, but about a spirit with a demonic property that was in her. Had Nebula purposely confused something in the description for him? To such accusations, Sunwoo only replied to him that he would have found out for himself if he had looked closely at the description of Hui Kyung. It had always been like that, and even if he wanted to, he couldn't do anything about it. Hegemony could only curse and blame his inattentiveness. After calming down a bit, he asked Nebula a question. How did he know then that Hui Kyung had a demonic property? The answer to that question was simple, and he honestly answered that from the beginning, he didn't know about it either. And thought that there was some unlucky curse on Hui Kyung, all because of the countless unlucky-looking incidents that happened to Hui Kyung. But then he realized that it wasn't just bad luck, but failed assassination attempts that people were organizing against her. Sunwoo realized this when the washroom floors broke. It was because the headmaid had destroyed the floorboards before Hui Kyung came. However, even though things seemed hopeless to her herself and she thought she couldn't even go to the washroom in peace, everything was not as it seemed at first glance. Even in situations where she could have gotten stabbed or buried and died, Hui Kyung would leave perfectly fine. Sunwoo then realized something as he watched her and noticed fireflies that shouldn't have been there. The thing inside Hui Kyung wasn't the worst curse in the whole game of unluckiness, but the demonic entity with property of probability, which could be incredibly lucky if used well. Hui Kyung's horns were only an outward demonstration of what was inside, but her appearance didn't matter. What mattered was that having an entity with demonic properties under her control was a great advantage. And right now, Sunwoo was as close as possible to extending his influence over Hui Kyung. After hearing her story, Hegemony decided that there was nothing to worry about the missed opportunities and suggested forgetting about the whole thing because it didn't make any sense. Suddenly, Hegemony laughed and declared that he had won. All thanks to the fact that he had summoned a saber-toothed tiger back then and had been waiting and stalling shamelessly all this time. To this, Sun Woon only replied that it was good that he knew he was shameless. But what does he mean when he says he won? Hegemony thought he won because Nebula still couldn't finish off Hui Jun. And now it's too late. Because at this very moment, the Lord of Automation Castle, Hui Seo, has returned. And with him, a whole army. As soon as he saw his children, he immediately ordered them to stop and end the slaughter. Hegemony cheered and laughed. He was sure it was over. Since the castle lord is back, the family needs to stop fighting. But to his surprise, Nebula did not get upset at all, and said that everything was still undecided and it was not clear who would win. Hegemony was sure that to end all of this chaos, Hui Seo will choose a successor and probably right now. And just like that, he was also sure that Hui Seo would definitely choose Hui Jun as his successor, since Hui Jun has similar political alignments as his father. And in that case, Hui Kyung won't be able to do anything. Not only is killing Hui Seo absurd, but no other families will recognize her either. Even Saren's help and support will do nothing for her. But Sun Woon thought otherwise. He was sure that the premise on which Hegemony had based his reasoning was wrong. So it was no wonder he had come to the wrong conclusion. Sun Woon didn't understand why he was so sure that Hui Seo would choose Hui Jun over Hui Kyung. Well, now everything was going to be resolved, and Hui Seo's final decision would show who was right and who was wrong. Hui Seo approached his children, and as expected assured them that there was no need to fight any further. He was going to decide who would be his heir right here and now, unexpectedly. But before he could say anything else, Hui Kyung asked her father to listen to her. Hui Seo paid close attention to her and remarked that her horns had grown a lot, and she responded by remarking that he had shaved off his beard. These meaningless phrases were just the calm before the storm. Finally, when Hui Seo asked what she wanted to say, she gathered her thoughts and blurted out a question that shocked everyone. "Why did you try so hard to kill me?" Even Hui Jun was shocked at this news. He had no idea that his father had tried to kill Hui Kyung long before him. Surprisingly, Hui Seo didn't even try to talk back. All he did was ask her when she found out about it. Hui Kyung, with an expression too cheerful for such a moment, told him that she found out about it a long time ago, but she lied to herself and ignored it, just because she didn't want to believe that the father she loved so much was capable of such a thing. She knew that the truth was that the reason he was trying to kill her was because of her mother, who had died while pregnant with her. Moreover, the truth was that this brand of a curse that bothered her whole life was a lie that Hui Seo had made up. She couldn't wait to hear him justify himself. He started by remembering her mother, Ryo. Her body was already too weak to bear a child, and as bad luck would have it, she had the flu. She died of exhaustion from the strain of childbirth. Ryo was too special to Hui Seo, and her loss was an unimaginable pain for him. It was at that moment that the word curse started rolling around in his head, and then he couldn't get rid of it, not knowing who to blame for the death of his beloved wife. So then he chose to think that Hui Kyung and her horns were the curse that led to the death of his beloved Ryo. It was the easiest thing to blame it on her. The position of Castle Lord was full of never-ending difficult days, and then he believed it was Hui Kyung who had taken away the one thing he held precious. That was why he simply could not let her stay alive and be a living reminder of his loss. Upon hearing this, Hui Kyung declared that she had figured out for herself what she was going to do, and he could now do as he wished now. Hui Jun intervened and rushed to his father's side, warning him not to make a decision swayed by guilt. The fate of Automation Castle would depend on his decision. Hui Seo reassured him that he had nothing to worry about. Even though he himself is old and tired when it comes to such an important decision, he will decide purely with his judgment as the Automation Castle's lord. Besides Hui Seo, he knew that this is the last decision he can make with free will as a pawn on this chessboard for gods. So he decided to announce his choice to everyone. Everyone froze in anticipation, even the so-called gods. Hegemony began to pray to his gods, while Nebula watched him skeptically and asked if he really thought it would work. They are gods themselves, by the way. But beyond that, something down below caught Sun Woon's attention. There, Hui Kyung's demonic essence was about to reveal itself. That inner spirit was scrutinizing Hui Seo's every move and word and explaining everything that was happening to Hui Kyung. Judging from the way Hui Seo opened his mouth, he was about to say, Kyung, so she would probably be the next owner of the Automation Castle. But the spirit wondered why she didn't look happy. Then she explained that her father was trying to escape, even if he doesn't realize it himself. But in the end, he chose to rid himself of the guilt. If so, the rumors will spread within the castle that the castle lord gave his position away out of guilt to his daughter that he had been trying to kill. Hui Jun's side will spread the rumors like that. And if so, people will doubt her ability, saying she got the position out of luck. The 4 families of the Automation Castle and citizens will not follow her, and even the position of Castle Lord she will receive will be at risk. That's why Hui Kyung couldn't afford to be chosen by her father as his heir. She had to get that position herself, and she was determined to do so, no matter what it cost her. Hui Kyung decided to act here and now while she had the chance, and the first thing she told her father was that she had changed her mind, which surprised him. She had been thinking about the situation for some time, and now she was sure that no matter what her father's plan was, she thought she should become the lord of the castle, and that was why she had asked her father to entrust her with the position of castle lord. Such insolence and self-confidence at such a crucial time was a surprise to everyone, Saren included. But it was Hui Jun who was most resentful. He was not going to stand aside, and immediately shouted to his father to pay attention to the fact that she was threatening him right now. But Hui Seo with a quick gesture ordered him to shut up. He was well aware of where this was going and understood his 2 children, their positions he had heard. But still he wondered where his daughter got the courage to threaten him in front of all those soldiers. The answer was simple, and it stood right beside Hui Kyung. It was Siran. He immediately displayed a small portion of his newfound strength. And that was more than enough to scare the soldiers and make Hui Seo look a little differently at the situation he found himself in. Hui Kyung decided it would be right to point out the obvious, and said that as they could see, this lizard man was one of the chosen ones of the Black Scale tribe. Hui Kyung couldn't say for sure if he could kill everyone here, although the soldiers had no doubts about it. But what she was certain of was that Siren would have the strength to kill Hui Seo and take her to safety. Hui Jun immediately started accusing her of lying, and that lizard man is already injured and tired. In such a state, he is not capable of something like this. However, Hui Seo had his own opinion on the matter. He could clearly recall the strength of the chosen ones, and especially their leader, Rak. He is a fearsome beast, strong and cunning. And Hui Seo was sure that this lizard in front was just one of the pawns Rak had deliberately placed in automation, to ensure for himself that the lord of the castle would make the right decision. Right for Rak, of course. Still, Hui Seo did not want to give up so easily and reminded his daughter what she already knew very well. Automation Castle is special, and if he dies without appointing an heir, the council of the heads of the castle's great families will find someone within the castle and appoint him as the next lord. Hui Kyung wouldn't want that situation to happen, but still if it did, she would get the support of the Black Scale tribe. And with the help of their power and warriors, she will be able to completely devastate the castle. And all she will have to do is to be the only person inside the castle, and then no one will have any doubts who is the real heir and lord. Hui Jun couldn't contain his indignation at what he heard and called Hui Kyung a low trash who finally stopped hiding his dirty nature after all. He still had no way of understanding how she could even say such a thing. Meanwhile, Hui Seo remained silent and weighed all the factors to make a decision. He had no choice but to make a difficult one. There was nothing Hui Jun could do to change that. Hui Seo stepped forward and solemnly declared that as the current Lord of Automation Castle, he was giving up his position for Hui Kyung. Right here and now. From that moment on, Hui Kyung was considered the new Lord of Automation. This was a painful defeat for Hui Jun. He just couldn't believe it had happened and sat on the ground out of helplessness. His brilliant plan had failed, and all the sacrifices he had made were in vain. A few days later, life once again stirred on the streets of Automation. Vitality seemed to be flowing within the Automation Castle for the first time in a while, all because the turbulent air fight was over. Not only that, people began to feel that the very atmosphere in the castle had changed. Trade with other creature species had picked up considerably, and more traders began to come from afar. At the same time, all 4 main families inside the castle remained quiet. They seemed to have accepted the changes that the new lord of the castle had introduced. The only one who didn't like it all remained Hui Jun. He still couldn't get over the fact that something so absurd was happening in the castle. How could a person who sticks around a lizard be the castle lord? He couldn't find an answer to that question for himself. He had had enough of sitting idly by for days, and as darkness fell, he decided to act. Under the cover of night, Hui Jun equipped his horse for a long journey and prepared to leave this place and gather power somewhere else. Once he had found the right power, he intended to return and take his revenge. But his wet dreams of revenge were interrupted by a lizardman who came out of hiding place. Hui Jun immediately tensed up and asked, "Who is that coming this way?" Siren stepped out of the shadows and immediately picked up on the fact that Hui Jun was probably going somewhere far away. But of course, he wasn't going to say where he was going, and only stated that it was absolutely none of the lizard man's business where he was going. Siren agreed with him. It was none of his business, and he wasn't going to stop the defeated heir. He only reminded him that whether he stayed here or not, he still wouldn't be able to accomplish anything. Hui Jun considered all of this as empty threats and curses and set off. How wrong he was to think that he would just be allowed to leave. Someone wise had told Saren that sources of trouble like Hui Jun shouldn't be allowed to exist whether he was close or far away from Hui Kyung. And to be honest, Saren agreed with that wise man. He picked up the torch and gave the tentative signal. At the top of the automation walls, he was perfectly spotted. The goblin assassins knew their job well. When Hui Jun ran out of the gates of automation, he didn't even hear the sound of death rumbling right above him. He was never meant to leave the walls of automation. One swift movement from the goblin, and his head had already fallen from his shoulders. Now the proof that Hui Jun could never cause trouble again was in the goblin's bag. From the outside, it looked as if the rider had calmly continued on his way and nothing had happened. But in reality, it was already a headless rider. This was a fat point in the hegemony's defeat. He knew perfectly well that he had lost unconditionally. Even Sun Woon was surprised at how calmly the usually emotional hegemony accepted his defeat. But he had his reasons. He realized that one who does not acknowledge their losses cannot grow. Apparently, this wasn't his first failure in this game. Of course, it was frustrating to lose, and hegemony was upset. But he had no choice but to admit that it was Nebula who had won in this contradictory prophecy, which was obvious. In the end, as surprising as it was, the hegemony acknowledged his loss cleanly and left. And he didn't leave on his own. He took his tribe of gnolls with him and led them to the other side of the continent, guiding them to the far west. It seemed that hegemony was not really worried about the failed prophecy and was ready to face all negative consequences and events. Now the paths of hegemony and Nebula had diverged again, but that didn't mean they wouldn't meet in the future for another battle, perhaps the final one for one of them. Watching all of this, Sun Woon immediately figured out the hegemony's plan. He was going to make a military march across the continent, capturing weapons from the continent's inhabitants. By taking such a step, he must have been confident in his tribe's fighting strength. Now that the hegemony had left its original location, a vacuum was created, which Sun Woon was able to use to increase his forces in the territories previously inhabited by the gnolls. They used to occupy the North Shore regions and the peninsula's southern half. These were all coastal territories, and Nebula saw an opportunity to utilize them. Besides that, he still had the ocean small domain that the Lizardmen had taken over from the Frogmen. The serpent who had this small domain being originally a freshwater creature, it hasn't even had a chance to use it properly. Well, it wasn't all that urgent and could be thought about later. Right now, Nebula had to meet the new lord of the castle. Hui Kyung was just in the right state of mind, tired after a busy day of business. She had fallen asleep right on her desk. It was the perfect moment for Sun Woon to appear to her and guide her in the direction he wanted. Hui Kyung was awakened right in her sleep by a small blue firefly. As soon as she woke up, the firefly returned to its true owner. The mysterious hooded figure of Nebula stood right in front of Hui Kyung. She immediately realized who was in front of her, the blue bug god she had heard so much about from the Lizardmen. Hui Kyung bowed in reverence to the god whose followers she had received so much help from. She knew this was just the beginning, but she had nothing to thank him for. She had started various businesses, but they had all failed and had little to offer the god. All she got in response was silence. But then the firefly that was in Nebula's hand shone even brighter, and turned into a small ingot of iron. This piece of iron was what Nebula had shown Hui Kyung. It was his message to her today, though for her, it was not clear at all what it all meant. This ingot of metal looked like a piece of iron that automation merchants used as currency, but that fact didn't help her understand what they wanted her to do, and it made her feel very stupid. Did God really want money from her? Suddenly, a lizard's hand touched Hui Kyung's back. She immediately turned around fearfully and saw Saren in front of her. What was he doing here? And where did the blue bug god go? Everything around her began to blur, and she began to realize that it was probably a dream. Finally, Hui Kyung woke up, and real gravity quickly helped her regain consciousness. After falling out of the chair, she had no doubts. It really was a dream. After something like that, it was definitely necessary to take a walk and clear her mind, which Hui Kyung did. Walking around, she pondered whether this dream was just a dream or some kind of revelation. She didn't have even the slightest idea how to help the blue bug god. Though if he was showing her an ingot of iron, what should she do with it? She wanted to earn trust points from the blue bug god. But to do that, she still needed to find out what the revelation in her dream meant. Not far from her, a merchant from distant lands was surprised at the high quality of silk sold in automation. The Lizardman merchant really didn't see this as a surprise. He had already sold silk of this quality at the local market several times before. But this traveler was from the far western lands, and this was the first time he had come to automation. The western lands are located in the direction of the setting sun, and no one from there could come to automation before because the Gnoll tribe blocked their way. The Lizardman merchant really hadn't seen creatures of that race here before and asked if he was going to buy silk or not. The troll was satisfied with the quality of the goods and was going to buy all the silk the merchant had. He had a full bag of iron currency for that purpose. As soon as he showed the iron, the lizardmen immediately agreed to make a deal. Such a quantity of high-quality silk must have been expensive, so the troll showed a whole bag of ingots. Of course, that was more than enough. The merchant was about to declare the deal a success when suddenly Hui Kyung shouted to him to wait. As for the troll, she told him to leave his money where it was now. Hui Kyung explained to him as peacefully as possible that she was sorry, but this guy was supposed to do business with her first. The merchant didn't understand what was going on at first and wanted to object, but one look at Hui Kyung was enough for him to realize that he'd better shut up. The troll had no choice but to turn around and leave. Only then did Hui Kyung answer the lizardman's questions and tell him that if he continued to do business this way, he would be in even more trouble. She pointed to the silk and asked if he thought it was wise to sell it at such a low price. No matter who she is now, she is also a merchant, so she just couldn't look at such a bad deal. Then the merchant told her that he had come here with Chief Rakrak and brought the silk in a wheelbarrow, so transportation was not difficult. Usually he sold the silk at the higher price, but this time due to the large quantity he found it profitable to sell everything even at a lower price. But Hui Kyung was in complete disagreement with this logic. If he continues to think like that, he won't be able to do business here. Doesn't he know how rare the products he trades in are? She had noticed such behavior not only from him, but also from the rest of the merchants from the Black Scale tribe. Hui Kyung had made it clear to him that he shouldn't undercharge, especially when he was selling high-quality luxury goods like silk. And there was one more thing he had missed when making the deal. Iron. She had an iron ingot in her hands, just like the trolls were. The merchant had to watch carefully as Hui Kyung explained to him what the scale was. On the scale, she placed 2 pieces of iron. One was the one normally used in Automation's castle, and the other was from the troll. Hui Kyung was going to compare their weights. Whichever one was lighter would go up. The lizard-man merchant was watching everything with interest. And as you might have guessed by now, the piece of iron brought by the troll was lighter. That's why he should check the weight of the iron before he traded it next time. Behind him came the voice of someone. The scale that Hui Kyung had shown him seemed to be a very useful item. It was Rakrak himself, and he also asked Hui Kyung to compare the weights of a few more pieces of iron. She happily agreed. It was not for nothing that their automation scales were considered the most accurate. After the measurements, it was immediately clear that this metal was different from regular iron. Then Rakrak told her that this iron was obtained from ancient ruins. It is of excellent quality, but it has one very significant disadvantage. It is very difficult to melt. The best forges of the Black Scale tribe had given up out of helplessness. That is why Rakrak came here, hoping to find a solution to this problem within the walls of Automation Castle. Rakrak wanted to find a way to melt this iron and turn it into a weapon. At that moment, Hui Kyung realized what her dream was about. The Blue Bug God had given her the task of helping Rakrak with this difficult challenge. Of course, Hui Kyung replied that she could do it. However, she later realized that she had been a little hasty with this statement and had said it too confidently. Now she wondered what would happen if she didn't keep her word, and now said she couldn't do it. Would her reputation as Lord of Automation fall from that? By the way, there was a reason Hui Kyung was so confident in front of Rakrak. She was relying on the blacksmiths of Automation, who were considered the best in the area. When they looked at the iron that Rakrak had brought, they assured Hui Kyung that they could make weapons out of them. However, they had a problem in the process. If it was the will of the castle lord, the blacksmith was willing to work, even though it was difficult. This damn metal proved to be too unyielding to be crafted. After heating up the workpiece, a skillful blacksmith could usually get it into the desired shape in 10 hammer blows. But with this metal, he barely succeeded after 40 blows. The blacksmith could barely make one spearhead after working hard for half a day. After that, he was too tired to continue, and that's why he couldn't make the next one. Then Hui Kyung asked why not take a break and then go back to work. But the blacksmith assured her that wouldn't work either. If the forge cooled down, he would have to reignite it and would waste too much charcoal. Hui Kyung then suggested using more people, but that wasn't an option either. They would need several years of hard training to become useful in the smithy. Hui Kyung realized that was the end of her ideas, and recognizing her defeat, she praised the blacksmith for his good work and sent him off to rest. The blacksmith left, and Saren came in his place. He saw how Hui Kyung was worried about those iron pieces and advised her to just be honest with Rakrak. Hui Kyung was hesitant. She had told him so confidently that she could help, and now Saren was suggesting that she admit that she was not a useful partner. Saren assured her that's exactly what she should do. The Rakrak he knows is benevolent. To make it clear, Saren presented her with a picture of a smiling Rakrak who was willing to accept any failure of Hui Kyung. But it didn't help much. Hui Kyung was too proud to accept her defeat. She wasn't going to give up so easily and asked Saren to follow her. Saren was just coming over to teach her writing, but she offered to do it later. She had something that needed to be confirmed. They headed down a dark hallway together. There they were met by a mud soldier. Hui Kyung revealed that it was made in the innermost areas of the inner palace. Although mud soldiers traverse the automation castle themselves, anyone can't handle them as they wish. But that's not why she brought Seiren here. What she wanted to show him was actually behind the heavy stone door. As soon as she opened it, bright sunlight hit her in the face. Before their eyes was a waterfall that was forcefully spinning a giant water wheel. Seiren was mesmerized by this sight. He had never seen anything like it before. Hui Kyung explained that it was the entire castle's water reserve. And thanks to the fact that it's inside the inner palace, there's no need to worry about enemies aiming for it either. Right now, there's one particular detail to focus on. That wheel underwater that generates an incredible amount of power without rest. A machine that doesn't get tired, though none of the humans knew how the automation castle used that power. Hui Kyung had brought Seiren here to tell him about her plans for the future. She wasn't going to limit herself to using this power just to process metal pieces. She wanted to use this power to completely change Automation Castle. But to do that, she needed help, so she asked Seiren for it. Of course he was willing to help her. A few days later, a group of lizardmen arrived in Automation at Seiren's request. Hui Kyung didn't hesitate to show them her blueprints. She suggested making a new water path at a higher position than the current one, because it's a way to add new wheels without weakening the current waterway. Still, she had doubts and asked for advice on whether it would work. The familiar Jaol came to her aid. She had already become the head of the engineers of the Black Scale tribe thanks to her sharp mind and intelligence. Jaol had already had time to look around and replied that judging by the amount of water flowing there and the formation of the wheels, she thought that energy production was possible. But to accomplish such a large-scale project, Hui Kyung would need a lot of people. And of course a lot of money and hardwood, which doesn't grow in this area. Even though Jaol had inexplicably licked Hui Kyung's horn, she replied that Automation Castle definitely had enough money. But Jaol replied that it's not just a matter of whether or not she has enough money. The problem is that if Hui Kyung uses so much money and then doesn't get enough obvious and useful effects in return, it could cause people to resent her. Her position is already weak, and if she wastes the castle's funds, she will definitely get flood of criticism. The question is, will she be able to handle it? Jaol's words made her think. That evening in her office, this question never left her. In such a difficult situation, she turned to her inner spirit and asked if he knew the future. Unfortunately, the spirit replied that he was not a spirit of prophecy. What he can know or can change is simply the moment in front of her. Hui Kyung guessed that would be the answer. Still, she asked him to hear about the future she was pondering. She was going to leave the axle of the first water wheel empty and save it for the next lord to be appointed. The second water wheel she was going to connect to the blacksmith's mechs. If they just have enough charcoal, it'll create a bloomery that will never get extinguished. The third water wheel would be connected to a hammer that would be able to shape the blacksmith's workpieces. The fourth and final water wheel she was going to connect to a millstone so that people could process an impressive amount of grain into flour. Hearing her thoughts, the spirit replied that it looked pretty good, but that wasn't enough for Hui Kyung. She needed to be sure. This the spirit could not guarantee her. It was a future he couldn't see. He only said what he thought. Well, in that case, she was even willing to take the risk. Hui Kyung as well as the spirit thought it was a nice idea. She decided that she would start building water wheels after all. So construction has begun, but not as smoothly as Hui Kyung had hoped. Construction came with numerous challenges. Water wheels and workers kept falling over. On top of that, several times they got scammed by material suppliers. But all that was nothing compared to the most painful thing. When the work was almost finished and 3 water wheels were installed, it turned out that the 4th one could not be installed. Now that was the real challenge. Gaojung suggested that there was a space calculation error in the design. It's a pity, but he suggested just building everything with 3 wheels, because if they needed to install a 4th wheel, they would have no choice but to start over. Gaojung assumed that there was no other choice. In that case, Hui Kyung told them to start over. They were shocked. How could she order such a thing? If they started over, they would have to dismantle what they had already built and then start over, and that would take twice as long. On top of that, there was also the problem of the workers they had hired. Hearing all these pathetic excuses, Hui Kyung turned to them with a threat and asked, "What's the problem? This is a promise with the Blue Bug God. Are they really willing to arouse the god's wrath on Automation Castle the moment it just started to revive?" Finally, Hui Kyung shouted, "Say this to everyone. As long as I am awake and alive, I will keep my promise with the Blue Bug God at all costs and show you the completed water wheels." Sunwoon, watching this of course, couldn't remember when he told her to build exactly 4 wheels. Although, that didn't surprise him in the least. The human race had always been like this. After all, unlike lizardmen, who are a bit blunt and tactless in comparison, humans live extremely goal-oriented lives. Thus, using the blue bug god as an excuse, the build period was extended. But the other automation families weren't very resistant to this, all because they were benefiting from the ongoing construction and the flourishing trade and business. The reason being, as the construction workers stay and more goods circulate, the scale of the commercial district expands, eventually returning benefits. Finally, under Sun Woon's close supervision, after countless twists and turns, construction was completed. And the 4 water wheels, the most advanced structure in the world, was born in Automation Castle. Hui Kyung was more than pleased with the result. So were the lizardmen who helped her. The water wheels were moving and all the mechanisms were working. The automatic smithing hammer worked with some incredible power, as did the other mechanisms. Now the Automation Castle will surely become a place about which travelers will say the following: I have been to many places, but I have never seen a place as remarkable as Automation Castle, famous for its ironwork that is trusted and used all over the continent. Hui Kyung was satisfied and only apologized to the blue bug god for using his name for her own purposes. But still, she believed he would understand her, and would appreciate her plan. She was right. Sun Woon was just as pleased as she was. Thanks to Hui Kyung, he was able to improve his iron-making skill to level 2. His civilization had now laid the technological groundwork to produce higher-grade iron. Also, his civilization was now able to smelt steel to create more durable and long-lasting ironware. In addition, now iron made in automation and marked with a special tag became the first base currency to establish itself on the 3rd continent. Even that was not the end of it. The writing system developed in automation called Chung Letter System also became the mainstream on the 3rd continent. Thus, the technology of the civilizations under Nebula's control developed much faster than the average development speed of the other players. How could he even be angry at Hui Kyung for this? This was the exact reason why Sun Woon had chosen humans as his second race. As a result, Automation Castle prospered more than ever, and began to attract races that had never been here before. Elves, for example, who strolled through the castle and were surprised by the sound and sight of the continent's famous water wheels. One of them knew that the giant water wheel inside the city grinds grains. The other could not imagine how huge it was that the sound of its operation reached all the way here. A lizardman trader intervened in their conversation and corrected them that the water wheels were not only used to grind grain, but also to make weapons for the tribe of black-scale lizards. But the lizard was not particularly interested in talking. Since the travelers had come here, they probably wanted to buy high-quality silk, right? After feeling the goods, the elves were surprised by the quality and immediately decided to buy it. They were going to pay for the goods with iron ingots, not the ones made by automation, but their own. They assured that they were of the highest quality, made of iron that is found only in their region. But the merchant, having learned from his own experience, was not going to take their word for it and took out a scale. As could be guessed, the elves' iron ingots were lighter than the standard. Their iron was of the lowest quality. In that case, the merchant was not even going to sell them anything. He would not accept such low-grade currency and was not going to trust such cheats as them. Of course, the elves were surprised by this refusal. As a solution, the merchant suggested they go and exchange their iron plates for those issued at the central exchange of the Automation Castle, and then come back, because he could not sell them anything until they had normal currency. The elves tried to resist and kept convincing him that he was making a mistake and missing a great opportunity to make a good deal. And anyway, someone who sells a lowly piece of cloth shouldn't be so power-tripping. It was a mistake. As soon as the merchant heard this, his patience ran out. He shouted at them to get lost, since they don't know how much quality silk costs. Hui Kyung was watching from the sidelines like a professional spy. She liked that this lizard man ended up being a worn-out merchant. But what she didn't like were those 2 elves. She wasn't used to seeing that race in her castle, and she wondered where they were from. So she decided to observe them and see how they did business. The elves approached one merchant, then another, and so on. And then Hui Kyung realized who they were. These elves are cunning tricksters. They're just targeting naive people or new businessmen. The way they're just targeting anyone who they get their hands on. It's more like they're hunting pushovers. A couple of scammers like this, Hui Kyung had never met before. And the big question remained, where the hell did they come from? Meanwhile, Sun Woon received a private message from one of the players. He was surprised. No one had written to him before. The message was from a player named Eldar. Based on his name, Sun Woon immediately assumed that this was a new player he hadn't met yet and was most likely controlling the elf race. During the issue with the hegemony, they resolved their conflict regarding Automation Castle by talking, as our hero needed to resolve all issues outside of the battlefield. As far as he knows, right now the elven forces are located far away on the northern coast, so why would Eldar want to talk to him? Still, Sun Woon lacked information regarding the entire northern coast that was located beyond the wasteland. And if the conversation was trivial, It would even be useful for gathering more information. So he decided to accept the request. He was immediately greeted by the melodious voice of an elven woman. She introduced herself as Eldar, the goddess of the elves. She had only one question for him: was he the god of this small castle and these people? Sunwoon, looking at her, couldn't understand what was going on and what was wrong with her. Is she really an RP player? I'm sure you know it, but just in case. RP or role-playing. Immersing oneself in a role within a game. That's exactly what that elf was doing. Such players are quite rare, but still Sunwoon was willing to talk to her, and he greeted her as well. She liked the beginning of their conversation and immediately picked up on the fact that Nebula was better than Hegemony, at least in his manners. Sunwoon was surprised that she knew Hegemony. As it turned out, she knew him too well, and she was the one who personally drove his barbarian group out of the northern coast. To Sunwoon, that sounded doubtful, though it might explain the strange behavior of Hegemony, who was very quick to agree to a contradictory prophecy instead of war. So Eldar had defeated him after all, and he was forced to look for a different place. But it was strange for an RP player to be so strong. Usually, such players are quite mediocre in terms of game achievements. Well, in that case, Nebula decided to find out what she wanted. Eldar was quick to state her demand. She wanted Nebula to pay her tribute, and then she would be merciful and spare his pathetic civilization along with him. It was a rather self-righteous demand on her part. There was no point in talking to her further, and Sunwoon immediately cut off their communication by blacklisting her name. He wasn't going to pay tribute, of course, and didn't even respond to her request. The Eldar base was located on the northern coast, and it was almost impossible to get to it for reconnaissance with insects. Sunwoon wasn't going to go there himself either. It was dangerous, and there was no telling what might have happened to his civilizations during his absence. But Eldar was also limited in what she could do as well. Just as Sunwoon knew little about Eldar, who turned out to be just another guy who had chosen a female avatar in the game, neither did he know much about Nebula. That was probably why he had sent his elf scouts to Automation Castle, since he couldn't use his little domain for that either. There was also a chance that there were no birds or insects in his small domain. And then Eldar was very unlucky. However, considering Eldar claimed to have driven the Hegemony away, he shouldn't be underestimated. He probably has an ace up his sleeve and support that he relies on. In that case, Nebula needed to quickly prepare for war. But before that, he was going to see what the other players had. Meanwhile, at Automation Castle, Hui Kyung had uninvited and unexpected guests. A delegation of elves had come to negotiate with her. It was headed by Leaner, the president of one of the largest trading companies of the elven civilization. He wanted to meet personally with the Lord of Castle Hui Kyung and no one else. He had come to apologize and resolve the problem that Hui Kyung had banned elves from trading in the castle because of the fraud of the two she had overseen. And they didn't come empty-handed. They had prepared a valuable gift. When Hui Kyung opened it, she was nearly blinded by the glow of a large precious diamond. According to the elf, this artifact had been found in ancient ruins. The elf hoped she would accept the gift and forgive them for their mistake, which would not happen again. Hui Kyung closed the box back up and said it was an outstanding artifact. However, she threw it on the ground and said she was rich enough already. Did he really think he could bribe her with it? Such an artifact meant nothing to her. Which could not be said for the elf, who immediately rushed to pick up his treasure. After making sure the artifact was safe and sound, the elf breathed a sigh of relief and asked how much she wanted then. Hui Kyung wondered. The elves had never come from the northern coast before this. So why were they so eager to start trading with automation now? Has the situation really changed? Finally, Hui Kyung answered them that if they wanted good relations with her, they shouldn't even think of bribing her. Instead, they better stick to the law and fulfill the restrictions imposed on them. The elves had no choice but to agree. But it didn't end there. Hui Kyung also offered to buy them statues of the blue bug god if the elves wanted to earn her favor. To this, the elves replied that they believe in the dancing shadow god. But Hui Kyung was not the least bit confused by this. She didn't care. So she suggested to the elves to believe in two gods because it will double the blessings. In fact, they had nothing to lose, so they could safely try it. A few weeks passed, and there was a knock at Hui Kyung's office. It was Siren. He had been given a message from the great Hassadian elf chieftain. In the message, he demanded an apology. He claimed that the last time she met with the elves, Lord of Automation had demanded his subordinates to convert and insulted them. Hui Kyung was shocked by such statements. It was nonsense. She had done nothing of the sort. How annoyed she was by these elves with their arrogant looks and twisted personalities. Siren didn't understand the sarcasm and took her words literally, making her once again remember who she was dealing with. Hui Kyung decided to outsmart the elves with their own weapons, and used the fact that the elves were trying to bribe her in a return message. Siren liked that idea. Thunder rumbled outside the window, which caught Siren's attention. But despite the approaching rainy season, he believed that the messenger from the elves would come again in a few weeks. Hui Kyung also thought it was likely, but she wasn't going to see the elves in person again. In that case, Saren was going to prepare more insults to use against them. But other than that, Hui Kyung had seriously warned him to better prepare for war. The rainy season was over, and the barren lands around the castle had turned green. Surprisingly, no further messages from the elves had come during this time. Life at Automation Castle was peaceful and prosperous. Nothing portended trouble on this sunny day. That all changed suddenly when the guards on the walls noticed something in the distance. An alarm was immediately raised, and a messenger was sent to Hui Kyung. An army was heading towards them. Elven soldiers were already close, and they clearly did not come with peace. Led by their leader, Hasadian himself, riding a reindeer. A scout reported to him that Automation's castle was right in front of them. Well, Hasadian was pleased to finally see the home of these foolish and shameless people. He admitted he was a little flustered when the dancing shadow god sent an oracle of punishment. But now, to be honest, conquering this castle didn't seem like such a difficult task to him. Confident in his strength, he commanded his army to prepare to attack. They rushed forward without waiting for any worthy resistance. The Hasadian army consisted of 300 professional warriors, and it was not only their leader who was confident of victory. Their god Eldar also believed that such an army would be more than enough to conquer this small castle. Though the walls of Automation's castle are high, after all, they're made of mud, and those walls are defended by 150 soldiers at best. Compared to the bows of the elves, which can shoot at 80 paces, the bows of humans are weak and pathetic. Hasadian, as well as his god, was confident that now they would be able to make that damn Lord of Automation Castle bow down before them. Sun Moon was also watching. Well, the elves had asked for it. Now the civilizations of Nebula would give them a decent fight. Hui Kyung was not taken by surprise and was already giving orders to proceed. Unfortunately for Hasadian, things didn't go according to plan from the start. Another soldier ran up to him and reported that something strange was happening in the canyon in front of Automation. The Automation Castle soldiers lined up there in a formation in the shape of a magic circle. There were about 70 soldiers, and since they were there, they must have been aware of the elf attack beforehand. But Hasadian was worried about something else. Why only 70 soldiers came here? Where were the other half of the Automation defenders? He didn't have to ponder that question for long, as more pressing problems were approaching them from behind. Those approaching forces were blocking the elves' escape route. And to Hasadian's surprise, it wasn't humans. Instead, it was an army of lizardmen riding cockatrices, and leading them forward was High Chief Rakrak himself. The elves could not believe how it was possible that lizardmen and humans could be allies. Equally surprised and confused was their god. A notice appeared before Eldar. The clash of civilizations had begun, and the opposing tribe also had faith. Eldar could not understand what was happening. Humans were supposed to be the only opponents. Why were other civilizations suddenly involved? He immediately contacted Nebula to express his outrage. He wanted to know if the Lizardmen tribe belonged to Nebula's ally. Sun Moon only sighed irritably and asked him why he didn't look at the list of players on the location before contacting him. Really, RP players are not the smartest. When Eldar opened the local player list, he found that there was only one player present, Nebula. Then Eldar asked incredulously, "Isn't Nebula the god of humans?" The answer was simple and sad for Eldar. Sun Moon was both a god of humans and lizardmen. Eldar couldn't believe it. How was that possible? He couldn't believe that at such an early stage of the game, any player could control two species of creatures at once. The elves were terrified, and even their leader's shouts and demands not to be deterred, because they still had the advantage in numbers, didn't help. Hasadian did not give up and ordered the vanguard to prepare to defend themselves against the humans, and the rear guard to turn around and prepare to attack the lizardmen. But their troubles didn't end there. Another 70 human soldiers with bows were at the top of the canyon. They didn't hesitate for a second, and simply showered the frightened and disoriented elves with a rain of arrows. Hasadian ordered to dodge while fending off some of the arrows, but it did little to help his less able soldiers. Meanwhile, the lizardmen were approaching from behind. Before the elves could recover from the attack from above, they immediately began to be pushed back from behind. Some even began to flee. Hasadian couldn't let them do that, and shouted to them to get ready to meet the lizardmen, maintaining the formation at the same time. But the elves, scared out of their wits, were barely able to do that, especially when some horrible creatures riding other even more horrible ones were running straight at them. To their surprise, however, there were no weapons in Rakrak's hands. Instead, he extended his hand towards the elves and it glowed with a blue light. The group of elves didn't even have time to move and realize what was about to happen, when the electric flash was reflected in their frightened eyes. The elf it hit was instantly turned to ash while the others were disoriented. Rakrak took advantage of this moment to approach with spear in hand, and mercilessly slaughtered the weak elves. The rest of the lizardmen followed his lead. The cockatrice cavalry was merciless, and soon the cries of dying elves for salvation and mercy filled the canyon. They were helpless in the face of a superior force. and began to run for their lives. Hassadian tried to stop them, but all his calls for the soldiers to stay and fight only shook the air in vain. He even reminded them all that they must bring the will of the dancing shadow god, but that didn't help at all. The elven soldiers fled and were afraid to even look back. Hassadian did not give up and continued his fruitless attempts to stop them to save him. The elven army had already lost their morale, and the best solution would be to end things quickly now. Rakrek said they will charge once more, and this time, the electric stingray demon pest would help them with that. It flew right over the battlefield, and the rest of the lizardmen saw it as a sign from the chieftain, calling for their attention. As everyone looked at him, Rakrek gave his last order for the day: kill everyone. It was all over for the elves. Eldar had no choice but to admit that he had lost. Sun Woon was surprised that he gave up so quickly and didn't even try to intervene and use his divine power to descend on the elf leader and grant him superpowers. Eldar was forced to admit that even if he had done so, he had inevitably lost and had only once again shown that Nebula was stronger. As the losing side would have it, Eldar wondered what the winner wanted. Sun Woon wanted only 3 very important things: information, skills, and resources. When Eldar heard that, he was indignant that he wanted everything at once, and it looked like a robbery in the middle of the day. Then Nebula told him that he didn't really need all 3 things. But anyway, if Eldar doesn't try to obey and come to our hero's side, his elves will have a hard time living. While he thought about it, Sun Woon decided that the most important thing at this time was information about the northern coast. Not this guy. The silence lengthened, and Nebula asked again if Eldar accepted his offer. It was a hard decision to make, but Eldar even thought it might be profitable for him. He had lost almost 300 warriors here, and after that it would be hard for him to survive as an independent player with what he had left. On the other hand, Nebula is already playing with 2 species of creatures, so if he has to choose sides anyway, let it be someone very strong, like Nebula, for example. Eventually Eldar changed his mind, and while a few minutes ago he was claiming that he was being robbed in the middle of the day, now he took up his RP stuff again and solemnly declared that he had been touched by the mercy of Nebula, god of humans and lizardmen. Eldar was willing to give everything to him: information, skills, resources, and anything else he needed. Further playing his role, he even pretended to cry, asking for forgiveness for his past arrogance. It was a mystery to Nebula what was wrong with this guy all this time, but it didn't matter, because he was ready to share everything he knew about the North Coast now. Now Sun Woon understood what had made Eldar change his behavior. He wanted to make an alliance. Eldar made no secret of it, and as a sign of his sincere intentions, he began to tell Sun Woon what he was eager to know without demand. On the northern coast were the civilizations of 3 players: Solongos, Lim Chunsik, and he himself. Together they formed a loose alliance there without systematic support for each other. The player known as Solongos controls a rare race of centaurs. Sun Woon knew something about them. Although the centaur race had the advantage of being cavalry soldiers, they also had their disadvantages. For example, it was very difficult for them to increase their population quickly, and they consumed a lot of resources. Sun Woon wouldn't want to rule such a race, but at the same time it was quite annoying when it had to be opposed. The other player was Lim Chunsik. His nationality was clear from his name. However, that wasn't what mattered. It was the fact that he managed to subdue the ogre race and found a way to compensate for their shortcomings. Ogres were known for their incredible strength, but had a low intelligence level. Sun Woon was well aware that the average ogre IQ value was 10. However, Eldar told him that Lim Chunsik had succeeded in raising their intelligence using the blessings of his small domain. Nebula pondered. Indeed, the blessings of the small domain are not limited to just physical stats. It was because of this that Sun Woon was able to give people different blessings. If Lim Chunsik was able to obtain a good small domain and give its blessings to his ogre race, then even such dumb creatures might well be able to develop a fairly advanced civilization. It's a gamble, but it's not a bad play. Sun Woon concluded that of the 2 future opponents, Lim Chunsik was stronger than Solongos, and then he would probably be the one that Hegemony fought with. But his guess regarding Hegemony's opponent turned out to be wrong. Because Hegemony shared his borders with Solongos and Eldar, he never had to fight Lim Chunsik. So Hegemony realized that he couldn't get a fair one-on-one battle. He figured out Eldar's plan to hold out and gather forces so they could attack Hegemony together and march south to set up a new base. Eventually, Hegemony had to flee the area and ran into Nebula. Eldar confirmed his hunch and continued with his story, perhaps because he was no longer useful after Hegemony had disappeared. But soon Lim Chunsik began to demand an exorbitant amount of offerings from Eldar. It was difficult for Eldar to meet his demands, and that's why he demanded offerings from Sun Woon as soon as they met. Now Nebula realized that Lim Chunsik had chosen Solongos as an ally over Eldar, probably because Solongos ruled the nomadic centaur race. while both the elven and ogre races are settlers, and the strength of the settlers depends on the size of their land. So it's not surprising that the situation turned out this way. Lim Chunsik saw Eldar as a competitor for land. Pointing to the fertile lands that belonged to Eldar, Nebula warned that Lim Chunsik would surely seize them someday, and there would be nothing good for the elf god in that. Sunwoon couldn't say exactly when that would happen, but one thing was certain: Lim Chunsik would be the first to betray the alliance with Eldar. On the other hand, he would try to keep the nomadic centaur race among his allies, at least for the near future. For our hero, this scenario was problematic. He didn't want a strong force to appear in the north, and to prevent that Eldar could help him. For him himself, it would be an advantage. Eldar was ready to happily agree to all the terms, but he wasn't sure he could provide enough help after losing his main forces and high priest in battle. Fortunately, he still had his small domain at his disposal. Based on the name the elves called him, Dancing Shadow God, Sunwoon quickly guessed that she had gotten a small domain of arts at the beginning of the game. Eldar was surprised that Nebula knew so much about the game. Well, in that case, Eldar could be useful to our hero. He called him closer and whispered his plan in his ear. Eldar was shocked and asked if what he heard would really work, and how would the other players react to it. A few days later, far away in the mountains to the north, a group of centaurs stood on top of a mountain. Among them was the leader of their civilization. He called a prophet to him, and asked him to tell him the story he had been spreading among these lands for the past few days. The prophet assured him that this prophecy would soon be fulfilled, and in the near future, a true king will descend upon all these lands. When the king arrives, the world will be reorganized. Those who used to have power will lose it, and those who traveled freely in the land will lose their way. The centaur leader ordered him to tell him, "Who is this king the prophet speaks of?" The centaur prophet started from afar and explained that the king is the one before whom everyone bows his head. Even the strongest tribal leaders dare not stand with their heads up in the presence of the king. The centaur chief thought this was ridiculous. He thought that the king the prophet was talking about was a god, but the prophet quickly dismissed his assumption. There are no gods in these lands. They are high above, and the king will rule the lands below, and only the gods will be above him. The cocky centaur chief then liked that prospect. A person who only has the gods above him. The prophet must have been describing someone like he himself, but the prophet had to disappoint him. The prophecy was not about him. Then he suggested that perhaps it was about one of the lizardmen that everyone had been talking about recently. But even here he did not guess correctly. Yes, lizardmen are fierce and feared by all, but because of their physiological characteristics, they will not be able to take the position of king on the northern shore. The one who will be the true king is the giant, the acting leader of the ogres. With his overwhelming size and immeasurable strength, he will sit on a throne made of stones. He is stronger than the centaurs and wiser than the elves. Hearing such a prophecy, the centaur chief was furious. He could not believe that a centaur prophet could say such a thing. How could the high priest of the ogres Kijin become king, and how could the prophet even dare to suggest that the centaurs would serve him? But the prophet still stood his ground. He said what the gods had revealed to him. The centaur chief couldn't stand it. In rage, he shouted that the long-eared prophet was wrong. At the same moment, he struck a crushing blow. Only blood spattered his rage-blinded face. He, the great Tamaridu, would never bow to any but the gods. All this was watched from above. Eldar had done as Nebula had ordered him, but he still had his doubts. Even though Tamaridu looked angry, in the end he probably wouldn't believe in this prophecy. Well, in that case, all Sunwoon had to do was to make the prophecy come true, and soon all would become clear. From that day on, Tamaridu had nightmares every night. It was the same thing over and over again. He was standing in front of a high mountain that he kept trying to climb. With each step, he wondered why. Why, no matter how hard he wanted to and how hard he tried, there was no way he could climb this mountain? Why are these northern mountains so high and impregnable? Why was it that just as he was about to reach the top, one obstacle after another appeared? As if to suggest to him that just as he could not climb this mountain, he could not become a king, no matter how much he wanted to. Finally, he woke up. This recurring nightmare was like an obsession, and to get out of this obsession, Tamaridu was sure he had to become king. But who would know the name of Tamaridu in these wilds? In the end, it seemed he had no choice but to watch the ogre Kijin become king. His musings were interrupted by one of the guards. The centaur chief had visitors. Tamaridu immediately ordered them in. After meeting them, he sat on his throne and thought. Today, 2 more people had come to him with their prophecies. The first was a green-eyed elf. His prophecy was the opposite of what the already dead prophet had said. That elf said that he had heard a prophecy that the ogre leader Kijin would become king, but the elf was sure that they should change that, and that the real king should be Tamaridu. After the elf came the man from Automation Castle. He immediately said that he had heard the news that a centaur king had appeared. and so he immediately brought tribute to the new king to trade in his lands. They were all talking about the king. But why was Tamaridu beginning to worry even at the words that came from ordinary mortals rather than revelations from the gods? And now his attention was drawn to the last, third guest, a lizardman who came from far away. It was the familiar lizardman from the black-scaled tribe. Owen, Tamaridu asked in surprise. Did he also come here to say that he should become king? But Owen wasn't so straightforward, and instead replied that he didn't know anything about the future. But if Tamaridu wants to become king, then he is here to tell him to give up. Of course the centaur chief didn't like that and asked, isn't he worthy to be king? And does he need the recognition of the other chiefs to do so? Then Owen asked Tamaridu if the other chiefs recognized him. Well, the humans and elves said he was good enough. What about the lizardmen? Owen wasn't sure. However, what he could be certain of was that Rockrak would recognize any Tamaridu title. He would tell him to take any useless title he wanted, and then Rockrak would personally show him what real power was. Tamaridu didn't even know how to react to that. Was it a threat or a recognition? However, Owen went on and advised the centaur chief not to become king for his own sake. Now this was already completely clear and did not please Tamaridu at all. Owen explained to him that it was not a matter of qualifications or ability. It is a matter of whether or not your god confirms you're becoming king. Tamaridu froze in horror. Does the rushing without hesitation god not want him to become king? Owen said it was just a guess, but just as there is a hierarchy among the tribes below, there is also a hierarchy among the gods. And the rushing without hesitation god of the Centauruses must be below the endlessly looking down god of the ogres. Such statements made Tamaridu's eyes blaze with anger. He grabbed his axe and rushed to Owen, intending to do to him what he had done to the prophet. But he stopped. Owen stood there, not even moving, smiling in the face of death after insulting the centaur god. Though Owen didn't think so, he was only talking about the hierarchy among the gods and didn't understand why Tamaridu was so angry with him. If he wanted to unleash his rage, he could direct it at another god who was suppressing his god. With a shudder in his hands, Tamaridu realized that this might be true. Then that nightmare he has every night could be a negative revelation. Maybe that way the god, knowing his feelings, instead of giving him the revelation that he should become king, rejected him. If Owen's words were true, then what should he do? Owen was ready to give him a clue, and to do so, he told him how black-scaled lizardmen sometimes went against the orders of their commanders if they thought it was right and necessary. Perhaps Tamaridu should follow their example and disobey his god to benefit him in the end. Tamaridu just has to do what his god doesn't want him to do, for the benefit of his god. Having said that, Owen left, leaving the centaur leader alone with his thoughts. Soon, Tamaridu himself was sure he was destined to become king. In the name and for the good of his god, he must choose a path that God does not desire. Nebula and Eldar watched the whole spectacle. The elf god could not believe that his small domain could be used in such a way, and wondered why he himself had never known about it. Nebula answered him that any tool could be useful depending on how it was used. Moving the hearts of people is all because of art. Murals, sculptures, prophecies, all of it. In this way it was possible to influence species that were under the control of another player, directing them in a different path than the one their god had planned for them. Solongos would now have to go through many hardships due to the interference of Nebula and Eldar. Still, Eldar wondered if it would be enough. While it was possible to intervene in the affairs of the species and quarrel them, but as for the gods, it seemed unlikely to Eldar. This was where Sunwoon was in disagreement with him. Anything was possible. Solongos must be well aware of the limitations of roaming civilizations such as the centaurs. Gradually, there would come a point when they would find it difficult to stand up to the dwellers with their technology, fortifications, and larger populations. And when that moment comes, the centaur civilization will be absorbed by the Lim Chunsik. Solongos knows this, so there is a high probability that he will not actively stop the leader of his civilization. That was Sunwoon's plan, but the reality was a little different. As soon as the centaurs gathered their troops and camped near the ogres, Solongos showed up to meet Lim Chunsik. He immediately began to apologize for the behavior of Tamaridu, who was out of control and disobeying. Lim Chunsik assured him that everything was fine. It was his own fault for ignoring this elf and not capturing him a long time ago. Now this scoundrel had dragged another player into this. Solongos hadn't counted on this outcome either. Now Lim Chunsik has started apologizing for the fact that Solongos had to confront hegemony, and he didn't help him. And now, soon Tamaridu and Kijin will fight, and if Tamaridu dies, Solongos will lose an important high priest. Suddenly Solongos stated that he wasn't apologizing because of that, and Lim Chunsik misunderstood him. Solongos was apologizing for his Tamaridu, who would kill the High Ogre Chief Kijin. Of course, Lim Chunsik didn't see it that way, and instead of answering, he laughed smugly. Solongos responded in the same way, and only the laughter of these two self-righteous gods echoed over the mountains. Soon the day of truth came, among the snow-capped mountains of the north coast. The clatter of hooves filled the whole area, and Tamaridu, at the head of his army, commanded his army to advance. Tamaridu had high stats like all centaurs, 58 points of strength and 17 points of intelligence, making their race strong in the beginning. But as time went on, their advantage only diminished as other civilizations developed. Tamaridu was sure that this path would decide once and for all who would become king. One of the centaurs warned the leader that there were goblins ahead. Tamaridu saw no problem with this. Crushing the common slaves of the ogres did not seem to be a difficult task. The goblins were numerous, but it was not difficult for the centaurs to chop them to pieces and trample the ones that remained with their hooves like beetles. Soon the screams of the dying goblins began to fade. They didn't stand a chance. But a much bigger problem loomed ahead. From a ravine littered with large trees, the ogre leader Kijin appeared. He knew the centaurs would come this way, and only laughed at Tamaridu's foolishness in hoping for a surprise attack. Soon, the rest of the ogres showed up as well, scaring the centaurs who had just dealt with the goblins. Tamaridu commanded his warriors to retreat, but damn it, it was too late. The corpses were constricting the centaurs' movements and preventing them from turning around. The ogres immediately seized the opportunity. They began to smash the helpless centaurs with their massive hammers. A single blow was enough to turn a rare creature into a bloody mess. Tamaridu had to admit that ambushing after blocking the enemy's mobility was a smart idea. But it wasn't enough. All those cheap tricks wouldn't work against a skilled warrior. Immediately, 2 decapitated ogres fell to the ground after Tamaridu's quick movements. Now they were left one-on-one. And the centaur chieftain was confident that he could defeat Kijin in the name of his god and could become king. The huge figure of the ogre chieftain occupied almost the entire canyon, and he was just seething with rage. How dare Tamaridu betray him? Now the stupid centaur would regret it in afterlife. With battle cries, they rushed at each other. At one point, Tamaridu managed to knock the hammer out of the ogre's hand, and wanted to strike with his fist, but the ogre easily dodged it, and grabbed the centaur by the throat. It was a dead grip from which it was impossible to escape. Tamaridu tried to fight back, but it was useless. That bastard ogre was too strong. Everything was over, and the centaur's body fell to the ground. For the last time, Kijin only reminded him that he told him that he would regret it. Meanwhile, Eldar and Sunwoon were watching everything from their screens. Eldar had thought that the centaurs would do much more damage to the ogres and hadn't expected such a quick outcome. Of course, he didn't think the centaurs would win, since the ogres are the strongest race. But centaurs are a rare race and good fighters, and he would like to see more from them. Sunwoon didn't react to all his musings until he asked him directly if lizardmen were his main strength. They are vulnerable to the cold, and in that case, how would they be able to stand up to the ogres? Nebula once again sighed. His ally was too stupid. He had told him before, his lizardmen would not stand up to the ogres. Eldar seemed to have heard that for the first time and asked what he meant. Sunwoon was too lazy to explain it to him, and instead he asked Eldar what his rank was in the game. Eldar had nothing to be proud of, and he didn't really want to say, but still he had to share that he was about 3400th in the leaderboard. That explained a lot to Sunwoon. Such a rank was a very questionable result. He used to think that players for the role of gods were chosen based on their ranking, but it seems he was wrong. What were the conditions for being chosen then? The players weren't chosen randomly, were they? In any case, even such an ally was better than nothing, and Sunwoon asked Eldar if he would continue to cooperate. Even such a simple question caused him difficulty, so Sunwoon just assumed it was a yes. This of course annoyed Eldar, who didn't even understand what Nebula was saying. Meanwhile, their opponent Lim Chunsik wasn't sitting idly by either. He was diligently gathering information. In the end, he found out all the basic information regarding Nebula. Even the ID looked familiar to him. In the past, he had seen him at the first place of the player rank too often. There were rumors that this crazy bastard didn't stream or compete, and just only ate and played. It seemed like a strange coincidence for Lim Chunsik to meet Nebula so early. But he himself seemed to be luckier than Nebula. He had the ogre civilization at his disposal, combined with the small domain of birds, which gave him the blessings of the wisdom of an owl and the intelligence of a crow. He knew that Nebula had the insect small domain and the lizardmen civilization at his command, and both of them were vulnerable to the cold. When winter came, Nebula would have no choice but to try and wage a short-term battle. By then, Lim Chunsik would have all the preparations completed. In addition, he himself was not easy. In the past in the game, he was in the top 20 in ranking, and now he was confident that he had everything he needed to defeat Nebula. Time passed, and the weather worsened. It was getting colder by the day, and Lim Chunsik kept wondering when Nebula would attack. Something didn't add up. Suddenly, something caught his attention. Smoke and fire far away in the mountains, right where the elf village was located. He couldn't even think of an idea why the village was burning. What's going on? Did that bastard dare to do such a thing? and used the slash and burn tactic? Lim Chunsik was right. This is the tactic Sun Woon used, also known as the scorched earth tactic. It's when you destroy all the areas your opponent can occupy to block his supplies. Eldar himself probably used this tactic as well. However, he didn't like the fact that his elven village was on fire, even though Nebula had previously evacuated all the elves from there. Eldar had indeed used such tactics before, but usually not this early in the game. Sun Woon was in agreement with him. It usually didn't work in the beginning, but this time they got lucky. The location of Lim Chunsik's possessions on the northern coast made him vulnerable. He couldn't produce enough food himself, so it had to be bought or captured. And now that the Lizardmen tribe controlled all the trade at Automation Castle, the ogres would not be able to buy food supplies there. And once the battle started, the ogres were probably planning to rob the elves or buy food from them. But now, that will be impossible when the elf village is completely ravaged. In addition to all this, the weakness of the ogres is that they eat a lot. They probably don't have enough supplies to survive the winter even now. Lim Chunsik made the mistake of not realizing who is actually vulnerable to the cold. Also, Sun Woon got lucky with Eldar. He is part of his luck. Usually for Scorched Earth strategy you have to burn your own lands, but it just so happened that this time it was enough to burn the elves' territory. Now they just need to wait, and the ogre civilization will definitely not survive the second winter. Everything happened just as Nebula had predicted. A year later, the ogres suffered from hunger so badly that they began ravaging allied goblin villages. The goblins fled in fear, but the starving ogres pursued them and caught them. They didn't come here for the goblins' meager food. They came for the goblins themselves, to satisfy their hunger. But most of the goblins had escaped. They were small and agile, unlike the clumsy ogres. Kijin was not pleased to hear this news. His tribe was in a quandary. Now that the goblins had fled and there was no food left in their village either, the ogres would have to endure an even worse famine. Because of this, some have already started fleeing from the tribe, and their numbers are growing every day. Even with all the intelligence bonuses for Chief Kijin, it was hard to think of a way out of such a situation. The tribesmen kept asking if there was any news from God, but Kijin could not answer them. Their endlessly looking down God was silent, and Kijin himself wondered how long they would have to wait for an answer. The ogre village now looked like a ruin. The ogres were dying every day, and so were the goblins, their remaining servants. Lim Chunsik realized that he could not bear it any longer. He had to act, and urgently. He decided to call his former ally Solongos. The centaur god answered immediately and asked what was wrong. Lim Chunsik had only one question for him. How many forces does he have at his disposal? It turned out that Solongos had lost all of his warriors in the battle with the ogres, and now he had almost no one left. Lim Chunsik was shocked by this turn of events, as it had been more than a year since their battle. In that time, it was possible to gather at least a small squad. But the reality was much sadder. After Tamaradu was killed by Kijin, a tribe of black-scaled lizardmen came and conquered the centaurs' lands. Almost all of the centaurs were killed in the escape. They were now scattered in small groups, and their faith level was too low. This made things much more difficult for Lim Chunsik. There was also something else Solongos wanted to contact him for. Recently, the bastard Eldar had called him and offered to become an ally of Nebula just like him. In case Solongos helped them, they promised to spare his life. Lim Chunsik was already preparing for the worst, and wondered what Solongos had told them. The centaur god assured him that he refused, even though he had been considering their offer for some time. After Solongos saw what kind of situation Eldar was in after being submitted, he realized that he didn't want that kind of existence. And even if he and Lim Chunsik had conflicts earlier, they had spent so much time together that Solongos simply couldn't betray him. Lim Chunsik was touched by such loyalty. Also, despite all the difficulties, Solongos managed to gather 10 warriors and the remnants of his faith to try and have one last battle with Nebula. Lim Chunsik himself only wanted to suggest it. Of course, both of them had lost a lot of strength due to Nebula's tricks, but if they tried to have a battle in the open terrain, they would have a chance at a battle among the gods. They will be able to descend on their priests and use their divine powers to destroy the main enemy forces. Because Eldar lost, he probably lost a lot of his divinity and faith and won't be able to descend on his warrior. So despite Nebula's high level of divinity, he will be outnumbered, and the advantage would be on their side. Lim Chunsik was now confident that it wasn't too late to change things. He would rebuild his civilization after crushing Nebula. So, the combined army of ogres and centaurs moved out to attack. As planned, a spacious valley was chosen for the battle. The warriors of Lim Chunsik and Solongos were exhausted from hunger and wandering, but that didn't stop them. Finally, High Chief Kijin ordered everyone to stop. An army of lizardmen marched out to meet them. Leading them, of course, was Rake on a cockatrice. This was the moment Lim Chunsik had been waiting for. He immediately used his divine power to descend on the ogre leader. He was now confident that they could win. Solongos also followed suit and descended on the leader of his squad. Now they stood shoulder to shoulder. Without delay, they rushed to attack Rakrak, who stood calmly in the face of seemingly imminent death. But Sunwoon was not idle either, and descended on his subordinate. Rakrak now easily dodged Kijin's attack, as well as the Centaur Chief's attack. Already in flight, his eyes glowed with a blue light, and it was clear that this was the end. The end for these two idiots. An electric flash formed in Rakrak's hand. Now even the cocky Solongos and Lim Chunsik realized that they were finished. When it was over, Sunwoon asked disdainfully, how could they think they could win if they just descended on their priests? There was simply no way that Sunwoon couldn't have predicted this. They should have thought about why he didn't run away when he realized that he would have to fight against two people at once. It's obvious that he did so because he was sure of his victory. Now both of these players were sealed and placed in Nebula's hands. If a player dies when he's down, he loses an incredible amount of experience points. And if the player's divinity drops below level 1, then he becomes sealed. In this state, if the one who holds the player's statues destroys them, they will indeed die. If he doesn't, then they will be able to go through a specific process and undo the seal. Sunwoon decided to leave them for later and deal with them afterwards. Right now, it was more important to summarize the results of this confrontation. The battle was relatively easy, and because he was able to defeat the two gods, he was able to raise his level. Now with the 12th level of divinity, he could raise a lot of his stats, even though many of them were already at their maximum level in this period of time. The only thing he lacked in such a measure was points of faith, but that was another matter. Also, after defeating two players, Sunwoon could get one small area from each of his opponents at random. Among the many possible choices, Nebula only received two small areas that belonged to Solongos and Lim Chunsik in the past. What could it be? So they were two small areas, the birds and the swamp. In Sunwoon's opinion, the swamp area wasn't bad. But as for the birds, it was just unbelievable. He had wanted to get one for a long time. Perhaps he could use it to replace the insect blessing he'd given to the lizardmen and humans. After thinking for a bit, Sunwoon decided to use this blessing on the next generations. It would help his progress move forward a bit in the future. Now the three closest players were defeated, 2 sealed and 1 subdued. After that, it was worth thinking about what to do next. Sunwoon should have organized the situation on the continent properly. In the west, according to the information received from the locusts, things were as follows. There are lands of 5 players divided into 3 forces that are at war with each other. They should have been left alone until they start approaching Sunwoon's territories. Of course, all this time they should be monitored with the help of locusts. To the east lies the vast expanse of ocean. It was now worth focusing on dominating the land, so conquering the ocean was not even worth dreaming about. What remained were the north and the south. They were worth capturing before the NPC forces settled there completely. Rakrak could not exist in 2 places at the same time, so it was worth using elves to occupy the north. With elves on hand, there was no need to make his tribe suffer while cultivating barren land. Sunwoon immediately decided to contact Eldar and discuss all the details with him. Far to the north, the elf tribe displaced from their village still hadn't built regular dwellings and were living in tents. They moved from place to place, looking for a suitable place to settle, but never found one. So they moved farther and farther north. The winters here were too long, and the elves needed to work the land to grow food. During this time, they were easy targets for the ogre and goblin gangs prowling around. Doubts crept in among the elves about their god. Why should they suffer so much? They asked the new chief Leonor many times if the god of the dancing shadows had sent any news. Surprisingly, this time his chief did not have to answer them with silence. He actually received a prophecy. Someone was to come from the south and help their long-suffering tribe. Just then, one of the elves came in with the news. A group of humans were approaching their camp. The elves immediately assumed it was a sign of prophecy, which came just in time. Leonor also hoped that these were the ones mentioned in the prophecy and ordered a greeting for the humans to be prepared. The elves lined up to greet the guests. A delegation led by a familiar character arrived. Those horns were quite recognizable. The Lord of Automation himself honored the elves with a visit. Hui Kyung even forgot that she had met Leonard before, all because he had lost a lot of weight since then. The elf leader immediately invited her to enter the tent for negotiations, but learned from her own experience, Hui Kyung was in no hurry to enter. Instead, she called for her loyal bodyguard, Saren. He was to check the tent before the Lord went in, to make sure there were no assassins hiding inside. Leonor had nothing against it. In the plight of the elves, they were not at all concerned with contract killings. When everything was checked, Hui Kyung entered and the meeting began. The first question that interested the elf leader was what brought Hui Kyung here. She was sure that the elf already knew this, since he also believed in the god that she was brought here by a prophecy. Their blue bug god wanted them to help the weak and marginalized. Of course, Lanner didn't like that the elves were considered as such, but now he had to put his pride away. So, in order to help, Hui-kyung brought weapons and farming tools with her. And more importantly, grain seeds that grow well in cold places. Leonor was about to thank her for such valuable gifts when Hui-kyung said she was willing to sell them all cheaply. Poor Leonor didn't know what she was talking about. Didn't her god tell her to help the poor? What kind of strange logic does she have? Then Hui-kyung explained that her god had told her to come and help the elves, but still doing it without profit would be difficult. It sounded strange to the leader of the elves. They didn't have anything of value that they could trade right now. They had spent a lot of their resources and supplies just to get here. In that case, Hui-kyung pretended that she couldn't help in any way and was heading back, since she firmly believes that time is money. But her performance failed and the elf's patience broke. Lanner knew well that she would not have come to such a remote land for nothing. Surely the elves must have what she wanted. Hui-kyung only smiled. He had just told her that the elves had nothing, so what could she want from them then? Lanner then pulled out and placed a map on the table. Even if they didn't have anything right now, there are rich iron mines in this area, as well as tall trees along with fertile soil for grain. In return for helping them now, Lanner was willing to sell it all for a cheap price just to Automation Castle in the future. Hui-kyung then asked if he really wanted to sell something he didn't have yet, the price of which was not yet known to pay for the real thing today. That was exactly what Lanner was offering and had personally guaranteed it as the leader of the elves. Hui-kyung thought for a moment and agreed, but with one condition. They couldn't just make a deal on words. Proof of their promise had to be made. Lanner had no choice but to agree, even though he realized he was selling the future of his descendants. No matter how you look at it, the value of iron ore and wood in the future was far greater than what Hui-kyung was bringing now. But if he doesn't make this deal, there may not even be a near future for his people. Surely the dancing shadow god saw this coming and gave him this revelation. God simply could not abandon them to their fate. So the trade treaty or contract was made in blood. And the chief of the elves swore in the name of his god that this contract would be kept no matter what. Hui-kyung liked that phrase and did the same. At the same time, a notice came for Sunwoon. The first credit trade in the third continent's northern shore had been made. Now their world was even wider. Until now, for every creature in the perished world, the entire world revolved only around their own tribes. Other species were just potential threats and wanderers. So no normal trade deals were made with those who could disappear who knows where at any moment. But now that the tribes were settling down in specific places and the wanderers were moving along certain fixed routes, that changed. Tribes began to make agreements and write them in text form. Soon, the value of the intangible and the value of the future, being bought and sold, will become commonplace. Civilizations under Nebula's control have passed the period of simple business transactions and are now beginning to practice economic behavior. Now, how will Sunwoon be able to rule such a wide world? Now, before Sunwoon could rule this world, he had to conquer it, and he had a reliable tool for that, a tribe of lizardmen led by Rakrak. It had been a long and bloody process, one that even Rakrak had grown weary of. But now that it was over, he could breathe a sigh of relief. The dwarf tribe was the last in the path of the lizardmen, and most of them had simply fled out of fear. But some remained, and Rakrak ordered his warriors to clear the surrounding area. Those remnants fought back desperately and held out until the very end. They were as stubborn as a rock, just like all dwarves. But it did them absolutely no good. It was meaningless in front of the superior force of the lizardmen. Now after the massacre, Rakrak stepped out onto the ocean shore, and froze at the beautiful sight that took his breath away. There is always something mesmerizing in the waves of the sea, something that makes you think about the meaning of life and where you should move on. Here on this shore was the end of the peninsula's land and the bloody path Rakrak had led his tribe down. They had taken over the entire peninsula from the mountains of the far north to the coast in the south, just as the blue bug god wished them to do. Now the entire peninsula belonged to the tribe of lizardmen and their blue bug god. But looking back at the burning remains of the villages, Rakrak pondered what he should do next. He had only ruled his tribe before, but now he would have to lead all species of sentient beings in the conquered land. But how to do this effectively remained unclear to Rakrak. Fortunately for him, Sunwoon was always watching his subordinate and was ready to help him. He too had his own worries about which ruling system to choose. After all, every system had its own advantages and disadvantages. One of the options was feudalism. This is a type of ruling in which the king chooses feudal lords and gives them titles and land. This type of government was widely used in Europe during the Middle Ages. The feudal lords then have to manage and protect their land while paying taxes to the king. In this way, they lessen the king's burden and allow him to increase his power. However, there is one drawback to this feudal system. The king cannot control the relationships of the feudal lords among themselves, which leads to frequent civil wars. Of course, frequent wars can fuel and advance the development of technology, but it is too difficult to manage it all, and this way often leads to complete chaos and destruction, canceling out that small progress. In addition to feudalism, there is another option: monarchy. In this type of government, the king stays in the capital and appoints his representatives in different provinces and localities to govern everything there on his behalf. A similar system of government was used in ancient China, and it was the kind of system that Sun Wun liked best, because this system allowed to build a consistent nation made up of different races. Also, thanks to the professionalism of administrative work, we'll be able to accelerate the development of each region of the empire. And most importantly, with a strong centralized force, it would be much easier to mobilize the military. However, in order to establish a centralized monarchical system of government, there was still a lot to prepare: roads, ports, a king's authenticity, and a system to choose officials. Eldar listened to all this and began to get bored, realizing that he was just a listener. Even when Nebula asked him which ruling system he thought was best, Eldar didn't even try to answer, knowing that Sun Wun had already decided everything for himself. Now he had to put all his plans into action, and dreams, as always, were the best way for Sun Wun to convey his will to Rakrak. The leader of the Lizardmen received a revelation in a dream last night, and the very next day he gathered all the important Lizardmen to share the new knowledge with them. Zhao was anxious to find out what the dream was, and Rakrak didn't keep her waiting long, starting to draw on the ground. In the dream, he was traveling after leaving his body and flying against his will at high speed. Flying across the wilds to the farthest north shore, he passed countless lands beneath him and saw the many villages he had once had to shed blood to destroy. Though the other Lizardmen had a hard time understanding what he was talking about, they still listened attentively to the leader. Rakrak, on the other hand, was sure of what had to be done. He drew a map on the ground of all the lands he had dreamed about, and was ready to explain everything to everyone. First, he showed them where they were now, and then he asked what the place was called. One of the Lizardmen immediately answered that the dwarves called it Maganon, which means the end of the land. Rakrak wrote the name on the map. Next, he asked what was the name of the place where they had destroyed the red-skinned orcs. Yor remembered that the place was called Salmon, but as it turned out, there were other places with that name, so Rakrak decided to call it South Salmon. This continued until most of the places had their names. There was only one place left without a name, but when Rakrak asked what it was called, no one knew. There were no species of intelligent beings living there, and there were objective reasons for that. Not only was it rocky and without fertile ground, but it was also inhabited by wild cockatrices. That's why everyone tried to avoid that place. Jael summarized that no one knew the name of the land, but in fact, Rakrak did. It was about this land that he had a dream. Although this land is surrounded by high mountains, there is one small road that can be cleared of bushes, vines, and small trees to get there. Deep within that ring of mountains, there is a fertile valley with a river that flows through the entire valley on flat terrain until it meets the ocean. Jael immediately guessed that this was the land the god had shown Rakrak in his dream, and the blue bug god named this place Orizon, which means land where God stands. According to the will of their god, Rakrak was ready to become king of Orizon, and the whole tribe was happily ready to go to Orizon for their king. Sun Wun watched all this and was pleased. The establishment of a new system of government with Orizon as its capital had begun. Even though many of the people who live on this peninsula recognize Rakrak's power and authority, there are always those who resist. So uniting everyone into one country will take a lot of work and effort. First, everyone has to learn that Orizon will be the capital, and Rakrak is the king of all these lands. Also, roads had to be built from all places on the continent that would lead to Orizon. And as a basis for a monarchical system of government, Rakrak had to choose an administrator for each province. Their position Rakrak called war chief. But more important than all this was to establish the same general laws that would apply throughout the land, and on the basis of which the war chiefs would rule. However, Automation Castle and the Elven Village, which already had their own feudal lords and laws, were a bit of a hindrance. Rakrak quickly found a solution to this problem by appointing Lizardmen advisors to oversee and communicate with the feudal lords. Hui Kyung received the title Margrave of the Automation Castle, and Leonar was named Elf Meripgan. At this stage, this ruling system seemed primitive and sloppy to Sun Wun, but it was already progress, and the problems were gradually solved. Even this was enough for the system to notify Nebula that his nation had entered an era of early monarchy. In the end, Sun Wun ended up using monarchy for lizardmen and feudalism for humans and elves, along with all their advantages and disadvantages. In all of this, the only thing that confused Eldar was that her elves had become part of Nebula's kingdom. But Sun Wun saw no problem with that. After all, the elves lived in his territory. Eldar found himself in an interesting position where everything he owned belonged to Sun Wun, but everything Sun Wun owned belonged only to him. A few years passed, and peace reigned over the kingdom of Rakrak. The former warriors, used to constant battles and conquests, were getting bored. The usual hobbies, like fishing, were already tiring them out. And fishing here was not a simple lizard, but one of the war chiefs appointed by Rakrak. His name was Tatar, and he had once been the commander of an elite lizardman squad. Now, he couldn't get used to the peaceful atmosphere around him. It was because he'd spent most of his previous life in war. He had once been one of the best warriors, and that was why he had been appointed to the position of war chief. That's exactly what the young lizardman thought. But Tatar understood such an assumption as an insult. He asked the young one if he thought that Tatar had been appointed as war chief in a remote area to keep out of the way of the healthy lizardmen after he lost his eye and became a dead weight. The young lizardman had to apologize and correct himself, for that was not what he had meant at all. Thankfully, Tatar didn't take offense at him at all and was just joking around. Someone still had to protect this place. After all, even this boring Maganin still belonged to Rakrak. However, there was one problem with all this. This land had no one to defend it from. Being located in the far south, it was surrounded by the rest of the lizardmen lands and the ocean. Unless someone came from the ocean. Surprisingly enough, they did. A dozen boats appeared in the distance, with strange creatures inside. At first it was hard to see what they were, but soon it became clear who they were. A crayfish-like intelligent life form. They certainly looked creepy, and the young lizard man thought they were monsters. But Tatar was more experienced and dismissed that theory at once. These crawfish-like creatures used boats and could probably communicate. So Tatar decided to personally go and meet them on land. He was clearly not lacking in courage. Towering over the crayfishes, he asked who they were and for what purpose they had come. Without hearing an answer, he introduced himself a little threateningly as War Chief Tatar and ordered them to state the purpose of their visit. The poor crayfishes immediately wet their pants with fear. They were just turquoise lobsters who had to cross the ocean after getting lost in a storm. Now they wanted to know where they were. Tatar proudly announced to them that they were now in the territory of the Hukrin nation, which means black scale in lizardman language. Meanwhile, the young lizard man was tense and ready to rush into battle at any moment at the command of his leader. He was sure that Tatar was not one of those who showed mercy to their enemies, and since these crawfish-like creatures were unknown opponents, Tatar would definitely capture and bind them to get information from them or just kill them all here on the spot. Even the frightened lobsters felt the threat coming from the Tatar and were already preparing to flee with all their many legs. But they didn't have to. Tatar, instead of attacking, commanded his subordinate to prepare a temporary shelter for the guests. They must be hungry, so he also ordered to feed them with the leftover food after the lizardmen. At this turn of events, everyone was shocked. It turned out that the bloodthirsty-looking Tatar wasn't really like that at all. The turquoise lobsters were heartily grateful to Tatar, and promised that they would never forget his kindness and this favor. After they had rested and eaten, they departed for home. As the young lizard watched, he wondered why Tatar had helped them. If he had been in Tatar's place, he would have chased those lobsters away immediately and reported back to Rakrak that he had chased some intruders away. The young one just couldn't understand why Tatar had thrown away such a great opportunity to get merit with the king. Well, even Tatar himself wasn't sure of his decision and may have been wrong about them. Perhaps they were actually enemies. But he couldn't do otherwise, and here's why. To explain his decision, Tatar asked the young lizardman if he knew how he lost his left eye. Of course he knew. It was a well-known story among the lizardmen. Tatar had fought against 10 trolls at once who were trying to rob travelers, and in that fight, he had been wounded. To be fair, those travelers were just strange halflings who weren't even allies of the lizardmen. After Tatar lost his eye, he met up with Rakrak. The king of the lizardmen noted that fighting against 10 trolls at once and losing only one eye is a prideful feat. However, the problem was that he lost his eye not by helping the tribe, but by saving a group of halflings, and Rakrak wondered if he regretted it. And then Tatar answered him as follows. He had heard that long ago a group of lizardmen, led by Rakrak, had been wounded and exhausted after wandering the wasteland for so long. There seemed to be no hope, but at that critical moment Rakrak had received the blessing of the blue bug god. And in return for his help and blessings, the blue bug god wanted nothing. He simply took pity on the poor travelers. Rakrak was shocked. Tatar dared to say that he had helped those halflings because he had acted as mercifully as the blue bug god. Tatar assured him that he felt he had to do so that time. That answer pleased Rakrak. Tatar was right and had done the right thing. Rakrak then wanted him to continue to act the same way, and if anyone said he was wrong, Tatar would just have to tell them about this conversation, adding that Rakrak fully agreed with Tatar and supported his position. Now only time was going to show if Tatar was right about those lobsters. Soon the same young lizard man came into his office with the news. Those crustaceans had returned. Tatar hurried to meet with them in person again to find out what had happened. Rubo, as the leader of those lobsters, happily greeted his rescuer. But Tatar was only concerned with one question. Why were they here? Had they been caught in the storm again? It turned out that this time they had come specifically because they wanted to buy the silk and iron that Tatar had told them about last time. Their island was at war with another, and they really needed foreign technology and resources. For that, all the lobsters were ready to pay with a crate full of precious white pearls. However, the round, shiny pebbles did not impress the Tatar at all. Perhaps the Lord of Automation would see some value in them, but Tatar himself at that moment was not sure how valuable the pearls were. But he was not going to show his indecision, and instead decided to bargain a little and get something really valuable, like the technology to make the boats the lobsters used to come in. The lobsters didn't really like the idea of sharing the technology they were so proud of. So Rubo began to justify that the manufacture of such boats takes a long time, and it is a complicated process. To which Tatar replied that he did not know complex things, but if Rubo did not like his proposal, then there would be no deal. This outcome of the negotiations the lobsters could not accept. They were desperately in need of resources. So they immediately agreed to everything and promised to bring an empty boat next time, which they would give to the lizardmen and use it as an example to show them how to make the same ones. This option suited Tatar, and he agreed to exchange silk and iron for all this. A seagull was watching all this from above. It was very suspicious and looked at all this as if it knew something that it should not. A look like that immediately makes you involuntarily tense up and think you've done something wrong. Fortunately, it was just a seagull that Sun Woon used to observe his creatures. The small area of birds was very useful. Thanks to the bird scouting, he learned everything he needed to know about this race. These lobsters are a crustacean species that lives in the southern archipelago. They called themselves Asticidaeans. There were several of their tribes on these islands, and they were constantly at war with each other. Their civilization was at the level of the Bronze Age, and they were most likely not ruled by the player. Due to the fact that this tribe lives on the archipelago, they had an advanced technology of making boats. Received from trade with them, pearls will definitely like Huikyung, because in the depths of the continent, their price increases many times and they can be very profitable to sell. But much more important to Sun Woon was the shipbuilding technology, which allowed him to increase the lizardman's skill in building ships to the second level. Tatar saw this as a huge advantage for a reason, or he saw nothing and just got lucky. Anyway, Raycrack should know the value of a good boat and would definitely try to make something similar with Shaol's help. Now it was only a matter of time before all the creatures under Sun Woon's control would start traveling the rivers in Hukrin using boats. This would be the perfect opportunity to create trade routes through the waterways. As much as this was surprising to Sun Woon, it seems the old warrior Tatar has a talent for diplomacy, so Sun Woon could safely leave it to him to deal with the Asticidaeans. And given the level of development of the civilization of these crawfish-like creatures, they will soon become an affiliated nation of Hukrin in the future. When that happens, the Sun Woon civilization will be able to use the silver mines in the archipelago, and use the mined silver to create a new currency to replace iron plates. In the end, for Nebula, the small area of the sea also became very useful. Suddenly, all of Sun Woon's musings on future plans were interrupted by a call from a strange creature who addressed him as creator. His name was Hongo, and Sun Woon immediately ordered him to report on his progress. Some time ago, Nebula had tasked Hongo with the management and cultivation of a swarm of locusts, and he wasn't supposed to report if nothing serious happened. Well, things didn't go according to plan, and because of Sun Woon's miscalculation and Hongo's mistake, the identity of the one behind the locust swarm became known to the other gods in that area. Sun Woon was forced to take such a risky step because the size of the level 3 locust swarm had begun to decrease. He had recently instructed Hongo to direct the locust swarms at other players' grain plants to slow down the development of their civilizations. Sun Woon wanted Hongo to do this carefully so that the other players wouldn't notice the interference if possible. But unfortunately, the swarm attacked a settlement that belonged to one of the players' advanced civilizations, and there were unavoidable consequences. That player realized that the locust swarm was the work of another player who was controlling a small area of insects. Fortunately, Hongo could take it easy. Sun Woon expected something like this to happen soon and prepared himself. The only thing Sun Woon was a little worried about right now was Hongo himself. He was fine, even though he had lost a lot of locusts due to the other gods' wonders. But it seemed the other gods hadn't yet realized that a creature like Hongo existed at all. This was a good thing for Sun Woon. If the others found out about Hongo, it would be a much greater loss. So Nebula ordered him to use the remains of the locust swarms to create confusion and hide himself. Now for Hongo, his survival had to come first. Hongo understood the order and proceeded to follow it. After this conversation, Sun Woon realized that he didn't like interacting with his creations. They were so empty and will-less, unlike the NPCs in the perished world. There, the creatures spoke as if they had souls and personalities, not like robots. Well, it's not that important anyway. What was important was that Hongo had accomplished most of his mission, and the swarms of locusts had damaged crops and vegetation in the territory of the 5 nations to the west. If the gods at the head of those nations find out that Nebula was the one behind all of this, they will definitely attack. Based on the location of the nations, the two closest in the neighborhood would most likely attack. The nations Danim of the Sataros race and Jukwa of the Lennar race. It seems that these two are already ready to move their troops out. The other three nations are just watching from behind for now, but it's only a matter of time before they send their troops as well. Of course, it doesn't look fair when one player has to fight against 5. However, there was no help for it, such was the unfair world. And Sun Woon was ready to fight even against 5 nations at once, because even that was not outside of the scope of his expectations. Meanwhile, in the city of Damarit, capital of the Sataros nation of Danim, King of the Lennars Hattie doubted whether he and his ally could trust the 3 nations that were behind them. They did not seem trustworthy to him. King of the Sataros, Fav, agreed with him on this point, but still insisted that they could not allow the culprit behind the swarms of locusts to do whatever he wanted. The gods had made it clear to them that inaction was not an option, and those bastard lizardmen must be crushed. They pray to their evil blue bug god to make the other nations starve while they themselves live in abundance. To make matters worse, after obtaining Automation Castle, the lizardmen began producing high-quality iron plates using their technology. Their plates have become the standard, and they benefit more from exchange and trade. Also, because they were the two closest to the border with Hukrin, they would suffer losses anyway if the armies of the other 3 nations marched through their lands. In the end, they simply had no choice but to attack using their own forces. Trusting completely in the prophecy of the 5 gods, which said that the Sataros and the Lennars would come together to destroy the Hukrin capital of Orizon to the ground. In that case, Hattie wanted to decide the best way to attack. Fav already had a plan ready. The Hukrin territory was surrounded by mountains on all sides, and the only sure way was through Automation Castle. There is of course another way through the southern coast, but it is full of insects of the blue bug god and the terrain there is too rough. The only thing left to do is to use the remaining opportunity and attack Automation Castle to free it from Rakrak's grasp, and then move on. There were 2 roads leading to the castle itself, and Sataros was going to move straight to Automation Castle. The Lennars, on the other hand, decided to take a slightly detour and approach the castle from the northern wastelands. So, they reached an agreement and decided to work out a more detailed plan and gather their forces for an attack in a month. 1 month later, everything was ready, and the armies were on their way. Under the watchful eye of their gods, of course. One of them was Krampus. He ruled the nation of Sataros and was known as the life-sacrificing god. He had reached rank 1430 in the game, and now he was wondering what the allied god was doing to provide his army with supplies. She planned to use her own supplies until the army crossed the wilderness. And then when the Lennars hit the northern coast, they would have to ravage the villages on their way. Her name was Runda. She was the god of Lennars, also known as the supreme fruition god. And no matter how hard she tried, she could not contact Nebula, as he had deliberately blocked her. Over a month passed, and he never unblocked her, nor did he unblock the rest of the 5 gods. Runda couldn't understand what he was thinking. Krampus didn't either. If they could have contacted Nebula, they could have easily negotiated compensation for the damage from the locust swarms. But Nebula blocked everyone and didn't even give them a chance to settle things peacefully. He also blatantly increased his military training and scouting parties, and at this point it was too late for negotiations. Krampus and Runda together had over 1,100 Lennars and 800 Sataros. Together, their army was the largest on the entire 3rd continent, and Runda was sure that it was only a matter of time before Nebula fell. By the way, Runda was a real girl, unlike Eldar, in case you were wondering. Suddenly, a notification sounded. It turned out to be a request to communicate. Krampus immediately assumed it might be Nebula, but he was wrong. It was Eldar. The Lennars' army was just passing by the elf colony, and they were just about to talk. Runda realized that he might want to both negotiate and was up to something. As Krampus knew, Eldar and Nebula were in a loose alliance, which meant they could betray each other at any time. He advised Runda to speak as if she were the only one here and to listen carefully to Eldar, for they might be able to use the terms he offered. Eldar appeared in his trademark style of playing the role of the elf god, his RP stuff he couldn't get past. Perhaps even on purpose, there was a reason he got a small domain of the arts. Runda was meeting him for the first time and was shocked, to say the least, by this appearance. Not only did he look like an elven girl, but he was also behaving quite unusually. Eldar continued to play the role of innocent victim and wanted to ask for help. Runda was still recovering from the encounter and hesitantly asked what specifically he needed help with. He immediately began to tell his sad story of how the insidious Nebula had forced him to submit against his will, and then used him for his own purposes, humiliating him in every possible way. Eldar had no choice but to agree to everything after Nebula defeated Solongos and Lim Chunsik. Not only was Nebula much stronger, but his battle strategies were overwhelming. Runda was shocked when she found out that Eldar didn't help him defeat them. If you thought about it, it was incredible that he alone defeated such strong players. But to Eldar, it was no surprise. Had they themselves never heard of Nebula's reputation? He had fought an infinite number of gods in countless worlds and had gotten the highest ranking position. Nebula is a true monster. Krampus and Runda looked at each other. They were clearly unlucky. The first and second ranked players had gotten to this continent at once. In any case, Eldar continued his story. He said he could only survive because he humbly begged for his life and fulfilled Nebula's wishes, all for the sake of survival. But now he was sick of it and desperately asked to let Krampus and Runda help them. But they were hesitant to believe him. Runda demanded information in order to trust Eldar's words. Well, the traitor Eldar was willing to provide it. Anything to earn their trust. He showed them everything he'd been through in Nebula's hands so they'd have no doubts. The humiliation, the harassment of the elves, and the burning of their village. They were shocked at this treatment of an ally by Nebula. Such a life seemed to them worse than that of a vassal. Eldar felt the same way, which is why he asked them to let him help them to break free from Nebula's grasp. Even though Eldar didn't have an army to support them, he had something just as valuable. He knew what Nebula was planning for this battle and was ready to share that information. When he had told them everything they wanted to know, their chat finally ended. And Eldar could exhale in both relief and exhaustion. Now he wondered if it was good convincing enough. Nebula had been around the whole time, and he liked Eldar's acting. He had done his job properly. Sun Moon even wondered why Eldar acted so well. Was it because he played his RP role all the time? But there was more to it than that. The information was simply too truthful. Almost everything Eldar had told them about was true. Sun Moon had destroyed his army, burned down the elf village, chased them further north, and then forced them to contract and sell all future resources. But despite all this, Eldar remained loyal and told those gods everything as Nebula had ordered, to make them believe that he would launch a preemptive attack on the capital of the Sadaros, Demurit. Even so, Eldar thought it would not be enough to change the situation. As far as he understood, Nebula's strategy was to attack the troops of the Lenners first. However, if the Lenners retreated to Demurit and Sadaros attacked head-on successfully and captured Automation's castle, the Lizardmen troops pursuing the Lenners might find themselves surrounded and stuck between the two enemy forces. Nebula didn't think so. Eldar was wrong in his calculations. He was actually going to attack the Lenners troops a few days earlier before they could retreat and win them. By the way, Eldar was very helpful in this, even if he didn't realize it himself. He gave some of his supplies to the Lenners to show that he was surrendering completely. And that was part of Sun Moon's plan too. Those supplies were properly prepared. Meanwhile, the advance of the Lenners' army had slowed considerably, and there was a reason for that. The food of the soldiers was poisoned, and their leader Hattie was simply furious at such news. The food porter reported that the food had gone bad, and there was nothing he could do about it. In that case, Hattie was going to punish him on the spot, but his general asked him to wait and listen to him. It seemed suspicious to him that there had been no problem with the food until yesterday, and what they had eaten recently were supplies received from the elves. Hattie couldn't believe it. He had personally checked the elves' supplies, and there was nothing rotten among them. But according to the general, the supplies, although they looked fresh on the outside, were probably poisoned on the inside. Not for nothing did the god of lizardmen rule over dirty insects. In that case, the information received from the elves couldn't be trusted either, even though the supreme fruition god had given them a prophecy with exactly the same information. General Yubei suggested that the god might have been mistaken, and the elves who were on the same side as the lizardmen probably haven't betrayed them yet. And the spoiled supplies are clear proof of that. They're just trying to trick them. Suddenly a scout came running to them with urgent news. The scouts saw the approaching lizardman army, which is now only a few hours away from here. Yubei immediately asked how many lizardmen there were and got a sad answer for them all. The lizardmen were over 1,500. This was very bad news. After the food poisoning, they only had 900 combat-ready soldiers left. To make matters worse, even if the number of Lenners was the same as the lizardmen, they would have a disadvantage because of their size. And now they were even less in numbers. Now they would definitely lose, and it was pointless to fight openly. So Hattie ordered everyone to retreat and sent a messenger to the king of Sadaros to let him know that they were retreating because of the encounter with the main enemy forces. Yubei suggested to run back straight to the mountains and forest to start a guerrilla war there. That way they would have a chance to win. The entire army of Lennars hurriedly retreated. Hattie hoped that guerrilla warfare would help them realize their small size advantage and thus earn as much time as possible. And if the army of Sadaros could capture Automation's castle in that time, the lizardmen would have no choice but to retreat. Unfortunately, Hattie's plans were not destined to come true. An insurmountable obstacle stood in the way of the Lenners. A huge praying mantis, Seratis, blocked their path, and warned them that they recklessly came to the territory inaccessible to those who do not believe in the blue bug god. The frightened Lenners immediately began to flee from such a monster. But it was too late. Seratis was going to make them pay for this sin with their deaths. Hattie ordered his men to drop everything and scatter to the sides. even though Yubei wanted to stay and fight the monster. Hattie quickly assured him that it was not a simple monster, but a guardian of these evil lizardmen, obeying their god. Which means, this is not their battle. The Supreme Fruition God must send his guardian to save his army, the overgrown rat Neji. The two monsters converged in a desperate battle. Runda watched it all and couldn't believe how bad it was for her. That damn mantis had absurdly high stats. It was the first time she had ever seen so many essences put into one creature with trait monstrosity. Sratis had incredible stats for strength, speed, and intelligence. Such a monster Neji couldn't handle on his own for sure. Runda blamed herself now for being careless and thinking that everything was going well. Now it looked like her army had no choice but to run after all the way they had traveled. But even if they escaped, this creature would definitely reappear and chase the Lenners after killing Neji, whose sacrifice would be in vain. In that case, it was necessary to kill Sratis right here and now. Guardian Sratis had level 11 and only level 4 of Divinity, which gave Runda hope. She had the 9th level of Divinity and Neji had the 3rd. If they teamed up, they would reach the 12th level of Divinity together, and then they would have a chance. Runda was determined to descend to Yubei to help her creation. Together, they could literally defeat Sratis in 30 minutes. Yubei immediately received a divine boost of power. Hattie realized that this Supreme Fruition God had descended on him, and when Yubei ordered him to withdraw his forces while he fought the monster, the king didn't dare to disobey. Runda immediately rushed into battle, just in time because her rat was already barely holding on. But it was still willing to fight to the end. Runda ordered him to shut up and fight, because they couldn't lose to this monster today. She was going to use the time until the Lizardmen forces arrived here to win. There was no mediator here for Nebula to come down and help his guardian, and she wondered if Sratis was afraid of death. Of course not. None of that mattered to him. He was simply fulfilling the task he had been given and would do so until the end. The fierce 2-on-1 battle had begun, and while Neji restrained Sratis' movements, Runda began to tear off his limbs. Though even that wasn't enough to stop the mantis, he easily sent Neji into a knockout. Such pain was insignificant to Sratis, and he even considered it as a blessing from his god. Runda chopped off another limb of his and realized he was crazy. Though it didn't matter now, at this rate in less than 10 minutes, Sratis would be dead. Suddenly, she heard a strange rumbling and stomping. It was hard to believe, but a lone figure was rushing towards them at an incredible speed. It was Sunwoon in Rakrak's body, and Runda didn't understand how he had already arrived here. Sunwoon's power of divinity made Rakrak faster than a cheetah and stronger than an elephant, and when combined with the demonic power of an electric stingray, he became a true one-man army that was almost impossible to stop. All of Runda's calculations were wrong from the start. Yes, it took 3 hours for the main force to get here, but she also had to think about how long it would take Nebula to get here after he descended on Rakrak. When Sunwoon got close enough, he jumped so high that everyone had to raise their heads. Poor Neji realized he was doomed. He had the misfortune of serving the wrong god. Sunwoon had found them, and now there was no escape. Rakrak's fury would leave them no chance. After taking a godly leap into the air, he charges up his spear with that unmatched power of blue lightning, and sends it crashing down like a goddamn meteor. The speed of the spear was so immense that there was barely any time to dodge or outrun it, and Runda ends up taking a nasty cut on her left arm despite her desperate attempt to avoid the hit. Neji goes nuts seeing this stinky lizard attack their god, so it quickly leaps at Sunwoon. But the mantis grabs this overgrown rat with his giant hands and tosses it away like a trash bag. Sunwoon demands the stingray to grant him some of its powers, because he wants to take care of this nuisance of a rat first. With his finger pointed at the fat rat, my guy gives the command, and the stingray is more than happy to comply. So, the white rat gets the biggest electric shock of its life. Although its mind is nearly fried, that one lightning bolt is still not enough to shut it up. So the stingray quickly drops another lightning blast, finally cooking Neji alive and leaving Runda in disbelief. But she doesn't have much time to grieve about the loss of her creation, because the stingray immediately starts throwing zaps at her. Using Yubei's quick reflexes, Runda quickly jumps away in order to save himself. By now, she knows that she can't hold her ground any longer, so she decides to return. Unfortunately, even though she cancels her descent, there's a 9-second cooldown before she can go back, which is bad news for her. If she dies during this time, she'll receive an additional penalty. So, she starts putting some distance between herself and her opponent, just trying to survive these last few seconds. It's even harder for her to stay alive now because she's already dropped a level due to Neji's death, and she can't afford to let Yubei die either. Right at that moment, she spots a fruit and starts devouring it in order to recover some stamina. But her eyes widen as she spots a swarm of insects surrounding her. It doesn't take her long to realize that this isn't an actual attempt to attack, it's just a distraction meant to block her sight. So she steels herself and decides to hang on just a bit longer. There are only 2 seconds left, and when that giant mantis tries to crush her, Runda starts jumping away. But unfortunately for her, Sun Woon grabs her throat from behind. Before she can even try to escape, he crushes her throat like a tomato, leaving blood splattering everywhere. As an outcome of her foolishness, she has already lost Neji along with most of her forces. And the biggest blow of all is that her divinity level has dropped drastically from 9 to 5 due to her failed descent. If she'd managed the descent on time, it would have only dropped to 7. Krampus then connects with her, and it's clear that he's not thrilled with how the battle turned out. He questions her about her level, and without even flinching, she lies, claiming it's still a 7. But Krampus still seems concerned because, in his eyes, this is a major loss. That spooks Runda, because if he thinks losing 2 points is that big of a deal, she's terrified of how he would react if he knew she actually lost 4 points. Anyhow, Krampus believes that with a level 7, she won't have enough faith to conduct internal affairs properly. Runda tries to calm Krampus down by saying everything is under control. However, the reality is that if the orchards, which are maintained by divine miracles, get destroyed, she won't be able to earn anything. This would cause the faith of her followers to drop even more. On top of that, the death of her high priest Yubei has made things worse. Runda then asks if the Sataros are preparing to attack, and Krampus confirms it. Ever since he learned that Eldar has tricked them, his army has started moving quickly. His cavalry should arrive in about 2.5 days. The automation castle should be empty right now, so capturing it shouldn't be too hard. In order to clarify, Runda asks if all she needs to do is delay the main Lizardmen force for 2.5 days. Krampus agrees, believing that Nebula must have used his faith in the fight, so he'll value the defense of the automation castle and march back with his force to save it. This news worries Runda, as it will be difficult to focus on her side of things. If she goes into a guerrilla war with her remaining cavalry, she should be able to last 2 days, but she's not sure whether to tell Krampus the full truth about her situation. In the end, she decides against it, reasoning that if she's going to be screwed, she might as well drag him down with her. The next day, Krampus contacts her and informs her that the Lizardmen forces are advancing in his direction, even though her task was to keep them occupied. Well, we know that she failed her mission, largely because there weren't enough Lenar cavalry to hold them back. However, the biggest issue was the flawed information from the Eldar. According to the original plan, the battle should have taken place on the advantageous terrain of Hukrin, but because the fight happened days earlier than expected, they were forced to engage in an area with no cover or strategic advantage. Krampus is visibly annoyed, as he can already see the defeat looming. With no proper fortress to defend, he has no choice but to redirect his forces and set up a camp in the capital. Runda, on the other hand, knows they're in serious trouble. She can't fathom how Krampus is supposed to fight 17,000 lizardmen with only 800 satyrs. On top of that, the giant mantis, Sratis, is like a walking siege weapon. While her alliance with Krampus is holding for now, she doesn't believe it will last much longer. In fact, she is already making plans to switch sides. She's considering forming an alliance with Wisdom. Even though he is of ill-tempered nature, he's logical and might be a more reliable ally in the long run. Krampus then requests her help, stating that when the siege begins, it would be highly effective to attack Nebula's forces from both sides. She tries to avoid this plan for some obvious reasons, and she suggests she launch an attack on Automation Castle. But Krampus points out that she won't make it there in time. Well, she reluctantly admits he's right. He then agrees her idea isn't totally off base, especially since the Automation Castle is empty. So he suggests a new plan. Her cavalry could head for the castle, while her foot soldiers support him. They'd split the forces, 200 cavalry and 300 foot soldiers. Since there are 400 fewer enemies, they'd only face 1,300 opponents. With his 800 Sataros and her 300 Lenars, Krampus believes they'll be able to hold their ground against the Lizardmen and even secure a victory. But by the looks of Runda's face, it's clear this plan isn't going to go as Krampus hopes. The web of lies she's tangled herself in is closing in on her, and she doesn't know how to get out. She even lied to him that she had already taken care of Nebula's creation, that giant mantis. She knows that if he finds out the truth, she'll lose any chance of an alliance with him. So she quickly decides to lie again. Just then, Krampus picks up a whisper request from Nebula. While Runda tells him to refuse the request, the guy ends up establishing a connection with our boy. Nebula starts off the conversation by asking if they've finally decided to surrender. Naturally, Krampus is annoyed by the arrogance in Nebula's voice. He reminds him not to get too cocky just because he won once, and reassures him that the overall situation is still in their favor. It doesn't take Sun Woon long to piece together what's happening. One glance at Runda's anxiously sweaty face clears any lingering doubts he had, and he can't help but chuckle. The thought of Krampus being lied to by his own partner is just too entertaining for him to control his amusement. Meanwhile, Krampus grows increasingly impatient and irritated, still fuming over the fact that Nebula had kept him blocked from whispering all this time. And now that they're finally connected, this smug taunt is all Nebula has to offer? Sun Woon offers a quick apology, claiming he didn't mean to offend anyone with his words. But regardless, Krampus firmly refuses to surrender or even entertain the thought of defeat. This only deepens Sunwoon's sly smirk beneath his skull hat even more. Without another word, he drops the call. Krampus looks absolutely annoyed as he grumbles about how he can't figure out what that guy is thinking. Runda also reminds him that this is exactly why she advised him not to accept the call from Nebula in the first place. She then grows more anxious as this one concerning thought crosses her mind. What if Sunwoon knows that she lied? After quickly coming up with an excuse, she tells Krampus she needs to check on her army, then hangs up the call and quickly sends whisper requests to Sunwoon. Meanwhile, Sunwoon is just chilling in his seat, watching everything happen before his eyes like a boss keeping tabs on his employees. Then suddenly, his screen lights up with an avalanche of notification spam from Runda, each request piling in one after the other. Since Sunwoon has no reason to reject her requests, he accepts it right away. The moment the call connects, Runda practically and figuratively bursts out of the digital window, immediately starting to berate him for no apparent reason. Sunwoon tries to stay calm as he tells her to take a chill pill. He points out that there's no reason for her to be so mad. If anything, it's him who's frustrated since he's about to be attacked from both sides. But Runda doesn't stop yapping, so Sunwoon, fed up with her nonsense, decides to cut the call. She's not his wife, and he's not going to tolerate her trash talk. So he hangs up, leaving her fuming. Runda, however, immediately reconnects, this time yelling at him even louder for hanging up like that. She reminds him she's not his friend, so he better not treat her like one, then demands to know what he really wants. But Sunwoon isn't in the mood to talk further as long as she keeps bitching. Runda reluctantly swallows her anger, takes a deep breath, and calmly asks why he ended the call when Krampus didn't surrender. In response to her question, Sunwoon explains that his original plan is to secure Krampus's surrender and an agreement from the 5 players to avoid attacking for now. However, given the circumstances, he has decided it might be more efficient to ruin and occupy both Krampus's and Runda's nations, even if it requires extra effort. But Runda counters that at the current stage of civilization, he doesn't have a large enough population to protect all his borders. That is when Sunwoon gives her the gist of his strategy. He plans to take the Satiros land for himself and divide the Lenners' territory among the other 3 players. He is confident they will happily accept free land without having to fight for it. But she counters that she or Krampus won't sit idly if he tried to claim their civilization's land. Well, Sunwoon has already thought it through. He has no intention of letting either her or Krampus stay alive, ensuring there won't be any hiccups in his plan. This leaves Runda visibly shaken. She asks him if this is some sort of threat. Sunwoon, however, remains calm, making it clear that eliminating them is simply one of the options available to him. Realizing she has no way to turn the situation in her favor, Runda surrenders. She asks what he wants in exchange for sparing her life. Without hesitation, Sunwoon demands detailed information about the Lenners, the Satiros, and the Trolls. Well, she can tell him about Satiros since she has an alliance with Krampus, but she's not sure she knows anything about Trolls because she doesn't have any alliance with Wisdom. My guy clears things up by telling her straight that she needs to form an alliance with Wisdom and get him the information. He doesn't care how she does it. Of course, the lady gets mad because she's not about to play double agent for anyone. Out of frustration, she starts punching the screen and ranting nonsense, but my guy just dismisses her. He reminds her that her alliance with Krampus won't last long anyway, especially since this attack will hit Krampus hard, and her last remaining army will fall as well. He threatens her, pointing out the consequences if he tells Krampus about the current state of the battle. Since she's already lied to him, she'll lose her alliances with the other 4 players and be left completely on her own, stuck at level 5. Her face tightens in anger, and she lashes out again, refusing to cooperate. Once the call ends, she just sits back, thinking over everything, trying to figure out a way to get out of this mess. She looks at her Lennar people. While some are living a carefree life, others are praying to her to end the conflicts and battles without anyone getting hurt. But judging by the look on her face, she's not sure if she can respond to those prayers. With no other choice, she contacts Nebula, and my guy smirks, like he was expecting this already. He asks if she's done thinking, to which she replies yes, albeit a bit reluctantly. But my guy just keeps that sassy smile under his hat and decides to start with the info she has on Satiros and the Lenners. Afterwards, the battle with the allied nations ends, and it seems Krampus had a hard time understanding Nebula's ceasefire offer, but Runda managed to convince him, and it ended with a truce. Meanwhile, at the Automation Castle, we meet Hui Kayung's cheerful face. She's apparently holding a conference where representatives from each race are present, and she proposes the idea of creating a merchant alliance. She reminds them that creating a 4-wheel required the help of several experienced merchants, and everyone involved earned profits through interchanges they had. So it would be a good idea for these meetings to continue. She believes that sharing information with each other, purchasing resources in advance before prices rise, and not taxing between the allies when trading with each other would benefit all of them. The white-haired guy, whose name I forgot, also says that they could trade items that are forbidden by their nations in a way that would go unnoticed. They could gather those items in advance, and once the prices rise, they could resell them. It would even be nice to buy up all the stock of certain products and control the prices however they want. The troll representative raises a valid question. Since they're different species from different areas, how can they continue trusting each other in the long term? To which Hui Kaiyong reminds him that there's one way, which is to believe in one god as the basis of their trust. But of course, the troll isn't interested in this, as he's not about to abandon his faith in his god. He counters her by asking, why don't she abandon her god and join him? That's when Hui Kaiyong pulls out a dice and decides to settle everything with a roll. The rule is simple. They'll believe in the god of whoever throws the highest number on the die. Well, we all know how that dice roll ended, and one system window clears up any doubts as well. Under Hui Kaiyong's leadership, the Merchant Alliance, now known as the Fifth Wheel, has been officially created, with the blue insect god as its main deity. This alliance benefits everyone involved by making black market deals, monopolies, and price-fixing practices easier. As a secret merchant alliance, they can now rake in profits without paying any taxes. Sun Woon reflects on how it might be a little early for this kind of secret organization to form, but he had been expecting it. He's impressed by how Hui Kaiyong used her demonic property, probability, to pull this off. She's truly outdone herself this time. With the conflicts over, it's time for everyone to focus on their nations for a while and handle the events that unfolded. This means there won't be any major shifts in borders for some time, which might lead to a bit of stagnation. In the meantime, Sun Woon is determined to prepare more thoroughly for future conflicts with other nations. We've come a long way in the story, so here's a brief overview of how far Nebula's civilization has come. The first major incident involved Rak, who was chased out of the Blue Leather Lizardmen tribe. After being chosen by Nebula, he took control of the tribe. The second major event was the defeat of the Abomination, the ancient Coleoptera. By doing so, Sun Woon obtained the Abomination Essence and created the sacred beast, Sratus. The third major event was the defeat of the Frogman tribe and the two-headed abominable god, which helped Nebula earn the demonic property of lightning. The fourth big moment involved a secret operation and battle for the Automation Castle through Saren. Nebula's prophecy turned out to be true, and Hui Kaiyong eventually took the throne over all her siblings. The fifth event was the defeat of the elves, who invaded the Automation Castle. After their loss, Nebula also subjugated Eldar. Nebula went on to defeat Solongos and Lim Chunsik, moved the elves to the north shore, and conquered the village of dwarves Maganin at the southern edge of the land. Another significant achievement for Nebula was the establishment of Hukrin, with Orizon chosen as the capital city. So far, the players we've encountered include Nebula, Hegemonia, Eldar, Lim Chunsik, and Solongos. The second season opens with a lively camera shot zooming out over a bustling market of Orizon. In one of the booths, we meet Rak alongside another lizard wearing a red gown, Zyol, who proudly showcases a newly produced product to their leader, and the product in question is actually paper. Rak inquires further about it, and Zyol explains that one of the remaining Lenars claimed to be a paper craftsman. Thanks to him, they learned how to make paper, which is lighter and cheaper than silk. Rak wonders if the production process is difficult, but Zyol reassures him that it's quite simple, especially since it was made using the wheels that were created in Orizon. Once the paper supply is steady, they'll be able to use letters more frequently and keep better records, marking a significant step forward in their civilization. You see, with these, recorded history will not be forgotten. It seems like Rak has something he wants to show Zyol as well. Although the paper is good, if someone ruins it, it can't be fixed. Rak continues by saying that he has gallant warriors and wise companions, including Zyol himself, by his side. As long as their god is with them, he believes they can defeat their enemies. However, if those enemies are divided into two, then not even their god can be everywhere at once. So, Rak has come up with a plan. He stretches a line across the map and reveals that they are going to create a barrier. Zyol acknowledges this idea, but reminds his leader that building a wall of this size will take a lot of time. It will need to be taller than the walls of the Automation Castle to act as a proper barrier, since they don't have the dolls of the Automation Castle, and it needs to be built from stone, which is not common. It will still take at least 100 years to complete, even if they gathered all the manpower available and spent all their money. Rak is surprised to hear this, not because it will take so long, but because he had originally thought it would take 200 years. However, Zayol's point still stands. It will be difficult to maintain work for 200 years, and they would need to complete it within 100 years. Since 100 years is still a long way off, Rak decides to think of a more efficient way to handle it. After some thought, Rakrak proposes using the steep river and 3 swamps as natural barriers. If they exclude those areas, it should only take around 80 or maybe even 70 years. But still, this amount of time would take an entire lifetime. So Rakrak decides to propose a different plan altogether. Instead of focusing on delaying the enemy, they could simply call their allies faster. He suggests using fire and smoke signals, a system with 5 chimneys. 1 chimney lit means everything is fine, 2 means an enemy has been discovered, 3 means the enemy is heading their way, 4 means the beacon has been intruded upon, and 5 means the battle has begun. This system would protect the wild without connecting all the walls. The mountains themselves act as natural barriers, and by setting up mountain fortresses in the valleys with beacons on the ridges, they would serve the same function as beacons in the wild. After outlining the entire plan, Rakrak asks Zael for an estimate of how long it would take. The junior quickly responds that it could be completed in 5 years. It's nice to see how they started with a 200-year plan and ended up with one that could be completed in just 5 years. 3 years pass like a breeze, and we find ourselves in Orizon. Inside a mansion, Rakrak sits alone, seemingly lost in thought. He reflects on how maintaining a nation is proving to be harder than creating one. He needs to unite his people internally as much as he needs to defend them from external enemies. Yet every species, aside from humans, fear the lizardmen. While fear makes it easier to command obedience, relying on it alone makes ruling difficult. Without harmony, people will either submit reluctantly or rebel outright. Moreover, he cannot force everyone to place their faith in the blue insect god. If only there were a way to align everyone's hearts. He acknowledges himself as a good fighter but admits that he lacks the intellect to be a true king. Still, he is wise enough to understand that merely living on the same land and coexisting is not enough for true unity. A familiar voice agrees with Rakrak's thoughts, and to his surprise, it belongs to Stargazer, who miraculously walks into the mansion. Stargazer believes that although everyone may live on the same land, they do not live in the same time. Rakrak jumps to his feet in joy and asks his old friend how he's here, as he was supposed to be dead. Stargazer places a finger over Rakrak's mouth to keep his voice low, signaling him to be quiet. At that moment, Rakrak realizes that Stargazer's final words were true. Even if they die, the blue insect god will guide them. He desperately wants to ask Stargazer about the afterlife, but knows that death is a secretive matter, so he refrains from seeking answers. Instead, he asks what Stargazer meant when he said they are not living in the same time. Stargazer looks outside at the stars, then asks Rakrak if he remembers the stories he has told him. Pointing to the sky, he asks if the stars seen in Orizon and those seen in Maganin are the same. Rakrak isn't sure, but he can tell they are different, even if only slightly. Stargazer continues by asking about the lands of the Lenners and the Saturons. Rakrak responds that they are even more different. Stargazer agrees and reminds Rakrak that just as the skies differ, everyone lives in their own time. As a king, Rakrak must learn to live within everyone's time. You see, everyone lives their own lives in their own time. Even though they share the same land, their hearts are divided because of this difference. As a king, Rakrak must understand this. As far as Rakrak knows, from all the things he has learned from Stargazer, others read time in their own unique way. He realizes that their previous misunderstanding with the dwarves occurred because each species counts days differently. This realization feels overwhelming to Rakrak, and when Stargazer asks why it is difficult, Rakrak responds that teaching is challenging, especially to those who are hostile to the lizardmen. Stargazer explains that this is exactly why he's here. He points to the blue shining star and tells Rakrak that this star represents him. If aligned with neighboring stars, it forms a constellation of Rakrak atop a cockatrice. This wandering star, which shines in the spring and dims in the winter, is named Owen. Stargazer believes that when the time comes, Owen will graze Rakrak as it passes by, and Rakrak will be able to hear all the stories Owen has collected so far. Rakrak enjoys the time with Stargazer, and as Stargazer shows him the Forgment, Shunin, Auloi, and even the figures of Lord Hui Kayung, Siren, the Ogre Chief Kijin, and Tamaridu, Rakrak feels the warmth of their shared moment. Everyone is together, living in harmony, even if only for a short time. Eventually, Stargazer senses the god calling him back, and he knows it is time to leave. Rakrak, not wanting this moment to end, insists that Stargazer stay a little longer, saying he still has so much to share. But Stargazer dismisses this, telling him that such things are part of the business of living. Curious, Rakrak asks about the afterlife, hoping Stargazer will reveal more about it. Stargazer, with a somber tone, responds that the afterlife is the business of the dead. Hearing this, Rakrak feels sad. He wanted to know more about what happens after death, as it is something that has always frightened him. Stargazer acknowledges this fear, admitting that those who live should rightfully feel afraid of death. He goes on to explain that the dead cannot change anything. Even if their god allows them to watch, they can do nothing more, for that is their limit. Only the living can work to change things, and Rokrak should never forget this. As Rokrak sees the constellation of their god, he quickly falls to his knees in reverence. But suddenly he hears his name being called. He wakes up from his dreamlike state to see Zaol standing in front of him. It's a crucial time, and all his vassals have assembled to discuss matters of great importance. Rokrak orders Zaol to bring him a large piece of paper and some charcoal, and he wants enough paper to draw out the sky. Meanwhile, the system window announces a significant achievement: the creation of the Hunting Star Calendar, the first calendar in Green Cityac. This calendar is based on constellations and marks months according to the positions of stars. The Hunting Star Calendar is noted for its accuracy, reflecting the actual orbital period with 99.8% precision. It has been adopted by 3 nations and is recognized as a near-perfect system for organizing time. Nebula observes this notification with pride. He recalls how he had dispatched Stargazer to lay the groundwork for this very accomplishment. Though this has cost him a lot, the more information Stargazer revealed, the more faith value dropped. Transferring knowledge from the afterlife isn't free, but it was a necessary investment. It seems like he's on a call with Runda, and he's glad that the Lenners are also going to benefit from this calendar. But judging by Runda's sour face, she doesn't look grateful at all. Nebula further explains that it's a solar calendar calculated using leap years, not just based on the moon. She could at least pretend to be a little happier about it. Instead, she only acts like she's happy but is clearly not. She explains that she somehow managed to fool Krampus and Wisdom, but she borrowed too many resources from him while trying to keep up appearances. Now she's too stressed to dance to his tune. Nebula then asks why she contacted him, to which she reveals that a new force is about to appear in the middle of the continent. This surprises Nebula, and the girl further states that this could even be a player. Sunwoon asks the reason behind her thought, but right at that moment, he gets 2 system notifications revealing something about a clash of civilizations. It seems 2 divided tribes have come into contact, and both tribes will experience a huge boost in experience. Nebula also gets an additional warning that the opposing tribe possesses faith. This notification clears up any lingering doubts that it's not an NPC tribe, but it doesn't make sense for a player to suddenly appear in the middle of the continent either. What makes it even more suspicious is that it's been around 22 years since the game started, and this tribe hasn't made any moves until now. They just appeared out of nowhere. Nebula mentions that it could be an abominable god, but Runda explains that she can send whispers to them, and they show up in the local player inventory, so there's no way it's an NPC. Her whispers are getting blocked. Sunwoon doesn't fully trust her, so he asks if she might be trying to trick him as well. That's when she sends him all of the sauce she has regarding this mysterious player and its civilization. She further explains that the information regarding vampires has been sent by the player, whose nickname is AR-1026, who controls the Juman civilization, whose main species is Nixon, which is called Nix in singular form. Normally, AR-1026 would have only sent this to her ally, Zhangwan, but she also sent it to Wisdom, Krampus, and to Runda as well. After seeing the information before his eyes, this literally makes 0 sense to our boy, and Runda agrees with him. He then asks her what they're calling this new player, to which she states that the first character is the Hanja Joel, so they took the next 2 characters and named them Jael Wooby. Nebula reflects on how not only should this player with such a unique name not exist, but the mysterious species vampire shouldn't exist either. The people you see in this scene fighting are the Nix, and some of them have turned into vampires after getting bitten. The system window then further reveals that the vampires infect others like zombies, transforming them into their own species. The transformation usually takes a day, or at most a few days. During the transformation, their abilities generally decrease, but occasionally they can increase. Runda finds it fascinating that even Nebula doesn't seem to know about this vampire species, to which he agrees. She further reveals that, according to Krampus, they might not know because it's an event with an extremely low probability of occurring. But Nebula believes that no such thing could exist, and thinks it's more like DLC, similar to an expansion pack to the game. He reminds her that this perished world is not exactly the same as the one they used to play in the game, and they no longer have the graphic options window or the logout window, meaning they can't log out. If things that once existed can disappear, then it's also possible for things that never existed to suddenly appear. Nebula then decides to inform the approaching threat to AR, who is another player, and AR should also look into the matter of who is behind all this. But Runda believes that wouldn't be of any help, because Wisdom and Krampus have both decided to keep an eye on vampires for now too. She also shares that she's experienced zombie apocalypse events in the game before, and this one has a much slower infection rate. However, Nebula argues that, compared to zombies with low intelligence, these vampires maintain their intelligence and should not be underestimated. Runda is still unsure whether she should inform AR about the looming vampire threat. AR has an alliance with Zhangwan, while Wisdom is playing solo. Meanwhile, with her alliance with Krampus, there are 3 distinct factions, all of them currently at war with one another. If AR is weakened by this vampire madness, it would directly benefit her and her partner. Nebula acknowledges her thought process and decides to meet her later to discuss further. With that, he ends the call and starts reviewing the information he has received about the vampires. However, he still hasn't figured out the source of this strange anomaly. The scene transitions to a mountainous region, where 5 major players are on a conference call together. The first player, Jiangwan, wears a large mask over his face. He is the invisible flow god, his species is kobold, and his nation is Amgal. The third participant is AR-1026, known as the invisible root god, but we will simply call her AR from now on. Her species is Nyx, and her nation is Guman. They are apparently discussing whether to turn to help Hegemonia or Nebula, but from Krampus's perspective, they're both equally douchebags, and Runda agrees with him. However, she believes it will be easier to communicate with Nebula than with Hegemonia. While everyone has expressed their opinion, there's still one person left who hasn't given his statement, who is Wisdom, the tangled and entwined god. His main species is Troll, and his nation is Sukmion. He approves of Runda's idea as well. With the speak of the devil, Nebula also joins the Skype call to figure things out. My guy feels smug, knowing everyone was just talking about him. Of course, they all give him cold, unamused looks. But Wisdom gets straight to business and initiates the conversation by asking Nebula if he knows why they called him here. Naturally, my guy plays it cool. He admits he has a hunch but adds that predictions aren't always right. Runda, absolutely annoyed, thinks to herself how this bastard is acting clueless, even though she sent him all the information beforehand. Wisdom cuts to the chase and reminds Nebula that something unusual is happening in the center of the continent. A player everyone is calling Jiol Wubi has emerged with a new species, known as vampires. Nebula acknowledges this, agreeing that he knows about it. He also confirms that the vampires, which began in AR's Juman lands, have now spread to the territories of all 5 players and become a significant force. Well, of course Nebula knows everything, that's just expected of him, so no one seems particularly surprised. Wisdom gets to the point and asks directly if Nebula will lend his help. But my guy throws the question right back, asking why he should help. This little statement leaves everyone silent for a moment. Meanwhile, Runda thinks to herself how much this guy loves to play these kinds of games. Wisdom explains that due to the locusts that recently appeared in their fertile regions, their food supplies have dwindled, and everyone knows Nebula is the one who caused it. But our boy brushes it off, stating that since Krampus and Runda already attacked him before, he feels like they're even now. Jiangwan loses his mind to hear this, and argues back that it wasn't even a proper war. Seeing this shitty cat getting ahead of himself, my guy outright challenges him. If they're so pissed, they can come at him any time. Before things escalate, Wisdom quickly tries to calm Jiangwan down. He believes Nebula is acting cocky on purpose, and warns that if they let their anger prevent them from securing his help, the situation will spiral out of control. Jiangwan doubts if Nebula's behavior is intentional, but Wisdom reassures him that it is. With tensions somewhat under control, Wisdom redirects the conversation back to the main topic. He points out that if they work together, they might be lucky enough to defeat the vampires on their own. But if their luck runs out, the vampires will continue growing their forces, and everyone will eventually have to beg Nebula for help anyway. Our guy, of course, feels a smug satisfaction seeing just how well aware they all are of the importance of his existence. Since Nebula has no reason to help them, he can simply just sit back and watch them get screwed. But Wisdom counters, arguing that if they collapse, it will eventually bring trouble to Nebula as well. Facing 5 divided opponents is far easier than dealing with a united force of vampires. This remark leaves Nebula momentarily speechless because Wisdom's reasoning is solid. Nebula recalls seeing his name in the top 10 rankings back in the game. If this is the same person, Wisdom is one of the most talented players among them. Still, Nebula isn't about to agree just because of that. He fires back, saying that dealing with one united opponent is still easier for him. Runda then asks him if his refusal to help is simply because he lacks the motivation. But Nebula denies what she has assumed, and finally reveals that if they want his help, he expects to be appropriately rewarded. Wisdom, quick to follow up, asks what kind of reward Nebula wants. With his usual calm demeanor, Nebula lays out his conditions, stating that he wants 3 people each from the candle craftsman, glass craftsman, and brick craftsman categories. These both talents have been monopolized by individual civilizations, and he wants them as well. Additionally, he also wants 12 wagons of gold. Nebula's demand leaves everyone bewildered. Krampus practically boils with rage and starts calling out Nebula for taking advantage of their desperation. He goes as far as to accuse him of working with Jiol Wubi, but our guy calmly responds to this angry red tomato that if they show him attitude, they're just asking to get screwed. Before the situation can escalate any further, Wisdom steps in once again. He suggests they take some time to think things over and promises to call Nebula back once everyone has made up their minds. With that, the call ends. Not long after, Nebula gets another video chat request. He returns promptly, and this time, Wisdom announces that they've accepted his conditions. Wisdom promises that they'll send the craftsmen tonight and will progressively deliver gold as they collect it. In return, they want Nebula to share his plan for defeating Wubi and the vampires. He is confident that Nebula must have a strategy in mind if he was bold enough to demand such a hefty reward. But Nebula subverts everyone's expectations by casually stating that their assumptions are wrong, because he's already put his plan into action. We then see this unknown Nyx appear on Nebula's display, and it would not be surprising if this turned out to be the Lord of Vampires and faithful follower of Wubi. The scene transitions into a flashback. We see Juman engulfed in flames. Amidst the destruction, a lone woman escapes the gruesome scene alive, and this woman appears to be same lady we just saw. The tragedy unfolded due to a sudden attack by the Null tribe. During the assault, the human tribe's chiefess, her mother, was sacrificed. Her mother fought valiantly, putting her life on the line, but ultimately perished. Following this disaster, the invisible root god chose a new chief from another family, marking the downfall of the original bloodline. Now, the newly appointed chief is ruthlessly hunting down the survivors of the former ruling family in order to purge the original power. She can't believe this is the result of being loyal to their god. She wants to know the reason why they got abandoned by their god. How could the invisible root god could not grant her even the smallest miracle? She starts to wonder if they were nothing more than disposable pawns to their god all along. Desperate and broken, she begs the invisible root god to answer her prayers. But just as her pleas echo into the void, a dark and mysterious entity appears right in front of her. She's bewildered, staring at this unknown figure, and starts to wonder if the god is here to kill her. But at this point, she has nothing left to lose. It doesn't matter what happens to her anymore. Mustering the last of her strength, she asks the entity for just one sip of water. The entity throws a pouch filled with blood and a piece of rotten meat at her feet. But to her eyes, that disgusting filth looked like sweet, cool water and freshly baked bread. She starts thanking the entity, tears streaming down her face as she takes a bite of the bread. After devouring the rotten meat and drinking the blood, she surrenders herself completely to the entity. She promises to do anything for it. At that moment, the entity offers her a sword. The moment she grabs it, her hand begins to move on its own, and before she knows it, the sword is pointed right at her. In desperation, she begs the entity to save her, and eventually her hand stops moving. After getting overwhelmed by the entity's apparent generosity, she decides to consider it her new god. She vows to serve it, whatever it desires, and she calls it the Blood and Rotten Meat God. A system notification flashes to reveal that the Blood and Rotten Meat God has chosen Chief Shaven, and with that, the first vampire is born. The scene transitions back to Nebula, who is observing the vampire's rapid growth. In just 6 months, their population has skyrocketed to 6,000. Within less than a year, the vampire forces have grown to 4,000 strong. With that army, they launched an attack and conquered Guman's capital. AR, one of the players, perished while using Descent, losing both her life and her creation. Her level has probably dropped to 4 now. If anyone had helped AR when the vampire force was still small and wiped them out back then, this wouldn't have happened. But instead, all of the players decided not to help her. And now, this is the result, the foundation of the vampire nation. The nation is called Baeka White Fang, and the leader of the vampires calls himself the Vampire King. The generals are mainly the vulnerable beings cast away by other nations, and their ultimate goal is to get revenge on the gods who abandoned them. Nebula promises to tell them how to defeat these vampires, but the question is whether they'll even be able to handle it now. You see, vampires have 3 weaknesses, but Krampus cuts our boy mid-sentence, because he is surprised to hear this, since he thought they only had 2 weaknesses. Nebula then asks him to share the 2 weaknesses he knows, so they can see if he's right. Krampus says it's common knowledge that vampires can't go near sunlight, and they're weak to silver. The 3rd weakness, he thinks, must be that they get weaker the more generations go by. But Nebula corrects him, saying that's actually a strength, not a weakness. Here's the thing. Higher-level vampires have outstanding physical abilities, but they're still weak to sunlight and silver. As generations pass, their physical abilities do get weaker, but so do the effects of sunlight and silver on them. Wisdom then asks about the plan Nebula had mentioned earlier. According to scouts Wisdom has spread around, it seems like the vampires haven't started moving yet. But Nebula clarifies that Baeka is already on the move. Just so you are not confused, Baeka is the vampire civilization name. Nebula then finally reveals that being vampires is their own inherent weakness, which is the 3rd weakness he was talking about. Krampus asks for further clarification on their 3rd weakness, and Nebula takes a moment to check the Baeka force's marching status from the past few days. He shows them that they have a force of 4,000 strong, dividing themselves into groups of 1,000 and spreading out in all 4 directions, starting from the center of the continent. It looks like it would be easy to defeat them, but the balance comes from the fact that each nation's force is only about 1,000 strong, so it's just balanced out. Runda looks at the 4 maps Nebula shows her and points out that they all look the same. Nebula explains that these maps are from different days, which means the armies haven't moved at all. Runda argues that maybe they've just stopped reorganizing. But Nebula disagrees, saying that they wouldn't be able to stop all 4 armies just for that. He believes there must be another reason they've become undetectable, and he thinks it's connected to the 3rd weakness of the vampires. Wisdom finally asks him what that 3rd weakness is. Nebula reminds them how everyone used to treat vampires like zombies at first. But there's a big difference between the two, which is that the vampires have intelligence. You see, zombies are just people who've been infected by a disease, so there's no individual behavior to them. But vampires are different. Vampires have ranks, and some of them are even forced into becoming vampires. The lower-level vampires are subservient to the mediocre-level ones, and the mediocre ones, in turn, are subservient to the high-level vampires. But this subservience starts to break down as you go lower in the ranks. Runda's mind struggles to make sense of what Nebula is saying, so Wisdom steps in to clarify. He explains that what Nebula means is that the lower-level vampires don't have the same sense of purpose or loyalty as the higher-level ones. Nebula further clears out that the key to the cohesion between vampires lies in this inherent subservience. At first, vampires had to kill others to make them obey, or even just to survive. In that process, vampires themselves got hunted as well, so they had to stick together for protection, and the weak followed the superior. But once the nation of vampires, Beka, was founded, they were placed in an environment where they could survive without having to kill anyone. Basically, the vampires no longer have a clear reason to fight. All they have left is a vague sense of subservience to their superiors, but even that's starting to weaken. Some of the generals don't want to risk heavy losses. Now that their immediate needs are met, they're no longer starving, they're thinking beyond survival. They're planning ahead, strategizing, and waiting to see which general will make the first move. Later we see one of the vampire generals, General Juner, sitting in his quarters. He's frustrated, thinking about how to take control of the continent before their chance slips away. He can't figure out why the other generals aren't making a move. Suddenly, he hears the creak of a door. Someone is standing there, shining direct sunlight at him through a mirror. As soon as the sunlight touches his skin, it starts to burn. Acting quickly, Juner throws a dagger with deadly precision. The blade hits the mysterious person, who is a woman, right between her eyes, and she drops to the ground. It turns out she had intentionally used the mirror to flash sunlight into the room, knowing that sunlight is a vampire's weakness. Juner's servant arrives on the scene and apologizes for the disturbance in his sleep. He explains that one of their feeds managed to escape and cause trouble. Juner, however, calmly assures him that the woman came inside before he went to sleep. The servant asks why he hasn't gone to bed yet, to which Juner explains that he's still trying to figure out what the other generals are thinking. He then asks his servant if he has any ideas. The servant says it's because not everyone follows the blood and rotten meat god. Well, Juner already knows this, especially since Satiros follow the life-proving god. The servant goes on to say that there are some vampires who follow that same god as well. Juner is shocked and questions how such beings could even exist. He despises the gods who abandoned them. To him, only the blood and rotten meat god has cared for them, so he finds it absurd that there are vampires who don't follow their god. The robed figure explains that not everyone became a vampire by choice. While there's no doubt that the vampire king Shaven carefully selected his generals to become vampires, it's likely that the generals who turned others into vampires weren't as careful with their selections. Among the generals, there might be those who don't think the same way anymore, which could explain why some of them have stopped moving. Juner insists that they must understand that they have no choice but to serve the one who gave them immortality, the owner of the teeth who bit them. But the servant counters, arguing that loving the one who made them a vampire doesn't mean they have to obey everything they say. After Beka was founded, every general had to fight against the others to conquer better lands. The servant advises Juner that this is why they don't want to make the first move and risk heavy losses. They need to maintain their forces. Juner acknowledges what his servant has said. He tells him to inform all their soldiers that once the sun sets, they'll begin marching. He's determined to show the vampire king Shaven that there's a general who's different from the others. Meanwhile, Nebula tells the group that one of the vampire armies will likely start moving soon because one of the generals seems particularly faithful and subservient. Krampus points out that if they move again, their weakness might no longer be effective. Wisdom explains that it's enough to understand the principles behind their actions. If their movements are predictable, then he's sure they can manipulate them through miracles and buy themselves some time. By delaying vampire supply lines alone, they can break up the vampire armies. With more control over the situation, they'll have more options to play with. Krampus throws in a jab, thanking the Starhead for his thorough explanation. But Wisdom quickly responds annoyingly that this is not a star. Nebula then asks what it is then. Wisdom then proudly reveals that it's the great dodecahedron of the Kepler point polyhedra. A brief silence falls over the group after hearing such a long, strange name. Surprisingly, no one laughs, and Nebula even promises to keep that in mind going forward. He also apologizes for mispronouncing his title previously. Wisdom then asks if Nebula is planning to create social division to break up the vampire army. Contrary to Wisdom's expectation, Nebula explains that while breaking them up could work, it would take too long, and the damage would be spread out. So instead, he's going to do the opposite, bring them back together. The masked figure asks how Nebula plans to unify them. Nebula clarifies that their confidence is the thing that is dragging these vampires down. They are so damn sure of themselves that they can defeat everyone, so they are spreading out everywhere. That's why he's planning to strike them with one big blow to turn everyone's eyes on him. The scene transitions back to Yuener, where his servant barges into the room to announce the arrival of enemy forces. Juner quickly asks if the attackers are the Satyros. The servant says no because it's actually Hukrin's lizardmen. Meanwhile, the perspective shifts to our party. After riding on their cockatrices for what feels like an eternity, they finally reach their destination. Rockrak looks visibly excited as he asks Zael if he has heard of Tatar, a legendary warrior who once defeated 10 trolls by himself. According to rumors, Tatar is now working in the southern archipelagos and has climbed to a high-ranking position. Now that he thinks about it, Rockrak proudly reflects on how, no matter how much he trains, there are still countless warriors stronger than him. He admits that he rarely gets the chance to truly flex his muscles. But now, after seeing a few trolls in the distance, he grins and declares that it's high time he works hard to try and steal Tatar's fame. Zael gives his leader a pleasant smile and says that Rockrak is already a great general and an elite warrior, claiming that fame like Tatar's should be no big deal for someone of his caliber. But Rockrak reminds him that, in order to become an elite warrior, one must be greedy. With that, my lizard guy begins slaughtering those bastards left and right. That's when Juener charges like a raging bull in the name of the god of blood and rotten meat. However, that bastard eventually gets his head severed. So far, including this one, Rockrak has killed 9 trolls. Zael teasingly smiles as he notes that Rockrak is still 1 troll short of claiming the title for the highest troll kills. But Rockrak explains that his share has decreased because everyone got excited after hearing what he said, and they all went crazy. He also reminds Zael that since the last troll he killed was a general, it should at least count as 2. However, Zael rubs salt in the wound by reminding him that there's only 1 head, so it's not possible to count it as 2. Still, Rockrak reminds him that they aren't even trolls, since they're vampires. Anyway, after clearing out the entire town, our party decides to reorganize camp and check their equipment as they prepare to venture deeper. The scene transitions to the residence of the King of the Vampires, where Shivan looks annoyed to hear that General Juner has died along with 400 soldiers. There are around 300 enemies, and they're from the Cockatoo Cavalry warriors of Hukrin. When the lady hears that only 300 warriors wiped out 400 vampires, she's completely baffled. This foxy guy, whose name I don't know, explains that they are from the Cockatoo Cavalry and attacked while everyone else was stationed. The lady just tells him to shut the hell up. She acknowledges that they are incidentally strong troops, but for them to attack so quickly, they would need to have reduced their supplies, meaning they would have to rely on procuring resources from the area. However, the fact that they came through another nation's land suggests that Hukrin and Danium, along with other nations, may in fact be in an alliance. She sits down with a map spread across the table, reflecting on how Hukrin's troops are receiving supplies from the Satyros, while overtaking their territory here in Becca, even though this won't become their land. Or at least this is what she thinks. Most of the vampire soldiers are stationed in separate units, leaving only a handful to protect the village. There's no effective way to block the advancing enemy. To make matters worse, the remaining 3 generals are still hesitating to move. This leaves her with only 2 choices. Either send Yuener's remaining 600 scattered soldiers to block the 300 lizardmen, or mobilize their current entire force of 3,600 soldiers to attack Hukrin's mainland. The former option isn't entirely disadvantageous since the god of blood and rotten meat would support them. However, the enemy cavalry could simply avoid direct confrontation and continue invading the territory. On the other hand, launching an attack on Hukrin is a dangerous gamble. Moving the army elsewhere without properly securing the situation here could lead to disaster. She struggles to make a decision on her own, unsure of the best course of action. Just then, her gaze drifts to the moon outside. Her eyes widen as she notices the moon has turned red. Acting quickly, she orders her servant to gather all the generals and soldiers, because she wants to march to the east, and the whole force will attack Hukrin's land. We return to the players, where Wisdom acknowledges Nebula's cleverness in uniting the enemies. He asks her if they are planning to carry out a pincer attack. Nebula replies that it would be nice, but questions whether anyone here even has the forces necessary to execute such a maneuver. He reminds them how AR's Nixon forces were practically annihilated when the capital was conquered, and Runda's Lenars are in poor shape. However, the other three factions are in better condition. The masked man admits that his forces are in good shape and offers his support. However, Nebula points out that his forces are too far away to align with the necessary timing. This leaves Wisdom and Krampus as the only two who can realistically help. Wisdom volunteers to send 300 soldiers, while Krampus agrees to contribute around 500. Nebula acknowledges this and states that this should be sufficient. He then predicts that if the vampires plan to attack Hukrin, they will either have to cross the wilds or raid the mountain fortress on the path leading to the Automation Castle. He confidently asserts that the vampires will almost certainly choose the latter. From the vampires' perspective, it's difficult to avoid the sunlight in the wilds, but the mountain paths provide shade, allowing them to attack the villages along the way to replenish their blood supply. Nebula plans to chase the vampire forces from behind, using his own cavalry of 3,000 along with Wisdom and Krampus's forces, while keeping their distance to avoid getting too close. Wisdom agrees with the plan, but he expresses concern that if they follow the vampires too far behind Becca's rear scouts, he questions whether Hukrin's mountain fortress can withstand an attack from more than 3,000 soldiers alone. Nebula gives him a sassy smirk and asks why he thinks Hukrin can't handle that. Seeing our boy's confidence, Wisdom is now certain that it will be fine. He concludes that the rest of them will have to focus on suppressing the vampires within their forces, and Zhangwan will need to use those forces to reclaim AR's territory. He's confident that they'll be able to significantly reduce their faith value, and by lowering the number of vampires on the front lines, they can make a considerable impact. The only thing bothering him, though, is that Jeol Wubi has barely used their faith resources, aside from using them to descend when capturing the capital. Since then, they haven't been utilized at all. Currently, Becca holds the greatest territory on the third continent, and boasts a large number of regular vampire soldiers. This is often overlooked due to the prejudice that vampires are an overpowered species, but they're actually quite skilled as players. Considering this, Nebula wonders if Jeol Wubi's current divinity level might be quite high. If he takes this into account and calculates their possible highest level, they might already be at level 17. If that's the case, the dignity skill obtained at level 16 could become a problem. Still, Nebula is certain there's a way forward, even if this presents a challenge. The scene transitions to Hukrin, where we see the vampire king Shaven gritting her teeth in frustration. The path ahead of them is treacherous, steep with a sharp elevation, and there isn't a single place to hide from sunlight until they reach the castle. She wonders if there's anything they can use to overcome this challenge. Her assistant hesitates before suggesting that the big weasels might be the only option, but they don't have enough of them to be effective. She then orders him to use the Lenars and trolls to approach the castle walls, equipping them with large hammers to break down the defenses. The assistant, visibly uneasy, reminds her that this approach will result in heavy casualties. The Vampire King, however, coldly states that they can use the bodies of the fallen to make the steep slope more manageable. That's when a sinister plan forms in her mind. If she's going to build stairs from dead bodies, they don't necessarily have to be vampire bodies. Her assistant quickly catches on to her plan, realizing that she intends to use the slaves as both a distraction and a means to diminish their supplies in the process. She then reveals that she's heard rumors about the slaves, how all the gods have forsaken them except for one, a single god who has yet to give up on them. Later, we see the vampires forcefully escorting all the slaves, demanding they march ahead. Inside the tent, many other slaves cower in fear, knowing they'll be next. The boy reflects bitterly that, at the end of the day, they were nothing more than slaves and food to the vampires. The gods he had once believed in have forsaken them. If that wasn't true, their god wouldn't have abandoned them like this for no reason. The blood and rotten meat god does not accept prayers from those who were brought in as slaves. However, there are rumors circulating that the Lizardmen of Hukrin are fighting back viciously on vampire territory. This rumor has sparked a glimmer of hope among the slaves. The blue insect god, the unknown god they've come to believe in, now represents their last saving grace, their final hope. The time has come, and the remaining slaves are ordered to step outside. While people from different species cower in fear, that human boy stands up. He knows that keeping hope alive is pointless, but Blue Insect God is the only thing they have. As he steps forward, his eyes fall on the piles of bodies lined up along the path, forming a gruesome ladder. He knows he's next in line to become part of this horrific construction. The vampire soldiers bark their orders, explaining their grim mission. The slaves are to run toward the castle doors of the Lizardmen. If the Lizardmen are willing to save them, they'll open the gates. The crowd recoils in terror as they're shoved forward, forced to march. Ahead, they can see the treacherous path to the castle, with 3 bends leading up the slope. No one has ever made it past the second bend. The vampire commander starts the countdown. When he reaches 5, the order is given. Everyone must charge toward the castle. The boy has no choice but to run. The countdown is ticking down, and if he doesn't move, he'll be slaughtered anyway. As he starts to sprint, another slave is decapitated by the vampires, and the rest follow suit, desperate to escape the same grisly end. The boy runs as fast as he can, but just then, an arrow comes flying toward him. No, not just one arrow, but a barrage, ready to pierce them all. The Vampire King's plan is simple: crush any remaining hope the slaves might have. By doing so, she can build her troops' morale and reduce their expenses, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Her assistant questions what they'll do if the Lizardmen actually open the doors and accept the slaves, but the Vampire King Shaven coldly asks him if he can't see they're shooting arrows at them. She believes that unless the Lizardmen's commander has gone mad, there's no way they would open their castle doors. However, if they do decide to open the doors and pretend to be saviors, that would work in her favor too. She could launch an attack then. To her, the gods have abandoned the slaves. Even those who still believe in them are nothing more than tools in the eyes of the gods, to be used and discarded as they please. She believes that only the blood and rotten meat god is their true savior, and that only those who refuse to believe in him are abandoned. She is determined to prove this point to everyone here. The boy, meanwhile, is running as fast as he can, miraculously avoiding all the arrows. He glances around and notices that there are no bodies nearby, meaning he must have made it farther than anyone else. Yet, eventually he stops running. The vampires watch him curiously, wondering why he stopped and why the Lizardmen have ceased their shooting. The boy, on the other hand, is certain that there's no way the gates will open. Running toward them is pointless. It was clear from the start that opening the gates would mean inviting a frontal assault from the vampires. The vampires shout at him to keep running or risk being shot from behind, but the boy doesn't move. He has finally come to terms with the truth that whether he makes it to the end or not, he will die anyway. Their gods have abandoned them, so there's no reason for them to keep running like this. Tears begin to fall, filled with sorrow, as he asks himself why they were even born into a world where they've been abandoned by their gods. The boy, desperate for an answer to his pleas, suddenly notices blue butterflies gracefully entering the scene. Their ethereal presence catches him off guard. His wishes have been heard. The front gate opens. Meanwhile, from the Lizardmen's perspective, the one atop the wall is bewildered to see that the vampires are sending more unarmed troops toward them, and the Lizardmen are unsure of their intentions. Their commander is equally uncertain, but he has a hunch that the vampires are using the slaves to lessen the slope of the hill. That is when a familiar voice inquires whether using slaves in this manner is truly beneficial. The commander Quetzal replies that the vampires are likely trying to end things quickly by discarding their excess food supplies, basically, throwing away what they no longer need. It's Rakrak gracing the scene, and he considers the possibility that there may be a different reason behind all of this. The commander Quetzal continues, explaining that the great General Yu has fought in countless battles against vampires, so the commander is sure that the word that Lizardmen are killing vampires will reach far and wide. The commander Quetzal believes it's more likely that the vampires are using these slaves to turn public opinion against the Lizardmen. Knowing the main castle door won't be opened, the vampires will make it clear that there is no hope for the slaves, thus making it easier to control them. He is quite impressed that the vampire commander is far more strategic and wise than they had initially anticipated. But Rakrak states that he has another plan and instructs the soldiers to open the door on his signal. The commander is bewildered by this and asks their leader if he truly intends to save the slaves. He warns that those people may not be slaves but weapons the vampires have been hiding. Rakrak makes it clear that this is why they're taking precautions, by shooting them twice if necessary. The commander argues that even if they open the doors, they won't be able to save more than a few dozen people, so taking such a big risk is pointless. Rakrak simply gives his friend a sly smile and asks if he's trying to resist his leader's decision. While Rakrak has no doubt that Quetzal is a capable commander, he also remembers how Quetzal always loses to him in games. Rakrak commands Quetzal to open his eyes and understand. Though Quetzal is quick with numbers and logical in his thinking, he lacks the imagination to see the bigger picture. As these ethereal butterflies float around Quetzal, he is momentarily caught off guard. Rakrak, however, announces with confidence that their god has granted them permission to open the castle doors. The gates creak open and that slave boy finally enters the palace. He is exhausted and collapses to his knees. Meanwhile, Rakrak stands at the front gate and shouts to everyone to use silver against the vampires. He warns them to be cautious and save the injured slaves while pushing back the vampires. Soldiers on the wall report that the vampire cavalry is approaching. As soon as the gate opened, they started moving quickly among the slaves. While the slaves pour inside, the Lizardmen stand guard at the gate, scanning each individual to ensure they're not enemies. Rakrak then grabs the last slave and pushes her toward the gate. As a vampire charges at Rakrak, he responds by using his electricity, sending a powerful lightning shock. The descending bolt is so intense that it's visible from miles away, even catching the attention of the Vampire King. Her attendant apologizes to her, saying they didn't expect the enemies to open their gates. Lord Shaven, however, claims that she didn't anticipate this either, but has no choice but to proceed as planned and begin the attack. Once the attendant receives the orders, he decides to rally the soldiers. Meanwhile, Shivan reflects on the one benefit of her vampire army, its composition of different species. The Lenars are fast and skilled with most weaponry, while the Kobolds are small and nimble, making it easy for them to dodge arrows. The Trolls are strong enough to withstand a couple of attacks, and the Nixon and Satiros are solid all-rounders, forming the core of her forces. Being able to take full advantage of each species' strengths is her victory plan. On top of that, they have the power of being vampires, with the third-generation specialty. The captain of the Nixon is so strong that he can rival the strength of some trolls. A hill castle like the one ahead should be able to hold around 2,000 troops, and she has managed to win battles with the same number in the past. But this time she has 3,400 soldiers, so there's no doubt in her mind that she will win. There's no way she can lose. Meanwhile, my guy is watching her live on the screen, and he is more than ready to prove her wrong. He had already anticipated that Shaven has no idea how to take over a hill castle, and now his hunch has been proven correct. He expected this much because there isn't a single commander in this generation with the experience needed to conquer a hill castle. Most of them must think it's just like attacking any other castle. Only Rokrak and Zaol, who have designed these strategies and trained in simulations, would truly understand how to approach this. You see, a regular castle and a hill castle are two completely different challenges. Even if vampires are skilled archers, none of their bows can match the precision or power of Rokrak's Lizardmen archers. On top of that, his archers have the advantage of aiming from a higher elevation to the ground below, and even if the vampires manage to climb and reach the castle walls, the Lizardmen are already prepared to deal with them. Massive rocks are ready to be hurled down, sending any intruders crashing back to where they came from. Next comes the batch of the strongest second and third generation vampires. These elite warriors boast impressive stats, but even they are no match for Rokrak's godly lightning attacks. A single strike of his lightning is enough to decimate the entire group. Rokrak, pipe in hand, casually smokes while literally smoking these bastards off the battlefield. Moments later, the front of the hill castle is littered with the corpses of vampires who had foolishly believed that attacking such a fortified position was a wise decision. The attendant reports the grim news to Lord Shaven that they have lost 600 warriors in this last attack. Shivan, visibly annoyed, does not bother to think it over, and immediately orders preparations for another assault. She declares that she must conquer the castle at all costs. Shivan desperately tries to beg the blood and rotten meat god to lend her strength. Meanwhile, the hill castle continues to rain down arrows, while everyone scrambles to escape. One of the high-tier vampires quickly cuts down a coward trying to flee, and he shouts to the others not to give up, claiming they can still conquer the hill castle. Nebula watches from the sidelines, thinking to himself that these fools are marching straight to their deaths. They've barely managed to reach the bottom of the castle walls, and they're already taking so much damage that it would be too costly to continue. The corpses are piling high, giving them a gradual incline, but if they retreat now, they'll have to start all over again. If Shaven were truly a good commander, she would recognize that a short-term attack like this is impossible. She should retreat, but Nebula is sure that her fanaticism blinding her to reality. For now, Jiolwubi is not aiding her in the battle, and Nebula wonders why. He has a hunch that Jiolwubi might be watching the battle from afar, but if that's the case, it seems he hasn't yet grasped the full situation down there. Shivan grows more desperate with each passing second. If they continue attacking like this, she'll only keep losing more soldiers. Then, one of her soldiers rushes in with urgent news. He tells her that, from behind, about half a day to a day's distance away, trolls, Satyros, and Lizardmen warriors have united and are heading toward her army. This revelation leaves Shivan stunned, and for a moment, she even considers retreating. But then she realizes it's too late for that. She has already lost too many soldiers, and if her soldiers are caught in between while retreating, it'll be impossible to block the enemy's advance. It's better to conquer the hill castle as quickly as possible and enter it. Just then, Shaven's nose begins to drip. She's confused, as she hasn't bled since becoming a vampire. Before she can process this, another soldier rushes in with more troubling news, which is that the slaves have revolted. To understand what happened, we turn a little back in time, when all the slaves were sitting quietly, hearing the distant roars of battle. One of them asks what happened to those slaves who were dragged out. Someone responded that the vampires lined them up and told them to run toward Hukrin Hill Castle, but they had no choice but to die. But one of the slaves counters. He adds that the fourth human child who was dragged out is still alive. There were blue butterflies. The blue butterflies were hovering above the castle, and the door opened. The Lizardmen opened it, and that human boy entered the castle. No one in the tent can believe it. How could one child enter the castle? Why would the lizardmen let them in? At that moment, one of the slaves stands up, ready to rebel. She declares that the story of the lizardmen fighting the vampires and their god watching over them is true. She's tired of being pathetic. And at this rate, they're all going to die. So, even if the rumors are false, she refuses to die like this. Her words inspire the others, and they agree to follow her in rebellion. As some vampires enter to check on the commotion, the slaves suddenly latch onto them. A brutal clash takes place, with vampires and slaves fighting with each other. In the present, Shivan asks how many slaves are causing the commotion. The attendant replies that it's not just a commotion, but that all the slaves have descended into chaos. She asks if all 1,200 slaves are rebelling. The attendant confirms, explaining that all the soldiers guarding them have been killed, and the revolt is growing rapidly. He adds that they're doing their best, but there aren't enough soldiers to contain the slaves. Annoyed, Shivan snaps, asking how they can fail to contain a bunch of weaponless slaves. The attendant responds that there are far more slaves than soldiers, and the slaves are unusually hostile. Unlike usual, they don't seem to care about dying. They're diving for weapons, taking whatever they can find. All of the slaves are rushing toward the castle, since the castle gates are open. Shivan, on the other hand, has no idea when Rakrak opened the castle doors, or how he could have thought this far ahead. She admits to herself that she's severely underestimated him. Suddenly, her attendant requests a detachment of soldiers to apprehend the situation, but when we take a look at Shivan's face, her nosebleed has worsened significantly. She interprets it as a sign of disapproval from the gods, though she refuses to believe that the god who chose her would ever blame her for this. She dismisses the thought and declares that she needs to seize the castle by tomorrow morning at any cost, and she is ready to focus all soldiers on attacking the hill castle. The attendant, hesitant, asks if she plans to leave the slaves unchecked. Even if they take the hill castle, they'll still need slaves, for both feeding and labor, especially when the enemy closes in around them. The lady glares at him and responds coldly for speaking out of turn. Before he can utter another word, she grabs him by the neck. She sinks her fangs into him and drains every last drop of his blood. Now that she has drunk some fresh blood, her mind feels sharper and more focused. She turns to the soldiers standing nearby and asks if there is any general capable of suppressing the rebellion without additional reinforcements. The soldiers nervously promise to do their best with the station troops. She gives them the green light to proceed. She then appoints this goat soldier as her new aide, instructing him to fetch her armor. She declares that she plans to open the castle gates herself. The castle's front gates are littered with countless corpses. Despite this, the vampire lady is showing no sign of stopping. Meanwhile, parts of her camp are engulfed in flames due to the unexpected rebellion sparked by the slaves. Rakrak is in awe to witness this disorder. Commander Quezel, standing beside him, turns to him and asks when their reinforcements are expected to arrive. Rakrak calmly explains that it's far too early for reinforcements. Since the attackers are vampires, he is certain the rebellion is being caused by the slaves. Quezel questions why he believes this, so Rakrak merely smiles and responds that it would be wise to assemble the Cockatoo warriors. But the commander does not think it's a good idea, because the vampires will stop their attack to gather their forces and apprehend the slaves. But Rakrak doesn't think that will happen. Quezel then asks how the vampires are going to conquer the castle gate if they are not going to use their armies. Rakrak turns Quezel's attention to the front, where Shaven herself is advancing in order to take down the castle gate. She calls out to Rakrak, daring him to come out and fight if he isn't afraid. Quezel curiously asks his leader if he's going to fight. Rakrak responds confidently, saying that if he doesn't face her now, she'll use her god's power to break the castle gates. She's so desperate that she's come out herself. Rakrak knows the slaves will soon appear behind the enemy lines, and when that happens, he orders Quezel to deploy the Cockatoo warriors. His plan is to pin the enemies and eliminate them. While Rakrak's strategy is clear to us, let's take a look at what Shaven is thinking. She believes that the moment Rakrak opens the gate to fight her, she will send the big weasels toward it, and then the vampire soldiers will start biting the hell out of everyone with little to no regard. If she can break through the gates and take the high ground, she's confident she can target the hill castle and gain a strategic advantage. But suddenly, a massive silhouette casts a shadow over her face. Shaven looks up. It's Rakrak sitting atop his cockatoo. While she is standing in disbelief, my guy comes crashing down at her. Their weapons clash, and although she manages to save herself, the crushing weight of her opponent has left her in awe. She never had imagined that Rakrak is this powerful. After making some distance between each other, Rakrak comes at her, but once again, she manages to save herself from a direct hit. By now she can barely stand. Just 2 attacks were enough to make her knees buckle, but she hasn't given up and keeps fighting. Meanwhile, Nebula watches the battle happen in front of him, and he finds it funny how she underestimated Rakrak as just some regular cavalry soldier. This absolute gigachad of a man is actually a level 21 hero entity, and Anaxi is a cockatrice most hunters couldn't catch even with a group of 10. The situation is already stacked in Lakrak's favor. On top of that, the slaves have managed to take down the vampire general, so it wouldn't be a stretch to say victory is almost within their grasp. But then, Nebula's eyes catch something unexpected. And that unexpected thing is Jiolwubi, who has a whisper request. What Nebula finds odd is that this guy chose to whisper him of all people, and at this exact time. This player's very existence is suspicious. Their nickname, appearance, timing, and even their species, one that didn't exist until now, are all weird. Normally Nebula wouldn't have accepted such a thing, but well, my guy ends up accepting anyway. As soon as the accept button is pressed, we see this dude who looks like a beat-up piñata, apparently wearing a human mask. Even his unusual appearance leaves our boy bewildered, but he eventually asks the man for an introduction. Since everyone's been calling him Jiolwubi, he asks if that name is okay. But this creepy sucker doesn't respond. So, my guy asks why he's not speaking, since he's the one who sent the whisper. That's when this bastard finally opens his filthy mouth and asks Nebula if he really thinks he can win. My guy responds confidently with a yes, and that prompts this creepy sucker to claim he's going to win. But Nebula makes it clear that he is not letting any creepy sucker take the victory, and even claims that he would have won, even if it wasn't a battle for the hill castle. The creepy sucker then says he wasn't talking about the dull, lowly ones with 2 feet. But Nebula clarifies that if he's talking about a battle between Rakrak and Shaven, he's even less concerned. Because if this filthy mug descends, so can he. However, Jiolwubi's reply remains the same. He's not talking about that either, and states that Nebula can't change anything in this world. Nebula has no clue what this clown is talking about. He is sure that if this person is a human who came from Earth, he would have said he's going to win the game. But Nebula can't make sense of what this filthy mug meant when he said, "You can't change anything." So, he decides to provoke him to get some answers. Nebula boldly claims again that he's going to win, develop his civilization, connect all the continents, and set up shrines in every city. But this beat-up piñata once again tells him to just stop, once again critically speaking, and stating that this kind of power isn't his, because it originally belonged to them. Nebula is intrigued by the mention of them, and wonders if there are others like this masked guy. Curiosity gets the better of him, and he asks about his identity, but the masked guy doesn't bother to answer. Instead, he confidently says he's here to take back the old debt. With that, the whisper call ends, leaving Nebula with a ton of unanswered questions. He doesn't dwell on it too much, though, since it's time to intervene in the battlefield. But right at that moment, something unexpected catches Nebula's attention. Some sort of red energy. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Rakrak has severed Shivan's hand, but her anger is still clearly etched on her face. Rakrak, on the other hand, takes his stance in order to end this finally. His familiar charges at her with godlike speed, while Rakrak aims his spear directly at her. But just as he's about to blow her head off, his familiar suddenly slams the brakes out of nowhere. The red light Nebula saw earlier descends right in front of them, leaving Rakrak in complete awe. That red light wasn't some flashy stunt. It was a gigantic sword crashing down like a goddamn meteor. The one holding this colossal sword looks creepily similar to the masked guy, Jiolwubi, but way bigger. So massive that Rakrak has to crane his neck just to look up at this bastard's face. This giant man has 4 arms and a body so enormous that Rakrak, for a moment, wonders if he's looking at a god. Not only does this guy wield a giant sword, but he's also carrying a bow, a hammer, and a spear in his other hands. It seems like Nebula knows exactly what's going on. He had hoped that Jiolwubi wouldn't know how to use that skill, but it looks like he was wrong. You see, this guy is using a skill called Manifestation, which is something you get at Divinity level 16. Unlike Descent, this skill allows the gods themselves to land on Earth. The god can then set up the appearance of their manifestation, which is based on the domain they control. Even Nebula is in awe of its sheer size. This guy is so massive that even Stratus, that giant mantis, would barely make a dent on this behemoth. Rakrak seems panicked as well and orders a retreat, especially since Manifestation consumes way more faith than Descent. To maintain the manifestation at Jiolwubi's current level, he'll need sacrifices. And since he can't perform a large-scale ceremony right now, he has no choice but to take sacrifices right there on the spot. That means he's going to have to kill his own people. And right away, the bastard grabs a handful of people and tosses them straight into his mouth. Shivan looks absolutely amazed to see the sight in front of her. She feels proud of her decision to make this her god. He doesn't care about friend or foe. He's just gorging on blood and flesh. All this madness makes her laugh out loud because, in her mind, this god isn't much different from her. Meanwhile, after taking in the situation, Nebula is sure he'll lose some lizardmen. But if they escape through a side road where the siege is weaker, the damage won't be too great. Once this monster recovers his faith, the hill castle will be empty already, and Shaven's remaining forces will retake the castle. but it'll leave a huge mark on the vampire army and drain Jill Wooby's resources. They won't be able to use the hill castle, and only a few soldiers will remain, and they will have to travel across the continent to recover their forces. Once their power weakens, Nebula plans to deal with them personally. There will be quite a bit of damage done to the other players, but that's not his responsibility. Meanwhile, Rockrak is making sure everyone leaves the castle as fast as possible, because no one knows when the evil god will attack. Commander Quezzle requests that Rockrak go downhill with their people, and he'll personally take care of the castle. But Rockrak is not willing to abandon his warriors just to escape. Quezzle reminds him that he's not just a leader, but a king as well. But Rockrak sticks to his guns, and makes it clear that being a king doesn't grant him the right to act like a coward. Quezzle tries to remind him of the responsibilities of being a king. He's the one most revered, their role model, and he should be the one leading them. They keep arguing until an explosion catches both of their attention. Quezzle then reminds Rockrak that his death would bring huge disorder to their nation, but their heirs are still young, so he better make sure to stay safe. But for Rockrak, if abandoning his people is what it takes to be called a king, then he's not fit for the position. He looks at the monstrosity before him and can tell that it hasn't even filled half of its stomach yet. Not even half of the hill castle has been evacuated. Rockrak knows that the power of the gods does not last long, so if they leave them be, the vampire king will stay alive, and after conquering the hill castle, he'll escape onto the continent. The battle will last several years, but not much longer than that, and the victory will be theirs win in the end. But Rockrak doesn't want a victory that costs countless sacrifices. With that in mind, Rockrak refuses to take any advice from Quezzle. Instead, he throws his comrade out of the way and charges straight at the monster. Even Nebula is shocked out of his mind after watching Rockrak make such an idiotic and reckless move. To stop him, Nebula decides to descend, but just as he activates the skill, he's hit with a notification that Rockrak is resisting the descent skill. Nebula has the option to force a descent, but surprisingly, he refuses to do it. If he forces the descent, Rockrak will freeze for a brief moment, and that moment is all it would take for the monster to kill him. Meanwhile, Rockrak finally comes face to face with the monstrosity. The giant quickly swings at him, but Rockrak dodges the blow effortlessly. Nebula, on the other hand, is growing impatient. He's wishing Rockrak would just retreat already. He even sends red butterflies as a clear warning to not engage in this fight. But Rockrak ignores the message entirely, which just annoys Nebula out of his mind. The arrow Rockrak shoots at the behemoth barely scratches it, like a tiny needle prick, and it falls off harmlessly. The monster retaliates immediately, descending its massive sword straight toward Rockrak. But Rockrak leaps into the air just in time and strikes the beast with his blue lightning. Unfortunately, that blue lightning is nothing more than a tiny tickle to this colossal monster. Since Nebula cannot descend right now, he opts for another option, which is to sponsor faith resources for the battle. Once he does, Rockrak manages to strike the giant monster with an equally massive bolt of light that cracks the hell out of the beast. All the while, Rockrak continues to resist the descent skill, and it's driving Nebula insane. Nebula knows some of the black-scaled tribe warriors would disobey their chief's orders if it meant saving him, which proves without a doubt that Rockrak is a true warrior. But Nebula isn't sure if Rockrak should be going against the god's will. He can see the flawed logic Rockrak is following, trying to save more lives by putting his own on the line. Rockrak seems to think that fighting this monster will reduce its manifestation time. To him, saving lives matters more than a shallow victory, so he's giving it everything he's got. As soon as Rockrak gets close enough to the monster's head, he calls out to Stingray for help. The blue lightning spirit complies, charging Rockrak's spear with electric power. Rockrak throws the spear with all his strength at the monster's head. In the aftermath, all that's visible is smoke. But within that smoke, the monster's red eyes begin to glow, which is a clear sign that shit is about to go down. The giant swings its enormous hammer, and with one devastating blow, Rockrak is knocked out for good. For Nebula, it's a crushing sight. The system honors Rockrak with a tribute. Rockrak, the warrior, the hand hunter, the lizardman of thunder, the first chosen one, the chief of the black-scaled tribe, the founding king of Hukrin, the great thunder dragon king, the model for all lizardmen, the one who opened the path, and a king greater than anyone else. Rockrak the high priest has died. This loss causes Nebula to lose experience points, but the emotional blow is far heavier, not for Nebula, but for all of the Rockrak fans. Rockrak's lifeless body brutally slams into the ground, and that giant piece of shit swings his axe, making sure to crush what's left of Rockrak, ensuring there's nothing left of him. Nebula could only watch in shock. To him, this was the biggest strategic loss he could have faced. Sure, it's somewhat inconvenient to lose your most prized asset in such a critical moment, but Nebula had expected this much to happen. He will now appoint Hui Kyung for the Rockrak's role. And as for Rockrak, Nebula plans to send him to the afterlife, but before he could share his next plan, he gets a notification. It reminds him that Rockrak, a figure respected by all, has passed away, and many are mourning his death. Of course, Nebula finds it incredibly annoying to see this. It's as if the system is mocking him by pointing out the obvious. But then something catches his eye. The notification reads that Rockrak has been declared an apostle and has attained a divine status. This completely throws Nebula off guard, as he never expected something like this to happen. It feels almost unreal. You see, apostles are those who assist gods, and when a god's creation grows, or when a special being like a dragon becomes part of the faith, they can be made apostles. Sometimes even ordinary beings can rise to this status, which is known as ascension. Apostles can instantly obtain divinity levels and spread faith by taking the lead, rather than just following a god's orders. What's bothering Nebula, though, is that neither of the conditions for Rockrak's ascension seem to be met. Here are the conditions for apostle ascension. The entity's level must be at least hero rank, meaning level 21 or higher. The entity's story must be known by the majority. The entity must have internalized faith in the god. Lastly, Nebula must have 1 million in faith value. Although the first condition is met, the others are unclear. Nebula isn't sure what it truly means for an entity to be known by the majority, or what internalized faith in God means. Above all, the last condition does not meet the criteria at all. With his divinity level at 11 and a faith value of just 100,000, this doesn't seem to fit the apostle criteria. For Nebula to have a faith value of 1 million, his own divinity level would need to be at least 21, but his current divinity level is still at 11, making that impossible. Then, another notification takes him by surprise, telling him that he has surpassed the possible number of faiths, and the faith count is now skyrocketing. Nebula is left speechless to see this. While his faith is dropping down, it's also filling up at an incredible speed. He has no idea where all this faith is coming from. At that moment, the scene shifts to this massive behemoth, tearing through everything in its path. Watching the destruction, all the slaves begin praying for Rockrak. It's not just the slaves and lizardmen. Even the vampires are praying for him. But still, Nebula thinks, there just aren't enough people praying for Rockrak to generate this much faith value. It goes against the rules of the game. However, it seems Nebula might be wrong about all of this. He's absolutely shocked when he begins to consider the possibility that this world might not actually be a game after all. You see, the perished world was a game, but this world doesn't seem to follow the same rules. The system simply makes it appear like a game. If he is guessing it right, this means that the feelings, beliefs, and convictions of the people aren't something that can be easily quantified by the system. What Nebula is witnessing is something beyond the system's limits. It's a miracle, something that surpasses the numbers and constraints of the game. The collective beliefs and convictions of the people are so strong, they've triggered something extraordinary. The system then prompts Nebula, stating that Rockrak is requesting Advent. Nebula is quite fascinated to see this. Despite Rockrak just dying, he wants to fight as an apostle. At first, Nebula hesitates. He doesn't have the stats to support Rockrak in the battlefield. But then he remembers something important. Rockrak's fame and the titles he earned while alive will be reflected in Rockrak's abilities once he becomes a being of the story. With that in mind, Nebula presses yes and wishes Rockrak the best in his new journey. Meanwhile, on the ground, Commander Quezel is helping the other lizardmen evacuate. Everyone feels numb after witnessing the death of their king. Though Commander Quezel would love nothing more than to drown in sorrow, there's no time for that. He knows he has to make the most of Rockrak's sacrifice. Thanks to their king, everyone can safely escape. But Quezel isn't sure how Zale will react when he learns their king is dead. Up until now, many within the continent have fought for their own greed, trying to claim precious things for themselves. But Quezel feels like Lord Rockrak's actions will change something. He's certain that Rockrak's death will have a profound effect, though he's unsure if they can ever completely defeat that evil god. Just as Quezel contemplates this, something incredible happens. Everyone suddenly hears a crackling thunder, and a bolt of lightning descends from the sky like a meteor. The sheer brilliance of the light causes everyone to freeze. The light is so blinding that even the massive monster is temporarily blinded. In a panic, the creature swings its colossal hammer toward the source of the light. But as soon as the hammer gets close, the monster's weapon is tossed aside like it was nothing more than a stuffed toy. Then, the monster senses a familiar presence, and it quickly starts losing its mind. This isn't just any ordinary being, it's Rockrak, who's just ascended. And you can tell that he's no longer the same. He looks like an absolute powerhouse, an absolute beast of a lizard, and it's clear he's now on a whole new level. All the lizardmen burst into joyous celebration upon seeing their king on the battlefield. Meanwhile, the vampires look absolutely boggled that Rockrak is still alive, or rather, returned in a new divine form. The colossal monster, however, is furious. The thought of a mere mortal challenging him is beyond insulting. Out of frustration, he hefts his massive hammer and prepares to bring it crashing down once more. But Rakrak isn't here to take any of that. He takes his stance and starts channeling his thunder power. Just as the hammer begins to descend, Rakrak launches himself like a bolt of lightning and strikes the monster directly on its right shoulder, leaving it groaning in pain and momentarily staggered. As Rakrak readies himself for another attack, we get a glimpse of his newly revised stats displayed on screen. He's now a level 6 warrior and a king, but his ascension as an apostle has brought him to an impressive level 13. Alongside these, there's an array of other stats, showcasing his incredible transformation. One thing is clear though, being an apostle is no joke. Rakrak isn't just back, he's stronger than ever, and he's here to turn the tide. Nebula also observes Rakrak's new stat upgrades with fascination. He notices that the levels Rakrak had as a high priest have been seamlessly transferred to his new role as an apostle. Since apostles possess divinity, these levels now include something called the D state, which represents divinity. However, Nebula knows that this alone isn't enough to take on the level 16 manifestation of Jielwubi. That giant manifestation boasts a 16D divinity level, 3 ranks higher than Rakrak's. But Nebula realizes something important. The true power of an apostle doesn't lie in raw levels alone. It's all about their skills, fame, and titles, which are reflected in the form of unique abilities. Rakrak's first display of power, blocking the hammer, was thanks to a skill called Hand Hunter. This skill made it possible for him to deflect the weapon despite the overwhelming difference in raw power. Since Rakrak is no longer a one-trick pony, we are about to witness another skill, known as weapon creation. Rakrak activates weapon creation and conjures a giant bow, challenging the monstrous manifestation, which is now also wielding a bow to take down the flying hero. The monster unleashes a massive arrow, but Rakrak is ready. He channels all his electricity into his own arrow, charging it with the power of thunder. This ability, known as Lizardmen of Thunder, is one of Rakrak's most potent skills. It consumes faith to fuel thunder-based attacks, turning Rakrak into a storm-bringing force of destruction. Once that giant thunder strike is unleashed, it devours the incoming arrow and heads straight for the giant bastard, who gets the biggest shock of his life. But still, as massive as that thunder attack might be, this behemoth isn't ready to give up. The thought of losing to this apostle, who has just obtained divinity, doesn't sit well with him. So, the big guy throws his massive weapon at our lizard hero once again, but Rakrak quickly surfs over the spear. And after soaring higher into the sky, he prepares his own divine spear, ready to throw it down. The people of the Lizardmen tribe cheer, offering all their support and best wishes. Because of their positive attitude toward their king, the system announces a 4-point divinity increase in camaraderie, and another 4-point increase due to the relationship with the citizens of Hukrin. There's also an additional 4-point divinity boost in camaraderie due to the slaves Rakrak has helped, who now know his name and follow him. Currently, Rakrak is earning an apostle's faith based on his camaraderie and charisma. And once you add this another skill, the first chosen one, it increases his stats proportionally to the faith resources he has just obtained. To put it simply, the more people pray for Rakrak, the stronger he gets. With all the power Rakrak has managed to gather, he comes crashing down toward the monster, channeling all his electric energy. Quetzal feels absolutely proud and confident seeing his king back in action. He tells his king to exterminate the evil once and for all. From the people's perspective, they see a star so bright heading directly toward the monster. The light emanating from it is so intense that everyone has to cover their eyes. But one of the slave boys watches everything with his eyes wide open and sees how the giant monster's equally giant head is obliterated by the light. The light is almost like a beacon of hope, taking down the monster and leaving everyone in absolute awe. All of the lizard men and slaves are having the time of their lives, seeing the monster finally put to an end. Quetzal runs towards his king, promptly falls to his knees, lowers his head, and waits for his king to respond. Rakrak states that he has to leave now, but Quetzal isn't sure what the hell he's talking about. Rakrak then points out that he definitely had died, and this is the way of the heavens. But Quetzal argues, asking at least to return to the palace and say his final goodbyes to his loved ones. Rakrak humbly reminds him that the heavens are not something they should go against. Quetzal, of course, is in tears, devastated by the thought that his most beloved leader is going to leave him behind. But that's when Rakrak offers him the spear he holds and tells him to take the weapon that killed the evil god in Hukrin. It's a divine object, so he better handle it carefully. Quetzal extends both of his hands with the utmost respect, while Rakrak flashes a pleasant smile at him. He tells him to not feel sad about anything, as he is going to protect Hukrin as an apostle of God. Quetzal promises to his king that he will ensure Rakrak's name is never forgotten from this land. But Rakrak surprisingly tells him that this isn't what he should focus on. Quetzal has no idea what his king means, but Rakrak is pretty sure that he will figure it out himself, and with that, he leaves the rest in Quetzal's capable hands. The commander cries, promising to carry out his duties to the best of his abilities. And just like that, his king disappears before him. After the defeat of the evil god, some of the vampires surrendered, while others scattered into smaller troops. High Priest Shaven, having lost her god, was killed by her subordinates and offered to Hukrin. Time passed, and 137 years went by just like that. In Hukrin's capital, Orazon, it was King Anpyong's 23rd year of governance. In one of the libraries of the palace, this old lady can be seen visibly displeased with the idea that they are skipping over the first prince and instead planning to accept the third prince as the crown prince. Her sharp tone makes it clear she strongly opposes the suggestion. Across from her, there is this white-scaled lizard who is seemingly unmoved by her objections.